Any attempt to tell the story of Western philosophy must begin with the ancient Greeks, who produced not only the first, but some of the greatest Western philosophers. The one whose name is probably most familiar is Socrates, who died in the year 399 BC. But there were several outstanding Greek philosophers before him, some of whose names are also widely known. For example, Pythagoras and Heraclitus. And there were others too, of comparable caliber, the first one of all being Thales, who flourished in the 6th century BC. If all these pre-Socratic philosophers can be said to have had one common concern, it was an attempt to find universal principles which would explain the whole of nature. In today's terms, they were as much concerned with what we would call science as with what we would call philosophy. Now, Socrates was in conscious rebellion against their tradition. He maintained that what we most need to learn is not how nature works, but how we ourselves ought to live, and therefore that we need first and foremost to consider moral questions. Socrates didn't write anything. He did all his teaching by word of mouth, and none of the writings of any of the pre-Socratic philosophers have come down to us directly. So all that we know of any of the philosophers whose names I've mentioned so far is what has come down to us second-hand, through the writings of others, though this does include some pretty long summaries and a good many direct quotations. The first philosopher who wrote works which we actually now possess complete was Plato. He was a pupil of Socrates, and in fact it's from Plato's writings that most of our knowledge of Socrates derives. In his own right, however, Plato was, beyond any question, one of the greatest philosophers of all time. Some think the greatest. So, if we have to choose an arbitrary starting point in what is, after all, a continuous story, then in many ways a good one is the year 399 BC, with the death of Socrates and then the subsequent writings of Plato. Plato was about 31 when Socrates died and lived to be 81. During that half-century, he founded his famous school in Athens, the Academy, which was the prototype of what we call a university, and he produced his writings, nearly all of which take the form of dialogues, with different arguments being put in the mouths of different characters, one of whom nearly always is Socrates. Most, though not all, of these dialogues are called by the name of one of the people Socrates is talking to in them. Thus, we have the Phaedo, the Laches, the Euthyphro, the Theaetetus, the Parmenides, the Timaeus, and so on. There are more than 24 of them, some of them 20, some 80, a couple of them 300 pages long. The most famous of all are probably the Republic and the Symposium, but most of them are easily available nowadays in paperback translations. The best are regarded as works of literature, great works of literature, as well as of philosophy. Plato was an artist as well as a thinker, and many people regard his prose as the finest Greek prose ever to have been written by anyone. With me now is one of the acknowledged experts on Plato in the English-speaking world, the Professor of Ancient Philosophy in the University of Cambridge, Miles Berniate. Professor Berniate, I know that you regard Plato's career as a creative philosopher as having been somehow launched by Socrates' death. How was that?
Well, I think Socrates' death in 399 must have been a traumatic event for a lot of people. Socrates had been this spellbinding presence around in Athens for many, many years, much loved, much hated. He'd been caricatured on the comic stage. Then suddenly this familiar figure's not there anymore, and he's not there because, I mean, must have been the most traumatic thing. He's been condemned to death on a charge of impiety and corrupting the young. Well, he'd had a lot of followers, and some of them, amongst them Plato, began writing Socratic dialogues, conversations, philosophical conversations in which Socrates takes the lead. It must have been like a chorus of voices saying to the Athenians, look, he's not gone after all, he's still here, still asking those awkward questions, still tripping you up with his arguments. And of course, they were also defending his reputation and showing he'd been unjustly condemned. He was the great educator of the young, not the great corrupter.
But the death of Socrates wasn't just, so to speak, a launching pad for Plato, was it? the whole of Plato's outlook can, in one sense, be explained with reference to Socrates, can it not?
I think it can. To keep alive the Socratic spirit for Plato meant to go on doing philosophy in the way Socrates had done. So what you get is a group of early dialogues in which he is basically showing Socrates discussing the sorts of questions he was interested in, very largely moral questions. But since to do philosophy in the Socratic way means to do it by thinking philosophically, the process bit by bit and inevitably leads Plato to develop his own ideas in a host of other areas, so that Socrates, there's a sort of evolution in the picture of Socrates. From the gadfly questioner of the early dialogues, he gradually turns into the man who's expounding political theories, metaphysical theories, and so on in the middle period dialogues, Meno, Symposium, Phaedo, and Republic.
And I suppose also one can say that in the early dialogues, Plato is dealing with subjects that interested Socrates and dealing with them in Socrates' way, and is then carried, so to speak, by his own momentum as the years go by into dealing with subjects that interest him, Plato, and beginning to deal with them in a different way.
I think that's right. Wherever he can plausibly present the ideas as the outgrowth of thinking about Socrates' ideas, they get put in the mouth of Socrates. And I think it's very important that the way he presents Socrates, the historical claim he makes about him is, this is a man who thought for himself and taught others to think for themselves. So if you want to be a follower of Socrates, that means thinking for yourself and, if necessary, departing from ideas and areas that Socrates had marked out.
Now, those early dialogues where Socrates is dealing with moral questions all have a certain common pattern, don't they? I mean, what happens in nearly all of them is that Socrates is talking to some interlocutor who thinks he knows the meaning of some very familiar term like friendship or courage or piety or something of that kind. And by simply quizzing him, by interrogating him, by submitting him to what's become known as Socratic questioning, Socrates shows this person, and incidentally the onlookers as well, that they don't at all have a clear grasp of this concept that they thought they understood so well. Now, this process has itself been of enormous importance in philosophy ever since, hasn't it?
Not only has it been, but these very works are still very widely used to teach philosophy and to introduce philosophy to people who want to know something about it. You start with a familiar and important concept. It's always a concept that's important in our life, and you get people to realize that there are problems in that concept. They try to think about it, they produce an answer, Socrates shows the inadequacy of the answer. You end up not with a firm answer, but with a much better grasp of the problem than you had before, and you, the reader, 20th century reader or an ancient reader, are left both drawn into the problem and wanting to get the answer and feeling that perhaps you can contribute.
One can't help reflecting that even after more than 2,000 years, we're still puzzling about the meaning of terms like beauty or courage or friendship. We're still wondering precisely what these things consist of. Have we got any further after all this time?
Yes and no must be the answer, mustn't it? I think Plato would be very firmly insistent that even if he did know the answer, if he told us, it wouldn't do us any good. I mean, it's the nature of these questions that they are ones that you have to think about for yourself, and an answer is worth nothing unless it's come through your own thinking. And that's why these dialogues are so successful as instruments for drawing you into philosophy.
In those early dialogues that we're still, for the moment, confining ourselves to, one thing that Socrates keeps saying is that he has no positive doctrines of his own to teach, that all he's doing is asking people questions. But there seems to be something disingenuous about this claim on Socrates' part. I think that, in fact, there are, so to speak, unacknowledged doctrines lying under the surface of these dialogues. Would you agree with that?
Well, there are some doctrines that emerge, not very many. There is a group of ideas which comes out in the Apology, for instance, when he says that to a good man no harm can come either during his life or after his death, and which comes out in the Gorgias when he argues at great length that injustice harms the doer and justice benefits the doer. It's the idea that there is no real harm that can come to you. You lose your money, paralyzed by disease. None of that really counts as harm. Only the loss of your virtue would count it. Only going in for bad practices like injustice, they would be the only real harm, because the only real harm is harm to the soul. There's a group of ideas which Socrates is very emphatic about, where he sometimes even claims to have knowledge, and it's also a group of ideas where Plato never reneges on Socrates. He remains convinced of the truth of the proposition that injustice harms the doer and justice benefits him.
And that's provided your soul remains untouched. Worldly misfortunes don't do you any harm of any really deep significance.
That's right.
Yes.
There's another group of ideas where Socrates does not claim knowledge and where Plato eventually is going to renege on Socrates, and that's the group of ideas summed up in the statement that virtue is knowledge. In these dialogues, when somebody's asked what's courage, what's friendship, what's justice, sooner or later as the discussion proceeds, the idea emerges that this virtue, courage or piety, should be regarded as a kind of knowledge. And that's just as strong and paradoxical a statement as the first group of ideas, because common sense, and I mean common sense then as now, ordinarily supposes that it's one thing to have the wisdom to know what the best thing to do in a given situation is, but another thing, which you also need, the courage to carry it out if it's difficult, or the temperance to resist an easier option instead. Wisdom's one virtue, one quality to admire in a person, courage is another, and a man may have one and not the other, or each of them to different degrees. But if courage just is this knowledge, then that kind of contrast can't arise. If I don't do the right thing, it can't be that I knew what I should do, but lacked the courage to carry it out. If I lacked the courage, I lacked the knowledge, and I didn't know what the right thing to do was. So any wrongdoing that I do is done in ignorance, because I didn't know it wasn't the best thing to do, and if done in ignorance, done involuntarily. So no one does wrong willingly is the famous way it's summed up.
Doesn't the unvarying dialogue form that Plato writes in give rise to two rather important and also really unnecessary problems? First, to what extent is this the historical Socrates whose views are being put before us, and to what extent is he a kind of fictional character created by Plato? Because after all these dialogues were written after Socrates' death. And the other question, perhaps related to that, is what are the author's own views? Because again, since these are all dialogues, it means that all opinions are put into the mouth of other characters, and that sometimes, at least, leaves us feeling that we're not quite sure what Plato himself actually thinks.
Well, I think there's a sense in which we need to worry about this question and a sense in which we don't. The sense in which we don't is that Plato's portrait of Socrates makes the claim, here is a man who thought for himself and would overthrow long-cherished conclusions if it turned out that he thought they were wrong, and he taught others to do the same. So if Plato comes to think that there is more to virtue than knowledge, though knowledge remains the most important factor, and he does come to think this, then it's only in keeping with the Socratic spirit to throw over the doctrine that virtue is knowledge and produce a better view of his own. The other side of the coin is, of course, it's most important that we notice what's happening when Socrates in the Republic says something incompatible with what Socrates said in the Protagoras. Notice that we're getting a new view and how it connects with all the other concerns of the Republic, how it makes a much more complicated picture of moral education, and how it makes possible a new vision of a political ideal society. the important thing is the search and the inquiry, but it's got to be inquiry, search, with understanding of where we've got to from where.
Yes, in other words, because our assumptions and beliefs and so on are open to perpetual questioning, conclusions, in quotation marks, don't have any special status. They are themselves staging posts on the road to further inquiries.
That's, I think, what Plato believed very strongly, yes.
And so he's, in a way, demonstrating this to us by his practice.
Exactly. And I think he would claim that that was what it was to keep the Socratic spirit alive.
Yeah, perpetual questioning. It's usual, isn't it, to divide Plato's output into three periods, happens so often with writers and even creative artists, the early, the middle, and the later. And so far in this discussion, we've been confining ourselves to consideration of the early dialogues. When you move to the middle period Plato dialogues, you find Plato for the first time beginning to put forward positive ideas of his own, not Socrates's, but Plato's own ideas, and to argue for those ideas. Which would you say are the most important of Plato's positive doctrines?
I think one has to single out two above all, the theory of forms and the doctrine that learning is recollection, the idea that to learn something is to recover from within your mind recesses, knowledge that you had before you were born.
Let me take that one first of the two. I think a lot of people will think when they first hear this that we are born knowing things. That might sound a bit bizarre, but at least very closely related ideas to that have been permanent in our Western culture. I mean, idealist philosophers have thought that there was innate knowledge or innate ideas. Most of the religions, I think, believe something of the sort. And we even have eminent contemporary thinkers like Chomsky believing that you're born with a whole grammar programmed into your mind. Now, what was Plato's version of this belief?
Plato's version was that this knowledge was part of the essential nature of the soul, which the soul possessed before you were born, because he believes at this period in the soul existing before it's embodied in this world. And I think to understand this theory, one's got to go back to those early Socratic discussions. If you look at one of these early discussions, somebody is asked for a definition of, let's say, courage, and Laches, who's the person who's asked that, says at one point, courage is endurance. Socrates then asks him some further questions, and he always does this when he's been given a definition. He says, is courage invariably a fine and admirable quality? Yes, says Laches. And then Socrates takes him through a number of examples of endurance, where endurance is not admirable at all, maybe very foolhardy,
pig-headedness,
or it may just be morally neutral,
yes,
as when a financier keeps on spending money, enduring the losses, because he knows he's going to get a profit at the end. So if endurance is morally neutral or bad, courage isn't, courage is always good, then courage can't be endurance. That's a typical pattern of Socratic discussion. Logically, all that's actually happened is Laches has been shown that his beliefs are inconsistent. If we take all the answers together, they can't all be right because they contradict each other. But Socrates always presents the situation as one in which that definition, courage is endurance, has been refuted, so that he is in practice taking Laches' secondary answers as either true or somehow nearer the truth than the definition, and hence available as a basis for refuting the definition and saying that's the one that's got to go.
Can I just stop you there? Because I think you've said something that's of great importance to us all today. I think we all tend to have this assumption that by discussion you can get at the truth, whereas almost by definition discussion can't necessarily do that. All it can the most it can show you is that your conclusions are consonant with your premises. But of course, if there's something wrong with the premises, then there'll be something wrong with the conclusion.
Well, we are very attached to this idea, and if you think about it, it's actually quite hard to justify. Socrates doesn't try to justify it, he just does this and says we've now refuted the definition. But if one had to give a theory of what he's doing, then one would have to say something like what I've just said and you've just implied, that we all have within us the means for making the truth vanquish the false. And that's exactly what Plato does in the Meno. He produces, as it were, a theory of Socratic or philosophical discussion, which puts forward the suggestion that we all have latent within our minds the correct answers to these questions: what is courage, what is justice, and so on. And it's that knowledge deep back within, not immediately accessible, that knowledge is what enables us to knock down all the wrong answers and show they're wrong, and that knowledge is gradually emerging bit by bit in the course of that bit of discussion where, for instance, one thing that Leakes says is used to show that some other thing that Leakes says must be false.
Now, I know that in your view, the doctrine you've just expounded for us ties up directly with what the basis is for Plato's most famous doctrine of all, the theory of forms. That doctrine must have been the most influential part of his philosophy in the whole history of philosophy. In fact, it's what the word Platonism has historically almost come to mean. Now, can you explain that to us?
Well, remember that these discussions, which Socrates has, are all centered on a definitional question. What is the definition of courage, of beauty, of justice? If now we have latent within ourselves the knowledge of the answers to those questions, and we have that knowledge independently of and prior to our experience of the world we live in, our using our senses, our going around from place to place, our knowledge is prior to that, independent of that, then surely what we know, justice, beauty, courage, must itself be independent of and prior to this empirical world we're now existing in. And that thesis is the fundamental assertion of the theory of forms, that justice, beauty, and the like exist independently of and prior to all the just actions, just people, all the beautiful things, statues, objects, any that you can find. Beauty and justice exist on their own and apart. That's the theory of forms.
This theory that there is another world than this, an ideal world, which is not this world, but in which everything exists that actually gives value and meaning to this world, has had incalculable influence on the whole of our culture, hasn't it?
Yes.
It's had immense influence on Christianity, for example. I don't want to go into that now, because I think we ought to stick to the philosophy, but that's just one example of the enormous influence that it's had.
Yes.
Yes.
But I think one should be careful of using phrases like the world of forms or another world. Plato uses them, but the contrast he has in mind is not, as one might have thought, a contrast between one set of particular things and then another one completely like it except more perfect, more abstract, somewhere else, some heaven somewhere. His contrast is between the particular and the general. Those questions, what is justice, what is beauty, are general questions. They're not questions about the here and now, and that's the contrast. There's a point in the Phaedo where Socrates is saying that to do philosophy is to rehearse for death. It is, in fact, to practice being dead. Why? Well, because being dead is having one's soul separate from the body.
And not considering the things of this world.
And
yes.
In doing philosophy, you are, so far as you can, separating the soul from the body, because you're not thinking about the here and now. If you're asking what's justice, anywhere, anytime, justice in itself, you're not asking who did me wrong now, yesterday. If you're asking what's beauty, you're not asking who's the most beautiful person in this room. And if you're not thinking about the here and now, then in the sense Plato's interested in, you're not here and now. You are where your mind is, not because you're in some other particular place, but a better one, but because you're not in place in that sense at all. You're immersed in generalities. So it's all right to use the phrase the world of forms, subject to the qualification that that means the realm of invariable generalities.
Yeah, so the word world here is actually misleading. We mustn't think of it as a place
right.
where certain spiritual things subsist.
Right.
Yes, yes. Now, these middle period dialogues that we're talking about now, I'm thinking particularly of the Meno, the Phaedo, the Republic, the Symposium, the Phaedrus. These were written by Plato when he was absolutely at the height of his powers, weren't they? And I think this is actually a good point for us to pause for a moment and think of their literary and aesthetic qualities. Why are these dialogues regarded, and always have been regarded, as supreme works of literary art? Why is that so?
They're so alive. I mean, a lot of other philosophers have tried writing dialogues, both ancient and modern, Xenophon, Cicero, Augustine, Berkeley and Hume. But the only one of those ones I've just named who comes anywhere near Plato is Hume. And I think this is because for Hume, like Plato, it's the process of philosophical thinking that counts at least as much as the answers. With Xenophon or Berkeley, it's all too clear you're reading somebody who cares about the answers, not the process of journeying towards them. Where Plato is concerned, we have to add his fantastic mastery of language, whether it's high-flown imaginative descriptions or witty repartee, jokes, images. He's terribly good at making crystal clear the most difficult thoughts. You can go on adding, I mean, because in the end, it's just that he's an artistic genius as well as a philosophical one.
Do you share the traditional view that his masterpiece is the Republic?
Yes, I do.
Why?
I think because it's in the Republic more than anywhere else that he makes good his belief that every question is connected with every other, and that the inquiry really can't stop, that even a conclusion for now leads on to the next problem. I mean, you begin with a straightforward question, what is justice? Familiar Socratic kind of question. That becomes the question, is justice a benefit to its possessor? And Socrates sets out, and this is really the task of the whole Republic, to show that justice is a benefit to its possessor, indeed the thing you need most of all if you're to be happy, whereas the unjust man is the most miserable of all creatures. But to do that, it turns out he has to give a theory of human nature. He divides the soul into three parts, and this is where he reneges on Socrates' thesis that virtue is knowledge. Virtue turns out to involve more than knowledge, though knowledge must be in control. And with the idea that knowledge is something that can and should be in control of the non-rational factors, you also get the idea, but now becomes possible, of a society in which knowledge was in control. So we get a whole political theory of a new, better way of life in society. All this emphasis on knowledge being in control raises the question, what knowledge, and what is knowledge anyway, and why is it better than an opinion? So you've got a theory of knowledge. The question, what knowledge the philosophers need in order to rule the rest of us, becomes an inquiry into the sciences. There's a lot about mathematics, a whole vision of understanding the world as it is that we live in is produced in order to support the claim that this understanding of the world as it is what should be in charge of ourselves, both individually and in society. And so all of that growing out of this one question, what is justice, the inquiry really doesn't cease until death, with the vision of the afterlife and the myth of Ayer at the end of the book.
It's such a rich book that I think we can't go any further in pursuing individual strands within it. I think one must just hope that some of the people listening to the discussion will be prompted by it to go off and have a look at it for themselves. I think we must move on now to the later dialogues of Plato. And when we do, when the move from the middle to the late period of Plato's output shows us another change of character again. Suddenly the dialogues become less literary, dramatic, colourful, etc., and rather more what we might call academic or analytic. Why is that?
In my view, they're not actually less dramatic. What happens is that all the effort of irony and imagery that in previous works went into depicting the people undertaking the discussion, that's all now going to the ideas and arguments themselves. And very often it's ideas and arguments that are familiar to us from Plato's own earlier works, like the Republic or the Phaedo. Plato, I mean, one of the extraordinary things about Plato, and he may have been the first writer in history to be able to do this, is he built up a relationship with his readers such that when writing one work, he can take it for granted that his readers have read his previous works. He can surprise them, he can make allusions, he can build up resonances through that. And what he most of all does with that is conduct a sort of public self-scrutiny of his own earlier ideas, relying on us, the readers, to know what they are, but saying, so to speak, don't get too enthused by the Phaedo and the Republic. It was all very fine stuff, I know, but these truths, if they were, are no good to you or to me if we can't defend them against criticism. And maybe they weren't truths anyway. Maybe they were all wrong. So let's take a few of them and subject them to really hard analytical criticism.
Now, if you had to single out one of these later dialogues for particular mention, which would you choose?
Well, the prime example is the Parmenides, where the tables are turned on Socrates. Socrates puts forward the theory of forms as he stated it in the Phaedo, and it's unmistakably the Phaedo. There are various verbal connections with the Phaedo that Plato clearly expects his reader to pick up and say to himself, gosh, the Socrates of the Phaedo is now on the receiving end of the questions, and in fact, old Parmenides, who is talking to Socrates in this dialogue, produces a series of objections and criticisms of the theory of forms, which many philosophers from Aristotle onwards have thought were quite devastating. And Plato doesn't tell us the answer. He produces the criticisms, and you're left to decide for yourself whether they're fair, unfair, and if they're fair, what you're to do about the theory of forms.
One of the dialogues, which some people think is late, others think is one of the middle period ones, that doesn't matter, which stands aside from the rest, is the Timaeus, isn't it? Partly because it actually contains more cosmology and science than it does philosophy, but mostly, I think, because it also contains a wonderfully poetic creation myth, not dissimilar, actually, to the one in the book of Genesis that I think we're all familiar with. Now, why did Plato do that? I mean, what I have in mind in asking the question is this. Do you think, for example, he believed it literally, in the way one must assume, I suppose, that the ancient Hebrews literally believed in the book of Genesis?
I myself think he did not believe it literally. The question was controversial in ancient times, but Plato's closest associates took the view that Plato presented a narrative of the divine craftsman imposing order on chaos, meaning this to be a vivid way of presenting an analysis of what he took to be the fundamental constituents of the whole universe. He wanted to see the entire universe as a product of order imposed on disorder, and particularly mathematical order, and that, of course, is something very different from Genesis. The divine craftsman is embodying, above all, mathematical intelligence in the world at large.
So it's a poetic way of explaining the intelligibility of the world, which has been a mystery for people, actually, from the earliest times until now.
Right, and of course, such a general proposition as the proposition that the whole universe is the product of imposing order on disorder isn't a proposition that you can prove either in general or in all its vast detailed ramifications, and Plato is very well aware of this, and that's another aspect, I think, for another reason why he puts it forward as a myth, but a myth which is the guiding inspiration of something that Plato was very serious about. That's a research program in which he enlisted at the academy all the leading mathematicians of his day. Every advance in mathematical astronomy, mathematical harmonics, even a medical theory which shows disease and health to be a matter of the proportions between the constituent elements in the body, each such step forward is a further proof of something Plato cared deeply about, the idea that mathematical regularities and harmonies and proportions are what explain things, and these mathematical harmonies and proportions are, for Plato, the prime examples of goodness and beauty. So really, this is a vision for a scientific research program which is to show that goodness and beauty are the fundamental explanatory factors in the world at large.
What you're saying now makes me wonder how all this ties up with the Republic. Because when you were talking about the Republic a few minutes ago, one of the things you stressed was that that is, in a sense, a complete philosophy. Well, now, how does what Plato is saying in the Timaeus fit into that apparently already complete philosophy?
Well, I think it fits it like a hand fits into a glove, in that what you have in the Republic is a sketch of a program for a scientific, above all a mathematically scientific understanding of nature, which Plato begins to carry out or do his share of in the Timaeus. And indeed, it's the Timaeus which people went to as the statement of Plato's philosophy for a very long time, and it's really only a more recent development which has taken the Republic to be the work of Plato that you go and read. For a long time it was the Timaeus.
So what you're saying is that all that cosmology and science in the Timaeus, or you say Timaeus, I say Timaeus, taught in different schools, all that cosmology and science is the working out in practice of possibilities that were canvassed in the Republic.
Yes, and the Timaeus presents itself dramatically in its introduction as a continuation, in some sense, of the discussion in the Republic.
Yes.
And what's more, this research program, as I called it, that's announced in the Republic as to how astronomy should be done, how mathematical harmonics should be done, was actually done. And behind that academic research program is, that is the starting point of many of the very greatest achievements of Greek mathematical science, down to the astronomy of Ptolemy. Ptolemy's astronomy is the ultimate descendant of the astronomy that was done in the academy by these leading mathematicians that Plato gathered together there to show us a world where mathematical order is the governing principle that's the most important, must feature most importantly in your science. And since mathematical order is the expression for Plato of goodness and beauty, these sciences which show us the world as it is, objectively speaking, are simultaneously sciences of value. And that's how the metaphysical aspects of the Republic, this knowledge that the philosophers are to learn, can simultaneously be the foundation for a radical new kind of politics, because what the philosophers are learning before they come to rule the rest of us are sciences of value as well as fact.
Another of the dialogues, another of the later dialogues that you yourself have a particular reputation for knowing about in the academic world is the Theaetetus. Why have you specialized in that?
Because I find it endlessly exciting, and I've never plumbed to the bottom. Every time I go back to it, there seems to be more to discover about it. And I think many philosophers have found this is the dialogue that Leibniz translated, Berkeley wrote quite a lot about, Wittgenstein quoted. This is a dialogue which other philosophers have always found stimulating.
What's it about?
The question is, what is knowledge? And it's a large-scale exercise of the kind of Socratic discussion that went on in the early dialogues, but on a much bigger, grander scale. 3 answers are given. Knowledge is perception, knowledge is true judgment, knowledge is true judgment together with an account. Each of those answers is knocked down in true Socratic style. We're not told what Plato thinks knowledge is at the end, but we have learnt such an enormous amount about the problem and about the ramifications of the problem that we go away feeling the richer rather than the poorer.
There's no consensus to this day on what the precise nature of knowledge is, but I guess that the nearest we have to a generally accepted view is actually close to what you just said, namely that it's perception, something that's based on direct experience, plus our capacity to provide justification for it.
Ah, you've now produced an interesting solution to the problem we're left with at the end of the dialogue, namely all of those answers have been knocked down, taken separately. Socrates has refuted the thesis that knowledge is perception, refuted the thesis that knowledge is true judgment, refuted the thesis that that knowledge is true judgment with an account, and now you're suggesting that perhaps we could get a definition of knowledge by somehow putting all the elements of the three separate definitions together into one, and thereby making a theory of knowledge around a definition of knowledge. That would be a highly suitable response to this kind of dialogue, namely suggesting a definition of one's own in terms of what one's learnt from the dialogue.
We must, I think, bring this discussion to a close now, but before we do, I would like to ask you something about the influence of all this, because Plato must be either the most influential or one of the 2 or 3 most influential philosophers there have ever been. Can you say a little, if only briefly, about what the main lines of this influence have been?
I think it's important to remember there were 2 philosophies opposed to materialism in the ancient world. There was materialism in the form of the atomic doctrine held by Democritus and Epicurus, and there were the anti-materialist philosophers, Plato and Aristotle, both of whom are opposed to the suggestion that everything, life, order, mind, civilization, art, nature, can all be explained as the outcome of the movements of particles of matter subject just to the laws of motion and their own nature. Now, Aristotelianism is opposed to that sort of materialism, but Aristotelianism carries the war so far into the enemy camp that it's actually very hard to reconcile the Aristotelian philosophy with the modern scientific enterprise, which has a lot about atoms and the movements of particles of matter and all that sort of stuff. And indeed, I think it was no accident that when the modern scientific enterprise got going, it got going by throwing away the Aristotelianism, which had so dominated the Middle Ages. But Platonism is much easier to reconcile with the modern scientific enterprise, and that's why I think, since the Renaissance really, Platonism has lived on after the death of Aristotelianism, because that's a philosophy which you can use or be influenced by if you're seeking to show how scientific and spiritual values can be reconciled, if you want to do justice to the complexities of things where materialism is giving just too simple and simplistic a story.
And there's something very contemporary to us, isn't there, about the fact that Plato's cosmology and Plato's science is based on an essentially mathematical physics.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Bernier.
Thank you.
Our view of the philosophy of the ancient world is dominated by 2 figures, Plato and Aristotle. Plato is the first philosopher whose works have come down to us in the form in which he wrote them. Aristotle was one of his pupils. In fact, there's an extraordinary line of personal succession there, for just as Aristotle had been a pupil of Plato, so Plato had been a pupil of Socrates. In this program, we're going to look at Aristotle's work, whose greatness and influence rival those of any other philosophers. The son of a doctor, Aristotle was born in 384 BC, not in Athens, but he was sent to Athens to be educated, and at the age of 17 he became one of the pupils at Plato's academy. He stayed there for 20 years until the death of Plato in 347 BC. He was then uprooted and spent the next 12 years in political exile, a period in which he was primarily absorbed in biological researches, and even spent a short period as tutor to Alexander the Great. He then returned to Athens, and for another 12 years taught at a school which he founded himself, called the Lyceum. Then he went into exile again, but died only a year later in 322 BC, at the age of 62. Only about 1/5 of Aristotle's work has survived, but even that fills 12 volumes and touches on the whole range of what was available knowledge in his time. Unfortunately, all those works which he prepared for publication and which were praised throughout antiquity for their great beauty of style have been lost. All we have is what he wrote up from lecture notes, so it has none of the literary art of what we have of Plato's writings. But even so, there can be no doubting the quality or the influence of the thought. Here to discuss it with me is someone who established a reputation very young in Aristotle scholarship, Professor Martha Nussbaum of Brown University in the United States. Professor Nussbaum, can you start by telling us something about the ground covered by Aristotle's output?
Yes, we have here a philosophical achievement of tremendous range and complexity. We have fundamental work in all the sciences of his day, including especially the science of biology, where his contribution was unmatched for 1,000 years. Then work in general foundations of scientific explanation, general philosophy of nature. Work in metaphysics, including questions of substance, identity, continuity. Work on life and the mental faculties. And finally, we have terrific work in ethics and political theory, and work in rhetoric and the theory of literature.
It's an extraordinary fact, isn't it, that over this incomparable range he was regarded as the authority for hundreds upon hundreds of years during the Middle Ages.
Yes, and I think this actually gives us a great difficulty in approaching Aristotle's thought. We're so used to thinking of him, as you say, as an authority, as the philosopher, Dante's the master of those who know, sitting on his throne. And I think actually this prevents us from seeing that Aristotle is really one of the most flexible and open-ended of philosophers, one who views philosophy as an ongoing search to attend to all the complexities of human experience, and who never rests content but is searching for ever more adequate ways to bring that complexity into his thought.
Now, across the enormous range of his output, is there any one unifying factor or mode of approach that one can point to?
Well, Aristotle tells us that in every area, the philosopher's got to begin by setting down what he calls the appearances, then working through the puzzles that these present us with, and then coming back to them, saving, as he puts it, the greatest number and the most basic. To show you what this is, let me give you an example. Suppose you're a philosopher working on the problem of time. Now, what you'll do, according to Aristotle, is begin by setting down not only our perceptual experience concerning temporal succession and duration, but also our ordinary beliefs and what we say concerning time. You'll set all this down, then you'll see whether it presents you with any contradictions. And if you find contradictions there, then you'll go to work sifting and sorting out, and you'll try to see which of our beliefs are actually more basic than others, and you'll preserve those and then get rid of the ones that actually conflict with those, so that you come back in the end to ordinary discourse with increased structure and understanding.
But time, or anything else, isn't the same thing as our belief about time or anything else. Does he make a clear distinction between the world and our discourse about the world?
Well, here, his notion of appearances covers both our perceptual experience of the world and our ordinary sayings and beliefs. Now, it's a broad conception and one that admits of lots of further subdivisions, and certainly he's perfectly prepared to say that sometimes we will rely more on the experience of our senses and sometimes more on ordinary beliefs and sayings. But I think he's right to think that there's a general unifying notion here, because after all, our perception is interpretive and selective, and it's a part and parcel of our conceptual schemes and the ways that as human beings we make sense of the world.
Isn't there a danger, though, that this approach might be flat-footed or pedestrian? Because, I mean, if he always starts from our experience, our perceptions, and takes off from that and always, so to speak, returns to it at the end, doesn't that mean that the whole of his philosophy is confined to the surface of the world of experience, when what we feel we actually want is more like what Plato gives us, something that gets behind the surfaces or below the surfaces to a deeper, more underlying level, compared with which the surface is indeed superficial?
Yes, I think you're right to bring in Plato here, and it's certainly true that for Plato and lots of the tradition that preceded Plato, the dominant image of philosophy is one of going behind or getting out there, walking to the rim of the universe and staring beyond at some transcendent reality that's above and beyond our experience. But actually, I think Aristotle would have two things to say about that. First of all, he would say that our experience is an object of tremendous wonder, richness, beauty in its own right. And then, second, he will say that actually we never can coherently go beyond our experience, that the only project that we can really undertake is the mapping, the investigating of the area of our experience. Now let me give you an example of how he argues this point. And here, there's a fundamental principle in Aristotle's thought, which he calls the principle of non-contradiction. This is the principle that contradictory properties can't apply to the same subject at the same time in the same respect. For example, my dress cannot be both blue and not blue at the same time, in the same place, in the same respect, and so forth. Now, Aristotle says this is a very basic principle. It's so basic that we seem to use it whenever we think and speak. Now, how do we go about justifying such a fundamental principle, which is actually the most basic of all, as he puts it? Well, he tells us that we can't actually justify it from outside our experience, because in fact we use it in all our experience, in sorting out experience. But suppose that an opponent challenges it now. Now, Aristotle says at this point, you ask the opponent whether the opponent is prepared to say anything definite at all. Now, suppose he doesn't say anything. Well, then Aristotle says you can dismiss that person, because a person who doesn't say anything, insofar as he doesn't say anything, is pretty well like a vegetable. Well now, suppose, on the other hand, the opponent does say something, and it's something definite. Then, says Aristotle, you can actually show that person that in saying anything definite at all, he or she is in fact making use of that very principle that the person is challenging, because in asserting something definite, you've got to be at the same time ruling something out, at the very least the contradictory of what you've been asserting in the first place.
It's easy to see how fundamental logical principles like this can be, and indeed are, inherent in all our discourse, but not how they could provide a foundation for the kind of knowledge it is that Aristotle is seeking.
Well, I think Aristotle here is eager to say that we cannot provide for any principle a foundation that does stand altogether outside our discourse and our conceptual schemes. And he gives a further reason for this when he gives his general account of discourse. His general account says that we can designate in speech a thing only when it is actually impinged on the experience of one of us, somebody in our linguistic community. For example, he says we can signal thunder in discourse only when somebody hears a noise in the clouds, and at that point we're able to use the name thunder to refer to that noise, and then at that point we can start asking, what is that thing there? What explains it? And we can go on to inquire more about what it is. But now suppose we tried to stand altogether outside of experience and find some entity or entities that actually had never entered the experience of any human being at all. Let's take, for example, Plato's forms. Now, Aristotle says, look here, Plato tries to hang philosophy on forms like the form of the white, which actually is imagined to be not the color of any real body at all, but just a white itself out there. Now that, he says, is actually meaningless nonsense talk. He says Plato's forms, in that sense, are like meaningless syllables you say to yourself when you're singing to yourself, because we can't actually talk about things that haven't entered our experience at all.
But if inquiry is confined solely to the world of experience, why doesn't all of it come under the rubric of what we now call science? I mean, what is specifically philosophical about it?
Well, of course, science and philosophy are not very sharply distinguished by Aristotle, but I think what he would say is that there is a general search for a structure of explanation that's common to all the scientific areas. And in his work, The Posterior Analytics, he provides an account of how the philosopher will search for what he calls episteme, or scientific understanding, in every area whatever. And in every area, the philosopher is supposed to find certain principles that are prior, that are known first and more basic than the others, from which, as conclusions of a deductive argument, the conclusions of that science will follow. Now here, he says we have a faculty by which we're equipped to have insight into the fundamental first principles. And I want to pause here for a minute, because I think this is also something that's been badly misunderstood about Aristotle. This is a faculty which is called intellect or nous, a rather famous term in his thought.
Nous being the Greek word.
Nous being the Greek word for intellect or mind. And Aristotle says that it's with this faculty of mind that we grasp first principles. Now, for centuries, this was thought to be a special faculty of intellectual intuition by which we could step outside the sphere of our experience and apprehend, as it were, prior to all experience, the first principles of science. Now, I think you can see already why I want to say Aristotle would be opposed to that kind of foundation for science. But in fact, recent people who've been working on the text of the Posterior Analytics have argued quite successfully that that's also a bad reading of the text, that in reality what nous is a kind of insight we get into the explanatory role, the fundamental status of a principle, by our experience in using it to give scientific explanations.
Aristotle wasn't he, the first major Western thinker to actually try and map out the separate sciences. In fact, he gave some of them the names that we use to this day.
Yes, and I think that's true, and I think his work has still been of importance for people working in those sciences, particularly in the science of biology, and where his work on explanation has recently come to be extremely important and interesting.
Now, can you give an example of the way he would go about, as it were, isolating a subject area as a single field of inquiry?
All right, well, I'm going to give an example that's, in our view, wouldn't be from one of the sciences as we think of it, but a very general inquiry that he has in his work on metaphysics into what he calls substance. Now, this is
wait a minute, I must interrupt you here, because I think this word metaphysics, which we're going to hear a lot of, ought to be explained. Can you explain the word?
Well, its origin is disappointingly trivial. That is, in an ancient edition of Aristotle's work, the editor put the work that had the title metaphysics after the work that was called physics or natural explanation, and the title simply means what comes after the work called physics.
It means the book after the book
after
on
the
physics.
book on physics, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what does the word itself come to mean in philosophy?
Well, it's hard to give a single account of this, but roughly one might say, I think, that what metaphysics does is not to isolate one range of things and inquire into those, but to pursue some perfectly general questions that might be asked about anything, whatever, questions about identity, continuity, logical form, and so forth.
The fundamental constituents of the world that we experience.
Yeah.
Space, time, matter, etc.
The questions that pertain to any object,
Absolutely
whatever
anything
that
at all.
exists.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Now, central in this whole project is the question which Aristotle calls the question about substance. Now, I want to start by trying to ask what this question means, because I think we don't very naturally have an intuitive sense about what a question about substance could possibly be. Now, if we read what Aristotle writes and try to reconstruct what his questions are, I think we find that there are really two questions which he holds together quite closely. The first is a question about change, and the second is a question about identity. Now, the question about change is this. Of course, in our experience, we come in contact all the time with things that are changing, that are the leaf buds, turns green, turns yellow, then withers. A child is born, grows mature, withers, dies. Now, the question is, if we're to talk about these changing things, there still must be some it that remains the same while the attributes of the thing are changing, or it'll be very difficult for us to talk about it. So the question that Aristotle asks here is, what are the more continuous, more persisting things on which we can anchor our discourse about change, things which themselves persist while properties or attributes are changing? Now, the second question, which he calls the what is it question, I call the question about identity, goes like this. Supposing I point at some object in my experience, say Bryan Magee, and I say, all right, what is this really? Now, what I'm asking here is, which of the many properties that you have, which impress themselves on my senses, are the more fundamental ones, the ones that you couldn't cease to have without ceasing to be yourself? You know, now clearly you could change your jacket, put on a different color of clothing, and you would still be Bryan Magee. On the other hand, it's not so clear that you could cease to be human or cease to be made of flesh and blood without ceasing to be yourself, without, in fact, being dead. So Aristotle's question about identity is the search for which are the parts or elements in the thing which do play that very fundamental role.
And they have to play two roles, isn't that right? I mean, which are the characteristics that are absolutely inherently fundamental to any object to make it be that object? Mm-hmm. And secondly, what are the characteristics that persist through any change so that the identity of the changing object remains the same?
Yes, well, Aristotle wants to hold these questions tightly together, and I think there's a good reason for that, because as he sees it, to single out what it is that underlies change, that persists through change, you have to single out something with a definite identity, something about which you could answer the what is it question, something that is structured enough, definite enough to be the subject of some discourse about change. On the other hand, if we're going to talk about the what is it question, we better have as our answer something that itself is persistent enough. It's not always going out of existence while we're actually talking about what it is. Now, early philosophers before Aristotle had not always held these questions so closely together, or they had focused on one and given strange answers as a result to the other. Let me give you two examples. Some early natural philosophers were led seeing that it looked to them like matter was the most persistent stuff. I mean, they could see that trees, children, animals were born out of material stuff, and then when they died, what was left around was, again, material stuff. They concluded that matter was the basic underlying principle of change, and then they seemed to conclude from that that matter was also what things really are in some fundamental way. So they took an answer to the first question, and without much further reflection, they plugged it into the second one. Now, on the other side is an explanation given by some Platonist theories, I won't say by Plato himself, but one that Aristotle finds in Plato's school, which focuses on the identity question and tries to explain the identities of things in terms of their relation to certain stable immaterial objects, the forms, in something like this way. They'll say, well, you, Bryan Magee, are brown in color because of your relation to the form of the brown. You are human because of some relation in which you stand to the form of the human, and so forth. Now, it's Aristotle's view that we've got to start in answering this second person. I'm going to talk about the second person first and then come back to the materialists. We've got to start by distinguishing those two kinds of properties that you have, because the property of having brown color on you is a property that precisely is on, or as it were, residing in you. That is, it's one you could easily lose without ceasing to be yourself. Whereas, as he would say, the property of being human is not like that. It's not one that you could lose without ceasing to be yourself. So in his early work, The Categories, he distinguishes these two sorts of properties, the ones that are simply in the subject, and the ones that, as he puts it, reveal the being, the what is it, of the subject.
I think it's worth me interrupting at this point to make it clear to the people listening to this discussion that as an approach which is adopted to absolutely everything, which Aristotle did, this makes it possible for us to describe, as it were, the whole of reality, or the whole of any given reality. That is to say that you first of all, you pick out something, anything. It can be a dog, a table, a person, any material object, anything you like. You identify something, and then you say something about it. You either attribute characteristics to it, or you describe it as doing something, or describe it as having something done to it. So this double-barreled approach, that you identify a subject and then you predicate something of it, this subject-predicate approach has been believed by thinkers ever since to be an approach that makes possible the description of everything, the description of a whole world. In fact, it's become built into our language and our logic, hasn't it?
Yes, but I think here what Aristotle wants to insist on is that not all predicates are on the same level, that there are some which simply are predicated of a subject that we've already picked out and identified, but there are these other ones like human being or dog or tree, which are fundamental in identifying the subject in the first place. We cannot pick out a bare subject and then tag predicates onto it, but the subject itself has to be identified under some description, and it's natural kind terms that play the fundamental role here. But of course, we still haven't answered the materialists, and we still haven't said, in the notion of human being, what is the fundamental analysis of human being that will give us the what is it of the subject. So now this is what Aristotle later goes on to do.
And this what is it question again applies to everything, doesn't it? I mean, it's Aristotle's attempt to actually discover the true nature of the identity of things, of whatever exists, including us.
Yes, it is. I think living substances and to some extent also artifacts play a very central role here. And what he wants to now ask is, all right, we've now gotten to the point where we see that notions that we call natural kinds, notions like human being, dog, or statue, say, play a fundamental role in identifying subjects in the world. Now we have to ask more precisely what they are. Are they, is it to be a human being? Is it to be a certain sort of material, or is it to be a certain structure? And in the metaphysics, he argues that what a substance is fundamentally not some material stuffs or constituents, but it fundamentally is a certain sort of order or structure, which he calls a form. Now, by that, he doesn't mean simply shape or configuration, but he means, in the case of, say, Bryan Magee, the way you're organized to function. Your form is an organized set of functional capabilities that you've got to have so long as you're in existence. Now, he gives us 3 reasons for thinking that your materials couldn't be what it is to be you. Now, first of all, in the case of you and other living things, matter is always going in and out. It's always changing. And of course, you do change your material constituents very, very often without ceasing to be yourself. But second, even if that's not the case, say with an artifact, our conception of an artifact is that so long as its functional structure remains the same, we could always replace bits of the matter without having a different thing on our hands. We could take a ship and replace some of its planks. So long as it remained that functional structure, serving the function of a ship, we would still have the same entity on our hands. Finally, he argues that matter is just not definite enough to be what a thing really is. Matter is just a lump or heap of stuff. And so we couldn't say you are some stuff or other, but it's only when we've identified the structure that the stuff constitutes that we can even go on to say something intelligent about the stuff itself.
Let me just go over those again, because I think they're arguments of a very fundamental kind. He says, first of all, Socrates, I think the actual example he takes is Socrates, isn't it? Socrates cannot consist of the matter that goes to make up his body, because this matter is constantly changing, and in fact changes completely several times in the course of Socrates' life, but he's still the same Socrates throughout that life, so he can't just be the matter of which he consists. But secondly, this applies to species as a whole. A dog can't just be a dog in virtue of the matter of which it consists, because different dogs are different. I mean, some are brown, some are black, some are white. They're different colours, different shapes, different sizes, different weights, but they're all dogs. So they can't be dogs in virtue of the matter of which they consist. And thirdly, just a heap of matter without any abstract qualities such as organisation or structure or form isn't a dog or a person or a shoe or a house or anything. It is just a heap, and that anything can only be anything at all by virtue of its structure, its form, its function. Is that right?
Yeah, well, your second one adds a further argument, actually, that I didn't mention. Yes, the different species members are all, of course, differently constituted material. That would be one further reason for rejecting the idea that matter gives us a perfectly general account of what it is to be a member of that species. But then I want to add the further point that even when the matter, in fact, doesn't vary, still our conception of what it is to be a certain sort of thing, say a ship, doesn't identify it with the matter, and we can see that by performing a thought experiment that says if you replace the material bits, just so long as you have continuity of functional structure, then you still have the same thing on your hands.
But now, isn't this bringing Aristotle dangerously close to Plato's theory of forms, which he's rejected? Because isn't he now saying a dog isn't a dog by virtue of the matter of which it consists, it's a dog by virtue of its dogness, its abstract dogness. Isn't he in that position, or dangerously close to it?
Well, of course, here we get to a very difficult area about what exactly form is, and I think no two philosophers are going to be in precise agreement about the interpretation on this. But let me try to say what I think. Now, I think, first of all, it's quite clear that, unlike Plato, he makes the form something immanent to the particular. It does not exist apart from that particular perceptible dog in some heavenly realm of dogness, but it's just there. It's what the dog in fact is. It's not separate from the dog.
In other words, it's not an otherworldly
spirit,
as it were.
It's right there. It's what the dog really is. It is that dog. Now, the second thing, I believe that the Aristotelian forms are individuals. That is, they're particulars and not universals. That is to say, even though the definition of the doggy form of each dog, if I take 5 dogs, I'm going to get only one definition of what it is to be a dog for all of them. Still, if I ask how many examples of doggy form do I have here, well, the answer is the number is 5. I mean, just as many dogs as there are. Each one, although quite like in quality, will be exactly 1 in number, as he puts it. That'd be, we count forms by counting the number of substances that we have on our hands.
I must say it seems to me, even sort of getting on for 3,000 years later, that these arguments against materialism are devastating. Do you think that Aristotle has effectively ever been answered by materialist philosophers?
No, I don't think he has. And I think what I find so powerful about these arguments is that he starts arguing against materialism not only within the context of philosophy of mind, and not only by picking out some special characteristics of the mental which make it different from everything else, but precisely here by developing these general theories of identity and substance, which show why, for things quite generally, including artifacts, material reductionism is not a good way to go.
Now, can you give us an example of an actual area in which Aristotle puts this approach to work and starts identifying in some specific field what sorts of things there are?
Well, now we can turn, I think, to an area that's really very close to his general metaphysics, since his general metaphysics is already concerned quite closely, as we see with things like human beings, dogs, and other natural entities, to the area of philosophy of nature. Now here, Aristotle is interested in trying to say what kinds of explanations the philosopher of nature can give across the board, how many kinds of explanations the philosopher is going to find useful. He tells us that philosophy, in fact, begins with a sense of wonder before the world of nature, that when we see the world, we're struck by awe and wonder because we see these wonderful things going on and we can't understand why they work as they do. He says it's rather like seeing a puppet show where you see these mechanisms moving and you know that behind there must be some hidden mechanism that explains why it moves as it does, but you don't know yet what it is and you want to search and find out. Now, the question is, what kind of explanation are you searching for when you ask this why question? Why does it work as it does? Now, here Aristotle thinks that lots of philosophers have been too simple because they fail to notice how many different ways we ask and answer these why questions. And he wants to say that there's not just one kind of explanation that's useful here, but in fact, an open-ended list, but at any rate, at least 4 types seem to him to be quite important. Now, these are, of course, the famous 4 causes. We hear about Aristotle's 4 causes. I think it's important to say that those are really 4 kinds of explanations that
there are
we
4
give.
because.
4 because, yes, that's good.
Yes.
4 kinds of answers to why questions. And of course, they're called the material cause. And here the material form of explanation says, say we take the question, why does a tree grow as it does? Well, the material explanation will say, the tree grows as it does because it's made of such and such materials. Now that form of explanation is very useful and interesting, but we can already guess that Aristotle is going to think it can't do the work alone without this other kind of explanation, which he calls the formal explanation, that says the tree grows as it does because it's structured in such and such a way. That is its form. So you see here the link with the metaphysical arguments. Then there's a third kind called the efficient cause or efficient explanation, which says the tree grows as it does because various things from the environment push it in certain ways, perhaps the incoming materials or the earth and so on, push it from behind in such and such ways. Then the last one, which I think has been the most misunderstood one, is the one that he calls the final cause, and which we often call the teleological form of explanation, because it refers to an end or telos towards which the thing moves. Now this says the tree grows as it does for the sake of becoming a certain sort of mature tree. In other words, things in nature are always moving towards the flourishing of their adult condition. Now,
there's a mystical or magical element in that doesn't appear in any of the others, or there seems to be.
Well, see, that I think, I want to say that's a misunderstanding too. First of all, Aristotle's not saying that there's anything magical out there in the future that goes down and pulls the tree towards its future form, as it were, from the future, exerting a causal pull from the future. No, it's all quite natural. It's happening within the tree itself. It's a way of talking about the plastic and resourceful behavior of living things. It's a way of offering a unified account of the way that things like trees, in a variety of different natural circumstances, always move in the way that promotes their continued life and their development towards their mature form. So you see, it's saying that in a variety of different climates and weathers, the tree will always move towards the sun and its roots will go towards water and the source of nourishment. And that's a perfectly general explanation which will give us a way of understanding the variety of the different things that the tree does. So you see, in that there's nothing supernatural. There also isn't anything that refers to powers of mind or desire inside the tree itself. It's just a way of talking about the resourcefulness of natural movement.
Now, a lot of scholars have accredited to Aristotle the notion that there are souls in everything. Do you think they've understood him correctly? And is that part of his teleological explanation?
No, I think they have misunderstood the way he uses teleological explanations. I think he uses them only for living beings in the first place. I don't think he uses teleological explanations at all for things like eclipses, thunderstorms, and so on. In fact, he says that eclipse is not for the sake of anything. But in the case of living beings, it's not a matter of mind or soul in our sense, where that seems to imply some power of mind. It's a matter of the general character of what has life. Now we get to his work on life. Now, this word, life, is often translated by our word soul. And he wrote a work that was called On Psyche, which really means on life or the principle of life, and it's usually translated in English as on the soul. Now, in reality, I think our word soul contains so many connotations of spirituality and mentality that it's misleading to use that word here. And we had better think of this as a general inquiry into life and the living. What Aristotle tries to do in this work is ask and answer the question, what is the animating principle in living things of many different kinds, including plants, animals, human beings? Can we give some general account of what it is to be alive? And the answer he gives is that the animating principle is the form of a living body that's potentially organized so as to function, exercise the functions of life. Now, by form, of course, he means not mere shape or configuration, but as we've already seen, he means a kind of functional structure or organization. So what it would be for you, Bryan Magee, to be alive would be to be organized so that you can nourish yourself, so that you can perceive, think, exercise all the functions that are characteristic of your type of life. And what Aristotle is saying is that this is an organization of matter. I mean, it's got to be realized at every point in some matter, but it's that organization that's your life. It's not the matter that makes it up. So that when you lose those functional structures that you would be dead.
And he applied the same principle to non-living things, didn't he? I remember there's one point in his writings where he says that if an axe had a soul, then that soul would be cutting. In other words, what he's saying is that somehow the essence of an axe, for example, is what it does, is its function. Isn't that right?
Yeah. Now, he uses that, of course, counterfactually. He says, if it had.
Yes.
And the way he uses it is to illustrate this point that by form, he doesn't just mean the axe-like shape, and he doesn't mean the fact that it's made of such and such metal, but he means the power to exercise certain functions. So this is a way of giving us some insight into the more mysterious case of the living creature, that what it would be for that creature to have a certain animating principle is, of course, not for you, Bryan Magee, to have exactly a certain shape, because of course you could change your shape without being dead.
I've done it frequently. Yeah.
And but what it is, of course, is to have that power to function in various ways, and it's losing that you would be dead.
Yeah. Now, we've covered a lot of ground, and even so, it touches on only a tiny fraction of Aristotle's output. That's inevitable in the short time that we have. But can you take 3 paces back from what we've been talking about and draw some implications from it to modern philosophy? What contemporary concerns in philosophy are being directly influenced by Aristotle's work?
Well, I think one is the one we've just been discussing, in fact, the philosophy of life. And here we call this area the philosophy of mind, cordoning off in a way that Aristotle wouldn't do the mental powers of perception and thought from the rest of the functions of life. But I think in his general work on life, he has some very important conclusions for contemporary philosophy of mind. He tries to show us how material reductionism that says that perception is simply a material process of a certain sort is inadequate to explain the functional characteristics of life. And on the other hand, in order to reject material reductionism, we don't have to introduce some mysterious immaterial entities. But what we want to say is that perception is a process that cannot be reduced to a material process because it's realized in always different matter, and because the notion of intentionality and outward focusing is fundamental to the correct characterization of the sort of awareness perception is. But on the other hand, it's not anything mysterious or separate from matter either, but it is a function that's always, as he puts it, constituted in matter, realized in some matter or other.
That seems to me to be an idea of fundamental importance, which still isn't universally understood, that we are not confronted with the choice between being either materialists on the one hand and believing in some, as it were, spiritual or abstract realm on the other. There is a third way of explanation of our experience, and it is, as you're suggesting, a way that Aristotle pioneered.
Yes.
Now, there's something we haven't touched on in this discussion at all, but I think we must say something about it, and that is Aristotle's writing on ethics. I don't think it would be any exaggeration to say that he's the most influential moral philosopher that there's ever been. Now, can you tell us something about where his gigantic influence in this field springs from?
I think his influence, to me, springs first of all from the question that he begins with. Many moral philosophers begin by making a sharp distinction between the sphere of the moral and all the rest of human life. And they begin ethics with the question, what is my duty, or what is my moral duty? Now, Aristotle begins instead with a much more general question. That is, what is it to lead a good human life? And this allows him to investigate the areas that we would associate with the moral alongside and in their relation to other areas of human life, such as intellectual commitment, personal love, and friendship, and to ask subtle questions about their interrelationships and what it would be to construct a good life out of all these elements.
So he has a very rich sense of what morality consists in. That's a contrast with some other very famous moral philosophers, isn't it? For example, the utilitarians thought that the single measure of all moral behavior was happiness or pain, and that you could chart the desirability or non-desirability of all moral action on one single measuring rod, which was named happiness. Now, Aristotle was very alive to the fact that you couldn't do that, wasn't he?
Yes, you've mentioned the image of the measuring rod. That's a very important one for Aristotle. Now, in fact, it's not only that he refuses to reduce the many things of value to one single measure, but he also wants to say that even in each area, you can't approach a complex context with a straight edge, so to speak. He gives this image, and he says that just as an architect is not going to try to measure a complex fluted column with a straight ruler, so too the ethical judge is not going to take a simple and inflexible set of rules into the complexities of a practical situation. Instead, just as the architect measures with a flexible strip of metal, which, as he puts it, bends to the shape of the stone and is not fixed, even so, you or I, coming into a complex ethical situation, have to have our faculties, as it were, open and responsive, ready to shape ourselves to the complex, perhaps non-repeatable demands of this particular situation. And as he says, the discrimination rests with perception, which is going to be prior to any rules at all.
And another thing that impresses me very much about Aristotle's moral philosophy is his firm grasp of the fact that we don't, as it were, control our own moral environment, that we can't be, as the later Stoics wanted us to be, entirely self-contained moral entities, and we can't be, as perhaps the Epicureans later wanted, we can't be detached moral entities. We live in a moral environment which buffets us about and that we can't entirely master. He seems to have understood that.
Yes, I think he's understood it better than almost any philosopher who's written in this area, that the good life for a human being, if it's to be rich enough to include everything that's of value, say, for example, personal love and friendship, has got to be vulnerable to many factors that we don't altogether control, and that any attempt to close off those areas of vulnerability is going to result in an impoverishment of our life.
And do you think he had anything like the notion of moral luck, which philosophers have written about in recent years?
Yes, I think he does. That is, he certainly does ask the question, which features of the good life are not under our control, and how can not only our ability to act virtuously, but actually our virtuous character itself be shaped and altered by factors that we don't control? Now, I think myself, he doesn't go quite far enough here, because he's so interested in describing a good life that's harmonious and balanced. That is, his image is always of a life where there are many components that's very rich in different sorts of value, but where everything is engineered and balanced together in harmony. And I think this prevents him from doing justice to the way that certain constituents of a life, if properly pursued in all their depth, actually can have it in them to challenge and call into question all the others that, say, take the way that deep love can sometimes threaten and oppose virtue. I think this is something that Aristotle is very silent on. It's an area of moral luck, which I would regard as very important, that he actually says nothing about. In fact, he has almost nothing at all to say about erotic love. I think because he's so interested in having something that's harmonious and balanced.
Now, up to this point in our discussion, we've been so concerned to get across some of the really important ideas that he put forward that we haven't stopped to critically evaluate them, but you've now put your finger on one aspect of his thought, which is, in your view, a shortcoming. What are one or two of the other major respects in which you think Aristotle's open to criticism?
Well, I think one of the major areas is his political theory. Now, I think there are a lot of good things here, and among the good things is an account of politics or the role of government as providing all the necessary conditions to each citizen for the living of a rich and good human life, an account of the good as based on a variety of different functionings that actually go to constitute a good human life. But the problem comes with his account of who it is who's to be a citizen. And here he has a very narrow-minded attitude towards the foreigner, towards women.
But isn't it being unfairly anachronistic to condemn Aristotle from our position now in the 20th century for having undervalued women or undervalued the lower orders or undervalued foreigners? Because after all, didn't more or less everybody at that time think in that way?
No, I don't think so. Certainly on the issue of slavery, he's opposed to some more radical positions that would say that all slavery is unjust. He knows those positions, he argues against them. And in the case of women, well, I mean, first of all, just in his biology of women, he rejects theories that are vastly more informed and more correct than his about the contribution of women to reproduction. You know, he thinks that a woman doesn't actually contribute any formal characteristics to the offspring. Well, even Democritus
she's just
knew
a sort of conduit
better than
for
that.
for the offspring.
And in politics, of course, Plato was able to take a position of detachment towards women that did come to the conclusion that we better educate each individual person in the state according to that person's personal capabilities. And that meant to Plato that women ought to be given the chance to be assessed as individuals and to be educated accordingly.
Thank you very much, Martha Nussbaum.
Thank you, Bryan.
For purposes of teaching, it's customary to divide history, at least the history of the West, into certain very broad periods, such as ancient, medieval, and modern. And we do exactly the same thing with philosophy. We talk of ancient philosophy, medieval philosophy, and modern philosophy. And you'll find that most histories of philosophy are divided into those three sections. Ancient philosophy is dominated by the writings of two people, Plato and Aristotle. Of course, there were other important and interesting philosophers in the ancient world, not only before Plato and Aristotle, but also after them. But no one who has left writings of comparable quantity, caliber, and influence. If you went to a university to study ancient philosophy, you'd find yourself spending most of your time, and perhaps even all of it, on the work of those two philosophers. You'd then probably skip straight from Aristotle to modern philosophy, jumping over the medieval period entirely. Medieval philosophy has for a long time been the Cinderella of the subject's history, and we're talking now about a period of 1,000 years or more, from the fall of the Roman Empire to the Renaissance. I think the chief reason for this is that throughout that period, virtually every important philosopher was an ecclesiastic, whereas in the century or two leading up to our own time, there's been a widespread reaction against religion, especially against its hold on thought. During that reaction, medieval philosophers came under suspicion of not pursuing the truth wherever it might lead, but of trying to find good reasons for what they believed already. Like most reactions, including healthy ones, this one went too far. The greatest medieval philosophers were true giants, doing genuine philosophy as we understand it today, and we can still learn a lot from them. As in the case of ancient philosophy, among the medieval philosophers there are also two figures who stand out from the rest, though in this case they're at almost opposite ends of the period from each other. St. Augustine was born in North Africa in the year 354 AD and died there in 430. Two of his books are still universally acknowledged as being among the world's great literature, the Confessions and The City of God. The other figure of comparable stature is Thomas Aquinas, who was born in Italy in the year 1225 and died there in 1274. He was a much more technical sort of philosopher than Augustine. His most famous works are two enormous compendia, one called Summa contra Gentiles, which has been translated into English under the title On the Truth of the Catholic Faith, and the other Summa Theologiae, or Summary of Theology. The death of St. Augustine and the fall of the Roman Empire were followed by the period we call the Dark Ages. During those centuries, it was as much as the literate and learned in Western Europe could do to cling to the remnants of civilization. They saw their role as essentially preservative, and for a long time scarcely any new intellectual work of lasting importance was done. During the 700 years from Augustine to Anselm, there was only one philosopher of the front rank, John the Scot, who lived in the 9th century. But once we get to Anselm in the 11th century, we embark on a steady flow of significant thinkers. Just a few of the names are Abelard in the 12th century, Roger Bacon and Thomas Aquinas in the 13th, then Duns Scotus, followed by William of Ockham, and then the medieval period itself is beginning to come to an end. To tell us a little about this long but unfamiliar and fascinating period in philosophy's history, I've invited the Master of Balliol College, Oxford, Anthony Kenny, one of the few contemporary philosophers to have written extensively about medieval philosophy, and himself a former Roman Catholic priest. Anthony Kenny, before we start talking about specific issues or the work of individual philosophers, is there anything you'd like to add to that very brief sketch map of the period that I put forward just now?
I'd agree with your choice of two philosophers to sum up the achievement of the Middle Ages, Augustine and Aquinas. But they're both very different people. Augustine is a solitary thinker, somebody whose best-known work, as you said, is an autobiography, his Confessions, a book drawing enormously on his own meditation, his own reading of the Bible, his own interior life. Aquinas is very different. He lives, as you said, at a much later period. And Aquinas is not a solitary figure. He is somebody right in the middle of a religious and academic tradition. He's one of the great order of Dominican friars. He lived his life within communities of friars. He's also a university teacher. One of his great achievements was the production of these two magnificent university textbooks. That's what his great works are. They're essentially university textbooks. An enormous contrast with Augustine, who was such a lonely figure that at the end of his life, when he was a bishop, he was the only man in the whole town who had any books at all.
These are, in fact, two perennial types of the philosopher, aren't they? The lonely, isolated, introspective thinker and the institution man, the university teacher.
Yes, as you go on in the history of philosophy, you find people falling into these two types. In the pattern of Augustine, you have the solitary geniuses like Descartes and Spinoza, spinning their thought out of their own heads, as it were. You also have the learned university professors like Kant and Hegel, developing systems which were then to be handed on and modified to pupils and later generations of philosophers.
Now, it's during the period that we're discussing, the Middle Ages, that universities were invented. And this very fact had a simply enormous influence on philosophy, didn't it, and the way it was taught, the way it was studied. Can you say a little bit about that?
Yes, I think that is one of the most important contributions of the Middle Ages to philosophy, is that it founded the university. By university, meaning a corporation of people engaged professionally, full-time, on the teaching of a corpus of knowledge, handing it on to their pupils, having an agreed syllabus, having agreed methods of teaching, and having very high professional standards. It's very remarkable thing how professional philosophy was in the Middle Ages. First of all, there's just the enormous output of the philosophers. Aquinas wrote, at about the lowest estimate, 8 million words. There are a number of other disputed works which might bring it up to 11 million. Yeah. Now, 8 million words is a lot to write. The whole of the surviving works of Aristotle are only 1 million words. The whole of the surviving works of Plato are only 500,000. Aquinas, in quite a short lifetime, writes 8 million words. And they're not words just tossed off. They're words that scholars to this day can argue about the meaning of. So the output is enormous. The rigor is very great. Aquinas' works bear the stamp of the medieval technique of disputation. It was one of the great medieval methods of teaching. The teacher would put up 2 of his pupils, a senior and a junior one. The senior pupil would have to defend some particular thesis, for instance, that the world was not created in time, or, for that matter, the world was created in time. The opposite thesis would have to be presented and the main thesis attacked by one of the other pupils. The 2 would argue it out with each other. They had to argue according to strict logical rules, and then the teacher would settle the dispute, try to bring out what was true in what had been said by one, what was wrong in the criticisms made by the others. And if you open St. Thomas's Summa Theologiae, though it's not itself a record of live disputations, it bears the stamp of that. Whenever Aquinas is going to present a particular doctrine or philosophical thesis or theological thesis, he begins by presenting 3 of the strongest arguments he can think of against the truth of that thesis. A marvelous intellectual discipline. It prevents you from taking things for granted, makes you think, now, who have I got to convince of what, and what are the strongest things they could say on the other side? Those are 2 of the things, the voluminous output, the rigorous method of presentation. Then there's the syllabus. A university syllabus means that you have a lot of topics which anybody going to university is expected to learn, a corpus of knowledge that they're expected to master, a state of the art which they have to reach, and then they add their own little bit, their own little stone to the cairn of the scientific edifice, and then hand it on to their pupils, hopefully enhanced, but it must be preserved. Now, in the Middle Ages, the syllabus is set especially by the surviving works of Aristotle. Aristotle's works at the beginning of the High Middle Ages were translated into Latin. Very few of the great medieval philosophers could read Greek, but they had good translations of Aristotle, and they worked away to extract all the knowledge that it was possible to extract from Aristotle and then develop it.
Now, before we come to the content of this, there's one other question I want to put to you about the period as a whole. And it may sound, at first blush, rather a parochial question, but it could possibly have an interesting explanation by way of answer. I think any British person coming to the study of medieval philosophy is likely to be struck by how very many of the leading figures either came from the British Islands or spent a very significant part of their career here, say something like Archbishop of Canterbury. I mean, that's true of those I mentioned in my introduction. It's true of John the Scot, St. Anselm, Roger Bacon, Duns Scotus, William of Ockham. Is it sheer coincidence, or is there actually an interesting explanation for it?
I think it is a striking fact, but I think that it's an optical illusion if it suggests that there was something especially British about philosophy in the
I wasn't suggesting that.
In the Middle Ages. Yes. It's true that a lot of the philosophers spent some of their time in Britain and that some of them were British by birth. But after all, Anselm, one of your figures, was in fact an Italian, and Duns Scotus and William of Ockham spent quite a lot of their time on the continent. The reason why, if you picked any country, you would be able to say quite a number of the great philosophers spent time here, was because the European university community in the Middle Ages was very much a European community. The Christendom, the nations of Christianity, were all a single academic community. Somebody graduating in one university would go and teach in another university. All the universities spoke a common language, the Latin of the church, and there was a great deal of academic migration, at least in the early Middle Ages. Later on, you get nationalistic wars like the 100 Years' War between England and France. That means that you get an interruption of travel. You get the development of the vernacular literatures, which means that people, even if they go on speaking Latin, are beginning to think in English. It's a significant fact, I think, that the last of the really great medieval philosophers was John Wycliffe, just after William of Ockham. And he was also, of course, is well known for the translation of the Bible into English, whether he did it himself or whether he got a gang of his pupils to do it. He was the inspiration of the translation of the Bible. He stands at the end of the international Latin academic community and at the beginning of the gradual fission of the different national cultures in their own languages.
Now, one concern that was perennial throughout the Middle Ages among philosophers, and you just started to touch on this earlier, was the desire to reconcile the great classic philosophers of ancient Greece, Plato in the earlier Middle Ages, predominantly perhaps Aristotle in the later Middle Ages, with the Christian religion, wasn't it? That was something they were preoccupied with from beginning to end. Can you say something about that?
That was particularly so with regard to Aquinas and those who succeeded him. Augustine was much more interested, I think, in the philosophy of Plato than he was of Aristotle, and he was very much more interested in the Bible as a source of knowledge and information than he was in any philosopher at all. Augustine's presence broods over the whole of the Middle Ages, and he's regarded by the later medieval philosophers as, you might say, the best codification of all the religious knowledge that's to be found in the Christian tradition, through the Bible, in St. Paul, and then through St. Augustine. But then when Aristotle is translated into Latin, they begin to realize in the 12th and 13th centuries that there's another great corpus of information about the world, about human beings, about why we're here, about where we're going, what we should do. And that is the philosophy of the ancients, and especially of Aristotle. Aristotle was a genius in so many different ways. He founded so many of the disciplines that later grew into branches of philosophy and later grew into branches of science, such as logic, metaphysics, biology, psychology, botany, meteorology. All these and many others are sciences which really began with Aristotle. And the most mature version of these sciences available to the early Middle Ages was the presentation of Aristotle.
I was going to ask you a question which bears on that. The question really is this: why did they care? Because of their commitment to the Christian religion, were they not of the view that Christianity provided them with all the knowledge of the nature of things that they already needed?
Christianity provided them with enough knowledge for salvation, that the humble washerwoman who knew the truths of the Christian faith and was completely ignorant of the science of the ancients, she had just as much chance of getting to heaven and living in glory with God as somebody as learned as Thomas Aquinas. But it would be quite wrong to think of people like Aquinas as having only their eye on religion. They were men of intellectual curiosity who wanted to know all they could about human beings and about the world. Of course, they were interested in human beings and the world as God's creatures, but they thought that God had not only things to tell the world through the sacred books like the Bible, but that we could learn a great deal about God's plans by looking at God's own creation, by looking at the world and what the different sciences could tell us about them.
I think something that struck me very heavily when I came to read medieval philosophy for the first time was how much of it didn't have to do with religion. Mm-hmm. I mean, how much really solid work in logic there is, how much linguistic analysis of a very modern-seeming kind to us there is, and then work in things like mechanics or psychology. I mean, the field is enormously wide, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It's the germ of many of the sciences which now have set up house on their own, after the Renaissance set up as disciplines on their own. They're all to be found, as it were, children growing up in this great household of philosophy in the Middle Ages. The titles of some of the professors at the ancient universities echo this. I mean, there is a professor of physics in Oxford whose title is Professor of Natural Philosophy, because that was how the discipline of physics began, as the study of natural philosophy, itself a meditation on the text of Aristotle called the Physics. The Aristotelian works themselves traced out the syllabus for the Middle Ages. Aristotle's work began with the logic, the science which he created, and which grew enormously in the Middle Ages. One of the first things which anybody going to a medieval university would learn was logic. And we've rediscovered in recent years many highly refined theorems and techniques of logic, which were quite familiar to beginning undergraduates towards the end of the Middle Ages. Logic at the Renaissance and the Reformation was cut off short, and only a small truncated torso of logic was then taught in most European universities until the end of the 19th century. Then in the 19th century, a new generation of logicians, mathematical logicians, people like Gottlob Frege in Germany and Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead in Cambridge, they, coming to logic from a different viewpoint, from a mathematical viewpoint, tracing mathematics back to its origins in logic, they set on foot a great new rebirth of logic. One of its flowerings was Principia Mathematica, the great work in which Russell and Whitehead tried to show that the whole of arithmetic could be derived simply from pure logical truisms if you studied them systematically enough. This rebirth of logic in the present century led to the rediscovery in the 30s and later of branches of logic which had been totally lost since the Middle Ages. And it's only in my own generation that people have begun to put the two together and realize that some of the most modern ideas of logic were things that were well known in the Middle Ages.
Would it be true to say that philosophy, as studied and taught in Western Europe, was logic-centred in the Middle Ages, is logic-centred now, but hasn't been for most of the period in between? Would that be true?
I would agree with that, and I think it's why one sometimes gets an extraordinary feeling of sympathy and familiarity coming from a modern philosophical background and reading late medieval
I must say that was true for me in a very strong way. When I read writers like Duns Scotus and William of Ockham for the first time, it was like reading the young Bertrand Russell, whom you mentioned, or Frege. I mean, these were people obviously serving in the same shop, so to speak. They were in business at the same stand. I expected it to be something alien and distant and strange, and quite to the contrary, it was something utterly familiar to me.
After the Middle Ages, people lost interest in logic, and to a great extent lost interest in language, at least lost interest in the philosophical study of language. They were very interested in the rhetorical and literary study of language, but lost interest in the philosophical study of language. From Descartes onwards, philosophers put epistemology in the center of their discipline. That is the question, how do we know, what do we know, how can we know what we know? Logic and language go to the background. Since Frege and Russell, and in the present generation, particularly in Britain and America, logic and language are in the forefront of philosophy. The philosopher's great question nowadays is not what do you know, but what do you mean? And the question of the meaning of what we say, the insistence that any other question, whether it's in science or mathematics or anything else, must be accompanied with a very careful awareness of what we mean by asking the question, if we're ever to get an answer. That's something that was very typical of the Middle Ages and is typical of philosophy again now, but had disappeared in the intervening period.
Now, I suppose the commonest charge made against medieval philosophy in general, and I mentioned this in my introduction to this discussion, is the charge that because it was carried out by people who were already committed before they started to the Christian faith, they weren't really, as I put it earlier, pursuing the truth wherever it might lead. They were looking for good reasons for what they already believed. What would your answer be to that accusation?
Well, first of all, I'd say that it isn't necessarily a serious charge against a philosopher to say that he's looking for good reasons for what he already believes in. Descartes, for instance, sitting beside his fire wearing his dressing gown, was looking for good reasons for believing that and took a remarkable long time to find them. Bertrand Russell, who accused Aquinas of not being a real philosopher because he was looking for reasons for what he already believed, it's extraordinary that that accusation should be made by Russell, who in that book, Principia Mathematica, which I mentioned, takes hundreds of pages to prove to you that 2 and 2 make 4, which is something he's believed all his life. But more seriously, I think that
I mean, it's worth interrupting you at that point, I think, to say quite explicitly that provided it's acknowledged in a fully professional way that the goodness of the reasons is essential, then in a way it doesn't matter what you already believe, provided arguments and reasons are subjected without limit to fully rigorous tests.
Yes, I think that's right. It doesn't matter what you believe as a philosopher. The philosopher is the person whose task it is to tell good arguments from bad. Yeah. And it doesn't, in a way, matter what the starting or ending point is. For a philosopher, it may matter a lot for other reasons. Indeed, the distinction that you and I have just made between what you believe and the reasons for which you believe it is something that was very much brought out by Thomas Aquinas, perhaps more than by any other philosopher, because he was committed to a lot of beliefs as a Christian. There were a lot of other things which he believed because he'd read Aristotle. And he's very careful to make a distinction between these things, a distinction which we might say in modern terminology is making a distinction between his job as a theologian and his job as a philosopher. He sees his job as a theologian, above all, to articulate, make explicit, and defend the revelation of the history of the world and the future of the world and the salvation of the world contained in the sacred books of Christianity and in the teaching of the Church. As a philosopher, his job is to get as far as he can in discovering what kind of place the world is, in what truths we know, necessary truths about the world and about all of thought, just using the unaided reason, not appealing to any alleged divine revelation.
He makes a very striking point with regard to one specific issue about that, which sticks in my mind. He says at one point that if one considers the philosophical arguments, then there is no compelling reason why one shouldn't believe that the world has always existed. But as a Christian, he doesn't believe that. As a Christian, he believes that the world had a beginning because God created it.
That's right. That's a very good example. There were a number of Christian philosophers who thought that you could prove that the world must have had a beginning, essentially because they didn't believe in certain kinds of infinite series. Aquinas shows the flaws in their arguments and says, no, there's nothing self-contradictory in the idea that the world has gone on forever and will go on forever, as indeed Aristotle believed it had. So that Aquinas thinks that with the unaided human reason, you cannot prove that the world had a beginning. Equally, you can't prove that it didn't have a beginning, and he objects to Aristotle, who thought it could. Aquinas is much more agnostic as a philosopher. He says you can't prove it either way. If you asked him, well, then, why do you believe that the world did have a beginning? He'd say, well, because it says so in the first verse of the book of Genesis in the Bible. But that's something I believe as a Christian, as a theologian, not as a philosopher. You mentioned his two great works at the beginning, the Summa Contra Gentiles and the Summa Theologiae. The Summa Contra Gentiles is meant as a philosophical work, that is, it's directed to people who are not Christians, who may be Muslims, who may be Jews, who may be atheists, and it aims to present them with purely human reasons, with reasons that any human being of goodwill can see to be good reasons for believing that there is a God, that the soul is immortal, and so on. The Summa Theologiae is very different. It's addressed to Christians. It does accept as being good starting points for arguments that it says in the Bible such and such, though there's an enormous amount of philosophical reflection contained in this work, even though its title describes it as a book of theology.
Let's take now a particular issue about which there was argument throughout the period, the existence of God and whether or not this could be demonstrated. As you say, it was clear to Christian philosophers that if they were addressing Muslims or Jews, it was no good appealing to the authority of the Church or the Bible, because Muslims didn't accept that authority, so you were thrown back on argument. And they seem to me to have taken a very professional view of precisely what did and what did not constitute a good argument in this field. Now, I suppose the most famous of all arguments for the existence of God, in the history of philosophy at any rate, is the ontological argument. It crops up later in Descartes, in Spinoza, in Leibniz. It's even of interest to a number of philosophers today. And its classic formulation was in the 11th century by St. Anselm. Can you tell us what it was?
Yes, but perhaps before I do that, I ought to explain to our listeners what an ontological argument is, what's meant by the word ontological.
Right, very good.
That is that in the Middle Ages and later, there were two different kinds of arguments offered for the existence of God. One set, of which the best known are the 5 ways of St. Thomas Aquinas. they take as their starting point some feature of the external world, usually some very obvious feature of the external world, as that some things move from place to place, or that some things come into existence and go out of existence. Starting with those and a few universal truths of philosophy, St. Thomas will offer to prove to you that there is something which is recognizable as what all men call God. They are cosmological arguments because they begin from the cosmos. But the ontological argument is a kind of argument which is meant to begin just from the notion of God, from the very conception of God. You don't, as it were, have to go outside the realm of ideas to get its starting point. As you said, the most well-known formulation of it is that of St. Anselm. Indeed, St. Anselm seems to have been the inventor of the ontological argument, whereas the other arguments are developments of things to be found in Aristotle. Now, Anselm's argument is very ingenious. It takes as its starting point a definition of God. He says, well, God is something that you can't conceive anything greater than. Now, that seems a pretty harmless definition of God, and somebody who didn't believe in God might accept it as a definition. And after all, if you don't believe in something, you need a definition of what it is you don't believe in. And so an atheist might agree, all right, I accept that definition of God as something that you can't conceive anything greater than. Well, then Anselm will say to the atheist, well, let's suppose that God only exists in the mind and not in reality. Of course, you've got to agree that God exists in the mind because you're thinking of him at this very moment, and that's a way of him existing in the mind. But now, if God existed only in the mind and not in reality, then you could conceive of something greater than God, because you could conceive of something that was exactly like the God you're just conceiving of, only existed in reality as well as in your mind, and that would be greater. Therefore, there would be something greater than God, but God was something that couldn't be, than which you could conceive nothing greater, and you've just conceived of something greater than God. That's an absurdity. It's something self-contradictory. What led us to this contradictory result was the assumption that God existed only in the mind and not in reality. Therefore, we have to say that God exists in reality as well.
Now, that's a sort of argument that when one hears anyone intelligent nowadays who hears it is almost bound to think, well, there's something wrong with this. But the disconcerting fact is that when you try to put your finger on precisely what it is that is wrong with it, it's very difficult to do so, isn't it?
Yes, I agree with you. I'm one of those who think there's something wrong with that argument. But it's not any particularly modern vision of philosophy that makes people think there's something wrong with the argument. St. Thomas Aquinas spends quite a bit of time trying to prove to you that there's something wrong with that argument. He wasn't convinced by it either. But the most interesting thing is that a lot of the great philosophers through history have thought there was something wrong with the argument. They all give different reasons for saying what's wrong with it. And to this day, there isn't any consensus about what is wrong with it. Indeed, there isn't any consensus that there's something wrong with it at all. And there is recently has grown up in America, a group of philosophers of religion using the latest techniques of mathematicized logic to revamp the argument and to try and present it in a way which is convincing within the background structures of contemporary logic. It would take too long, and I would need a blackboard to spell out how they do it. Yeah. But it's something which, when I was first coming to philosophy, was thought of as a completely dead duck. It is now alive and living in Indiana and in California.
Yeah. Earlier, you were drawing certain parallels between medieval philosophy and modern philosophy. I mean, you've given us another one now with interest in a revival of interest in the ontological argument. You were saying earlier that logic in the Middle Ages was language-centered. Well, yes, to a large degree, logic and language-centered, and that's again true now, though it wasn't true for much of the period in between. And there seems to be another way in which philosophy now can be likened to philosophy then, and that is that after a long period in which moral philosophers were not concerned with specific problems of living, but were concerned with the analysis of logical arguments and concepts and so on, they are now coming back to being concerned with what philosophers call first-order problems. Now, that was so in the Middle Ages, wasn't it, for most of the time?
This, again, is a fairly recent change in the Anglo-American philosophy that you and I were brought up in. I think at the time when we were starting philosophy, we would be told that it wasn't the task of the moral philosopher to tell you whether it was ever permissible to tell lies, or whether there was anything wrong with adultery, or what were the criteria by which you would decide whether a war was being justly and fairly waged, and so on. These were thought to be matters of importance, no doubt, but not the business of the philosopher. The philosopher's task was a second-order task. It was to analyze the language and concepts which we used to make these first-order decisions. Whereas in the last decade, I think there has been a great swing of interest back to the real live moral questions as being something which concerns philosophers as philosophers, not just as citizens or moral human beings. There's been an enormous input from philosophers into questions of medical ethics, for instance, questions of the preservation of life, and of such questions as when it is right to turn off life support systems, whether it's right to experiment on embryos, and so on. After all, in this country, it was a philosopher, Mary Warnock, who chaired the committee of inquiry into that. There's been, in particular, an interest in the relationship between moral philosophy and the waging of warfare.
I'd like us to take this up because you yourself have written a book recently about nuclear deterrence, and one question to which you have to address yourself, it's central to your book, is are there any imaginable circumstances in which nuclear war would be justified? And you refer to the whole medieval tradition of discussion of the just war, and you say in your own book that you think that any intelligent person ought to take an interest in these arguments. Can you tell us something about what they were?
Yes, the theory of the just war is something of which there's the germ in the Middle Ages, in Aquinas and in later thinkers. It gets more developed just after the end of the Middle Ages in the post-medieval scholastics. But it is the question about in what circumstances is it morally right to wage war, and if you go to war, what moral constraints are there on the way in which you wage war, on what you choose as targets, what you do with prisoners and things like that. Now, the theory of the just war is a theory in the middle between two opposing views. On the one hand, there's the pacifist view that there's no such thing as a just war. All wars are immoral and wicked, no matter how noble the causes are for which they are waged. On the other hand, there's what you might call the view that no wars are unjust. That is, that though war is a terrible thing, once you get into war, there are no moral rules at all. The only moral imperative is just to win the war by the most effective possible means. Now, the tradition of the just war says no, neither of those are true. There are some values that are more important than life itself, and therefore values for which you can legitimately make war. But within war, there have to be constraints. There has to be a good reason for going to war. The values for which you go to war have to be ones really important enough to defend in that way. And when you go to war, there are constraints on what you choose as targets. There must be no deliberate killing of the innocent, whether by the innocent you mean civilians not involved in the war-making, or ex-combatants who are now prisoners, and so on. Now, it's very interesting, I think, that this medieval just war tradition lies behind two of the most significant contributions to the debate recently about nuclear weapons. In this country, the Church of England's book, The Church and the Bomb, and in the United States, the pastoral letter of the American Catholic bishops on the use of nuclear weapons and nuclear deterrence.
Much of what you've been saying refers, though you didn't mention the name, to the work of Thomas Aquinas. Isn't it the case that Aquinas is now, as it were, the official philosopher of the Roman Catholic Church?
I think we've just about come to the end of the period in which that could have been said. Before the 19th century, though he was held in enormous respect, I don't think he was in any way the official philosopher of the Roman Catholic Church. He was perhaps the official philosopher of the Dominican order, but that's only a small part of the Catholic Church. Then in the late 19th century, Pope Leo XIII wrote an encyclical letter giving him a special place in the teaching of philosophy and theology in Catholic seminaries and universities. Since the Second Vatican Council, I have the impression that the hold of Aquinas on Catholic institutions has become much looser. And he's been replaced largely by other philosophers, I think not always by philosophers who are deserved, not always better. But I think, in fact, the reputation of Aquinas in the non-Catholic world has enormously gained from the fact that he's now no longer seen as just the spokesman for a party line. And particularly in the United States, there's a growing interest in his work by people who aren't Catholics, perhaps aren't even Christians at all, who are just impressed by the sheer philosophical genius of the man.
I'd like to take up one other question, which is always of interest to people outside philosophy, as well as in it, and which was of special interest to philosophers in the Middle Ages. And that concerns the question of to what extent we have free will. In the Middle Ages, it was particularly important to Christian thinkers because of the doctrine of grace. According to the doctrine of grace, it simply is not up to us as individuals whether to secure our own salvation. I mean, whether or not we will be saved depends, at least in part, on divine grace. But if that is so, then to what extent do we have free will in any respect that matters? I mean, that was, in a way, the nub of the problem. Can you tell us something about that?
Well, there were two problems in the Middle Ages interwoven, but one of them a philosophical problem and one a theological problem. The philosophical problem was the problem of reconciling divine foreknowledge and human freedom. Because not only medieval philosophers, but most ancient philosophers and Islamic philosophers who had considered the nature of God thought that one of the things that we knew about God, if we knew anything about him at all, was that he could foretell the future, that he knew what was going to happen in the future. Well, of course, if we're free, if you and I are free, it looks as if what you and I decide to do today is what determines what's going to be the future tomorrow. But if God already knows what you and I are doing tomorrow, how can we be free to decide that today? Now, that's a problem which arises for anybody who believes in an omniscient God at all, whether or not they believe in anything that the Bible says about God. But there was a special problem for Christians, especially for Christians who took the version of Christianity presented by St. Augustine, because St. Augustine, particularly in his later days, lays enormous emphasis on the fact that, on the doctrine that nobody achieves salvation, goes to glory in heaven, unless they're predestined to do so by God. And that was an extra problem for Christians. But what is interesting philosophically is that the patient work which was done by the theologians and philosophers in the Middle Ages, unraveling the concepts of freedom and the concepts of determinism, to try to show that the two can be reconciled. These are replicated, often in ignorance today, by people who are not interested in God at all, but are interested in determinism,
and
physical
scientific
determinism.
Yes.
But the actual logical moves, which somebody in the 20th century will use who's trying to reconcile physical determinism with our experience of freedom, will be the same steps being gone through as somebody in the 14th century trying to reconcile divine predestination with human freedom.
Alas, we're going to have to draw this discussion to a close. If anything that we've said stimulates some of our viewers to go off and try and read some medieval philosophy, no doubt in most cases for the first time in their lives, have you any advice that you give them about where to start?
I think that there are not many medieval works which are easy for beginners. This is because of what I said about it, most of the great works being within a university tradition. They are tough, highly technical university textbooks. But there are two short books that one could pick out. The first is the one you yourself began with, Augustine's Confessions.
I think that's a wonderful book.
Well, it's one of the greatest autobiographies ever written, and I think it's probably the first autobiography in the modern sense ever written. It's full of a great deal of personal reflection, of tender memory of his family, of insight into his own childhood and his own development. But it also moves on to the most abstract levels of philosophizing at the end of it, raising questions about the nature of time, which are still very much alive. The other book which I would recommend is the Proslogion of St. Anselm, which is the book in which he presents that ingenious argument for the existence of God that I tried to paraphrase earlier on. I think your readers might find it interesting to look at that book. It only takes an afternoon to read, and see whether they think I represented his argument rightly and see whether they find it convincing.
I said right at the beginning of this discussion in my introduction that for a long time medieval philosophy has been the Cinderella of the subject, and there's no doubt that that has been true in the past. But I'm also beginning to get the impression that and your own writings are perhaps one of the swallows that presage this summer, that there are all the signs of a revival of interest, a serious revival of interest, not quite perhaps with us yet, but on the way. Do you perceive that?
Of course, it's only true of Anglo-American philosophy that medieval philosophy has been a Cinderella. On the continent, medieval philosophy has been thriving as a subject of study for quite a long time. I think that the revival in English-speaking philosophy at the moment is particularly in America, where there's a great revival of interest in all things medieval, not just in medieval philosophy.
Thank you very much, Anthony Kenny.
Thank you.
When the term modern philosophy is used in universities, it's usually to make a distinction from ancient and medieval philosophy. So it doesn't mean just the philosophy of our own day here in the 20th century. It means the philosophy of the last 4 centuries. In fact, there's one man who is generally, and I think rightly, regarded as the inaugurator of modern philosophy, the Frenchman Descartes. So in practice, what the term modern philosophy means is philosophy from Descartes onwards. René Descartes was born in France in 1596. He received an unusually good education, but he also had unusual independence of mind. And while still young, he perceived that the various authorities he was studying quite often put forward arguments that were invalid. As a young man, he became a soldier and travelled widely in Europe, though without seeing any fighting. And he was struck by the fact that the world of practical life was as full of contradictions as the world of books. He became fascinated by the question whether there was any way at all in which we human beings could get to know anything for certain, and if so, how. He stopped travelling and went into seclusion in Holland, the country in which intellectual life in those days was at its freest. And there, during the 20 years from 1629 to 1649, he produced work of the profoundest originality in mathematics and philosophy, and also did a great deal of work in science. He invented the branch of mathematics known as coordinate geometry. It was his idea to measure the position of a point by its distance from 2 fixed lines. So every time we look at a graph, we are looking at something invented by Descartes. In fact, those 2 familiar lines on a graph are known by his name. They are called Cartesian coordinates, Cartesian being the adjective from the name Descartes. His most famous works of philosophy are the Discourse on the Method, which was published in 1637, and the Meditations, published in 1642. He never married, though he had an illegitimate daughter who died at the age of 5. He always had an eye to his own dress, was proud of being an officer, and on the whole preferred the company of men of affairs to that of scholars. But during the years of his creative work, he lived a very solitary life. When he was 54, he was prevailed on by Queen Christina of Sweden, rather against his will, to go to Stockholm and become her tutor in philosophy. It was a mistake. In the bitter Swedish winter, he succumbed to pneumonia, and he died in the following year, 1650. With me to discuss the work of this first of modern philosophers is the Provost of King's College, Cambridge, Bernard Williams, author of a well-known book on Descartes. Bernard Williams, I think the best way we can begin is to try and get clear in our minds what it was that Descartes thought was the main problem he was going to have to confront when he started. Now, what was that?
I think he'd been impressed by the education you referred to and his experience of the life around him, with the idea that there was no certain way of acquiring knowledge. It looked as if there were some sorts of knowledge around, but there was no reliable method by which people could advance knowledge. I think it's very important that, to put it in a historical context, that one realises that science in our sense really didn't exist. I mean, the concept of science in our sense as an organised international enterprise with research methods and laboratories and all that simply didn't exist. And there was room for an enormous range of opinions about what chances there might be of ever being on a science, of there being a science. I mean, on the one hand, there were people, and perfectly sensible people, who thought that if you just found the right fundamental method, you could solve all the fundamental problems of understanding nature in a very short while. For instance, Francis Bacon, the English statesman, thought that you'd be able to get everything on the right road in a very brief period. On the other hand, there were people, sceptical people, who thought you couldn't find any knowledge at all, that there wasn't going to be any knowledge, that everything was up for grabs, as it were. I think one particular reason, it's quite important actually, why there was so much scepticism around, was actually a result of the religious Reformation. That after the religious Reformation, there were all sorts of claims made about how you found out religious truth, and they all conflicted with one another, and there was no way of deciding between them. And that gave rise to a tremendous amount of controversy, in which people said, and enemies of all religions said, well, there simply isn't a way of solving any of these questions. All these people disagree with each other, you can't put it on a foundation. And then religious people, sort of reacting against that, in turn said, well, religion's no different in this from anything else. There isn't a way of putting anything on a firm foundation. So that scepticism was quite an important current in the intellectual climate of Descartes' time, coexisting in an odd way with very extravagant hopes of what science might be able to do, and, for instance, might be able to do for mankind through what we would now call technology. For instance, there were great hopes that there could be a scientific medicine and a scientific industry and so on, but nobody quite knew how to do it.
For a fundamental innovator like Descartes, the institutional setup must have presented problems too, mustn't it? I mean, almost every serious institution of learning or study or teaching was in the hands of an authoritarian church whose own intellectual leaders were for the most part in thrall to ancient authorities.
That is certainly true. Of course, there were many different religious influences, as we just said. I mean, that one effect of the Reformation had been that some seats of learning had more of a Protestant complexion, while obviously those in Descartes' own Paris had a Catholic complexion and so on. But of course the point you mentioned about authority is very important. Although there had been a good deal of research into what we would now call mechanics or kind of mathematical physics in the Middle Ages, and we shouldn't forget that fact, a great deal of what would go by the way of being science was actually in the form of commentary on ancient books, above all, though not exclusively, those of Aristotle. And one thing that Descartes and others of his generation absolutely knew was that historical authority was not the same thing as it were, first-order research or inquiry.
So in other words, what one can say is that Descartes, in starting out on his famous search for certain knowledge, was really looking for a way of moving forward from the situation that you've just outlined. I mean, he was looking for a research program, as we might say in modern parlance, and prior to that, a research method.
Yes, I think that's perfectly correct description of the situation. It's very important, as one further fact which conditions all of his work and which one finds as a thread through it, was that science was not conceived as a shared or joint or organised enterprise as it is now. For us, it's just taken for granted that science means scientists. There are a lot of people and they communicate with each other, and there's a division of labour, it's a division of intellectual labour. At that time, in the first half of the 17th century, it was still a reasonable project for one man to have the idea that he could lay the foundations of all future science. And Descartes, who did really fundamentally believe that, it was not, as it were, a piece of megalomaniac insanity on his part, as it would be in the modern world for anybody to have that idea.
Now, in my introduction to this discussion, I said that Descartes became fascinated by the question of whether there was anything that we could know for certain.
Yes.
He was clear from the outset, wasn't he, that certainty and truth are not the same thing, and that to put it at its uttermost crudity, certainty is a state of mind. Truth relates to the way things are out there in the world. Yeah. But he seems to have thought that you could only know that you've got the truth, so to speak, if you also had grounds for certainty. So that his method was not only going to have to be one which delivered the goods in the form of worthwhile conclusions, but also gave him a way of defending them against skeptical arguments. So now, how did he go about meeting that double-barreled requirement?
Yes. Well, Descartes had a set of conditions on inquiry, and some of them were just sort of sensible rules about dividing questions up into handleable amounts, trying to get your ideas clear and things like that. But it had got this very characteristic and important rule for him that you shouldn't accept as true anything about which you could entertain the slightest doubt. Now, of course, as you said, on the face of it, that isn't an immediately sensible rule, because in ordinary life we're constantly seeking true beliefs about things, but we don't necessarily want to make those beliefs as certain as possible. For one thing, we'd have to invest too much effort into making the ultimately certain beliefs all the time. But Descartes, who was trying to get at the foundations of science, and also not only at the foundations of a science itself, in the sense of fundamental general truths about the world, but also to lay the foundations of inquiry, that is, to be able, as he thought, to lay the foundations of the possibility of going on to find out more things, to establish that scientific knowledge was actually possible. For him, he felt that it was absolutely essential that you should start the search for truth with a search for certainty. That what he wanted to do was to be able to put the scientific enterprise, as we would put it, into a shape in which it could no longer be attacked by skeptics. So the first thing he wanted to do was to engage in a kind, we might call it preemptive skepticism. In order to put the foundations of knowledge beyond skeptical reach, he said to himself, I will do everything the skeptics can do, only better. And what I can do by pressing the skeptical inquiry hard enough is, he hoped, come out the other side with something which would be absolutely foundational and rock hard. And one of the most characteristic features of Descartes is not that he confuses the idea of looking for truth and the idea of looking for certainty. He saw they were two separate things. But he thought that the only sure way of searching for truth was by searching for certainty.
And that led him, didn't it, to the famous Cartesian doubt as a method, not the discourse on the method. That's about something else, but doubt used as a method was fundamental to his procedure.
He adopted something that he called the method of doubt. Yes. And indeed, the method of doubt is part of the method which is discussed in the discourse on the method, but only one element in it. That's a situation there. Now, the method of doubt worked, but since he was looking for certainty, by laying aside anything in which he could find a doubt. As he famously put it at one point, it's like having a barrel of apples, and some of them are bad and some of them are sound. You want to keep only the sound ones. So you take them all out first, look at them one by one, throw away the ones that are dubious and put back only the absolutely sound ones. So he started by emptying his mind of all beliefs, laying aside anything in which he could see the slightest doubt. And the way he did that was really in three stages. He started by laying aside things which just on ordinary commonsensical grounds you might possibly find doubtful. For instance, he reminded himself of such well-known facts as sticks can look bent in water, or, things can look curious colours to you if you have defects of eyesight, and so on, the obvious things. But he wanted to go beyond those absolutely sort of everyday kinds of doubt or grounds of doubt. And the next step he took was to entertain the idea that perhaps we could doubt that we were really awake and seeing things around us as we ordinarily suppose. For instance, he just entertained the following thought. He had often dreamt that in the past that he was perceiving things. While he was dreaming, at the time he was dreaming, he thought, just as he does now, that he was seeing people or tables or whatever around him. But of course he woke up and found that was all an illusion. How could he be certain that at this very instant he wasn't dreaming? Well, that's an unnerving kind of sceptical consideration. It had been used by skeptics before, but he gave it an orderly and settled place in his inquiry. Now, of course, the dream doubt, the doubt based on the dream, does depend upon knowing something. It depends upon knowing that in the past you've sometimes woken up and found you were dreaming. I mean, it depends on the idea that you know something about the world. For instance, that sometimes you sleep, sometimes you wake, sometimes you dream, and so on. He then took another step. He said, I will go to the most extreme doubt possible. I will imagine the idea of a malign spirit, a sort of evil spirit, a malicious demon, as it's sometimes called in the literature, whose sole intent is to deceive me as much as he can. And then I put myself the following question. Suppose there were such a spirit, is there anything he couldn't mislead me about? And this is, of course, is a pure thought experiment. It's an abstract thought experiment. We must emphasize that Descartes never meant this philosophical doubt to be a tool for everyday living. He makes that point over and over again. The method of doubt, and in particular the fantasy or model of the evil spirit, is used only as a form of intellectual critique in order to winnow out his beliefs and see whether some are more certain than others.
And of course, the ultimate purpose for his long-range strategy of winnowing away everything that he can possibly, in any imaginable circumstances, doubt,
yes,
is to find rock-hard, indubitable propositions which can then function as the premises for arguments.
Absolutely
Isn't that
right.
so?
Well, as two things. I mean, he certainly wants to find rock-hard, indubitable propositions. That's to say that propositions which in some sense, which of course requires a bit of inquiry into what exactly is, cannot be doubted, which in some sense cannot be doubted, which will resist the doubt. He wants them in part as premises of arguments. He also wants them in some rather more general role as to provide a kind of background which will validate the methods of inquiry I was referring to before, and we perhaps can say something about how that works, yes.
But now, after peeling away all imaginably doubtable propositions, what are the utterly indubitable ones that he finally arrived
Well,
at?
the famous thing that he arrived at, what some French commentators call the turning point of the doubt, that's where the doubt has got to the end and it does a U-turn and he starts coming back again, constructing knowledge again. The point at which it stopped was the reflection that he was himself engaged in thinking. As he said, the malicious demon can deceive me as he will. He can never deceive me in this respect, namely to make me believe that I am thinking when I am not. Because if I have a false thought, well, that's a thought. So in order to have a deceived thought, I've got to have a thought, so it must be true that I'm thinking. And from that, Descartes drew another conclusion, or at least he immediately associated with that another fundamental truth, namely that he existed. And so his fundamental first proposition, or two propositions really, was, I am thinking, therefore I exist, or cogito ergo sum in the Latin formulation, or as it's often called, the cogito. That's that proposition.
It's worth making the point that he himself made it clear that by thinking, he didn't just mean conceptual thought.
No.
He meant all forms of conscious awareness
Experience.
whatsoever.
Absolutely right.
Experience, feelings, etc., etc.
Cogito in this Latin formulation, equally for Descartes' French formulations, means all sorts of things like perceptions and pains and so on, not just...
So it wouldn't be unfair to say that what he was saying was, I am consciously aware, therefore I know that I must exist.
That's right. That's
Yes,
right.
that's
That's it. He does actually, in the great work called The Meditations, in which this is most carefully and elaborately set out, he does actually show a great deal of finesse in pushing the boundaries of the cogito forward step by step through various kinds of mental experience, but the sum of what he gets to is exactly that.
Yes. But now, in the process of peeling away everything that can possibly be doubted in order to arrive at these fundamental, indubitable propositions, he himself has shown that from these fundamental propositions, nothing follows. That although I am consciously aware, I may draw all sorts of false inferences about, for example, the external world or whatever it might be, from whatever the deliverances of my own consciousness are. So I'm conscious only, I mean, I can be sure only of the fact that I am having whatever immediate experience it is I am having. I can't be absolutely certain of any inference I may make from that.
Well, it depends on what sort of inference it is. What he thought was that the mere fact that I have the experience, as it were, of being confronted with this table, for instance, doesn't guarantee the existence of that table. I mean, that was got rid of even at the dream state of the doubt, and of course it's even more got rid of by our friend the malicious demon, who has made it, I might just have this experience and nothing actually be there. So I can't immediately infer from my experience. What Descartes tries to do is to construct now a set of considerations which will enable him to put the world back. Though it has to be said straight away that the form in which the world is put back is rather different from that of common sense. We don't just, as it were, having moved all the furniture out of the attic in the course of the doubt, stuff it all back again in a totally unreconstructed form. We have a different view of the world when we reconstitute it than we did in our everyday common sense experience. And incidentally, we'll come to how he does that, but it's a very important fact about the method of doubt that that is so. it's extremely important, because sometimes people talk about Descartes' doubt as if all he did, he had a kind of gratuitous doubt and then sort of put the whole world back again afterwards. But it's very important that not only does he put it back for very special reasons, but that what he puts back has actually been subtly modified by an intellectual critique of how we can know things.
Yes.
But now how he puts it back is the
yes, I was
question.
going to say, the point that I'm concerned to get at now is that he seems, in arriving at his indubitable propositions, to have painted himself into a corner.
Yes.
Because he's given himself
Yes.
indubitable propositions, which he himself has shown at a previous stage of the inquiry can't be used to infer any certain truths about the existence of anything outside myself.
Well, all he's seen at the earlier stage of the proceedings is that the most obvious way of inferring the world from them isn't valid. He's now going to give you a way which he claims is. Now, of course, some people think that this actually is a bit of a conjuring trick and that he actually tries to get himself out of the corner into which he's painted by the well-known hero of the thriller novel. You know, likely he threw off his bonds, but I mean, this is how it works. Now, having, as you rightly say, got to the point at which it is only the contents of his consciousness which he is acquainted with. There's nothing else available to him. It's obvious if he's going to put the world back, he's got to do it entirely out of the contents of his consciousness. So he's got to find something in the contents of his consciousness which leads outside himself. And he claims that what this is the idea of God. He discovers among the contents of his consciousness the conception of God. And he argues that this is unique among all the ideas that he has, among all the things that are in his mind. This alone is such that the mere fact that he has this idea proves that there is really something corresponding to it. That is to say, there really is a God.
That's a very difficult one for many modern readers to swallow,
Yes.
isn't it?
Of course. In fact, he has two different arguments, both of which he uses in the Meditations for doing this. One is an old medieval argument called the ontological argument, which is, I think, perhaps we needn't spend time on. That is a kind of logical puzzle, I think, a metaphysical puzzle, but it's much less characteristic of Descartes. The one that's really characteristic of Descartes is the argument which says, I have this idea in my mind, but I see an absolutely intuitive necessary principle, which is the lesser cannot give rise to the greater. The lesser cannot be the cause of the greater. Now, my idea of God is the idea of an infinite thing. And although it's only an idea in itself, it's nevertheless the idea of an infinite thing. It involves the idea that I can conceive an infinite being. But no finite creature, as I know myself to be, could possibly have given rise to such an idea, the idea of an infinite being. It could only have been implanted in me by God himself, as he memorably puts it at one point, as the mark of the maker on his work. God, as it were, signed me by leaving in this infinite idea of God himself. When I reflect that the lesser cannot give rise to the greater in this way, I realize that since I have this idea of God, it can only be because there actually is a God who has created me.
So he's then put in the position of founding our knowledge of the external world on a belief in the self-evidentness of the existence
That's
of God.
right. It's absolutely central.
Yes.
The next bit then goes that it works like this. He then says, the things I know about this God, I know that he exists, I know that he's omnipotent, I know that he created me, and I know that he is benevolent. These are, of course, all traditional Christian beliefs. And because God created me and is benevolent, he is concerned as much with my intellectual welfare as with my moral welfare. And what that means is that if I do my bit, and that's very important, and I clarify my ideas as much as I should, and I don't assent precipitately to things I haven't thought out properly, if I do my bit in that sense, then God will validate the things which I am then very strongly disposed to believe. Now, I find that however much criticism I make of my ideas, however carefully I think out what is involved in my beliefs about the physical world and all that kind of thing, although I can suspend judgment in the doubt, I wouldn't have got to this point if I couldn't, although I can suspend judgment in this doubt, I do have a very strong tendency to believe that there is a material world there. And since I have this disposition, I've done everything in my power to make sure that my beliefs are not founded on error. Then God will, at the end, as it were, make sure that I am not fundamentally and systematically mistaken. That is, there is such a world.
So, in other words, by ending up arguing in effect that the world of science is given to us by a God whose existence is self-evident and whose benevolence is self-evident, he's, so to speak, not so much answered the skeptics about science as jumped over them, and he's bypassed them.
Well, what
somehow.
he says is that it's absolutely essential to his position that he believes that these arguments that involve God will be assented to by any person of good faith who concentrates on them enough. That's absolutely essential. He cannot accept, it would ruin his whole position if you accepted the idea that whether you believe in God is a matter of cultural or psychological upbringing and perfectly sensible people can disagree about whether there's a God or not, however hard they think about it. It is essential to Descartes that to deny the existence of God confronted with these arguments is as perverse and as totally in bad faith as it would be to deny that twice 2 is 4. And therefore the idea is that if you lead the skeptic properly through it, and the skeptic is an honest man and is not just mouthing words or trying to impress, and you put these proofs before him, he must at the end assent. Now, people have not done this because they haven't thought hard enough, they haven't split it into, they haven't done it in an orderly manner. A lot of the skeptics are in fact fakes who simply go around making a rhetorical position, don't really think about it. But if you're in good faith and think hard enough about it, then you will come to see this truth. And then you cannot consistently deny the existence of the external world. That's what he believed.
Now, one very important outcome which this set of arguments had was that of positing a world which consists fundamentally of 2 different sorts of entity. There's the external world, which is, as it were, given to me by a God on whom I can rely. But there's me, who is observing this external world. And he made a great point, again, in this earlier stage of the argument, when he's stripping away all the propositions that he can possibly doubt, of saying that when he's considering himself and the nature of his self, he can even imagine himself existing without a body.
That's right. Absolutely
But
right.
he can't imagine himself not having the thinking awareness.
No, that's the point about the I am thinking being indubitable.
Right.
Yes, that's right.
So one consequence of that is that you get a world posited which consists on the one hand of thinking entities which are locationless and substanceless, and a world, a material world, which this thinking entity is thinking about or observing. And it's a world of observer and observed, mind and matter, spirit and material, which has become built into the whole Western way of looking at things.
That's absolutely right. Yes.
But now, Descartes' ultimate aim from the beginning has been to establish the project of science, or of what we would call science.
That's it.
The project of what we would call science. And by the arguments that you've outlined, he's now arrived at a certain view of the external world.
That's right.
Now, how is this external world to be treated scientifically?
Now, that's, you remember I mentioned earlier that when through the help of God, we put the world back again, we didn't put back quite the same world that we'd thrown away, that it's criticised in the process. And in our reflections, we come to the conclusion not only there is an external world, but the external world, just as my essence as a thinking thing is simply thought, the external world has an essence too, and that's simply extension. It's simply that it takes up space, that it's susceptible to being treated by geometry and the mathematical sciences. All its, as it were, colourful aspects, I mean the fact that it's coloured, that there are certain tastes and sound, these are really subjective. They're on the mental side. They're subjective things that occur in consciousness which are caused by this physical, extended geometrical world.
He had an example which I think it's worth mentioning. It's a very good one, about a piece of wax. He said if you take a piece of wax, it has a certain size and shape in your hand, a certain colour, smell, texture, feel, temperature, and so on. And it seems to us to be the combination of those properties. If you put the same piece of wax in front of a fire, it immediately melts, and then all those things change. Different colour, different smell, different temperature, different everything. And yet we want to say it's the same wax. Now, what about it? What is there about it that's the same? Answer, I suppose, that there's a continuous history of space occupancy.
Yes. There is, as you know, there is a great, one of the disputed things in expounding Descartes is what exactly he thought the wax argument proved and how much he thought it proved just by itself. But he certainly did use that example to illustrate, if not actually to prove, what he thought was the fundamental idea, that as it were space occupancy, just being a piece of space.
Yes.
And it's rather important, but curious, he did actually not think, he really did think a piece of space. He didn't think it was just a thing in space because he didn't believe in a vacuum. He really did think that the whole world was one extended item and that separate things in it, as we say, tables or whatever, really are local pieces of this in certain states of motion. Now, this is a foundation for the mathematical physics of the 17th century. In its own terms, didn't come off. I mean, eventually it was going to be replaced by the classical physics and dynamics of Newton, which had a different conception of a mathematical world. But it did a tremendous amount to establish the notion of a physical world which is fundamentally of a mathematical character and permits mathematical physics to be done. Because, of course, one of the most important and striking facts about the scientific revolution, starting in the period we're discussing in Descartes' lifetime and through his work, is that the first of the great sciences, as it were, to get going was in fact mathematical physics. Chemistry, as well, the things that deal with sorts of things in much more that kind of detail, is of course much more a product of the 18th and 19th century, and not of the 17th century.
But wouldn't it be fair to say that Descartes, in his time, did more to launch the possibility of science and to, as it were, sell science to the educated public than anyone else?
Yes, I should have thought that was probably true. I mean, the figure who was also enormously famous and whose, as a matter of fact, whose actual physics is nearer to classical physics as it came out in the end is actually Galileo rather than Descartes. But of course, Galileo was more notorious perhaps than respectable because he was tried and condemned by the Inquisition and so on. Yes, I mean, Descartes' intellectual influence in this respect was simply enormous, even though the details of his physics were eventually to be in good part repudiated.
Yes. Now, up to this point in the argument, what Descartes has shown, Descartes hasn't, as it were, provided us with any physics.
No.
What he's shown is that a mathematically based physics is possible
yes.
and is applicable
That's right.
to the real world.
Yes.
Can you expand on that distinction a little?
Yes, absolutely. What he hopes to have shown by the manoeuvres we've followed so far, is that, as it were, the world is so constructed that man is capable of knowing about it. I mean, in that sense, man and the world are made for each other by God. There is still a teleological thing at the end in God, even though, of course, man in his essence is not actually part of nature, because man is this immaterial intellectual substance which isn't part of the natural thing. Man is not part of nature in that sense, but he is, as it were, his intellection is quite well adjusted to it. And that means we can conduct a mathematical physics above all. Now, Descartes thought that some of the fundamental principles of physics could themselves be known by what we would call philosophical reflection. He thought in particular we could know by such reflection that every physics had to have a conservation law. There had to be something that was conserved. We talk about the conservation of energy, the conservation of force, and so on. Descartes...
The indestructibility of matter,
yes,
as it used to be.
As it used to be thought, but of course now we know the equivalence of matter and energy, so
exactly.
through atomic reactions and so on. Now, Descartes actually picked on the quantity that was conserved, something which wasn't what was conserved, and indeed, in terms of classical physics, later, is not even well defined. But the idea was there, and that was a priori. It was to be known by reflection. Further details of the laws of physics he thought required investigation. And in particular, how the world was actually laid out, how different patterns of motion were to be found in it, he thought was a matter for experimental inquiry. Now, this is quite important because Descartes is rightly said to be a rationalist philosopher. That is, that he thinks that fundamental properties of the world and of the mind and so on can be discovered by reflection, by a kind of philosophical reflection. And he does not think that everything is just derived from experience or experimental thing. It's sometimes supposed that he was such a strong rationalist that he thought that the whole of science was to be deduced by purely kind of mathematical or logical reasoning from metaphysics. That if I sat and thought hard enough about the cogito and God and matter and all that, I'd arrive with the whole of science. He thought no such thing. In fact, he's absolutely consistent always in saying that experiments are necessary to distinguish between some ways of explaining nature and others. You can build different models. This is very modern aspect of his thought. You can build or construct different intellectual models of the world within his laws, experiment is needed to discover which are truly there.
Yes. And is experiment seen by him as designed to test the answers or to give us the material for the premises to our argument?
It's designed for a number of different things, actually, but really the following, that if you take the fundamental laws of nature, the principles on which matter moves, there are a lot of different mechanisms you could imagine which would produce superficially the same effect. You then make differential experiments. You then arrange a setup in which one thing will happen if one model is what's really there, and it won't if another is. And so you select between models. And that's really is quite a good description of quite a lot of what physicists do, in
Well,
fact.
it's the modern notion of the crucial or decisive
Yes,
experiment.
and he was very
isn't it?
keen on that. One of the
Yes.
things that Descartes was admirable about was that it was simply no good blundering around the world, trying out experiments to see what you could find out.
No.
You had to ask the right question. And that's, again, this thing we were saying before, that God is on your side if you do your bit.
Yeah.
God will not allow you to be systematically deceived if you don't systematically deceive yourself. So what you've got to do is to think of the right questions to ask, and then God will assist nature in giving you the answers.
I think it's worth making the point at this stage in the discussion that although God is an absolutely indispensable element to Descartes in the course of arriving at his method, once you've got the method, you don't have to be
That's
any
right.
sort of believer in
That's right.
God to use it,
No,
do you?
that is an exceedingly important point, that Descartes wanted to free the process of science from theological constraints or foundations, or as one might say, free it from theological foundations and hence from theological interference.
Yeah.
But, of course, he was extremely keen to say this does not mean that we've produced a godless world. We've produced a world which is in fact made by God and where our knowledge of it is guaranteed by God, but where you have to appeal to God in your intellectual life is not in, as you rightly say, in conducting science, but in proving to skeptics that it can be conducted. And Descartes very sensibly thought you shouldn't spend a lot of time in proving to skeptics that it can be conducted. You only need to do it once. He thought he'd done it.
Yes.
Now let's all get on with it, was his view.
Now, one phrase that's commonly used for an aspect of this whole system that he provided us with is Cartesian dualism.
Yes.
We've talked about this already.
You mean the mind-body
Yes,
dualism?
the division of total reality into spirit and matter.
Yes.
Now, didn't this give him a theoretical problem of a very important
Yes.
kind? How did he explain the interaction? I mean, to put it very crudely, how is a spirit able to push objects in the world around?
Yes, well, I'm afraid, frankly, the answer is that he never really did. I mean, Leibniz, somewhat scornfully, said on this subject, the interaction, he said, Monsieur Descartes seems to have given up the game so far as we can see. He did have a theory in a late work, just before he went to Sweden. He wrote a book in which he did curiously try to localize the interaction between mind and body in the pineal gland, which is the body at the base of the brain. But, of course, it barely even makes sense. I mean, the idea that this purely sort of abstract, non-material item, something which is almost, though not quite as it were, the category of a number, could induce a change in the physical world by redirecting certain animal spirits, which is what he believed, is so difficult to conceive, even in sort of abstract principle, that it was a kind of scandal for everybody. I mean, a lot of the philosophy of the 17th century, and indeed subsequently actually, addressed itself to trying to find some more adequate representation of the relation of mind and body than Descartes actually left us with.
Nevertheless, some form of Cartesian dualism, of distinction between
Yeah.
observer and observed, subject and object, got into Western thought for something like 400 years.
Well,
didn't
I
it?
think the distinction between subject and object, knower and known, is a distinction which is simply impossible for us to do without. I mean, there are indeed philosophical systems that constantly try to say that we simply have no conception of the known independently of the knower.
Yes.
We make up the whole world and so on. But of course, the trouble about that is that it's very difficult, complete idealism, the idea that everything there is really a product of our minds, is, to put it a little simply, quite difficult to believe. And we all do, and certainly all science does, depend very much on a dualism between the knower and the known, a world which we can know independently of our process of knowing it. What I think very few people now assent to is the absolute dualism between a completely pure mind and the body. The knower has to be seen as, indeed, of course, it was in philosophy earlier than Descartes, for instance, by St. Thomas or by Aristotle. The knower has to be seen as an essentially embodied creature, him or herself, as it were. I mean,
Yes. Yes.
and not just as a kind of pure self.
Yes. What would you say its main influence on Western philosophy has been? I mean, Descartes' influence has been simply immense, and still is.
Well, if we summarise it in one thing, it is that Descartes, and almost Descartes alone, who brought it about, that the centre of Western philosophy for all these centuries has been the theory of knowledge. The idea that philosophy starts from the question, what can I know? Not from the question, just what is there? Or how is the world, but what can I know? And not just what can I know, but what can I know? That is, that it starts from a first personal egocentric question. And it is very important for the structure of Descartes' system. I mentioned right at the beginning that it was possible in his time to think that perhaps science could even essentially be done by one person. But even if you lay that historical context aside, it is a very important part of his enterprise that it is autobiographical. It's no accident that his two great works, The Discourse on the Method and above all the Meditations, are written in the first person. They are works of philosophical self-inquiry. And this first personal and epistemological aspect, that is, an aspect concerned with the theory of knowledge, has been the overwhelming influence of Descartes.
Now, given that all the things are wrong with the philosophy that we've touched on, and of course there are more than we have touched on,
of course.
And given that the central concern of philosophy has now moved away from the problem of knowledge, which was made central by Descartes, why is the study of Descartes now as valuable to us as it is? I mean, if I may put this problem this question in a personal way, you, Bernard Williams, you spent, as far as I know, almost 20 years of your life working on a book on Descartes. You must have thought this enormous investment of yourself and your life was worth it. Why?
I think for two reasons. I mean, let's lay aside the purely case of historical understanding, the role that Descartes has played in getting us into our present situation, where I think that just to know what he said in a little bit of detail is very important, simply to understand who we are and where we've come from. But the reason why I think that this book, when I say this book, above all, I mean the particular book called The Meditations, is a book that one very much, if one's interested in philosophy, wants to read now, is because the path it follows, the path of asking, what do I know, what can I doubt, and so on, is presented in an almost irresistible way. And the point is, it's not an accident that this emphasis in philosophy has been so overwhelmingly important. It isn't that Descartes, just because he was a dazzling stylist or something of that kind, could kind of perform a long-distance mesmerism on the mind of Europe. That isn't the reason. The reason is because he discovered something which is intrinsically compelling. That is, the idea that I can ask myself, well, I have all these beliefs, but how could I get round behind my beliefs to see if they're really true? How could I stand back from my beliefs to see which of them are prejudices, how much room for there is in scepticism? These are really compelling questions, and it needs an enormous amount of philosophical imagination and work to get oneself out of this very natural pattern of reflection. And another very related question, which comes before you very dramatically in this extraordinarily written book, is not just what can I know, but as we discovered already in the Cogito, what am I? We can imagine ourselves, we have this power of imaginative extraction from our actual circumstances. We can imagine ourselves looking out on the world from a different body. We can imagine looking into a mirror and seeing a different face. And what's important, looking into a mirror, seeing a different face and not being surprised. And this gives us the idea, a very, very powerful idea, that I am independent of the body and the past that I have. And that is an absolutely foundational experience of the Cartesian idea, that I am somehow independent of all these materials. The Cartesian dualism, though once you look at it as it were sideways as a theory, it's immensely difficult to believe for the reasons that we've touched on. It also has the fact that it's almost impossible to resist if you go at it through a certain set of reflections. And I think the set of reflections that Descartes, with unexampled clarity and force, lay before you to lead you down that path, as I think mistaken path, are so not only powerful in themselves, but as it were near to the bone, that it is a prime philosophical task to try and arrive at an understanding of oneself, one's imagination, one's conception of what one might be, that one would free one of that dualistic model.
Thank you very much. For a long time now, it's been usual to see Western philosophy in the 17th and 18th centuries as divided between two opposing schools, British empiricism and continental rationalism, the chief of the empiricists being Locke, Berkeley and Hume, and the chief of the rationalists being Descartes, Spinoza and Leibniz. Of the many issues that divided them, the most important, put at its crudest, was this. The rationalists believed that we human beings can acquire important knowledge of reality by the use of our minds alone, by thinking, by pure reason. The empiricists denied this. They insisted that experience was always a necessary ingredient, and that all our knowledge of what actually exists must, in the end, in some way or other, be derived from experience. Again, the traditional view has been that these two opposing schools finally came together at the end of the 18th century and were combined in the work of Immanuel Kant. In this programme, we're going to take a look at Spinoza and Leibniz, the two greatest of the rationalist philosophers after Descartes. The first in time was Spinoza, born in Amsterdam in 1632. His family were Portuguese Jews who, in the aftermath of the Spanish Inquisition, emigrated to Holland in search of religious freedom. Spinoza was brought up and educated in an enclosed Jewish community. But he rebelled against religious orthodoxy, and at the age of only 24, he was excommunicated by the Jewish authorities. Fortunately for him, he was a loner by temperament as well as circumstances, and he chose a solitary mode of life in order to do his work. When he was offered a professorship at Heidelberg University, he turned it down. He earned his living grinding lenses for spectacles, microscopes and telescopes, and it's believed that the daily inhaling of glass dust from this occupation aggravated the lung ailment that killed him at the early age of 44. His acknowledged masterpiece, a book entitled Ethics, but in fact dealing with the whole range of philosophy, came out after his death, but in the same year, 1677. A striking feature of this book is that it's modelled directly on Euclid's geometry. Starting from a small number of axioms and primitive terms, it proceeds by deductive logic to prove a long succession of numbered propositions which, taken together, lay out the total scheme of reality. It's often held up as the supreme example of a self-contained metaphysical system whose object is to explain everything. In only the year before his death, Spinoza had a series of meetings with the other philosopher we're going to consider, Leibniz, one of comparatively few instances of two of the greatest philosophers actually meeting each other and having face-to-face discussions. As a personality, Leibniz was a complete contrast to Spinoza, courtier and diplomat, always travelling, honoured in many countries. He was one of the great polymaths of our culture. It was he who coined the notion of kinetic energy. He invented calculus, not knowing that Newton had already done so, and published it before Newton did. In fact, it's his notation, not Newton's, that we use to this day. And he was among the great philosophers. Leibniz was born in Leipzig in 1646 and died in Hanover at the age of 70 in the year 1716. So brilliant was he as a student that he was offered a professorship at the age of 21. But, like Spinoza, he turned it down, though for the opposite reason. He wanted to be a man of the world. He spent most of his life at the court of Hanover in the service of successive dukes, one of whom became King George I of England, founder of the present British royal family. Leibniz carried out almost every task imaginable for a person in such a position, and his philosophy was, as one might put it, written in his spare time. He wrote an enormous amount, mostly in the form of quite short papers, but published scarcely any of it during his life. He also maintained a voluminous international correspondence, which is now of philosophical importance. Among his outstanding works are The Monadology, The Discourse on Metaphysics, and a book called New Essays Concerning Human Understanding, which is a point-by-point argument with his English near-contemporary John Locke. To discuss the work of Leibniz and Spinoza, I've invited someone who is well known both as a philosopher and as a historian of philosophy, Anthony Quinton, chairman of the British Library, formerly president of Trinity College, Oxford. Anthony Quinton, for clarity's sake, I think we're going to have to deal with our two philosophers separately, but before we start doing that, is there anything that can be said usefully about them jointly?
Well, I think there is. The one you've mentioned already, it's a standard piece of tidy, convenient classification. They're the three rationalists who face the three British empiricists, these two opposed triads of thinkers. Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, they do have a community of style and purpose. Descartes defined the terms, laid down the agenda, but in a sense the world that Descartes produced by the exercise of pure reason, or the conception of the world that Descartes produced, is a fairly straightforward affair. He does preserve the self in a recognizable form, the human individual. He, in the natural, straightforward terms of his age, produces God, even if it's not a terribly human sort of God. And he preserves the material world in a, broadly speaking, recognizable form, even if deprived of some of its more vivid and colorful and odoriferous attributes. But the worlds created by the application of the procedure of rationalism, the one you mentioned, you start from some self-evident propositions, like a person producing a system of geometry, and then you carry out processes of absolute straightforward deduction from these self-evident propositions. What that led to in the case of Spinoza and Leibniz is something very far removed in both of them from the ordinary understanding of the world. To some extent, Descartes, by comparison with them, is in the business of saving the appearances. Spinoza and Leibniz both say what the world is really like is very different from what it appears to the ordinary person to be.
That in both cases there is an underlying reality which philosophy can tell us about, even if common observation doesn't.
That's right. And a very odd world it is in each case. I mean, just to state in very brief terms what it is, there in each of them, it's so utterly opposed in the two cases, yet they purport to be following the same procedure and under what one might call broadly Cartesian guidance. Spinoza's world is a unitary world. There is only one true thing, which is the world as a whole, which is both extended and in some sense mental, a system of ideas. On the other hand, in Leibniz's case, the real world consists of an infinity of things that are purely spiritual, and everything material and space itself are phenomena, appearances, byproducts, as it were, of the real world, which is this infinite array of spiritual centers.
Right, well now let's start taking them one by one, and let's begin with Spinoza. It is this enormously elaborated single system, and it's often difficult to know where to break into a system when one wants to start expounding it. Where do you think is the best place to start?
Well, there are a number of places you could begin. I think one had better say just a bit more about Spinoza's method, because he himself says that this book, Ethics, is demonstrated in the geometrical manner. And as you mentioned in your remarks at the beginning, he does set it out with all the familiar apparatus of geometry, things called axioms and postulates and definitions, and the end of each bit of argument has the letters QED, as if it were a straight piece of geometrical reasoning. Funny thing is that on the whole, subsequent philosophers haven't taken Spinoza's reasonings frightfully seriously. People don't think of him as a reservoir of interesting arguments, whereas they do think that of Leibniz. Anyway, so perhaps the method, although it's the most obvious feature, this very explicit and conscious geometrical method is the real stylistically obvious feature of Spinoza's work, it's not what's really important, which is, I suppose one must say, a vision. And this vision is of the world as an absolutely unitary entity, any division of which is a mutilation of some sort of misunderstanding.
He saw total reality as being one thing, didn't he? One substance, of which all apparently different objects, and indeed people like ourselves, are merely facets, merely modes, merely aspects. This is a very difficult idea, I think, for most people to grasp at a first meeting. Can you unpack it a bit for us?
Well, probably the best place to begin is, again, I promise I won't go on doing this, with Descartes, because Descartes defined substance, and the idea of substance in philosophy is a name for what it is that really exists, what the real components of the world are. Descartes defined substance as that which requires nothing but itself in order to exist. And in terms of his view of things, the only true substance, therefore, was God, because everything that existed apart from God, and he thought that consisted of human souls and material objects, including the human body. Everything apart from God was dependent on God for its existence. So its substantiality, its title to being substance, was a little defective. God was the only absolute substance, but from that point onward, he didn't draw any further attention to it. Now, you could see Spinoza as taking that point of Descartes really seriously and saying, no, there truly is only one substance, only one thing which, to use a free translation of his own essential phrase for it, is the explanation of itself. Only one thing whose essence explains its existence, whose nature it is to exist. And his conclusion was that the only thing of which that is true is the totality of what there is, absolutely everything. And the one vaguely commonsensical element in Spinoza is to say absolutely everything, the totality, the one substance, is in fact nature as well as God.
Another argument that he used for that derived from from God's infinite nature, didn't it? That if God was infinite, there isn't anything that isn't God. Or to put the same argument the other way around, if the world is separate from God, then God has boundaries, God has limits. God is finite and not infinite. For God to be infinite, he must be coextensive with everything.
That, I think, is probably as plausible a way as you could find of arguing for Spinoza's position, and it has anticipations in earlier philosophy. He goes through a good many other arguments to establish his general point, but what it really amounts to is there's only one thing whose explanation lies within itself. For everything else, its explanation lies somewhere outside it. And the odd thing is that this one thing, all right, so to one extent, from one point of view, it's nature, the totality of what there is in space. But on the other hand, it's God. It's something, broadly speaking, mental. Now, and he says God or nature is the true name of the one substance.
Now, there's a big step, isn't there, at least for us, and I'm sure there must have been for him and his contemporaries too, between seeing the whole of reality as being a unity, which is one idea, and then seeing that unity as being divine or as being God. That seems a quite different step to take in the argument. What were his grounds for doing that?
Well, I suppose it was essentially God's perfection, that nature wasn't treated as some passive byproduct of God's activity, but nature was the totality of what there was, the self-explanatory thing, and so to that extent was a perfect entity, the most perfect thing there could be, and therefore deserved the name God. The only God, if you like, he was prepared to countenance was a God that was identified with the whole array of natural things.
So summing up Spinoza's vision, which was the very good word you used for it just now, he was saying in effect that if we call the totality of everything there is nature, then we can say in our terminology that there is no supernatural or supranatural realm, and also that God cannot be outside nature. God must be coextensive with the totality of what there is if God is infinite.
That seems perfectly reasonable.
Now, this would seem to solve one of indeed the most notoriously unsolved problem left by Descartes, which was the problem of how mind and matter interact with each other. Descartes' work posed that problem, but didn't really provide an acceptable solution to it. Spinoza is now in a position to say, well, the problem doesn't really arise, because, in fact, everything is a different aspect of the one thing which is everything.
Certainly the two things you mentioned, which constituted a special problem for Descartes, which he had a bold and highly unsatisfactory solution for, mind and body, these are brought together in an ingenious fashion by Spinoza, and it could be seen, as it often has been seen by historians of philosophy, that we should best understand Spinoza as coping with that problem of Descartes. But I think that's rather a limited conception of what Spinoza's up to. He's after bigger game than that, a proper total conception of things. What he says is, in developing this thought that the one substance is infinite, he says not only does it contain everything and have nothing lying outside it, which is an idea close to, if not identical with, the idea of infinity, but that God or nature, the single substance, the one substance, the totality of what there is, has an infinity of attributes. Now this sounds a little puzzling, and it is puzzling, because as it turns out, only two of these attributes are in any way accessible or intelligible to us. The others have to be taken on faith that it has the rest of them. But the two we know are the attributes of thought or consciousness on the one hand, the attribute of extension on the other. And what Spinoza maintains is that every wrinkle in the total fabric of the one substance, these wrinkles he calls modes, and that is the proper understanding of what we think of as self-subsistent things, tables, chairs, our wife's family, whatever it might be, various identifiable items that have clear, definite contours. For Spinoza, they're just temporary contours taken on by the fabric of everything that there is.
Like waves in the sea.
Each of these is at once conscious and extended. And so there are the phases or aspects or wrinkles, as I call them, of reality are at one and the same time have these two aspects, a mental aspect and a physical aspect. Therefore, there isn't a question of two utterly separated things happening to keep where, in some cases, in time with one another, to chime in with one another. They are one and the same thing viewed from two directions.
Now, we've both made much of the fact that Spinoza presents his philosophy as if it were Euclidean geometry or on the lines of Euclidean geometry. Now, with a system that is set out deductively, in which everything follows from everything else, there simply isn't any room for free will, is there? What was Spinoza's attitude to the whole free will question or the whole free will problem?
Well, I think that can be put very clearly in a couple of sentences to start with. What he does maintain is that what he would probably call the everyday, vulgar, commonsensical notion of freedom, that is to say, the idea that the human individual can sometimes act as a spontaneous, uncaused cause of things, the freedom of pure spontaneity, this, he says, is impossible. It's simply an illusion that's engendered by our not knowing what the causes of our actions are. But on the other hand, this is the other sentence, Spinoza says there is such a thing as human servitude or bondage, and that consists in being induced to act by some causes rather than others. There are some causes, we can call them, generally speaking, the passive emotions, things like hatred and anger and so forth, generated in us by the frustrating influence of the world outside us, the parts of the world, I'd better say, that are outside us. And he also believes that we have active emotions, which are those generated by an understanding of our circumstances in the world, a knowledge of what's going on. And the greater our activities are caused by active emotions and the less by passive emotions, the less in bondage we are, because we are more ourselves.
I think he was probably the first person in European thought to introduce this very important idea, which in a quite different form is made much of a great deal later by Freud and by psychoanalysis, that discovering what the hidden sources of your actions and emotions are will be, in a sense, liberating, will make you happier, even if it doesn't literally increase your freedom.
I think you're right. I mean, you could see Spinoza's attitude to man's position in the world as a stoic one, the idea that the world around us is not particularly interested in us, therefore we must diminish its power to make us suffer by controlling the emotions it excites in us. That's a stoic idea, but you're quite right in saying there's something more in Spinoza, because it's not the idea of, by a terrific effort, repressing or overcoming these sad, unfortunate, passive emotions. It's by the exercise of the mind, gaining an understanding of the world which just makes these emotions peter out or fade away, and their place come to be occupied by the active emotions, the most elevated of which, as he describes it, is what he calls the intellectual love of God, which is a rather mysterious business. It's the emotion that attends metaphysical understanding, a total comprehensive understanding of the world.
Don't you think there's something paradoxical about the fact that he's commonly thought of as a religious or quasi-religious thinker, in view of the fact that he doesn't believe in free will, he doesn't believe in the immortality of the soul, because he doesn't believe that anything is permanently separate from anything else. He doesn't even believe in the existence of a personal God, because he thinks that the divinity is identical with nature. Is it right, you think, to think of him as a pantheist?
Well, I think it's right to think of him as a pantheist, but that, to go back to what you said before, to say that isn't to deny that he's religious. The thing is, there's a very considerable correspondence between many of his views and many of the views of the roughly contemporary British philosopher Thomas Hobbes. But Thomas Hobbes was a man of, in some ways, indestructible cheeriness, but who thought the universe was a pretty gloomy setup. And was, in fact, despite some references to God, I think fairly clearly describable in a literal way as an atheist. Spinoza, on the other hand, his attitudes are religious. It's one of awe and respect for the universe at large. And the thing is, in our Christian civilization, we lay down certain requirements on the religious attitude which are not universally applicable. In other words, it's parochial of us to deny that Spinoza is a genuinely religious person, because the attitudes which in our cultural background are normally adopted towards a personal, wrathful, interested God are in his case adopted towards the whole scheme of things. He's religious, if you like, in the way perhaps Wordsworth is religious.
One rather dramatic way he had of putting his identification of God with nature, which appeals to me very much, is this. He once said that it's quite right and proper that an individual should love God, but it's absurd that he should want God to love him. It's as if a man were to love nature and expect nature to love him back.
That's quite right. There's plenty of parallel for this kind of view of man's place in the universe in the more elevated and sophisticated types of Buddhism. But I think on reflection one has to admit that these are, in their total place in the economy of human life, these attitudes are genuinely religious attitudes, even if they're directed towards objects which are not the familiar objects of religious attitudes in our culture.
Do you think that Spinoza was in any important degree influenced in all this by his Jewish background?
Well, I would have thought so, because just to make two very simple points, or perhaps three, to take up your big Kantian trinity of God, freedom and immortality. The Jewish God is personal, all right, but on the whole, immortality is not very emphatically central to Jewish religion. And freedom, well, perhaps there's freedom, but in the general domain of the ethical, or the ethical relationship to God, the Jewish religion doesn't have a place for petitionary prayer, for asking God to do things for you. The Jewish view is one of grateful acceptance of what God offers. One's not always seeking favours from God, as the Christian is. One accepts what God has to give one with such tolerance and submission as one can bring to bear. And that is a very Spinozist point of view.
Well, as you said earlier, I think the thing for us to do with Spinoza isn't to attempt to recapitulate the arguments, but to convey the vision. And I think you've done that very well. And I think we should now move to a discussion of our second philosopher, Leibniz, who also had a great big interlocking metaphysical system, except that in his case he never put it forward in one single work, but it came out in bits here and there in different papers, letters, arguments, discussions, and so on, so that one has to, as it were, put it together for oneself. Where do you think the best place to start with Leibniz is in trying to expand his system?
Well, it's probably the case that were one writing a very, very serious professional treatise on Leibniz, one would start with certain logical doctrines he has. But I think for the comprehension of what he's up to in fairly short order, the place one has to start is the idea of the monad, his notion of substance. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, this is utterly opposed to Spinoza's, because the monad is something tiny. I mean, it's unextended, in fact. There'll be monads of all sorts. God is a monad.
Yes, I think you must give some kind of general definition of what a monad is.
Well, a monad is Leibniz's word for substance, a single unit. It has a number of properties. There's an argument at the beginning of Leibniz's monadology, which is, in fact, not a very sophisticated argument for as clever a man as Leibniz. He says whatever is complex is made up of what's simple, and the simple components of what's complex are the real constituents of the world, and the complex are just a byproduct of the aggregation of these simples. But whatever occupies space, is extended, is complex. Therefore, the ultimate components of the world, as non-extended, are non-material, because not extended in space. Therefore, the real world is composed of an infinity of unextended metaphysical points. And each of these, because non-material, and here he just relies crudely on Descartes, if you like, is therefore spiritual. Ergo, the world consists of an infinity of point-like spiritual items, mental items, or, as people sometimes say, he himself at times, souls, all the way from the most important of them, the crucial one, God, down through the human soul, which is the particular monad where we get the idea of substance from in the first place, down to the ultimate constituents of what we conceive, confusedly, as matter.
I think this is such a lot for people to take in at once that I'd like to go over the main points of it again. Leibniz is saying that everything that's complex must be analysable into simpler elements. If the simpler elements are still complex, then they must be further analysable. And therefore it must be the case that sooner or later you come to simple, not further analysable constituents of matter or the world or the universe or whatever it might be. Now, these simple constituents can't be material because the very definition of matter is that it's something extended, and extension is always subdivisible. So if they're not further subdivisible, they can't be extended. And if they're not extended, they can't be matter.
Yes.
So the ultimate constituents of reality must, he thinks, be something immaterial and not occupying space. I suspect that it's only our way of putting it up to this point in the discussion that makes it sound as weird as it does, because after all, one of the most influential doctrines of 20th century physics is that energy is the ultimate constituent of the universe, and that all matter is ultimately constituted by energy. Now, it seems to me that Leibniz was groping towards, in the vocabulary of his day, something very close to that he was trying to say that all matter is ultimately made up of centres of activity which are not matter. And I think in the 17th century, if you were trying to talk about centres of activity which are not matter, the only vocabulary available to people was the vocabulary of minds, souls, something of that kind. Do you think I'm falling over backwards to save him?
No, not at all.
I think that Leibniz is in many striking ways a very modern thinker. I mean, when you read him, it's a bit like reading the early Bertrand Russell or Frege or the young Wittgenstein or something. And one of the strikingly modern doctrines, which I think he was the first person to formulate clearly, and which certainly plays a very powerful role in philosophy to this day, is the idea that all meaningful statements must be of one of two kinds. That a statement can either be true in the way that a definition is true, that's to say that if you say something like all bachelors are unmarried, you don't have to carry out a survey of the bachelors in society to see if that's true or not. You know it must be true by virtue of the meaning of the terms. So all you have to examine outside the statement itself is the rules governing the use of the terms in the statement. But there's another kind of statement, like, for example, there's a monkey in the next room. To find out that may be true or may be false, it can be either, unlike the statement all bachelors are unmarried, and the only way you can find out whether it's true or false is to go and have a look. In other words, there are truths that must be true because of the nature of the terms involved. There are other truths which are or are not truths by virtue of the way things are in the world, and therefore that can only be established by experience. And Leibniz was, I think I'm right in saying, the first person thoroughly clearly to expound that dichotomy. Is that not so?
That's perfectly correct. You mentioned earlier that Locke was a near contemporary. There's a sort of adumbration of it in Locke, but it's a bit misty. In Leibniz's case, it's absolutely clear and lucid, the distinction between what he calls truths of reason on the one hand, which it would be a contradiction to deny, and truths of fact on the other hand, which it's not a contradiction, or not evidently, at any rate, a contradiction to deny. The trouble is that under the pressure of his metaphysical commitments, the distinction between the two, as it were, evaporates at the margin. Sometimes it's put by saying, well, there are finitely analytic statements or finite truths of reason which in a finite number of steps can be shown to be such that it would be a contradiction to deny them. But truths of fact turn out to be infinitely analytic in a certain sense.
You can never 100% know.
We can't know.
We can't. Yes.
That they're necessarily true, or that it would be a contradiction to deny them.
But in spite of the qualifications that you draw, it would be difficult to think of any philosophical doctrine that had been more influential in the last 200 or 300 years.
No, because you're quite right, because it was in terms of that distinction which he proceeded to muddle in a fruitful and interesting, but I would suggest ultimately mistaken way, that Kant set the main problem of his own theoretical philosophy, the critique of pure reason. He wanted to say there was a third type of assertion over and above truths of reason and truths of fact as described by Leibniz. And for a good deal of the 20th century, in slightly different terminology, the distinction between those two things has been absolutely central to philosophy. Some teachers of the subject, when I was younger, used to say, whatever else one does to one's pupils, if one gets that distinction across to them, it's been worthwhile their studying the subject. And that, I think you're quite right in saying, was put onto an altogether new level of clarity and explicitness by Leibniz.
Sometimes, because of our somewhat parochial Britishness, we tend to attribute this doctrine to Hume. And it is in Hume, and he probably did work it out for himself on the basis of pointers from Locke, as you say. But the fact is that Leibniz said it half a century before Hume, and said it very clearly, and said it over and over again.
Yes, the thing about Hume is it's done in a kind of drawing room, relaxed, rather imprecise manner. The nature of the distinction isn't very precisely worked out, whereas in Leibniz's case, a great deal of energy is expended on making it quite clear what the logical foundations of the distinction are.
Yeah. Another thing that Leibniz offers us is a solution again to the Descartes problem of interaction, a solution to the problem of how mind and matter interact. Only his solution is entirely different from Spinoza's solution. Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, I mean, insofar as it is a solution, it's rather like preventing oneself losing at chess by kicking the table over, because in effect, he says, the matter is not real, matter is phenomenal. And so there isn't any matter in itself for mind to interact with. Everything that really exists is in some degree or other mental in nature. At the lower end, very rudimentary. At our end, quite sophisticatedly mental, and of course perfect in the case of God, who is a purely mental being, not at all the extended, all-inclusive physical entity of Spinoza's system.
Now, if he thought that there was, in fact, nothing sufficiently materially real to interact, how did he explain apparent causality? Because the world does, in fact, seem to consist of things interacting with each other.
Well, let me give you the short answer first, because it's going to provoke, I think, a further question. I mean, the short answer is, here are all this infinite array of mind-like entities which constitute the universe. And he says each of these, and this is actually what he says, each of these has a perception, very often a very obscure, confused and limited perception of all the others. It has a point of view on the whole world. Now, each of these inner worlds of perception, the picture of the world formed in each of these spiritual centres.
And one should make it clear that these include us.
We're included.
Yes.
Is correlated. It's different from, but correlated with the perceptions of others, like a whole lot of photographs taken of a scene from different points of view. They all, of a wedding group, some of them show the back of the head, some of them from the side, some of them from the front, but all the same persons can be identified. Well, likewise, every individual monad has its own perspective on the world. Now, Leibniz's view is that there is in fact no interaction between monads. There's merely a correspondence between their contents. Each monad has its own inbuilt history which develops. One quality succeeds another in the history of the monad, but part of the content of the monad, a very principal part of the content of each monad, is its awareness of other monads, and they are correlated by what he calls a pre-established harmony. And sometimes he uses this as an argument for the existence of God, that there is a pre-established harmony. Perhaps he needs God to show that there is such a thing.
I mean, this seems to be attaching overwhelming importance to God in the scheme of things, that God created everything, ordained the way everything is, keeps everything going all the time, including us. And therefore, there is no need for a belief in causality. I mean, the very idea of causality is it's a sort of extraneous or superfluous concept, because God is doing it all the time, and there's therefore, as it were, no way in which things can cause other things by interacting. All is being caused by God. But in this picture, how can free will come in? Because Leibniz certainly thought that he believed in free will in some sense.
It's quite right. His arguments for the existence of God are fairly traditional and conventional. They have some slight new attachments or modernities about them, but on the whole they're very much like those of Descartes and Anselm and others further back in the history of the subject. But what he does with the idea of God is very striking. I mean, he carries the idea of God's omnipotence a very long way and says God creates all the other monads that constitute the world and equips them with an intrinsic nature which decides or determines everything they subsequently do. So everything, as it were, is prepared by God. Leibniz himself doesn't see this theory of programming, as one might call it, of all the contents of the universe, which, as you rightly say, rules out literal causality between one thing and another, which is at best some sort of correspondence or regularity of happenings in one and another. Leibniz reconciles this as far as he can with free will, and indeed quite well, because in a way what lack of free will is to be caused to do things by something outside you, to be externally compelled to do something against the grain of your own real nature, you might say. Well, in Leibniz's picture of the world, every individual's determining force, once we get one on from God, so to speak, is the nature with which God has equipped that individual. So Leibniz, in a somewhat debating society way, could say, in no system of the universe are individuals freer than in mine. Every individual is perfectly self-determining. What more could you ask for freedom? But let me just make a more sensible comment on that. I mean, I was throwing myself into the metaphysical idiom there. The thing is, it seems to me that it's very difficult for rationalism to allow for anything we'd recognize as human freedom just because of its intellectual ambition. It's determined to explain everything, but if everything has an explanation, it looks as if that explanation is going to be causal, that everything that happens is going to be intelligible as part of some huge unitary design or plan.
So there's no room for the toss of the coin.
And there doesn't seem any room for any freedom for manoeuvre for the individuals in a world as conceived by rationalists.
Now, you started by comparing Spinoza and Leibniz with each other. Now that we've expounded their views at some individual length each, I'd like to come back to a joint question, so to speak. How would you assess their relative contributions to the history of philosophy?
Well, they contribute to different strands in it. Spinoza was much deplored in his own age. The thing you questioned, his sincerity in his religious professions, was very much questioned in his own age. People talked of the awful atheist Spinoza. Frequently free thinkers like Hume and Bale did this. And it wasn't until the Romantic movement in Germany, end of the 18th, early 19th century, with people like Herder and Goethe, that Spinoza came more or less into his own. And he's always been an object of veneration because of his personal dignity, this unworldly withdrawal from ambition and self-affirmation and cutting a dash and all that. That was utterly foreign to Spinoza. He's a person of great sincerity. His own activities, his own life story is perfectly in accordance with his philosophic doctrines. And he's admired, therefore, but he doesn't appeal enormously to what one might call the more technical kind of philosopher. Whereas I would be inclined to say, of all the great philosophers of the post-medieval world, there is none who makes a more immediate appeal to the technical philosophers, at least of the Anglo-Saxon world, in the 20th century, because of his unwearying professionalism, his abstention from any form of rhetoric.
It's noticeable that Bertrand Russell, who wrote some 60 books, only wrote one book about another philosopher, and that was about Leibniz, with whom I think he probably must have identified very considerably. But one thing that strikes me about both of them, and I'd like to hear your views about this, is something that is in a sense unmodern about both of them, is that they were both profoundly and sophisticatedly versed in mathematics, and indeed Leibniz was a mathematician of genius and a mathematical physicist of genius. And yet both of them had this overwhelming concern with God and the place of God in the scheme of things. Now, I get the impression that there's a kind of subtext to a lot of this philosophy, that what they're actually trying to do is to maintain a conception of the world which can accommodate the new mathematical physics of Newton, but which has God in it. Do you think that's true?
Yes, I think that's certainly true. I'd just like to interpose, first of all, that despite all that mathematical-looking apparatus in Spinoza, he wasn't a mathematician, really. He'd studied a little mathematics, but he's in a completely different world from Leibniz, who, as you rightly say, is a major creative figure in the history of mathematics. In Spinoza's case, it's rather like the apparatus of pastoral poetry, and a pastoral poet is not really an expert on the culture of sheep or lamb rearing or anything like that. At any rate, but ignoring that for the moment, I think you're quite right about there is a common topic that obsesses them in some way, in which they both resolve in their very different ways, which is finding a place for religion in the world as it had come to seem in the light of the great post-Galileo and after discoveries about the nature of the physical world. Descartes' technique was more or less to sell ground, to say, well, the material world is unthinking matter, and that's where the Galilean rules prevail. But as well as the material world, there are individual human souls, and there's God. These are purely spiritual entities, both free, both detached from, though in various ways associated with, the material world. In other words, it was like splitting Germany into two, a demarcation. That area is given to physics, this area is preserved for religion. Both Spinoza and Leibniz are understandably dissatisfied with this kind of Solomonic carve-up of the cosmic baby, and are both anxious to combine religion and science. Spinoza does it, in effect, by adopting the world picture of 17th century science and then recommending religious attitudes towards the world so conceived. Leibniz, the other way round, wants to say the world is in fact much more, as religion represents it, a much more spiritual affair than science realizes, and yet we can rest the whole of the scientific conception of phenomena on an essentially religious understanding of the world as the working out of the purposes of an infinitely intelligent being, namely God.
Thank you very much, Anthony Quinton. One of the most influential philosophers there has ever been was the Englishman John Locke, born in 1632. He's been generally credited with laying the intellectual foundations both of liberal democracy and of modern empirical philosophy. An empiricist is someone who believes that our conceptions about what exists can never pass entirely beyond the bounds of experience, that everything we conceive of has either been experienced or is constructed out of elements which have been experienced. Some version of this doctrine has been accepted by many of the greatest philosophers since Locke, and philosophy in the English-speaking world has never escaped its dominance for long. So familiar has it become that many people nowadays regard it as obvious, just plain common sense. But when Locke propounded it, it was an idea with revolutionary implications. Whether in philosophy, or the natural sciences, or politics, Part of Locke's message always was, don't blindly follow convention or authority, look at the facts and think for yourself. In politics, this was revolutionary in an almost literal sense. In France, it had a decisive influence on Voltaire and the encyclopedists, and thus on the intellectual ferment that preceded the French Revolution. In America, the Founding Fathers had Locke consciously in mind and made repeated references to him when they were drawing up the American Constitution. Locke was educated at two institutions that are still there and still famous, Westminster School and Christ Church, Oxford, where he became a don until his mid-30s. He also qualified as a medical practitioner, and when he left university life, he became involved in both politics and medical research. In his own day, he was occasionally known as Dr. Locke. In the turmoil leading up to what the English call their glorious revolution of 1688, he had, for his own safety, to go into exile in Holland, and he was one of those Englishmen who followed William of Orange over to England to oust the Stuart kings. By this time, he'd been working for years on what was to be his philosophical masterpiece, the Essay Concerning Human Understanding. It was published in 1689, when Locke was 57, but it had the date 1690 on the flyleaf, and that's often mistakenly given as the year of publication. Also published in 1689 was A Letter Concerning Toleration. There followed in quick succession the two treatises of government in 1690 and Some Thoughts Concerning Education in 1693. Although Locke lived to be 72 and wrote other things, nearly all his influential writings came out in a period of less than 5 years. The next philosopher in the English language, who is still of international reputation, George Berkeley, was in part reacting against Locke, and it can therefore be helpful to consider the two together. Berkeley was born in Ireland in 1685 and educated at Trinity College, Dublin. All the philosophical works for which he is now famous were published when he was in his 20s. A New Theory of Vision in the year 1709, The Principles of Human Knowledge in 1710, and 3 Dialogues in 1713. Some of his other works deserve to be better known than they are, but his fame rests on those I've mentioned. In 1734 he was made a bishop, and to this day he's often referred to as Bishop Berkeley. Much of his life was spent in public activity, some of it in the New World. He had connections with Yale University, where one of the colleges is named after him, and the town of Berkeley in California is also named after him. He died at the age of 67 in 1753, and is buried in Christ Church, which of course was Locke's Oxford College. Here to discuss with me the work of these two philosophers is someone whose writings about them have made his academic reputation, Michael Ayers, Fellow of Wadham College, Oxford. Mr. Ayers, let's start with Locke. If anyone's studying the history of philosophy chronologically, as many people do, and so they come to Locke via his predecessors, one thing that's bound to strike them is the number of central ideas in Locke that had already been expressed by other people, for instance by Descartes. I'm thinking of the notion of the whole world as being divided into minds and matter, as one example, or the conception of the whole universe as one gigantic mechanical system, as another example. What is it about Locke that was distinctively different?
Well, like Descartes, Locke was part of a movement in the 17th century to oust the previously dominant view of the world, which was the Aristotelian view. And central to this was, of course, the view of the world as a great machine subject to mechanical laws. I mean, composed of lesser machines, but all subject to the same laws of physics, necessary laws of nature. Superficially, too, his theory of thought and knowledge can look like Descartes'. He explains thought as a series of ideas before the mind. An idea is something in the mind or before the mind which represents things outside the mind. In reasoning, the mind confronts these ideas, so to speak, or is confronted by them, and his definition of knowledge is the perception of a relation between ideas. And this intuitionist view of knowledge is can look very like Descartes', the view that in knowing something we, as it were, grasp or perceive its nature. On the other hand, there are very big differences. His chief among these, perhaps, or one of the chief differences, is the status, the different status that he gives to the senses. For Descartes, the senses deliver certain data and they incline us to have certain beliefs, but these beliefs don't count as knowledge. They have to be, the senses have to be interpreted and explained by reason before we can suppose that through the senses we have acquired any knowledge of the world. Basically, the senses don't deliver knowledge. It's reason that delivers knowledge, or the intellect operating on the data of sense. But for Locke, the senses themselves are a basic or fundamental faculty. They deliver knowledge in their own right. And this shows in the different approach to skepticism of the two philosophers. Descartes, so to speak, accepts the skeptic's challenge to supply reasons for believing in an external world, in a world of objects outside us. Locke simply dismisses the challenge. He says that the skeptic is casting doubt on one of the fundamental faculties of the human mind, and yet he himself, in producing his skeptical reasoning, is relying on human faculties. And in effect, he rejects the whole thing. He's prepared to say that if anybody is wild enough to be a skeptic, reasons can be produced, but the senses don't need reasons. I mean, they just supply us with knowledge.
Another thing is that I think one must mention as being central to Locke is his very special use of the word ideas.
Yes.
I know he didn't coin that, but he, in chapter 1 of the essay concerning human understanding, he actually apologizes to the reader for the frequency with which he's going to use the word in the book. Can you say something about that?
Yes, well, it was in fact a very well used term by the time he used it. I mean, there's nothing really new about it at all. But for Locke, an idea is something very different from what it is for Descartes. For Descartes, it's something really fundamentally intellectual. For Locke, it's fundamentally something sensory. I mean, even if we're thinking about something that we're not actually perceiving, we have an image, a sensory image of that thing, and he explains even the most abstract thinking in these terms. Of course, his theory has to get more complicated at this point, but basically, thought is for him the possession, having of images before the mind. Now, this theory of imagism, as we could call it, was not an uncommon one in the 17th century, and it had tended to go in one of two directions. One of these directions is taken by Hobbes, that since all our knowledge and understanding was dependent on the senses, Hobbes produced a dogmatic view of the world, which was a materialist one. He thought that we could analyze experience in such a way that we could arrive at the sort of understanding of the world that Descartes thought we arrived at through the intellect. But Locke developed a different line which is more agnostic or skeptical, really, that although the senses give us knowledge, they give us a limited knowledge. And because all our thought about the world is restricted to the concepts that we have through the senses, and in fact our thought involves sensory images, that restricts our knowledge of the world. And he thought there was no method by which we could arrive at the underlying nature of things. So he was a sort of modified skeptic. I mean, we know the world is there, but we don't know what it's like.
Yes. This use of the word ideas and this particular theory of knowledge was so influential that I'd like to dwell on it just for a moment. And Locke thought, didn't he, that everything that was present to the mind was, in his sense of the word, an idea. And he used that to mean not just thoughts,
yes,
as we tend to do, but
yes,
sensory images, even memories, pains, emotions.
Yes.
Everything immediately present to the mind was an idea.
Yes.
Now, when it came to our apprehension of the external world, he thought that we didn't have direct access to objects. I mean, if I look at that table, I haven't got that table inside my head. What
No.
I've got inside my head is a visual image of that table. The light shines from the table onto the
Right.
retina of my
Yes.
eye. That transmits an image to my brain, and I have the experience that I call seeing the table. But the whole of my experience, through all 5 of my senses, consists not of being in immediate contact with the objects of the external world, but of having images and representations of them. Now,
Yes.
he never doubted, did he, that although that means that the objects of the external world out there are things of which I do not have and never can have immediate knowledge, he never doubted that they were out there, did he? I mean, he believed
No.
that there were material substances out there in the world giving me these experiences. Why was he sure of that?
Well, he thought it just didn't make sense to suppose that all there is, so to speak, a lot of sensible qualities. I mean, his model is that, I mean, there is the object there, it's affecting us in various ways, and it's affecting other objects around it. And it's through its effects on us and through its perceptible effects on other objects, that's to say, the objects in turn affect us in regular ways. That's how we have knowledge of this thing. And so what for us is simply, we have to think of simply in terms of a sort of list of sensible qualities and powers to affect other things and so forth. What's actually there is something really rather simple. But he believed that because he believed the world must make sense. He believed that the world is an intelligible place, that it is governed by necessary laws, and that it's ultimately the kind of place that an ideal science could explain and understand. Now, at the level of sense perception, although there are regularities, they're only relative regularities. I mean, we don't get that kind of absolute law-likeness at the level of ordinary experience that, that would be the sign that we had arrived at the truth of things. It's because we don't have a simple comprehensive science, really, of things, that he can be sure that the senses don't give us knowledge of their nature.
But now, you say that Locke believed that the world was the sort of place that a law-like science could explain, but I
Yes.
think the question still needs to be asked. If he thought that all the knowledge we have of things is this intermediate knowledge, that we immediately experience images and sensations and representations, which in turn represent or picture
Yes.
things, if we never have access to the things, how is a successful science possible on Locke's view? How can we know what the nature of things is?
Well, it certainly is not possible because we can never be sure, he thought, in his situation, at any rate, in the 17th century. I mean, he was really trying to prick a lot of balloons, so to speak. I mean, he was trying to cut the pretensions of philosophers like Descartes, who thought that they really arrived at a deductive science of things. What we're restricted to, in Locke's view, is speculation. And we're not only are we restricted to speculation, but we must employ in that speculation concepts that we get from experience. So there was, in Locke's view, a very good speculation to hand, but there was clearly something wrong with it, and that was Boyle's view of the world as a whole lot of little atoms, particles, bouncing around and clinging together and functioning mechanically. And he thought that's what the world must be like. That it would be Boyle's explanation of chemical change, for example. That if we take a chemical substance and we see that it behaves in a whole variety of different ways in different conditions, then Boyle said, well, that's not because it just, so to speak, has an arbitrary and contingent list of powers to affect other things in various ways, but because it has a certain structure, a certain mechanical structure, and because when it meets things of different varying mechanical structures, then obviously it's going to behave in different ways when it interacts with these things. Now, Locke accepted that view provisionally, but he thought there were certain questions it left unanswered. One of the questions concerned the particles themselves. I mean, why do atoms cohere as little unchanging things? It's all very well if you postulate them and then get on from there, but why isn't it the case that when one atom hits another, it doesn't fall apart or bits fall off and so forth. So the problem of coherence was one of the problems that he raised. Newton's Principia had been published just a few years before the essay, and of course the inverse square law is an important part of Newton's system.
I think I'd better mention what that is, because
Yeah.
some of our viewers might not know, and that is that every object in the universe attracts every other object in the universe with a force which is inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. That's
Yes.
isn't it?
Yes.
Sorry,
Well, I mean,
just an interruption, guy. I think one mustn't
Yeah.
assume that everybody knows this.
Locke
Yeah.
accepted that Newton had shown that this law holds, and he accepted that the probability was that it holds absolutely universally.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it seemed to Locke just like a kind of brute fact, and not a really intelligible one in itself.
What science is explaining is not the inner nature of things, which we can't know, but how things behave, which we can observe,
Well,
which we can experience.
he thought that that's what, in the end, that's what Newton had achieved.
Yes.
A sort of spectacularly good description of how things behave.
Yeah.
And this interpretation was one that Newton himself was inclined to.
Yes, yes, it
and
was.
in fact, in the second edition of Principia, he published after Locke's death, he introduced a number of philosophical passages which were pretty obviously heavily influenced by Locke.
Yes, he said this famous phrase, "I don't make hypotheses."
That's right. Yes.
Hypotheses non fingo,
That's right.
and he was referring to that, wasn't he?
Exactly.
I just tell you
Yes.
that there is gravity. I don't try to explain how it comes about
That's
that
right.
there is gravity,
Yes.
and so on for the whole of his science.
Yes.
The new science made absolutely prodigious use of mathematics, and from Galileo to Newton, and above all with Newton, men began to understand that throughout the universe there are, so to speak, equations buried in reality. How did Locke see this? I mean, how did he view the nature of mathematics and, through science, its application to reality?
Well, his explanation of the possibility of mathematical science and geometry, say in particular, is quite really rather different from Descartes'. I mean, for Descartes, geometry is a part of the science of space. I mean, it's a part of the science of reality. But for Locke, it's a science, an abstract science, which is created by us. We, so to speak, pick off the geometrical properties of things, and we can construct them ad lib, and we can create a sort of science for that reason, precisely because it's not really concerned with the nature of things at all, which is unknown. It's simply concerned, as he puts it, with our own ideas.
Yeah. When we observe things, they affect us in ways which cause us to observe, as we think, properties in the things. Now, Locke thought that these properties were all of two basic kinds, didn't he? That there were some properties in things which they possessed whether anyone was observing them or not. He called those primary qualities,
Yes.
didn't he? And that would include, I suppose, all the mathematical ones, the measurable ones,
The mechanical.
the mechanical
Yes,
ones,
yes.
like the dimensions and the weight and so on.
Yes.
And there were other qualitative properties, like sounds and smells and tastes and colours,
Yes.
that he thought depended on an observer. We're beginning to gather the materials together for a sort of outline sketch of a whole picture of the world, and I'd like to draw the threads together before we take any more forward steps. It's really going back to the beginning of our discussion and taking it up to this point, that Locke thought that the world, as we experience it, consists of two fundamentally different sorts of entities, minds and material objects. That we can't know what these are in their inner nature, and in their inner nature these remain permanently mysterious to us, but we do have direct experience of what they do, of how they behave. One of the things that material objects do is affect us. They affect us through our senses in various ways which give us experiences or representations or images of their properties, and that we perceive their properties of being, again, of two fundamental kinds. There are the primary qualities, which are the mathematical properties, and the secondary qualities, which are mind-dependent and of a sensory or qualitative nature. Now, this sort of view of the world is extraordinarily close, it seems to me, to one which is still very widely held
Yes.
and widely regarded as a sort of common sense view. Up to this point in the discussion, though, we haven't said anything at all about one thing which is of enormous importance to 20th century philosophers and was of enormous importance to Locke, though we haven't mentioned it yet, and that's language. Locke, the essay concerning human understanding is written in 4 books, and one whole book is devoted to the use of words. How did Locke see language as coming into or being related to our experience of the world?
Well, I think I'd first like to just qualify your summing up.
Oh, would you? Please do. I don't want you, I don't want you to appear to agree with it if you don't.
The way you summed it up, you made Locke seem a little bit inconsistent.
Oh, did I?
Because, as a matter of fact, it's true. He's inclined to think that the world is composed of matter and minds, but he is consistent enough to say that since we don't know the nature of either, we can't even be sure of that. So he is
That's a very important
very
further point.
ready
Yes.
to accept the possibility that materialism is true, that we thinking things are in fact complex and subtle machines. How we work, we have no idea at all. But he's ready to accept the possibility that there is no Cartesian soul, no immaterial, naturally immortal soul.
Actually, I'm glad you pulled me up on that, because he has an argument about that which I think is marvellous and which I still think carries its full clout today. Of us human beings, he says that one of 2 things must be true, but both seem to us impossible to grasp. Either we must be material objects that think and have emotions, or there must be something immaterial in us which thinks and has emotions and is in that case mysteriously allied to a physical object, namely our body. Now, Locke says, when we try to think our way through these 2 alternatives, we find that both of them are in a profound way unintelligible to us, and yet one of them must be true.
Yes.
Now, I still believe that. I think that's a good argument.
Yes, the argument there is so strong that one wonders why, on other occasions, he says that dualism is probably true, but he never tells us why. He said, never justifies the probably.
Yeah. Well, you were right to bring that in.
Yes.
Now, let me try and move us on, as I did before,
Yes.
to language. How does Locke's view of language fit in to his view of our knowledge of the world?
Well, the book on language is really, I mean, a book on classification in all the various departments of knowledge, what makes for a good classification. The most interesting, I think, is the classification of the natural world. And what he wants to do here is to reject the Aristotelian view that the world is composed of natural kinds and that science is a matter of identifying the natural kind and examining the nature of each kind more or less separately. So you have to study the essence or nature of horses, cows, dogs, cats,
There just
and so
are
forth.
these categories
Yes.
in the world.
Yes. And he wants to reject that view, of course. But this has implications for classification. For the Aristotelian...
You say of course, but somebody who hasn't thought about this before might not see the of course. I mean,
sorry, yes.
aren't there... Somebody might say, but there are dogs, or there are
Yes.
cows, or there are horses.
Well, the
What's
of course
problem
came
about
from what
that?
went before. The of course came from what went before, because given the view of the world as this great kind of mechanical object composed of lesser machines, then dogs and cats are little machines, and they function according to the basic laws of physics. So there isn't a separate nature of dogs and a separate nature of cats. There's a different structure, but the nature of the involved is really the same. I mean, the laws of nature involved are the same. Well, given that view, I mean, his own view of the world as that sort of place, then there could, he concluded that there were no natural divisions into kinds, that there were resemblances at the level of observation, and these resemblances caused us, quite reasonably, to slice the world up But in the end, the slicing is done by us. It's not done by nature. I mean, for the Aristotelian, there are these natural divisions, natural species, and we simply identify them and name them. But for Locke, we do the slicing up, and the consequence of this is that the terms we use, like gold, water, horse, dog, and so on, these are really arbitrarily, in the end, arbitrarily defined by us.
They're human categories.
Yes.
What would he have said about his own distinction between minds and material objects that we've talked about so much so far? I mean, isn't that a distinction of natural kinds? Isn't that found in reality and not just a distinction made by us in language?
I think that would be, I mean, I think he would agree that if that were if dualism were true, if that's the way it is, then there would be a distinction of kind.
Yeah.
The kinds that he's attacking are the Aristotelian kinds, which are all bodily. I mean, there isn't in the Aristotelian philosophy anything quite like the soul of Descartes. I mean, that immaterial object, substance.
Now, if Locke thinks that our bodies are ultimately mysterious to us simply because all material bodies are in their inner nature mysterious to us, and we're not even sure what our minds are either, what view did he take of personal identity? What did he see people as being?
Well, the discussion of personal identity is one of the most original and interesting parts of the essay. He agreed with Descartes that one knew that one was a thinking thing, but one didn't know what kind of thing one is. In the 17th century, the followers of Cartesian modes of thought thought that a very powerful argument for their view was that it explained immortality, that and personal identity, that the identity of a person, despite the flux of matter, so to speak, in the body, the identity of the person is determined in life by the identity of the soul, and this soul could go on to the afterlife. I mean, and that would constitute our identity then. Now, Locke started from a different consideration, which is that immortality has to be personal immortality. The whole point of immortality is, well, to put it bluntly, reward and punishment. With a certain emphasis on punishment very often. But unless the thing that was being punished in the afterlife was conscious of the deeds that it had done in life on earth, then somehow Locke thought that punishment lost its whole point. So
yes, it would be as if a quite different person were being punished.
Right. So he argued that, I mean, suppose we grant there is such a thing as an immortal, immaterial soul, and suppose we grant that this receives punishment. If that thing has no recollection of what happened on earth, the whole notion of immortality loses its point. So what really matters, Locke said, is not this supposed immaterial soul, but consciousness, but the consciousness of the individual, the continuity of consciousness, the consciousness of the individual of his past deeds, and of course in this life what matters is the thought that it's going to be us who's going to get punished in the world to come.
In my introduction to this programme, I referred to the enormous impact that Locke's political philosophy made, both in the period that Locke lived in and in fact ever since. It's always continued to have an influence. So I don't want us to get off Locke and onto Berkeley before we say something about that. One thing that I admire, in fact I think the thing I admire most in Locke's political philosophy is the clarion call for tolerance. And at least one of his arguments for that is based on his insistence that, after all, we don't really know all that much in this life. We are wrong about a lot of things. A great deal is mysterious to us. And therefore we are not justified in imposing our opinions on others by force. He has a very moving expression of that argument at one point, which I like very much, I must say.
Yes. I think that is an important connection with his views on politics and religious tolerance in particular. He has what you might call an individualistic view of knowledge, that nobody else can do my knowing for me. I mean, I have to think things out for myself in order to have knowledge. Other people can pass on opinions. Now, in certain areas, in ethics and religion, he thought that people ought to spend time and ought to be given the time to spend on thinking things out for themselves as far as possible. And if you have that coupled with a very strong sense of how difficult this is and how hard it is to get things right, then you've obviously got the recipe for a tolerant society.
Yeah, we take it for granted, but of course in his day it was very far from being taken for granted. Before we do move on, I'd like you to sum up in some way what you see Locke's lasting contribution to philosophy, or that's too big a question, what you see his most important contribution to philosophy as having been.
Well, historically, of course, something that you hinted at before, that he supplied a framework within which people could make sense of things like Newtonian science and so forth, and a way of looking at the world in which we recognize that there's a lot about the world we don't understand, and we recognize the speculative nature of science and so forth. And that was very important. He had another effect, which was that some of his arguments, for example, his emphasis on the point that what the knowledge we get through the senses is really just knowledge of things with powers to act on us. We don't really understand what lies behind those powers. Those arguments were employed by philosophers like Berkeley himself, who were really aiming at quite a different kind of view of the world or philosophy from Locke's, but were able to make use of what to them were concessions to idealism or to skepticism, I mean, to quite a different sort of philosophy. Now, I think that Locke has a lot still to say to us, partly just because he was, so to speak, the last great realist before the trend, the tendency towards idealist philosophy.
Yes.
And we can, I think there's something deeply wrong with idealist philosophy myself, and I think that, well, it's very valuable to go back to Locke as a sort of pre-idealist realist, and in some ways to see what went wrong, but also to pick up points which we've forgotten, which we've lost.
I have much more sympathy with idealism than you have, but let that appear as it may. Let's now move on to the first of the absolutely major idealists, namely Berkeley. And in a way, we've prepared the ground for the step we're now taking, haven't we? Because the philosophical doctrine that Berkeley is most famous for is his rejection of the notion of material substance. He just said there is no such thing. All we have is experience, and we've no warrant for inferring the existence of anything that isn't experience. Now, that was partly a reaction against Locke. Can you, as it were, start the discussion of his philosophy from that point?
Well, the way you put it, you make Berkeley look like a skeptic, and he was, he hotly contended that his philosophy was anti-skeptical, that he wasn't doubting that there was something out there, in a sense. But what's out there is not the material world. He wanted the world basically to consist of spirits.
He thought the whole of reality was spiritual.
Well, the sensible world is given a very subordinate role. He doesn't deny its existence, he says, but he wants it to be in some way dependent on spirits. There's God and there are finite spirits. His motive is fundamentally theological. To his mind, the philosophers like Locke and Descartes had turned the world into a kind of God, almost, turned the material world.
Yeah.
Because matter is something which has a nature of its own, which doesn't need God anymore in some way. Once God has created matter, it's like a great clock. It can go ticking on, and while God goes on holiday. And this, for Berkeley, was a a sort of atheistic doctrine, virtually. I mean, a lot of philosophers had thought that materialism was a source of atheism, and had attacked any view which gave matter an sort of equal status to spirit. I mean, a group called the Cambridge Platonists, or the Cartesians themselves, were like this, had this view. But Berkeley was perhaps, well, one of the first to have the idea of turning the tables on matter in a way by making the sensible world nothing but, so to speak, something which is mind-dependent. So that Locke's distinction between the world as it appears to us and the world as it is in itself, you see, Berkeley just chops off the world as it is in itself, and all that's left is the world as it appears to us. And he contends that he's not denying the existence of anything in this way, at least not the existence of anything that counts or matters.
How does Berkeley, if Berkeley thinks that there is no world as it is in itself, that everything is of the nature of spirits or ideas or experience, how does he account for the success of modern science? I mean, how can there be a science if there's no matter?
He thought, in a way, he could account for it better than Locke could, because whereas Locke was left with this worry about things like the inverse square law being just a sort of brute fact, for Berkeley, all laws are just brute facts, and they are, in fact, they represent the order in which God affects us with ideas. And the sequence of ideas is what constitutes the laws of nature. And he had his own story, explanation of this sequence. This is his analogy is with language. God is, so to speak, informing us of what is to come in a way, so that if I see a fire, then I know that if I stretch out my hand, I'll get burned. And this is useful knowledge. And unless unless they were in this sort of order, then they would be useless to us. I mean, so he has this. It's a sort of. In fact, he constructs an argument for God's existence out of all this, of course.
In fact, so one could sum up Berkeley's view of total reality like this. There's an infinite spirit, which is God. There's a whole number of finite spirits, which is us. And we are somehow in communication with God via our experience. That what we take to be our whole experience of the world is, in this rather poetic metaphor, God's language to us. God is talking to us.
Yes.
And science, all the regularities in the world, all the scientific laws, all the equations of mathematics that are built into our experience are, so to speak, the grammar and the syntax of God's language. They are the structure of the divine communication to human minds.
There's no
need. It's a magnificent idea.
There's no need to postulate matter at all. It doesn't do any work.
If all reality is mental, in Berkeley's view, how is it that I can't choose what I see? I mean, if I close my eyes and open them again, I can't choose to see Charlie Chaplin sitting on that sofa. I can't choose to see nobody sitting on the sofa. There you are, Michael Ayers. Now, anyone else would say, Locke would say, common sense would say, well, yes, that's because Michael Ayers is there independently of being perceived.
Yes.
Berkeley can't say that. At least he can't say that about all the other kinds of material object in the universe. How does he explain it?
In the end, he comes out with a notion which I think was there in his earlier writing, but is not expressed very clearly, that there is something that exists independently of you, and that is an idea in God's mind. And there is at least an intention of God to produce appropriate ideas in your mind when you open your eyes. Right. So the real object is really explained in terms of both of the orderliness, the order of your ideas, and the what exists in God's mind as the basis of that order. But what is really important to Berkeley, you see, is not the leap from your idea to something else, for example, an idea in God's mind. Some people think that leap has made Berkeley just as vulnerable as the materialist ever was to the skeptical argument. But the important thing for Berkeley is that what he postulates is something mind-dependent, and it's also, he claims, more intelligible, because it's totally unintelligible, as Locke admitted, to us, as to how matter should act on mind. But he doesn't have that problem, because God's activity is something which is fundamentally unintelligible. In fact, it's the only kind of genuine causality there is in the universe, is the activity of a spirit, whether ourselves or God, for Berkeley.
I think there's much more to be said for Berkeley than we're making it sound. I mean, this insistence that all that the objects of our knowledge can possibly ever be is the data of experience, and experience alone, came long after Berkeley's death to be one of the orthodoxies of science. And in fact, Karl Popper has written a famous article called A Note on Berkeley as a Precursor of Mach and Einstein,
Yes.
in which he extracts 21 theses from Berkeley's work,
Yes.
which he then shows have been put forward by modern physicists like Einstein under the impression that they were saying something new and revolutionary. I think there is a lot more to be said for Berkeley than one can easily be inclined to allow.
Well, it's perfectly true that there is a powerful argument for the view that our concept of anything must, in the end, come back to our experience of that sort of thing, however indirect. And that argument has been very powerful. Now, of course, this in a way is Locke's argument too. But Locke wants to say that doesn't mean to say that there isn't something with its own independent nature out there. And Berkeley just wanted to sort of chop that off and deny that. I mean, for Berkeley, the world is not a mysterious place. He's a dogmatic philosopher. It's for us, a rather, in his terms, a rather surprising place, because there's no material world in the sense in which most people think of it. But it's not a mysterious place for Berkeley, whereas for Locke, you see, he's prepared to accept that there is something mysterious there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayers. The philosopher most widely regarded as the greatest who has ever written in the English language is David Hume, not an Englishman but a Scot, born in Edinburgh in the year 1711. He did some of his best work very young. At about 18 he experienced a sort of intellectual revelation, and over the next 8 years he produced a large and revolutionary book called A Treatise of Human Nature. It met with little attention and even less understanding. In his own phrase, it fell dead born from the press. So in his 30s he tried to rewrite that book in what he hoped would be a more popular form. This resulted in 2 smaller volumes, one called An Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding, and one called An Inquiry Concerning the Principles of Morals. But these were scarcely any better received, and he gave the impression then of turning away from philosophy. In his 40s he wrote A History of Great Britain, which for 100 years was the standard work. That's why he's still sometimes categorized in libraries and books of reference as David Hume, historian. In his own lifetime he made his reputation too as an economist, and his monetary theories have been re-attracting attention recently. He was even, in a modest way, a man of affairs. In the War of the Austrian Succession, he served as a staff officer on 2 military expeditions, and for a couple of years, in his early 50s, he was secretary to the British Embassy in Paris, and then, after that, Under Secretary of State in London. In all the many different circles in which he moved, he was popular for his good nature as much as for his genius. Such was his gift for friendship that he almost brought off the impossible task of befriending his French contemporary philosopher Rousseau, who at one time actually proposed making his home in Britain because Hume was there. In France, Hume was known as Le Bon David, and in his native Edinburgh, the street in which he lived was, and is, named after him, St. David Street. In view of the latter point, it's perhaps ironical that in secret he'd been writing his final philosophical masterpiece, a profound and damaging critique of natural religion, which didn't come to light until after his death. He died in 1776, and in 1779 his Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion were published. Some people consider it his best work. He's an unusually attractive figure who should also be seen as part of that great flowering of intellectual life in Edinburgh in the 18th century, which we now refer to as the Scottish Enlightenment. In David Hume, Adam Smith and James Boswell, the Scottish Enlightenment produced the English language's foremost philosopher, economist and biographer. And they all knew each other. Adam Smith was one of Hume's closest friends and was greatly influenced by him. Boswell contemplated writing Hume's biography, though, alas, he never did. There's now a substantial literature on Hume, and one of the best books in it, Hume's Intentions, was written by the person who is with me now to discuss his work, Professor John Passmore of the Australian National University in Canberra. Professor Passmore, whenever Hume gave a shorter exposition of his own philosophy, which he in fact 2 or 3 times did, he always put fundamental emphasis on what he had to say about causality. That is to say, what it is for one state of affairs to bring about or cause another state of affairs, the idea being that causality, this cause and effect relationship, is what binds together the whole of our known world. And he thought that what he had to say about that was the cornerstone of his philosophy. And in fact, it would be true to say that it's what he's best known for today. Can you tell us what the nub of his argument on that was?
I think I'll try to by means of a practical example. Suppose a small child whose parents have always given it soft cotton toys. It has had soft cotton dolls, soft cotton dogs, so on and so on. Everything's soft cotton. One day somebody gives it a rubber ball. The child drops the rubber ball over the side of the bed, and the next thing he notices is the rubber ball bounces. Nothing else in his experience has ever bounced before, and here's this ball that begins bouncing. Now, the first thing that David Hume says is that it didn't matter how long the child had looked at that ball, turning it over, looking at one side and another, it could never have inferred that when it dropped the ball would bounce. This came to it as something it couldn't expect prior to experience. Now take an adult who's watching what happens at this point. The adult will say, well, what has happened is the child has caused the ball to bounce by dropping it. It would say the ball has a power which makes it possible for it to bounce. It might say there's a necessary connection between dropping this rubber ball and its bouncing. That is how the adult would talk. Now Hume comes along and he says, well, what has the adult got which the child doesn't have? After all that has really happened is that on a number of occasions the adult has seen a ball drop and seen it bounce. In fact, it has found that this always happens as what he calls a constant conjunction. So you have 2 things. You first of all have somebody dropping a ball or doing something of that kind, and then you have it bouncing. But suppose it's seen this 100 times instead of, like the child, only once. What difference can this make? After all, it hasn't now seen something it hadn't seen before. It hasn't seen a mysterious power in the ball. It hasn't discovered a mysterious entity called a necessary connection and some sort of peculiar property. All it has seen is various people dropping balls and the balls bouncing. And yet, in fact, the adult does believe that there's a necessary connection between the dropping of the ball and its bouncing. Well, where's this idea come from? Because for Hume, all ideas have to come from somewhere. And he says it comes from nothing except the constant experience of this constant conjunction. This works upon the mind, as he says. It forms the habit in us of expecting a ball to bounce when we drop it. But nothing more is involved than that.
I could put what you've just said to us in, so to speak, abstract general terms, I think, by expressing it this way, that we can't form any conception at all of an ordered world without the idea of causal connection between things. But cause, we discover, when we try, is something that we can't actually observe. We may say that event A causes event B, but we find when we examine the situation that all we actually observe is event A followed by event B. And there isn't some third entity in the situation, a causal link between them, that we observe. And it won't do to say that, well, yes, but we know that event A is the cause of event B, because B always and invariably follows A. Because the fact is, for example, that day always and invariably follows night, and night always and invariably follows day, but neither is the cause of the other. So we have this indispensable notion of cause, which is at the very heart of our conception of the world and of our understanding of our own experience. And yet this notion is not validated by experience or observation, and it can't be validated by logic either. And by making us aware of that, Hume, it seems to me, has put his finger on a problem to which there's still no generally agreed solution. Would you agree to that?
Yes, there is. People, of course, try various things, most of which Hume discusses in the treatise and gets rid of. Some will say, oh, well, nature is uniform, so if a ball bounces once, it will go on bouncing. But that's only to say that the same cause produces the same effect always, and that's exactly the thing which has to be demonstrated.
Yes, he's begging the question.
They're begging the question by saying that. Yes. And this is true if he says, oh, well, at least it's now more probable that the ball will bounce than not. But all probabilities, Hume says, are really based on our experience of connections, so that this, again, is no real way out of the problem.
He used the same form of argument with another very fundamental question, didn't he? And that is the question of the self and the continuity of the self. He said that although we take it for granted that we have selves and that we are continuous selves, we discover that we can't actually locate this self in observation or experience. That when we look inside ourselves, what we actually see is individual thoughts, feelings, memories, emotions, and so on. But we don't observe some other entity, a self, that has them. Now this is a very disconcerting and startling doctrine, isn't it? What were its implications?
Well, I think one should add that Hume was never really quite satisfied with this. As you said, he kept on going back, when he's giving an account of his theory, to the doctrine of causality, because there he felt satisfied. He'd done what he set out to do. He'd shown that there is something about our character as human beings which compels us to believe that things are necessarily connected with one another, even although we don't observe in the world that necessary connection. But it gets terribly difficult when it comes to personal identity. He'd said earlier that in respect to ordinary identity, what happens is something like this. Actually, every time we close our eyes, the thing in front of us disappears. It's no longer there as a perception. But when we open our eyes again, this is very rough and crude, what we see is so similar to what we saw before we close our eyes that we're confused. We treat this as having been an experience of identity because it's so like keeping our eyes open all the time and just having a single perception. Now that's all right, perhaps, in respect to the identity of other people, you might say. It's the same sort of thing. We see them today and we see them tomorrow. They're very like one another. The actions that they perform on one occasion have certain sorts of causal connections with the ones they have on other occasions. But let's take ourselves. Now, we can't say that we become confused between this succession of perceptions and a strict identity, because this assumes that there's some we there all the time to become confused. And that's why Hume says, I think this is why Hume says in the long run that he's very dissatisfied with this. And this really worried him because he'd begun from the assumption that so long as one talked only about the human mind and human perceptions, one wouldn't get into any great intellectual problems or any intellectual confusions which couldn't be easily cleared away.
One thing that what he had to say about cause and what he has to say about the self have in common is that in both cases he says, let's look for the actual observation, the actual experience on which this everyday idea is based. And in each case, when we look for them, we discover, to our amazement, that they're not there. It's as if he's trying to base his philosophy on fact. Now, is that what he was referring to in the famous subtitle to his masterpiece, The Treatise? I've actually written it down here. He describes his treatise as an attempt to introduce the experimental method of reasoning into moral subjects, Was he trying to make philosophy scientific? Was that his idea?
Well, moral subjects, of course, he intended very broadly. He would have included under that everything we now call politics. He would have included anything we would call psychology, and as well as anything we would call moral philosophy. And he did want to make these more scientific in a certain sense than they had ever been. What he says is that when you approach these subjects, you find that people who usually talk seriously and take evidence into account start making wild statements without any real evidence. They start preaching at us rather than telling us what things are like. They lay down laws for us rather than looking at the facts, and that we ought to look at the facts in respect to political life and human affairs just as we do in the natural sciences.
There's an implied theory of language and meaning, isn't there, in this approach that we are now talking about? Because he very definitely thought that in order for a word to mean anything at all, it had to relate to a specific idea. And for an idea to have real content, it had to be derived from experience. So in effect, Hume is saying, if you want to know what a word means, look for the experience from which it's derived. If you can't find an experience or an observation from which it derives, then it doesn't mean anything. So there's this whole theory of meaning, is there not, underlying the philosophical approach that you've just been outlining?
Yes, he draws a distinction, and he's very keen on this, although he doesn't mention it specifically very often, between talking and thinking. We're thinking only when we're operating with clear ideas which have a real source in experience. But he suggests that much of the time we're talking away and we're using what are really completely confused notions which have no real foundation in experience. If he looked at our contemporary political life and our contemporary talk, he'd find, I think, that it was full of notions which people use completely unreflectively. And if you ask what the foundation in experience was of, let us say, ideas like social justice or ideas like accountability, you might find it extremely difficult to see what the actual factual situation was that these were referring
what
to.
What
they concretely mean. And one of his main points is we should look and see what things concretely mean. You'd be absolutely horrified by much of what now passes for literary criticism, for example. That was something he was very interested in. But he thought you had to relate it very concretely to literature. And now it becomes so much of it rather bad philosophy, full of expressions, which Hume, I think, would very rapidly show have no meaning on his theory of meaning.
It led him to develop something that came subsequently to be known as Hume's fork. He said of any given body of ideas that when you're approaching it for the first time, you must ask yourself two main questions. Do these ideas concern matters of fact, in which case do they rest on observation and experience? Or do they concern the relations between ideas, as in mathematics and logic? If the answer to both those main questions is no, then he says, commit those writings to the flames, because they can contain nothing but sophistry and illusion. He was a great, as you've just said, clearer away of intellectual rubbish, not only in philosophy and politics, but in religion and all sorts of other fields. Do you think that in the history of philosophy, that's one of his most important functions, so to speak, that he was a clearer away of illusions?
I'm pretty sure about that. The other thing was that there's one particular illusion he's constantly clearing away, and that is that we can prove a great many things which we daily believe. He's constantly showing that really we cannot demonstrate even such facts as that things exist externally to us, or that they continue to exist when we're not looking at them, or again that some things are necessarily connected with other things. And this means that he often sounds extremely sceptical, and indeed he sometimes does express himself in a very sceptical way. But he thinks that it's impossible for any human being to be an all-out skeptic. Inevitably, you have to believe, you have to act like any other human being. And a certain measure of skepticism, what he calls mitigated skepticism, is very useful because it prevents you from falling into the trap of large ideologies, large ideas of every sort, which have no real foundation in experience. You will say to yourself, well, look, I'm not really totally able to demonstrate the sun will rise tomorrow. Perhaps it won't. And why should anybody that's in that position think that they can say something about the total existence of the world or some very elaborate concept of this kind?
Yes. Wouldn't it be true to say that his skepticism was not actually about the world, but about the capacities of human reason? I mean, I don't doubt for one moment that Hume just genuinely did believe that there is an independently existing world of material objects in space and time that causally interrelate to each other, and that we have representations of these through our senses, and that these representations are internal to us but give us an accurate picture of the world around us. All that, the whole common sense view of the world, I'm sure Hume believed. But it seems to me that what he was contending was that none of this could be proved. You couldn't actually show, you couldn't prove that any of this was so, and you had to just kind of take it for granted in ordinary living. But I don't think he doubted it, did he?
I don't think so. After all, it's essential to what he's saying about the possibility of constructing a theory of human nature. And he's able to say two things that this will rest on. One is our awareness of ourselves, and the other is our awareness of other human beings, our experience of other human beings. Well, this does imply that human beings exist independently of us, that we're not the only being on Earth just living in a world of his own perceptions. There are other human beings, they behave in various ways, their behaviour has particular effects, and so on. None of this does he doubt, I think, in the most serious sense of doubting. Indeed, he'd have to be a madman to do so.
But he's showing that reason can't prove it.
But he's showing that what we can prove is very much less than people believe, even in the most fundamental affairs of life. So that strict proof plays a very small part in human life outside special areas like mathematics.
Yeah, and he didn't even think that was all that important in human affairs, did he?
Well, he really felt that the important things were, well, he says, politics, morals, literary criticism, and what he calls logic, which is a word he uses rather broadly to mean the theory of the human understanding. Anything else, the sort of thing that physicists talk about, let us say, was no doubt important, but at the second order, that to get a clear understanding of human beings and of the human understanding was indeed a necessary preliminary even to a soundly based physical science, let alone to a soundly based human science. And I think he was a person to whom what mattered essentially were human beings. Now, lots of philosophers haven't been like this. They've rather got rid of human beings or individual human beings. But Hume...
Concerned with abstractions like
concerned with abstractions
space,
and time and space, and Hume talks about these to some degree, but basically the human being lies at the centre of his interests, and in the old phrase, he counts nothing human alien to him.
What that brings out is that in that famous subtitle to his great work, which I read earlier, an attempt to introduce the experimental method of reasoning to moral subjects, it's not only the phrase, the experimental method of reasoning, that's important, which everyone has always concentrated on, but the phrase moral subjects. Yes. He was applying it to everything that directly concerns human beings,
that's
as you
right.
say. In my introduction to our discussion, Professor Passmore, when I referred to Hume moving on from writing philosophy to writing history, I deliberately used the phrase, he appeared to turn away from philosophy. I didn't actually say he did, because I know that you, in your book about Hume, have argued that, in fact, in his mind, this was not a turning away at all, but a continuation of the same concerns. And I'd like you to expand that a little bit.
Well, I think in the first place, of course, the use of the word philosophy in its very narrow modern sense is, well, as I just said, very narrow, very modern. Philosophy had a much broader sense when Hume wrote, and even later, and indeed in Cambridge, much later, physics was called natural philosophy, and subjects like economics and politics were included in moral philosophy. And that's the very broad sense of philosophy that Hume is working with. But I think there's another thing. He wrote these works, the treatise especially, he said, as a necessary preliminary to working on the subjects he took to be important, morals and politics, an essential preliminary. Nobody paid any real attention to them. He tried to present them in a different form, as you pointed out in your introduction, in the inquiries. People still didn't pay any real attention to them. And it would have been absurd for him to go on working at these. He had no real criticism of them. He was quite convinced he was right. And in terms of his own views about things, it was perfectly proper for him then to go on writing essays on politics, writing history, writing about economics, writing about the population of the ancient world, and discussing all these broad issues, literary criticism again, which he'd always regarded as central. It would have been idiotic for him to have continued all his life with what he regarded as being only preliminary to these centrally important inquiries.
Because all of it was, in his eyes, what one might roughly call social philosophy, wasn't it?
It
in
was.
some form or another.
In a very broad sense,
Yes.
it's what we would now call social philosophy. But the first part one might very crudely call Hume's methodology of the social sciences. It ran beyond that, but it's as if a social scientist were to spend all his life talking about his methodology and never actually doing any social science. And Hume would have felt the same way if he'd spent all his life talking about his methodology. And he says it's all the logic that's really needed is in the treatise, and not gone on to do the actual work that he thinks was of the greatest consequence.
Now, underlying this very broad concern with human affairs, there was a theory of human, or a conception anyway, of human nature. And you referred to that actually a few minutes ago in our discussion. Can you now bring out what that conception of human nature was?
Well, it's a long story because really most of his subsequent work is a study of human nature in action, in practice. But one thing he never doubted was that there was such a thing as human nature. And this is a point at which he differed from Locke. Locke had been particularly intent on getting rid of the conception of original sin. This was fundamentally important to him because he was a religious thinker as well as a philosopher. And he had argued that human beings are born into the world with minds which are like blank sheets of paper. And then in his works on education, for example, the suggestion was that you could turn human beings in any direction you want to. And many of the later thinkers of the French Enlightenment, and really running on even to modern Marxism, have taken this same sort of view that at least society is the thing that makes human beings what they are. Now, Hume didn't think that. He says that he thought this was a ridiculous view, that human beings do have angers, fears, all the rest of it, affections, which are innate, which are inborn in them, and which are constant throughout human history. In different societies, they may take different forms. Some of them may be strengthened and some weakened. But there is a permanent human nature there in which the passions are central. It's striking, I think, in most of the thinkers of this period, that they put an emphasis on passions and interests in a way in which many subsequent philosophers have not. There are, of course, important exceptions to that.
Part of the basis for what he had to say about human nature being always the same was his deep learning in the classical languages, wasn't it? He was deeply and widely read in Greek and Latin literature and history, and what struck him, one of the things that struck him about those times, was that human behaviour in very considerable detail had been just the same 2,000 years before the time he was reading than he saw it around him, as he saw it around him in his own time.
Yes, he was particularly interested in writers like Cicero and in what Cicero said about human nature and human beings and human society. And he felt it wasn't so different from 18th century England and that human beings were still behaving in much the same kind of way. It was the Latin writers rather than the Greek writers who particularly influenced him at that level. He constantly quotes Cicero. So that was some of the evidence that he would have given for there being a permanent human nature. But also when he writes about, let us say, the natural history of religion, it's again on the assumption that human beings have been much the same, have been faced by the same threats, the same anxieties, have had much the same ideals throughout history, even in much earlier societies than the Greek and Roman societies.
It's not only an assumption, is it? I mean, he tries to demonstrate this with a great deal of factual example.
He tries to demonstrate by factual example, but it is all the same, I think, to some measure, something that he thinks you can't seriously question, although, as I say, many subsequent writers and Locke before him have seriously questioned it.
When one looks at Hume from the standpoint of our time, I think one is very struck by the sort of modernity, from our point of view, of very much of it. I mean, he was centrally concerned with this problem of the self. Well, some of the best philosophy that's been done in Britain in recent years has been about problems of the self. scientists in the 20th century have been deeply puzzled, especially in their thinking about quantum physics, about the presence or absence of causal connection. And only yesterday, so to speak, the logical positivists, or at least the chief representative of logical positivism in the English-speaking world, A.J. Ayer, were constantly talking about how much they owed to Hume and how almost everything they'd say, Ayer is constantly saying that almost everything he has to say has previously been said by Hume. One comes up against this modernity to us again and again. And one of the 20th century problems of philosophy that he is credited with having formulated for the first time is the famous problem of induction, isn't it? That is to say that the logical basis on which scientific theories were traditionally said to rest. Can you tell us a little about that?
Well, it's very closely related to what I said previously about causality. Go back to my baby that's dropping this ball out of the... Well, I suppose it does this on Monday, and it does it on Tuesday, and it does it on Wednesday, and it does it on Thursday. And every time it drops the ball bounces. Then certainly Hume would say it comes to believe that whenever it drops the ball will bounce. It comes to expect the ball to bounce whenever it drops it. But suppose we ask why, since all that has happened is the same thing as has occurred on many occasions. But we all know quite well that things can occur on many occasions, and then on some occasion they don't occur anymore. There's a change in the way things happen. You've been accustomed to relying on these regularities, but the regularity breaks down. Now, all Hume is saying is we can never be quite sure that this won't happen in respect to any regularity whatsoever. There's no way of arguing from the premises that things have happened in a certain way on very many occasions in the past to the conclusion that they're bound to happen in exactly the same way in the future.
And of course the point here is that every scientific law is an unrestrictedly general statement which is said to rest on a number of particular observations or experiments or instances, and the logical link can't be made. There's a marvellous example of this in the history of philosophy itself. In logic books, in some logic books in the Middle Ages, one sentence that was used as an example was, "All swans are white." And of course, for literally thousands of years, every swan that any Western man had ever seen was white. And there must have been millions of instances of white swans and not a single counterexample. But in the 18th century, when Western man discovered your country, Australia, for the first time, Europeans saw black swans. And it's a marvellous illustration of the fact that however many thousands or millions of times a particular thing has been observed and found to be so-and-so, it does not follow from that the next one will be. And therefore, and this is the logically important point, no finite number of specific observations can ever logically entail an unrestrictedly general or universal conclusion. But all scientific laws are of that character, and therefore they are not logically entailed by the observations that are supposed to be their basis. And this is an explosive insight, isn't it? I mean, it seemed to people to knock away the foundations of science as they understood it.
Yes, I think it's more and more widely agreed by scientists themselves that scientific propositions are in some measure hypothetical, and many very firmly based ones have been overthrown in the past. People used to say that Einstein didn't overthrow Newton, he simply produced a more general theory of which Newton's theory is part. But that's not really true. There are some things that Newton said that have now been shown to be false. And Newton was for a long time the supreme example of a kind of certain demonstrative science.
Bertrand Russell, in his famous book, A History of Western Philosophy, after he's said something about Hume's doctrines on these various fundamental things that we've considered, the cause and effect relationship, the nature of the self, the inductive basis for scientific laws, Russell then goes on to say that in many of these respects we still haven't got beyond Hume, that he pointed out very fundamental problems that no one has yet solved.
This is true. Of course, it's equally true that Plato pointed out very fundamental questions that nobody has yet solved. So unfortunately, it's much easier in philosophy to ask questions and to raise difficulties than to produce solutions. But I think one crucial thing about Hume is the questions he asked, and I think this is also true of Plato, were very fundamental ones, so that we can say that if a person doesn't take Hume's question seriously, he can't really be counted as a philosopher.
Yes, these are absolutely fundamental to what philosophy is, aren't they?
Yes,
These
they are
questions.
fundamental issues. They're not the only issues which are fundamental, but they are fundamental issues.
What sort of a man was he? I get the impression when I read his work, and I've been rereading it for this discussion just recently, I get the impression of a kind of massive humaneness, which is enormously attractive.
Yes, his friend Adam Smith said he came as near to perfection in these sort of respects as any human being possibly could. And biographers have explored his life in great detail. I don't think any of them have found a single example of a mean or a malicious action. He's occasionally a bit timid, well, not unnaturally. He had views about religion which were scarcely popular in the society in which he was living. He's occasionally a little bit vain, but this is a form of sin, if it is that, which I can easily forgive. But he doesn't ever act meanly or maliciously. And I'm quite sure that if there was a sort of celestial philosophers' party, a dinner party, it's David Hume I would want to sit next to. Yes. I think in many ways Plato was the greater philosopher, but it's David Hume I would want to sit next to, and I think almost everybody else would. He had this warm humanity. He was without pretensions. He was a man of very considerable personal courage. He was dying of cancer in his last years. He still received his friends as usual. He knew, or believed he knew, that he was certainly not immortal, but this didn't disturb him in the least. It very much disturbed Boswell when Boswell interviewed him towards the end. But he managed to retain that sort of equanimity and moderation and cheerfulness, which was his own ideal.
Yes. And his style has had great influence, hasn't it? I mean, I mentioned earlier in this discussion 2 20th century British philosophers, both of them famous, Ayer and Bertrand Russell, who have been consciously influenced by the Hume way of doing things, and there have been many others.
Yes, well, he did place this great emphasis on clarity and indeed on elegance. I recently heard clarity and elegance referred to as old-fashioned virtues, which nobody now attempts. But certainly Ayer and Russell attempted them, and certainly Hume attempted them. And he set a certain pattern of British philosophizing in which one tries to be clear, one tries to be critical, one tries not to make large assumptions, one tries to look all the while at what one's doing in a critical spirit, and one tries to tie it up to what actually happens in the world.
Hume's approach does raise one important difficulty, doesn't it? You refer to the fact that he stresses that most of the things that we take for granted we don't actually know and can't prove, can never prove. That being so, how are we to distinguish between the sort of view that it's reasonable to hold and the sort of view that it's unreasonable to hold? What then becomes the criterion of a reasonable man's belief?
This is a very difficult question. At times Hume seems to be saying nothing more than that, well, in general it's much more sensible to rely on constant conjunctions than on mere chance. He gives rules for judging of cause and effect. At other times he seems to suggest that there's really no answer to this question. But that is something that I think would satisfy nobody. And one might say that is the principal problem that Hume set. I referred to it in a way a little while ago. We agree, let us say, that scientific laws are not demonstrable in the strict sense. Why, however, is it still far better to depend on these in our practical affairs of life than in some silly idea that someone thinks up in a bestseller?
See, I think that what Hume had to say about all this is very germane to the ideas about science that most people have today in the 20th century. My impression is that most people, including most well-educated people, have the idea of science that it consists of a body of known, demonstrated, proved certainties, and that the growth of science consists in adding new certainties to the body of already existing ones. anybody who has that view of human knowledge or that view of science really has a very fundamental lesson to learn from Hume, don't they? I mean, Hume retains his full power to disconcert today, doesn't he?
Yes, Hume is an extremely disconcerting thinker. I think it's still true in respect to science, that science does make certain. There's all sorts of things we know about the world we didn't know before scientists got going. But certainly when a lot of people, for example, think of science as something where there's no room for the imagination at all, they believe that you have all sorts of need for the imagination if you're writing a novel or writing a play, but when you're doing science, it's just a question of going into a laboratory and seeing what happens. Now, this is nonsense. Any kind of scientific work above the most trivial is an enormous feat of the imagination. If you take contemporary cosmology, for example, it's, well, this is admittedly a very extreme example, but it's an extraordinary imaginative feat. And the same is true of things like DNA, genetics. Any of the great discoveries require not merely careful work in laboratories, though this is essential, and careful thinking at all levels, but also a capacity to make imaginative leaps. And it's interesting that in Hume, the idea of the imagination constantly re-emerges as being of central importance. The imagination, he thinks, is essential to all our thinking about the world. Even in what we call our perception of facts, there is always an element of the imagination at work. And the centrality of the imagination is one of the things I find most fascinating in David Hume.
It's directly germane to what you've just said that the greatest of all 20th century scientists, Einstein, once said, he said in 1928, I remember, he made the remark, that he would never have dared to overthrow the science of Newton had he not read Hume. Well, I'd like to finish our discussion really by asking you to say a little more about the influence of Hume on major thinkers subsequent to him. He did, you've already referred to his influence on Kant, who I think most philosophers would regard as the greatest of all philosophers since Hume. What was his influence on Kant?
Well, I think that Kant, unlike the British critics of Hume, really did see what Hume was about. He saw he had to do philosophy in a quite different kind of way. And if he was going, as he wanted to do, to answer Hume, and particularly to get rid of what he took to be the sceptical elements in Hume, he had to say that really our perception of the world is of a quite different kind from the sort of thing that Hume and his predecessors had taken it to be. We don't, as Hume always presumes, have isolated perceptions simply following one another. We are from the beginning aware of things as being causally connected, causally linked with one another. One gets in Kant, however, a great emphasis on the creative power of the mind as well. The suggestion that this order is in part imposed by the mind, and that leads in a direction that Hume wouldn't have liked. It leads in the direction of subsequent German idealism, in the direction of writers like Hegel.
But Kant did see, didn't he, that if you started with empiricist assumptions, Hume then posed problems that on empiricist assumptions you couldn't answer.
That was his view.
And Kant's solution was to reject the assumptions and start a wholly new approach.
He does see, I think, the essential thing, that if you begin from the position that what we're aware of are isolated events, whether they're in our own mind, whether they're perceptions or on the surface of our skin or in the world, you cannot create out of them, simply as your soul material, the kind of ordered world which in fact we experience in our daily life.
Well, to continue the discussion beyond this point would take us into a discussion of Kant, so I think we'll stop there. Thank you very much indeed, Professor Passmore.
Good, thank you.
For several generations now, it's been a widely held view among serious students of philosophy that the greatest philosopher to have appeared in the West since the ancient Greeks is Immanuel Kant. Kant was born in the town of Königsberg in East Prussia in 1724 and died there at an age of almost 80 in the year 1804. Many jokes have been made about the fact that he rarely left Königsberg and never went outside his native province in the whole of his life. Also about the fact that he stuck so strictly to a daily routine that the inhabitants of Königsberg could literally set their watches by him as he walked past their windows. He never married, and outwardly his life was entirely uneventful. However, he was not at all the dry stick that my description so far would suggest. On the contrary, he was sociable and amusing, elegant in dress and witty in conversation, and his lectures at the University of Königsberg, where he was a professor for more than 30 years, were famous for their brilliance. Rather surprisingly, Kant was the first great philosopher of the modern era to be a university teacher. Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, Locke, Berkeley, Hume, Rousseau, none of these were academics, nor were most of the major philosophers in the century after Kant, the 19th century. The obvious exception is Hegel, but Schopenhauer, Kierkegaard, Karl Marx, John Stuart Mill, Nietzsche, none of these were academic philosophers. It's only in the 20th century that nearly all important philosophers have been academics. Whether this professionalization of the subject is a good thing is very much a moot point. I suspect it's inevitable. However, to get back to the first of the great professors, the writings of Kant's youth and early middle age made him widely known, but all but a few of them are now virtually unread. His lasting fame rests on a series of publications which didn't begin till he was 57 and continued into his 70s. So we have the rare spectacle of a creative genius of the first order producing all his greatest work in late middle age and old age. His acknowledged masterpiece is The Critique of Pure Reason, which was published in 1781. It wasn't very well understood at first, so 2 years later he published a short exposition of its central argument as a separate book, usually referred to as the Prolegomena, and then brought out an extensively revised edition of the Critique of Pure Reason in 1787. There followed, in quick succession, his second great critique, the Critique of Practical Reason, in 1788, and then his third critique, the Critique of Judgment, in 1790. Meanwhile, he'd also published, in 1785, a little book called The Fundamental Principles of the Metaphysics of Ethics. In spite of its unseductive title, this book has had a simply immense influence on moral philosophy ever since. With me to discuss Kant's work is a well-known contemporary philosopher, Sir Geoffrey Warnock, Principal of Hertford College, Oxford, and a former Vice-Chancellor of Oxford University. Sir Geoffrey, Kant was perhaps the most famous system builder in the contemporary era in philosophy, and one notorious difficulty about expounding any system where everything fits in with something else is where to break into it, how to make a start. Where do you think is the best point to break into Kant for an exposition of his philosophy?
There certainly is that problem. I mean, one of Kant's merits, in a way, was that he was very good at making an immense range of views fit together in a comprehensive and systematic way. But if we are embarking on the discussion, I think it is important not to start off in too technical a way. I mean, he's sometimes represented as conducting a sort of refereeing job between the merits and demerits of rationalism and empiricism, for example, or discussing how there can be synthetic necessary truths. But I think one ought to go rather further back to what the much wider and simpler concern was that really generated these other problems. And that, I would submit, was his concern with an apparent conflict between the findings of the physical sciences in his day and our fundamental ethical and religious convictions. He thought there was a prima facie conflict, inconsistency there.
Can you spell out what he thought the conflict consisted in?
I think the central and simplest form of the conflict was that it seemed to be a presupposition, and indeed Kant thought a well-founded and proper presupposition of the physical sciences, that everything that happens is determined by antecedent happenings, and that there is always a law on the basis of which one can say that what happened was the only thing that could have happened.
In the physical world.
In the physical world,
universe, yes.
Yes. But of course, when we're thinking about our own conduct, when we're thinking, say, about moral predicaments we may find ourselves in, we believe that we and everybody else have alternatives before us, and that there are various things we could do, and it's for that reason that we have to accept the responsibility for what we actually do. That was one thing, and he thought that that was prima facie contradicted by a presupposition of physical science.
In other words, how in a universe in which the motions of all matter are governed by Newtonian laws,
can there be free will?
Scientific laws, can there be free will?
Yes.
That was...
Yes.
Yes.
He was also concerned with the question how a god would fit in to an essentially mechanical and physically determined universe.
Mm. He wasn't the first philosopher, even the first major philosopher, to see these problems, was he?
No, certainly not. They'd been really quite a preoccupation of philosophers all through the 18th century. I mean, ever since the sort of great leap forward, so to speak, in the physical sciences at the end of the 17th century. Among the empiricists, for example, Berkeley had been preoccupied with this sort of problem, and among those in Kant's own tradition, conspicuously Leibniz. No, he certainly wasn't the first.
Why was he so deeply dissatisfied, as he obviously was, with what his predecessors had done about this problem?
Well, he thought, and I think correctly, that his predecessors had tried to somehow resolve this conflict or bring it to an end by downgrading the pretensions of the physical sciences. And that's certainly true of Berkeley, and I think it's true of Leibniz as well. And to somehow present them as inferior and not having a claim to be an equal contestant with metaphysical doctrine and argument. And for one thing, I think Kant thought that the record showed that that was not the right way to proceed, because on the one hand, the physical sciences seemed to proceed smoothly and progressively from triumph to triumph, with everybody agreeing what had been established and what hadn't. And on the other hand, philosophy looked to him like a sort of chaotic battlefield. I mean, no philosopher agreed with any other philosopher. No doctrine was accepted for more than a few years before somebody refuted it, and so on. That's one thing. But then he also thought, and I think this is more important, that Hume in particular had raised serious doubts about the credentials of philosophy as a sort of possible intellectual enterprise at all. And he thought that Hume's challenge, if one can call it that, had raised a serious doubt as to whether what the philosophers were professing to do was even in principle possible.
He made a famous remark once about reading Hume having woken him from his dogmatic slumber.
Yes.
I take it that what you're now saying refers to this.
Yes.
What was the awakening, in fact? What did Hume awaken him to?
The problem, I think, in a crude nutshell, was this, that Hume, and indeed Leibniz, and such other philosophers that thought about it, had accepted the general view that propositions can be exhaustively divided into two classes. On the one hand, there are what used to be called truths of reason, which Kant called analytic propositions, where, in a sense, they're really true by definition. Like a triangle has three sides, or a bicycle has two wheels, that sort of thing. Those, they said, could be known a priori, I mean, independently of experience. On the other hand, there were substantial propositions which tell us something not simply implicit in the terms we're using. These, they said, were substantial and informative, but couldn't be necessary. They were always contingent propositions and could be established only on the basis of experience or experiment. And Hume said, and Kant thought he was quite right to say, that if that was right, then philosophy itself was in a serious predicament, because it didn't put itself forward, on the one hand, as an empirical science based on observation and experiment, And on the other hand, it didn't want to say that all it was doing was elaborating a set of tautologies, analysing the terms in which we speak and think. And Hume's question was, well, is there anything else that a philosopher could possibly be doing if he isn't doing either of those?
But didn't Hume realise, and Kant after him, that it also created a serious problem for the natural sciences? Because scientific, unrestrictedly general scientific laws are also propositions that are neither analytic, they can't be deductively arrived at by logic, nor can they be proved from experience. And they both realised that too, didn't they?
I'm not sure. It should be, I think, a diversion at the moment to go into it. Really what Hume thought about that. I think Hume thought that the sciences could sort of carry on as a body of empirical knowledge. Though, of course, in that case, without the claim to establish that anything was necessarily so.
Yes.
Kant's view, though, was certainly that this belief in an exhaustive dichotomy was mistaken. He had no doubt that it was mistaken, because while one might question the credentials of philosophers in claiming to put forward synthetic propositions that were both synthetic and necessary, that might be questionable. Kant had no doubt that this was perfectly in common form, so to speak, in the natural sciences and in mathematics. So that there certainly were, he thought, undoubtedly there were, propositions which were not analytic, but were not empirical and contingent either.
In other words, propositions which applied to the world, but yet which we didn't, as it were, derive from the world.
Yes, but which we could establish simply by argument, yes. And now, he called them synthetic a priori. This is a technical term he used.
Yes. Now, if such propositions apply to the world, but are not, so to speak, read off from the world by experience, by observation, how do we arrive at them?
Well, yes. One has to introduce here, I think, one of Kant's most important distinctions between what he called things in themselves, or the world as it is in itself, and appearances. Now, on the question of things in themselves, Kant would have said, we can't make any demands. Things in themselves simply are as they are, and there's nothing we can do about that. But if you move to the topic of the world as we experience it, as it presents itself to us as an object of experience, to the world of what he called appearances, then he said it's a different matter, because there are certain conditions, he claimed, which any world must satisfy if it is to be a possible object of experience at all.
For us?
For, well, us and other people, I think, too.
Yes.
He thought it a crucial fact that the world is a common object of experience to an indefinite array of subjects of experience. And if there is to be such a world that can be experienced and known about in common to a community of subjects of experience, then, he argued, there are conditions which it must satisfy. And we can say a priori that appearances must satisfy these conditions.
Would it be correct to put what you've just said in the following sort of way, that what there is for us to experience or perceive or know must of course depend on what there is to experience or perceive or know, but it must also depend on what apparatus we have for experiencing or seeing or knowing.
Yes.
And that the apparatus that we have is a contingent matter. I mean, To use a modern
Yes.
example, we happen to be equipped to interpret electromagnetic waves of some frequencies but not others. That's to say, we can receive and interpret heat waves and light rays, but we don't receive and
Yes.
interpret radio waves and X-rays.
Yes.
And it's imaginable that we might apprehend reality in entirely different terms from those that
Yes.
we do.
Yes.
Now, Kant is saying, this being so, for us to be able to experience anything at all, it must be such as is apprehensible by our apparatus, by the apparatus we've got.
Yes. Yes.
Now, that's not to say that nothing else can exist, but only that it can't, so to speak, exist for us, that we can't know it or apprehend it.
Yes.
Is that right?
Well, I would qualify that in one way. Kant didn't, I think, want to get into considerations about what our sensory equipment specifically is. I mean, what kind of eyes and ears we have. I think he was trying to say something more general than that the notion of a subject of experience presented with a world as an object of experience requires that it should have sensory capacities of some kind and intellectual and conceptual capacities of some kind. But he didn't want to say they must be of this specific kind or that. I mean, he wouldn't have been interested in whether our eyes were different from those of kestrels, say. I mean, just that we must have some way of perceiving.
Yeah. But the point then is that we bring certain, as it were, predispositions to
Yes.
bear, and
Yes.
only what fits into those
Yes.
predispositions can be experienced for us.
That's absolutely right, yes.
And this was something, the nature of which I think had not occurred to any philosopher before.
No,
is that
genuinely novel, I think,
Yes.
yes.
Now, what sort of entirely novel view of the nature of human knowledge did this begin to lead him towards?
Well, he put forward the claim that if one sort of thought carefully enough and argued long enough, one could specify what he called the form of any possible experience. This he gave the name of this the metaphysic of nature, or sometimes the metaphysic of experience to this enterprise. What he called the matter, that was a contingent matter, and there might be this or that actually happening. But he thought one could spell out and think out what the form, as he called it, of any possible experience must be. And this would be a body of doctrine that would tell you something about the world, of course, because it's telling you what its essential form is, but telling you something necessary that couldn't be otherwise.
And for this, and because there are such propositions, that was why Hume and others of his predecessors were wrong in analysing all possible propositions into either analytic, which would be true or
Yes.
false by nature of the terms used, and synthetic or a posteriori, which were true or false according to observation
Absolutely.
and experience.
Yes.
We've now got a third kind.
Yes.
Yes. Now, can you give us an example or two of concepts or propositions which are of this sort?
Well, putting it in the most general terms, they divide into two broad classes. First of all, Kant tried to deal with what he called the form of sensibility or perception. And he thought that here one could spell out and work out the fundamental character of space and time. He thought these were imposed upon our experience by the nature of our sensibility.
I want to stop you there, because I think this is a very hard idea for people to grasp, to whom it's new.
Yes.
He was saying that space and time don't characterize things as they are in themselves.
Yes, indeed.
But are inescapable modes of experience for us.
That's right.
That we can only experience things in these dimensions.
Yes.
But independently of our experience, these dimensions can't be said to exist.
That's certainly right. And he would say, if somebody said, well, what about the creation as it is in itself, what kind of spatial and temporal order does it display, Kant would say not a discussable topic. And all we can talk about is that world which is an object of experience to us, the world as it appears. And he thought that here, it's very arguable whether he was right to have this thought, but he thought that in thus bringing in space and time as forms of sensibility, he was in effect bringing in geometry and arithmetic, amazingly, rather odd claim, but he thought that geometry and arithmetic dealt with forms of sensibility and were bodies of synthetic a priori truth for that reason.
Given that he says that there are propositions of this special kind which apply to the world but are not derived from experience.
Yes. Could I, sorry,
Yes.
could I just intervene?
Yes.
I was going to say that his synthetic a priori proposition divided into two broad classes. We've only dealt with one of them,
Yes,
of course.
yes.
If I could just very
Right.
briefly bring in the second.
Right.
He thought that there are also what he called forms of the understanding, in a sense forms of thought. And I suppose the fundamental principles which he tried to show were conditions of the possibility of understanding would be, first of all, the principle of universal causal determinism, which he thought was one of them, and then, rather unplausibly, he also tries to show that Newton's law of the conservation of matter states a condition of the possibility of experience too.
Now, in order to arrive at the sort of total picture that we're beginning to build up, let me just recapitulate up to this point, that Kant is saying that because all of our knowledge and experience comes to us through our sensory and mental apparatus, it all comes to us in forms which are sense-dependent and mind-dependent.
Yes.
And that we have no direct access to things as they are in themselves, independently of all possible experience. Now, given that the modes of apprehension that we have are whatever they are, possible experience must, as it were, fit in with them to be able to be experience for us at all.
Absolutely.
And part of his project as a philosopher, therefore, was to carry out a large-scale investigation into what the nature of these forms was.
Yes.
And if that investigation is successful and complete, it will tell us what the limits of all possible knowledge is.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And that anything that's outside that is just simply unknowable to us.
Yes. Yes.
Now, the implications of this are absolutely radical, not only for what is included, but for what is left out, aren't they?
That's certainly true and fundamentally true. And I find it hard to believe that it wasn't, so to speak, something of a disappointment to Kant that this is the position he got himself into, because one gets the impression from the way he embarks on his inquiries that he would like to build a sort of firm foundation for theological speculation about God and the soul and metaphysical speculation about the cosmos. Whereas what he actually finishes up doing is saying that there can be no such foundations, because all we can establish foundations for is the notion of possible experience and what can be an object of possible experience. And if you try to go beyond that, if you try to raise questions about how the cosmos should be characterized quite independently of any possible experience, or if you try to talk about God and the soul, then your enterprise must collapse and be in principle vacuous, Kant is saying, certainly.
Now, Kant thought that it was impossible for us to know whether God exists or not, or whether we have souls or not, but he did himself believe that God did exist and that we do have souls, didn't he?
Yes, indeed.
He was very clear that this was a matter of faith and not something that was knowable.
Yes.
But how on his own premises is talk about God or the soul even intelligible?
Yes. Well, that's a very good question, and one on which he is, I was going to say, slightly shifty, I think. What he wants to say, and this is rather interesting, it involves him sort of turning the whole issue upside down in a rather interesting way, because some of his predecessors, at any rate, had made the supposition that our moral convictions and attitudes and our religious convictions stand in need of some kind of metaphysical foundation, and they tried to provide one in the form of theology and philosophical ethics. Well, Kant finishes up putting the thing exactly the other way up. He says that we are not only entitled to moral convictions and religious convictions, he thought it inescapable that we should have them, and these would lead us to essentially metaphysical doctrines about God and the soul, but that those doctrines themselves, if they had any foundation at all, it consisted directly in our primitive moral convictions themselves, so that it's those that are fundamental.
Is he saying this, that it just is an inescapable empirical fact that we're all directly familiar with,
Yes.
that whether we like it or not, most of us at least simply do have moral convictions,
Yes.
which we find ourselves unable to ignore even when we want to.
Yes.
And that's a fact. Now,
Yes.
for these convictions to have any real validity or significance at all, the essential moral terms like good, bad, right, wrong,
Yes.
praise, blame, etc.,
Yes.
for these to have any significance at all, there must be some freedom of choice. It must be
Yes.
possible for some of us some of the time to have
Yes.
done other than we did, otherwise the terms are meaningless.
Yes.
But how is that possible, on the one hand, in a world in which all
Yes.
motions of matter are governed by Newtonian laws? That was one problem that you
Yes.
started us off with right at the very beginning of the discussion.
Yes.
But also, for us to have free will, which he thinks is an inescapable consequence of the direct experience we
Yes.
do have of moral categories, then there must be some sort of moral realm. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Now, how does he get even further, as it were, from that to God? Or
I mean, what he says about himself, thinking about theology and religion, I think specifically, he says that he had denied knowledge in order to make room for faith. He had simply shown why it was that the sort of subject matter of theology, if I can put it like that, is not a possible topic of knowledge. But then he says, what's alarming about that? Because we've all known all along that it's essentially a matter of faith. But as you rightly say, and one could claim that his arguments have really been rather more radical than that. It isn't just that when I talk about God, I'm saying things that I don't know to be true. His argument really seems to lead to the conclusion that I don't know what I'm saying.
Yes.
What I'm saying doesn't really mean anything.
That is so.
But he was very reluctant to draw that conclusion.
Yes.
What he tries to say is, all I've done is to show that it's not a matter of knowledge or proof.
Yes, and his point on that issue, I suppose, is this, that whereas it's superstitious to rest on faith over a question which can actually be decided
Exactly.
one way or the
Exactly.
other, if the question can't be decided one way or the other, it's not irrational to have belief on one side.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
At the very beginning of this discussion, Sir Geoffrey, you said that what the problem that
Yes.
could usefully be regarded as having, as it were, launched Kant on his philosophical enterprise was a perception of an apparent conflict between Newtonian physics
Yes.
and the requirements of ethics. How, in the light of everything we've said up to this point, did he solve that problem?
Yes. To really quite minimal extent, I think. And I think this was something of which he was himself perfectly aware. What he would claim is that by making clear the distinction between the world as an appearance, as an object of experience, and the world of things in themselves, he is in a position to say there is the world of appearances, and the physical sciences in principle give us the whole truth about that. And he believed that they did. He had no doubt that Newton had got it absolutely right, and that a physicist's description of the world as an object of possible experience was correct and could be exhaustive. But, he says, bear in mind that we are there talking about the world of appearances. There is also the topic of things in themselves, and there is room, so to speak, there for other sorts of concepts altogether, of free will, of rational agency, right and wrong, good and bad, the soul. There is room for these concepts, not in the world of appearance, but outside the world of appearance. Of course, he saw that on his own principles, he would have to say that these other matters couldn't be topics of knowledge. And I mean, had you said to him, do you know that there is such a thing as free will? He would consistently have said, no, I do not know any such thing. All I know is that there is room for that possibility.
And that I can't help believing that there is.
Oh, certainly. Yes, he would have gone on to say that too.
Given that on this view ethics comes to us somehow from outside the world of all possible knowledge, does he have a view about where it comes from or how we get it?
Well, he thought it came out of reason.
I think it'll help us to understand that problem further if you tell us what the main conclusions of his moral philosophy were. It's quite impossible, I think, in the context of this discussion, to go into the arguments with which he supported those conclusions.
Yes.
But if you are able to outline the conclusions for us briefly, I think that'll contribute to an understanding.
I think one could say something quite briefly about that. What he really tries to do in his moral philosophy is somehow extract the essentials of morality from the pure concept of rationality. He says the essential thing about any agent of whom one can think or speak in moral terms is that he must be a rational being capable of thinking of reasons for and against doing this and that. And he tries to argue that the essential requirements of morality are really built into the concept of rationality itself. Essentially trying to show that, well, he seems to try to show that only a body of principles of action corresponding to our principles of morality could consistently, i.e. rationally, be universally adopted by a community of rational beings. That's what he tries to show.
And there is the famous categorical imperative, which of course directly derives from that.
Yes.
Perhaps I should ask you to formulate it rather.
Well, he says, act only on that maxim by which you can at the same time will that it should be a universal law. And I think that is the idea. He wants to say that what morality really imposes on us is conditions on conduct which require, and I think he also thinks uniquely determine, the assent of any possible community of rational creatures. That's what he's trying to do.
Now, Kant's philosophy is notoriously difficult to understand at a first encounter, and I'm sure that many of the people listening to this discussion between you and me are experiencing this difficulty now. I think fundamental to the difficulty is his contention that of things as they are in themselves, we simply have no knowledge and no way of acquiring knowledge, that we are, as it were, permanently screened off from this by our own limitations.
Yes.
And these are partly limitations, as it were, in time and space.
Yes.
Is it helpful, do you think, to say to point out to people, look, in a quite different context, something very much of this sort is what many religious people have always believed, that, as it were, real reality is outside this world of our experience, outside space and time, and that this world of our experience is ephemeral and perhaps illusory in some metaphysical sense. Is it helpful to say that, or do you think that just obscures the issue?
No, I don't think it does. I mean, if, for example, one raises the rather, in a sense, hypothetical and perhaps idle question, what sort of being one would have to be acquainted with things as they are in themselves, the only possible answer you can get out of Kant is that you'd have to be God, in fact. That's to say, you would be acquainted with things in some timeless way and without any kind of spatial limitations, and with no particular sensory limitations on the mode of your acquaintance. And I'm not thinking in English or French or any other particular language. Your acquaintance with the universe would be not subject to any of these limitations. And if you say, well, and what would I have to be like that? The only answer is I'd have to be God.
Yeah. It's a very striking feature, I think, of Kant's philosophy, that although he conducted his philosophy impeccably in accordance with the criteria of philosophy, he didn't call on faith or revelation or anything of that kind, but relied purely on argument and was working, as it were, entirely from within the central tradition of Western philosophy, through predecessors like Locke and Hume and Leibniz and so on. Nevertheless, he does arrive at conclusions which are strikingly capable of cohabiting with religious belief.
Well, yes, except for the uncomfortable fact, which we mentioned earlier, that he has to say that, strictly speaking, all discourse on those topics is unintelligible to us. We don't really know what we mean. And that's a proposition that theologians have been a bit chary of accepting.
I might even say that nowadays more and more are accepting.
Well, that may be true. Yes.
Another difficulty about reading Kant is simply the prose style. I mean, there are philosophers, Hume is one, Plato's another, Schopenhauer's another, who are beautiful writers and a pleasure to read. But Kant's best friend couldn't say that about him. It's opaque, it's difficult, it's obscure.
Yes.
Why did he write so badly?
I think there are perhaps three things one might say. I think partly it's due to the fact which you mentioned right at the beginning, that he was by profession, and very single-mindedly by profession, an academic. And he does write in a very heavily academic style, with a great taste for technical terminology and jargon and what he called architectonic. It is all very academic. But another important point, I think, to remember about the critiques, and this again connects with something you said at the beginning, was that by the time he was seriously launched on writing what he knew to be his sort of master works, he hoped would be his master works, he was nearly 60, and he was actually dogged by the thought that he might die before he'd got it all down. And there's no doubt that those hundreds of pages between the ages of 60 and 70 were written extremely fast. He was just writing in a hurry. And I think that has a lot to do with it.
Of course, 200 years ago, the expectation of life simply was very much shorter than now, and it was perfectly reasonable for him to think that he might die quite soon, I
Yes,
suppose.
so that he was writing in a hurry. Another point that, slightly less obvious one, is that he was, and still by that date somewhat unusually, writing in German, which had at that date barely become accepted as a sort of decent language for academic and learned use. Leibniz, I don't believe Leibniz ever wrote German.
It was all either French or Latin.
Either French or Latin,
yes.
yes. And there just wasn't a sort of established style of academic, learned German prose for Kant to adopt, and as, for example, for Berkeley and Hume there was. I mean, English had become a well-established language for that kind of learned use, and I think that may have been a problem to him. He had no sort of models.
It's a great sadness, I think, because it's a huge unnecessary obstacle
Yes.
to understanding the work of somebody who, after all,
Yes, it is.
is an
Yes.
almost incomparable thinker.
Yes.
I said at the very beginning of this discussion that he's been regarded for generations by large numbers of professional philosophers as the greatest philosopher since the ancient Greeks. Why is his reputation at quite that pinnacle?
Well, I think that there were, I think I would mention two qualities as entitling him to his pinnacle of fame. I think he was quite exceptionally penetrating in the sense that he was able to see an intellectual problem in something which had previously been taken for granted and as not worth much attention. He was able to see where the problems were. And I think that's one of the greatest philosophical gifts, to be able to see that there is a problem where everybody else is going on quite happily without thinking about it much.
Yeah.
Then I think the other thing, and this connects perhaps with his academic professionalism, he was extremely good at seeing how it all fitted together and how what he'd said on this topic might repercuss, so to speak, on what he'd said somewhere else. And he was very self-conscious about and sort of professionally methodical in this sort of way. He does, I must say, to me, make writers like, say, Locke and Berkeley, and indeed Hume, excellent though they are, look rather like amateurs.
Thank you very much, Sir Geoffrey. Few philosophers have more obviously changed the world than Hegel, both personally through his influence on German nationalism and indirectly through the work of his most famous philosophical disciple, Karl Marx, after whom a great many governments in our own day actually call themselves. So if we want to see some of the practical consequences of Hegel's ideas, all we have to do is look at the world in which we ourselves live. His influence on philosophy was correspondingly great. In fact, it's been said that the history of philosophy since Hegel can be understood as a succession of varying reactions against his work. He was born in Stuttgart in 1770. A teacher of one sort or another for most of his life, he eventually became professor of philosophy at Heidelberg and then in Berlin. As a philosopher, he was a late developer, but by the time of his death in 1831, he was very much the dominant figure in philosophy throughout the whole of Germany. The titles of some of his most influential works are The Phenomenology of Mind, The Science of Logic, The Philosophy of Right, and The Philosophy of History. Hegel had several followers who themselves became well known, but far and away the most famous is Karl Marx. Marx was born in Germany in 1818, and as a young student of philosophy was very much a Hegelian. He didn't become a socialist until his mid-20s, when he began to develop that rich and highly original mixture of German philosophy, French politics, and British economics, which is Marxism. Together with a wealthy young industrialist, Friedrich Engels, he wrote the Communist Manifesto in 1848. The partnership between Marx and Engels must be just about the most momentous collaboration in the history of ideas. Engels kept Marx for most of his life so that he could produce his writings, and it was a life spent largely in exile because of Marx's political activities. At the age of 31, he went to live in London and stayed there until his death in 1883. He's buried in Highgate Cemetery. For many years he worked in the British Museum in its reading room, and it was there that he wrote his masterpiece, Das Kapital, published in 1867. Marxism isn't quite philosophy in the accepted meaning of the term, but there's obviously a major philosophical element in it, and that element always remained Hegelian. What I propose to do in this programme is devote the bulk of the discussion to Hegel, and then show how some of the most important of the ideas we've been discussing were incorporated into Marxism. With me to do this is someone who has published excellent introductions to the works of both thinkers, Peter Singer, Professor of Philosophy at Monash University in Melbourne, Australia. Professor Singer, Hegel is notorious for being difficult to read, for being obscure. He's often described as the most obscure of all the major philosophers. Yet your little book about him has the conspicuous merit of discussing his central ideas in ordinary plain English. And I hope you're going to be able to do the same on this programme. When you're confronted with the task of expounding Hegel's ideas, where do you find the most convenient place to start?
I start with the philosophy of history, because the history in Hegel is quite concrete. Part of the difficulty with Hegel is that he's so abstract, but the history, because it's concrete, is an easy way in to the more abstract parts of his philosophy.
Well, that in itself is already a new departure in philosophy, isn't it? Because no major philosopher before Hegel regarded history or the philosophy of history as being important.
Yes, it is a departure. Compare it with Kant, for instance. Kant had a view of human nature as human beings eternally divided between their reasoning element and their brute desires. It's a bit like the old picture of man as halfway between the apes and the angels. And for Kant that was just a fact of human nature. We would always be torn with this division, this conflict. But Hegel said, no, wait a minute, this isn't something immutable. Look at Greek society. Greek society, Hegel said, was more harmonious. People were not conscious of this gulf or division. Their desires were in harmony with their reason. So the point that Kant is talking about, this division, is something that has occurred historically, has developed with the rise of individual conscience in Protestant Europe. And because it's happened historically, it need not be a permanent feature. It could, in some other period, actually again be overcome and a harmony restored.
Hegel looked at all important concepts in this historical way, didn't he? He saw them as being embedded in human life, in ways of life, in societies, and as societies change, so the concepts change. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's absolutely right. He saw that there was development in the way history occurred, that it was always moving forward. It was always a process, never static.
And he had a name for the way in which it moved forward. He called this the dialectical process. Now, can you explain exactly what, in Hegel's mind, the dialectical process was?
Let's go back to the example I mentioned before. Greek society he saw as a harmony, but as a simple harmony. A simple harmony in the sense that people had not developed the alternative notion of individual conscience. There was harmony between the individual and society because individuals hadn't really thought about things themselves. Now, into that simple harmony there came, in the person, in fact, of Socrates, whom Hegel considers a world historical figure, there came the idea of questioning this harmony. Socrates went around asking people, what is justice? What is virtue? And when they tried to answer, they realized that they'd accepted certain conventions which Socrates had no trouble in showing could not be sustained. So the simple harmony of Greek society broke down, and because Socrates broke it down, incidentally, Hegel thinks that the Athenians were quite right to condemn Socrates to death. He was genuinely corrupting and subverting Athenian society. But that was an essential part of a historical process because ultimately, and Hegel fills in the gaps, the steps, but ultimately that led to the rise of individual conscience, and a second necessary element, and the opposite of Greek society. So we've moved from what Hegel calls the thesis to the antithesis. The antithesis of Greek society is individual conscience risen to its height in Protestant Europe. But that too turns out to be unstable. It leads to the destruction of the French Revolution and the terror that followed the French Revolution. And so that too must give way to a synthesis, to a third stage, which combines harmony and individual conscience. And very often in this process, that then again serves as the new thesis from which a further antithesis will arise and the process will continue.
Now, this notion of dialectical change that you've just explained has been so influential ever since Hegel, and it's enormously influential today through Marxism, which embodies it, that I think we must get it completely clear in our minds. So let me just go over it again. The idea is, isn't it, that Hegel put forward that the reason why we human beings are involved in a process of perpetual change is that every complex situation contains within itself conflicting elements, which therefore destabilize the situation. And therefore the situation cannot go on indefinitely. It breaks down into something else within which those conflicts are dissolved or assuaged. But then, of course, in the new situation, you get new conflicts. And so it goes on indefinitely. So you get, as you put it just now, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, which becomes a new thesis using his terminology. And this, Hegelians and following them Marxists think, gives us the key to history, to understanding historical change, the dialectical process. Now, up to that point in the explanation, it would have been open to Hegel to say that the direction that this change took was purely accidental. It could be the random outcome of innumerable random conflicts. But he doesn't say that, does he? He actually thinks this linear process has a direction, has a goal.
That's right. And the goal for Hegel is the greater development of mind towards freedom. We are moving always towards consciousness of freedom, towards realizing human freedom and understanding freedom. And that is a process of increasing awareness of freedom and of increasing knowledge of ourselves.
Now, what is this change happening to? I mean, wherever we talk of change, in any context whatever, there must be something identifiable that changes. Now, what is it that's changing? In other words, is he writing about whole societies? Is he writing about individuals? What is he writing about in this context?
The short answer is that he's writing neither about individuals nor about societies, but about what he calls Geist. Now, that German word Geist is a difficult one to translate. The easiest way, perhaps, would be to say that it happens to mind. Mind is one normal translation of the German word Geist. We mean, when we talk about mental illness, the German word Geisteskrankheit is mentally ill. So you could say it's happening to mind, to your mind and mine, or all our individual minds. But mind also has another meaning, which goes beyond that. The notion of spirit. We talk about the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times. Or we talk about Geist when Germans talk about the Father, the Son and the Holy Ghost. The word Ghost.
Heiliger Geist.
Heiliger Geist, exactly.
Yes.
So it also has, therefore, a somewhat spiritual or religious flavour, which suggests that in some sense there's a reality above and beyond your and my individual mind. And so you could say it's happening to mind, but mind with a capital M, not just mind in the sense of individual human minds.
So is Hegel saying then that total reality is something mental or spiritual, or this word Geist may be poised between the mental and the spiritual, and that all the processes that we're talking about are processes ultimately of this ultimate mental or spiritual thing?
Yes, that's the ultimate view that Hegel comes down to, that reality is Geist, it's ultimately mental or intellectual, and these processes happen to Geist, to mind, as it develops along the way.
Now, to some people listening to the discussion, this might already begin to sound like a very bizarre idea. So I think it's worth pointing out that, in fact, we're all very familiar with something similar to this in the case of religious beliefs, even if we ourselves are not religious people. I mean, many religious believers, including many Christians, believe that all of reality is ultimately spiritual, and that all of reality ultimately has a spiritual or significance or meaning. And I suppose Hegel is saying something very closely related to that, is he? Though not necessarily religious in the conventional sense.
Yes, but the difference might be that the Orthodox Christian view, I think, holds that God is spiritual but separate from the world, and the world is mundane and material, although it has a spiritual significance, certainly, but it's separate from it. But for Hegel, there's a closer union between the two. You could present the opposite of the Christian view by saying that Hegel is a pantheist, that he believes that God is in the world and in everything. That's perhaps not quite true either, but it's somewhere between the traditional Christian conception and the pantheistic one, that reality is part of God, everything is a manifestation of God, if you want to call it that.
In fact, I mean, it would be true to say that ever since Hegel, there has been a dispute between Hegel scholars or philosophers about precisely this question relating to Hegel's philosophy. Is Hegel's philosophy ultimately religious or not? There are some who've said that it is, there are some who've maintained that it isn't. Which side of that debate do you come down on?
I think that it is immensely valuable to try and interpret Hegel as if he were not religious, because then you find that you can make good sense of a large part of Hegel's philosophy in a non-religious way, just interpreting him as talking about mind, and the common element in mind being our common ability to reason, the fact that our minds are structured in similar principles. But I think I have to admit that though you can push that a long way, you don't really make 100% sense of Hegel in that way. The last 10% perhaps has to assume that there is some religious or quasi-religious view of mind or spirit that lies behind what he's saying.
Now, we've talked about the view of reality as a historical process, which he introduced into Western thought. It's a major idea. And we've talked about this notion of dialectical change, which he introduced and which is a living idea to this day. Another important concept, which I think I'm right in saying he coined, certainly he made it famous, and which has come back again into what one might call intellectual fashion in recent decades, is the concept of alienation. Hegel had a great deal to say about alienation, didn't he? Now, what exactly did he mean by that term?
By alienation, Hegel meant the idea that something which is in fact us or part of us seems to us foreign, alien, and hostile. Let me give you an example. He presents a picture of what he calls the unhappy soul, which is an alienated form of religion. The unhappy soul is the person who prays to a God whom he regards as all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good, and who sees himself by contrast as powerless, ignorant, and base. So this person is unhappy because he demeans himself and puts all those qualities into some being which he sees as separate for himself. Hegel says that this is wrong. We are in fact part of God, or if you like, we are projecting our qualities into God, and we should take that back. The way to overcome that kind of alienation would be to realize that we and God are one, and that we have those qualities. They are not something separate and foreign to us.
I was going to say, he would say specifically that these are human and perhaps only human qualities which we are projecting onto an all-powerful being, denying them to ourselves, when it is in fact we who have them. I mean, well, they originate with humanity.
The claim that they are only human was actually made by one of his later disciples, Ludwig Feuerbach. He wouldn't have said that, but he would have said that we and that kind of divine spirit are all part of the same reality, Geist or mind.
Now, you've explained very clearly, I think, how Hegel saw total reality as being a process of change which was moving forward in a certain way, the dialectical movement. What is it going towards? What is the goal? What's the end of this movement?
The end point of the dialectical process is mind coming to know itself as the ultimate reality, and thus as seeing everything that it took to be foreign and hostile to itself as in fact part of itself. And that for Hegel is simultaneously a state of absolute knowledge, when mind knows, recognizes at last itself as the ultimate reality, and also a state of absolute freedom, when mind, instead of being controlled by external forces, is able to order the world in a rational way, because now it sees that the world is in fact itself, and it only has to implement its own principle of rationality onto the world to organize the world rationally. Now, the interesting thing about this culminating process is that because it occurs once mind understands that it is the reality of everything, if you ask the question, when does this actually happen? Well, it happens when Hegel's own mind in his philosophical writings and thoughts, grasps the idea that mind is everything. And then he's achieved this. It's not just that Hegel describes the goal, the culmination of all this process, but Hegel's philosophy actually is the very culmination of the whole process he's describing.
So when Hegel published his main works, that was total reality at last, achieving awareness of itself, achieving self-knowledge.
Yes.
It's an amazing piece of sort of grandiose self-projection on the part of a philosopher. I'm not sure quite that Hegel realized that it could be seen in this light. Now, one thing that strikes one about the aim towards which all this is moving, in the way you just put it, is that it's sometimes seen as freedom, sometimes seen as self-knowledge. And Hegel clearly did think that those were, in some sense, the same thing. And I think a little more needs to be said about that, because it's not at all clear, I think, to most people how self-knowledge can itself constitute freedom.
Well, self-knowledge becomes freedom because of the particular nature of mind and of Hegel's idea that mind is the ultimate reality of the world. You see, in the historical process up to the point at which we recognize that, if you like, it's our world, that we are all, up to that point, we have really been pawns in the game. We haven't been controlling the game. We haven't been controlling the historical stage, because things have been happening to us without us realizing or understanding why they happen, because what we take to be foreign and hostile aspects of the world are in fact part of us. But once we come to see that we are everything in the world, then we understand the process. We've grasped, if you like, the laws of historical development, and we see that those laws are in fact our own reason. They are the very laws of our mind and our thinking.
Was this behind the famous quotation that's often made from Hegel, the real is the rational and the rational is the real? That what exists does correspond to
what is rational. That's
yes,
right.
Yes.
And when we come to see that, then we are free, because we see the rationality of reality, and it no longer strikes us as something contrary to our interests. We no longer struggle against it. We understand it as in fact our own rational principle, and we are free to flow along with it, and indeed to order it and direct it in accordance with those laws of reason.
Now, one characteristic of Hegel's thought, which you've made very clear, is that he always sees ideas not just as existing in the abstract, and certainly not being timeless and unchanging in the way that, say, Plato saw them, but as being embodied in societies and institutions and historical realities which change. Now, given that fact, what sort of society does Hegel see this whole process as culminating in? What sort of society is it leading towards?
Well, as you'd expect from what we've been saying, it's a rational society, a rationally ordered society. But I must make clear what that is for Hegel, because it's not the society of pure reason. Hegel saw the society of pure reason as typified by the kind of thing that the French revolutionaries wanted to do. You know, they didn't just get rid of the king and the nobles and of religion, but they tried to make everything rational. They said, why have months of irregular days? Why not make them all the same number of days? Why have weeks of 7 days? Let's make them 10, like our decimal system of measurement, and so on. Now, Hegel saw that as leading to a kind of madly abstract notion of reason, rather like, for instance, the view of a town planner who might look at a map of London and say, well, your streets all run crooked and traffic has to make detours and so on. Let's get rid of this. Let's tear all the buildings down, make nice straight streets. In each block we'll put a big high-rise apartment. We can fit more people in. You can have a smooth green lawn outside for the children to play, and it'll all be beautiful and ordered and rational.
Well, we've actually had that in London, and it's been catastrophic.
That's right. And Hegel would have predicted that it would have been catastrophic because it was abstract reason taken to an extreme. For Hegel, what a rational ordering of London town planning would be to look at the real, that is London as it exists, find what's rational in the real, and of course it has developed the way it did for certain reasons, so there's the rational element, and then try and follow those reasons through in a way that fulfills the rationale behind London's development without trying to raise it down and start anew, to get rid of some of the arbitrary and capricious points perhaps that are particular problems, but basically to find what's rational in what's real and enhance it and develop it and allow it to fulfill itself.
One criticism that's always been brought forward against this conception of the state, the rational state, by liberal philosophers in the Anglo-Saxon tradition especially, is that by seeing the state as an organic whole which behaves rationally and orders everything rationally, Hegel leaves no room at all for individual dissent, criticism, freedom, one can say, eccentricity. There's no room in the system for the individual to behave as he likes. What's your comment on that?
I don't think there's any evidence that Hegel was opposed to some individual freedoms, but what is true is that his view of freedom was not the standard Anglo-Saxon liberal view of freedom. To look at the difference between the two, let's shift to a somewhat different area, economics and the idea of freedom in the economic sphere, in the market. According to one view, the liberal view, freedom consists simply in people being able to do as they prefer. If I prefer to wear an orange shirt this spring, for instance, then I'm free if I can do that. If I prefer to buy a deodorant, I'm free if I can do that. And that's all that the liberal economist will ask. Are you free to choose the preferences that you have to fulfill them? But some of the more radical economists have questioned that, and they've said that's a very superficial notion of freedom. You should ask, why do you want to wear an orange shirt this season? Why do you want to use a deodorant? Why don't you accept that a certain amount of natural body odour isn't a problem or whatever? And the radical economists will say the reason is that you've been manipulated. There are people who want to make a profit out of you buying their deodorant, out of you thinking that the clothes and the colours you wore last season are no longer good enough this season. So you've been manipulated. You're not free. You have to ask not only can you do what you prefer, but why do you prefer what you prefer? Are they rational preferences? Are they preferences that satisfy your needs? Now, Hegel would have been in the latter camp. He would have said freedom is more than just ability to follow your own caprice. Freedom must consist in fulfilling yourself as a rational individual.
Well, that sounds all very well, but surely what it's going to mean in practice is that I think I know what I want. I want to wear an orange shirt this spring, and I want to go out and buy a deodorant in hot weather. But we have a state, perhaps, which says, no, you think you want those, but those are not rational preferences on your part. We know what's best for you. We know even what you would want if your preferences were rational. In other words, you get a state that not only knows what's good for you better than you do yourself, you actually get a state that knows what you want better than you know yourself. And surely that's authoritarian in the extreme in its relation to the individual.
I think in practice you're probably right, and I don't know that Hegel has any reply to that objection. The only thing that he can say is that while it might be very difficult in practice to work out how you could have a society in which individuals genuinely realise their rational self without an authoritarian state, that doesn't mean that you've overcome the problem by the liberal laissez-faire notion. I mean, we still do have to face that problem, that people's wants and desires might be being manipulated, and to the extent that they are, it's perhaps misleading to say that they're really free.
In other words, it's still a problem,
It's
even
still
if
a problem.
Hegel doesn't necessarily have the right answer to it. Let's just take stock for a moment of where we've got in the discussion. Right at the very beginning, I asked you what you thought was the easiest way in to an understanding of Hegel's philosophy as a whole, and you replied that you thought the best starting point was with the philosophy of history. So we started there, and in fact we've continued our discussion in a straight line, so to speak, to the point that we've now reached. Well now, are we now in a better position to understand other aspects of Hegel's philosophy than we were?
I think we've already, in fact, grasped some of the essentials of Hegel's logic, for instance, one of its most abstract points, because we've grasped the dialectic, which is part of logic, the idea of the thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Now, in the logic, one of the points Hegel makes is that logic is not just a matter of form as separate from content, which is the way the traditional logic of Aristotle was interpreted. He says that form and content are together, and we can see why he says that, because he thinks that this dialectic is something that is realized in the actual process of history. In logic, he says, you study that in the sense of you study truth without its husk, he put it. That is the eternal immutable form of it, irrespective of a particular historical content. But in fact, it's always linked to that content. So that's one of the key ideas of the logic. And another point that we've also just touched on is this notion of ultimate reality and the way in which it's in some sense a matter of mind rather than a matter of material things.
It seems to me, looking at the exposition of Hegel's ideas that you've put forward up to this point, that there's one central concept out of which almost all the important other ideas naturally arise. The central concept is that understanding reality isn't understanding a given state of affairs, it's understanding a process of perpetual change. The other concepts arise in the following natural order, it seems to me. If one asks oneself, what is it that's changing? Hegel's answer is, it is Geist which is changing, and you've explained what he means by that rather difficult concept, mind, spirit, whatever it may be. If one says, why is it changing? The answer is because, to begin with, it's in a state of alienation, and you've explained that. If one says, what is the process of change? What is the pattern of change? The answer is, it's the dialectical process. If you ask, where is all this change heading? The answer is, well, at the political and social level, it's heading towards an organic society, which we've discussed. At the philosophical level, it's all heading towards absolute knowledge, which you've at least touched on. So in this way, all these central concepts of Geist, alienation, dialectical change, the organic society, all arise out of a consideration of this central idea of reality as a process, as a historical process of change. Now, we've been able to put this very clearly, and the next question I want to ask you is, why didn't Hegel? We said right at the beginning that he's notoriously obscure. Sometimes philosophy students read out passages of Hegel aloud just to make everybody laugh, because it sounds like such gobbledygook. You can read page after page of Hegel sometimes and think, what the hell is he saying? Now, why wasn't he clear when it's possible to be clear about his ideas, as you indeed in your book have shown?
Some of his less charitable critics thought that he was deliberately obscure in order to appear more profound, in order to cover what they took to be the shallowness of his ideas. But I don't think his ideas are shallow. I think they're very deep and profound, and that in fact the difficulty comes from the nature of the ideas. One of his students said that whereas an eloquent lecturer might have had everything off by heart and would arrange it well and trot it out clearly, Hegel was always dredging up difficult ideas as he went along, as he lectured. He was bringing these ideas to the surface with great difficulty. And that's the style. The style is one of someone who's thinking aloud and having difficulty with the material. We may very well regret that he didn't then revise and polish it, but in the context of German philosophical style at the time, it's not so surprising that he didn't feel the need for clarity that you just mentioned, because after all, Kant and Fichte, other contemporaries, were also very obscure, and they were still regarded as great philosophers.
But the next question that gives rise to is, how did it come about that a philosopher who was so obscure and so difficult to understand acquired, even in his lifetime, such immense influence?
I think that's partly due to his situation at the University of Berlin, which was the capital of Prussia, which was then the rising state in Germany at the time, and also due to the fertility of his ideas in a variety of fields. You see, the influence that Hegel had is not just an influence in philosophy, it's an influence in theology, in history, in politics, in economics even, in law. Now, the fact that Hegel's ideas could be applied in those ways shows how fruitful his approach, and particularly the historical elements of his approach, were, because it was that historical idea of things as having developed, as being a process, that could be applied by scholars in all these different areas.
Let's come now to the immediate afterlife of Hegel's ideas. One of the first things that happened when he died was that his followers split into two movements, didn't they? They were known as the young Hegelians and the old Hegelians, or alternatively, the left Hegelians and the right Hegelians. Can you tell us something about this division?
The right Hegelians were the people who thought that Hegel's philosophy implied that something like the Prussian state was the organic state which Hegel was pointing to. They thought that Hegel had himself said this in the Philosophy of Right, his most explicitly political work. He described a state, a constitutional monarchy, not very different from the Prussian state. And so they thought that there was no need really for further change. They were the conservative or right-wing Hegelians. The left Hegelians said, the basic thrust of Hegel's philosophy is much more radical than that. You see, Hegel talked, as we said at the beginning, about overcoming the division between reason and desire, or between morality and self-interest. That's a very fundamental change to bring about. You can't say that that's occurred in the Prussia of 1830 or whatever. So they said the thrust of Hegel's philosophy is for a much more far-reaching change, a revolutionary change. Now, they had to admit that in the Philosophy of Right, Hegel hadn't written as if he were revolutionary, but they'd pointed out the fact that Hegel's salary was paid by the state of Prussia. So they said Hegel compromised. He sold out. But we must be truer to Hegel than Hegel was to himself. We must carry the ideas forward until we get to the point at which these thesis antithesis of reason and desire, morality and self-interest are overcome, and we reach the synthesis of a harmonious society in which those gulfs and divisions in human nature are reconciled.
And of course, as soon as you talk about the revolutionary followers of Hegel, onto the scene marches the greatest revolutionary thinker of the modern era, Karl Marx, because he was one of the young Hegelians. And I think it's very striking, after the whole of our discussion up to this point, to list the fundamental ideas of Hegelianism that we've talked about, which Marx simply took over and incorporated into Marxism. Among these are, first, the idea that reality is a historical process. Second, that this process changes by a dialectical movement, dialectical change, historical dialectic. Third, that it's all going towards a goal. Fourth, that goal is a conflict-free society. And fifth, that until we get there to the conflict-free society, we're condemned to remain in one form or another of alienation. Now, all these absolutely central ideas of Marxism were taken over lock, stock and barrel from Hegel. One has to say that there's one huge difference, and it's this, that whereas Hegel, as we've been saying all along, was an idealist, and to Hegel all these things were seen as happening to mind or spirit, to Geist, as you said, in the case of Marx, he saw all these things as happening to something material. Marx was a materialist. But the whole pattern of ideas remains the same. It's as if Marx has taken over a great long set of equations from Hegel, substituted a different value for X in the equations, matter instead of mind, but kept the whole set of equations in every other respect the same.
That's right, and you can see it, for instance, in Marx's materialist conception of history, the key thing in Marx's thought, where history develops by the economic base, the material side, the forces of production, as dominating the mental, so that our ideas, our religion, our politics, all flow from the kind of economic structure that we have in our society. And that's an inversion of Hegel's idea. As Marx himself said, he stood Hegel on his head, because for Hegel it was the development of ideas of freedom and so on, that led to the formation of particular societies and particular historical epochs.
Do you think that Karl Marx can be said to have made any important original contribution of his own to philosophy?
I don't think Marx made important contributions to philosophy in the narrow sense in which we talk about problems of the ultimate nature of reality. I think that Marx was certainly a materialist, but he didn't argue for his materialism as a philosopher. He really accepted it as something that was pretty obvious, that what mattered was the material world,
yeah.
this kind of thing,
Yeah.
and not something remote like Geist, which he more or less dismissed as a kind of speculative German metaphysical abstraction. So he didn't argue for that, and he didn't therefore make contributions to that philosophical discussion. But what he did do was give us a kind of a vision of a world in which we are controlled by our economic circumstances, and in which we are therefore not free. It's still rather like Hegel in that we are pawns in the game of history. And in order to become free, we must control the economic forces, which after all are our own forces. What is economics after all but our own ways of providing for food, providing for shelter, and so on. So it's a vision in which the things that we do control us, and we instead must control them. That's a powerful and broadly philosophical vision of the human situation. But it's not an important philosophical discovery in the narrow or academic sense of the word philosophy.
Now, taking the two very closely linked philosophies of Hegelianism and Marxism together, what would you say has been their most important, or some of their most important, positive contributions to human thought? What have they given us that's really useful in our understanding of the world?
Well, it's clear from what we've said that the idea of history as a process which affects every aspect of our thinking and our ideas is a crucial thing that's come from Hegel and Marx.
It became almost the dominant thing in the 19th century, didn't it? As with evolution, seeing everything as having evolved, having developed.
We can't now imagine looking at societies or ideas as timeless entities independent of their history. And that's something that we owe to Hegel and Marx. And that's one very important thing. The other thing is this notion of freedom, the idea that is distinct from the liberal notion that we cannot be free unless we control our destiny, unless we, instead of being blown about by the winds of economic circumstances for Marx or the unseen hand of reason for Hegel, unless we actually take control of it, realize our own power, realize the capacity of human beings collectively to control our destiny and grasp that. That may, as you said, have some dangerous tendencies in it, but it's a very important idea, and I don't think it's one that we can ever give up once we've been presented with it by Hegel and Marx.
Now, I do have to ask you about the minuses as well as the pluses. The ideas of both of these philosophers have become associated in the 20th century, since their deaths, with totalitarianism. Hegel with German nationalism culminating in Hitler, and Marx with communism, which was seen at its most horrific in the state created by Stalin. Both of these societies were societies that murdered millions of their own people. Now, I'm not suggesting that either of the two philosophers would ever have expected that, and certainly not that they would have wanted it. But they were both philosophers who regarded the embodiment of ideas in history, in institutions, in social reality as being an essential feature of ideas, yet when their own ideas were so embodied, they had these catastrophic results. Why was that?
Well, I think their own ideas were misembodied. I don't think you can really trace Hegelian ideas at all in Hitler's kind of racist nationalism. You can't find that kind of racism.
They said so, but you
Hegel.
think that was a complete misrepresentation?
It was a complete misrepresentation
yes.
of Hegel in that
yes.
case, certainly.
Yes.
And also, and it's perhaps the ultimate irony in what happened to Marx. Marx, as I've been saying, was a philosopher of freedom. He cherished freedom. He hated subordination. He was once asked by his daughter to write down what the vice that he most detested was. He replied, servility. Servility, the very vice, the very thing you needed to survive in Stalin's totalitarianism, of course. And yet it's true that these ideas did get misapplied, did get distorted.
Well, now why? What is there about the ideas that led to this outcome?
I think in the end there's a faulty view of human nature. Partly there's an attempt to show a greater unity than really exists between human beings, and we could trace this to Hegel's notion of mind or Geist as something which is above and beyond the differences between individual minds. But we find it also in Marx and in the idea that if you change the economic circumstances, you'll change human nature, and then we will all overcome the divisions between one and another, the division between my interest and your interest and our individual interests and the interests of society. They will all disappear once we get rid of the economic structure which leads us to compete in the marketplace for money and wealth and so on. Now, it seems, unfortunately, that that has proven false, that you can change the economic basis, but you don't get rid of the divisions between reason and desire, between my interest and yours, or between individual and society. That in fact what happens once you make it impossible or very difficult for people to compete with each other for wealth is they then start competing for status or for power or something of that sort. And that's no better than it used to be. In fact, you could say that in the case of Stalin's society, it proved to be worse. So I think that Marx was mistaken in thinking that human nature would change.
Thank you very much, Professor Singer. It might be supposed that philosophy of all subjects must be free from the vagaries of fashion, but that is not so. In philosophy, just as in other human activities, in each generation there seems to be a reaction against the values of the previous generation. So writers that have been widely studied fall into neglect, and new figures come to the fore. The outcome is apt to be that at any given time and place, many of the same philosophers are being studied by everyone, and a number of other well-known philosophers are being neglected by, at any rate, nearly everyone. Then a new generation comes along and re-evaluates one or two of the neglected philosophers so that they then come back into fashion, and so it goes on. Among the philosophers to whom this has happened most conspicuously in the last 200 years is Schopenhauer. For most of his lifetime, roughly the first half of the 19th century, he was almost totally disregarded. Then, in the second half of the 19th century, he became one of the most famous and influential of all philosophers. Then, in the first half of the 20th century, he fell into a neglect so profound that even most teachers of philosophy no longer read him. But now, in our own time, he is unmistakably coming back to people's attention, not least because he was a formative influence on one of the most important 20th century philosophers, Wittgenstein. Arthur Schopenhauer was born in Danzig, now Gdansk, in 1788. His family had been rich Hanseatic merchants for generations, and the upbringing he received was aimed not at an academic life, but at training him to step into an international business. However, he had no interest in the family firm. He insisted on going to university instead, and thereafter he used his private means to finance a lifetime of independent study and writing. His doctorate thesis has become a minor classic, in spite of its title, On the Fourfold Root of the Principle of Sufficient Reason. And he was still in his 20s during the 4 years when he composed his masterpiece, The World as Will and Representation, which was published in 1818, the year in which he was 30. From then until his death in 1860, at the age of 72, he published a great deal, but all of it was to extend or elaborate or enrich the philosophical system which he had constructed in his 20s and from which he never departed. He produced a huge collection of essays called Parerga and Paralipomena, and 2 short but pungent books on ethics called The Basis of Morality and The Freedom of the Will. There was also a little book called On the Will in Nature, designed to show that his ideas were supported by discoveries in science. Most important of all, he published a revised edition of The World as Will and Representation, which was more than twice the length of the original volume. There are several remarkable things about him. Although in direct succession to Kant's, his own work was securely in the mainstream of Western philosophy, he was genuinely knowledgeable about Hinduism and Buddhism, and is the only major Western philosopher to draw serious and interesting parallels between Western and Eastern thought. He was the first major Western philosopher to be openly and explicitly atheist. He placed the arts higher in the scheme of things and had more to say about them than any other important philosopher. And perhaps partly for that reason, his influence on creative artists of the front rank has exceeded that of any other philosopher of the modern era. He was himself among the supreme writers of German prose. Many of his sentences are so brilliantly aphoristic that they've been torn out of context by the 100 and published separately in little books of epigrams. Intellectually, this is a catastrophe, because it obscures the fact that Schopenhauer is first and foremost a system builder, whose philosophy can be understood only as a whole. Of the books in print about it in English at the time of making this programme, I have to confess to you that the longest and most recent is by me, but I can't very well interview myself, so I've invited the author of one of the others to come along and discuss Schopenhauer with me. My guest is, in any case, the most distinguished living historian of philosophy in the English language, Frederick Copleston, Emeritus Professor in the University of London. In addition to his extended treatment of Schopenhauer in his 9-volume History of Philosophy, he's written a separate book about him called Arthur Schopenhauer, Philosopher of Pessimism. Well, Professor Copleston, I think the place we ought to start is by addressing ourselves to the question of what it was that Schopenhauer set out to do. Perhaps I should let you take that up.
Well, Mr. Magee, I think that like other original philosophers, a great many of them, Schopenhauer wanted to understand the world in which he found himself, the world in which he lived, or one could say he tried to form a coherent, unified interpretation of human experience, or to gain conceptual mastery over the world of phenomena, the plurality of phenomena. I think that is it. And to do that, Schopenhauer thought that it was necessary to identify the underlying reality. If one asks why he thought that there was an underlying reality to identify, I suppose that the reason, one main reason, is that he started from the premises of Immanuel Kant, and that he thought that the way in which we see the world is a human perspective, that the human mind is pre-programmed to see the world in certain ways, and we can't, for example, experience objects except as situated in space and time, as subject to spatial temporal relations and as subject to the relation of causality. But it obviously doesn't follow that because things appear to one in a certain way, that is how they are apart from the way in which they appear, as they are in themselves. Kant certainly took it that the concept of a thing in itself is not as that which appears, but can be considered in distinction from the appearance, was a sensible idea, and Schopenhauer took that over.
I think this is such an important idea, and we're going to come back to it in different ways, that it's worth going over again, because it's difficult, I think, for people who are new to it to really get hold of it sometimes. Kant had argued that all possible experience can only come to us through our faculties, through our sensory and mental apparatus. And therefore what we could experience depended not only on what there is out there to experience, but also on the nature of the faculties that we possess, what our faculties could handle, what they do to what they handle, how they handle it, and so on. So that all experience as such is subject dependent. And he went on from that to argue that therefore we could see total reality as being divided into two. There are things as they are in themselves, independently of being experienced, and to such things we have no means of access. And then there's things as they appear to us, the world of appearances, the world as it comes to us through experience, and that's what we know. That's the world of common sense, the world of science, our total world. Now, Schopenhauer took this up from Kant and said, now, what can we get any pointers, can we get any hints from a close analysis of this world of experience as to what it might be that underlies it, as to what it might be that lies behind it? That at least is part of the thought, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I think it's important to remember that for Schopenhauer there can be only one underlying reality. Kant himself took it as a matter of common sense, I think, that if there's the table as it appears, then there must be the table as it is in itself, and if the carpet as it appears, then there's the carpet in itself, that there are a multitude of things in themselves. But of course, if we think away spatial and temporal relations and the causal relation, there's no means of distinguishing one thing from another. So that if the underlying reality transcends space and time and causality and is quite other than the world of phenomena, then canoe number one, the plurality or multiplicity belongs to the world of phenomena, but the underlying reality must be one.
These ideas that we're dealing with are really so difficult that I think that is worth going over again as well. I think it'll help a lot of people. That Schopenhauer argued that for one thing to be different from another thing, for anything to be different from anything else at all, this idea of differentiation only made sense with reference either to time or to space or to both. If two things are identical in time and identical in space, then they're identical, period. They're the same thing. So the notion of there being different things in the plural could only apply to this world of our experience, this world of space and time. Outside that world, it could make no sense whatever to talk of anything being different from anything else. And therefore, I'd just like to complete this thought, therefore, whatever there is outside this world of our experience must be one and undifferentiated. And in taking that step from Kant, he thought Kant had been wrong in talking about things in the plural, in themselves, things as they are in themselves, that it must be one undifferentiated something that lies behind this world. Now, in saying that, he took an enormous stride towards one of the central beliefs of Hinduism and Buddhism. Those religions also believe that behind this highly differentiated, plural, variegated world of phenomena, there is one single undifferentiated something that manifests itself as this world. And one striking thing is that Schopenhauer didn't get the belief from Buddhism or Hinduism. He got it by arguing from premises that he derived from his predecessor Western philosophers, and then discovered that he'd reached a conclusion which was similar to that of the Buddhists and the Hindus.
Yes. Well, I'd like to go back a moment to the to your what you've been just saying about the only one underlying reality. I think that if one starts from the premises of Immanuel Kant, I mean, I wouldn't myself, but if one does, then Schopenhauer was right, because if there's no means of distinguishing one thing in itself from another, I think, except as a matter of common sense. There's no formal way of distinguishing once you accept the Kantian premises that Schopenhauer did.
Taking the argument to the next stage, so to speak, Schopenhauer thought, didn't he, that if we analyze this world of phenomena, we might get from it some clues as to what the underlying one, which he called, following Kant, the noumenon, or the noumenon, it's a word from the Greek, we might get some idea of what the noumenon is. And I think his great starting point was this, that Kant had argued that all our knowledge of material objects must come to us, and can come to us only through our senses, and there be, as it were, put together by our minds. Schopenhauer said, well, this is almost exactly right, but there is one absolutely crucial exception to it, which amazingly Kant seems to have overlooked, and that is that for every individual one of us, there is one unique physical object in the world, which we know in the way Kant says we know physical objects, but we also know in a radically and entirely different way, namely directly from inside, and that is ourselves, our own bodies, our own persons. They are physical objects in the way that any other physical object is a physical object, and they can be seen and touched and heard and known in all the ways that other physical objects are known. But each one of us, in addition to that, has immediate non-sensory knowledge of this one physical object from inside, directly. And Schopenhauer thought that this knowledge of a physical object from inside might provide us with the key to the inner nature of things.
That's what he thought. Personally, I think that if one starts with Kant's premises, then one must accept Kant's agnosticism. I don't see there's any way of getting out of it. But certainly you're quite right, of course, that that is what Schopenhauer thought, that there was an access through the body. The only difficulty is, it seems to me, that our idea of, even our idea of an ultimate reality is, belongs on those premises to the world of phenomena. And there's no way outside the circle, and beyond there simply lies silence, as Wittgenstein was to say in the Tractatus. And however, it's quite perfectly true that Schopenhauer thought there was a hint given through our experience of our bodies, yes.
I would want to defend Schopenhauer up to this point in the argument, because he makes the point that the knowledge that we have of ourselves directly from inside is not knowledge of Kant's thing in itself. And there are two or three very important reasons why it's not. One is that the knowledge we have from ourselves from inside is still only a kind of superficial knowledge. Decades in advance of Freud, he argued very specifically and at length that most of our own inner life and motivation and so on is unknown to us, that our actions and our speech and our decisions are for the most part unconsciously motivated, so that in a very important sense we don't even know our full inner selves. Another reason why he thought it wasn't knowledge of Kant's thing in itself is that it exists in the dimension of time, though it doesn't exist in the dimension of space, and time can be a characteristic only of this world of ours. And there was a third reason which I think is worth mentioning, and it's this. Schopenhauer argued that all knowledge must be of a dual form, subject and object, knower and known, observer and observed, that for there to be any knowledge at all of anything, you must have something that's grasped and something that's grasping it. And this differentiation can, for reasons that we were giving only a few minutes ago in a different context, differentiation can only exist within this phenomenal world, this world of experience. And therefore, it's only in this world that there can be knowledge or can be consciousness.
Yes, that Schopenhauer anticipated Freud in remarkable ways is perfectly true, and helps to show the importance of Schopenhauer in the history of thought, I think. But of course, it's also true, I think, that all our ideas of the infraconscious, and the idea that there is an infraconscious, that all belongs to the phenomenal world. And there we are. I mean, Kant's premises, Kant's conclusion.
Now, we must start to say something about how he did point across the gulf, as it were, towards the noumenon. He thought that there was something about this inner experience of ours that gave us a clue, didn't he, as to what the ultimate nature of things outside this world is. Can you take up the story from there?
I'd say that, for example, that my bodily movements for Schopenhauer would be expressions of desire, or he would say, use the word will, perhaps unfortunately, but one might use force or energy, but at any rate, if I move my arm, I will to move my arm. For Schopenhauer, as later for Wittgenstein, there's no entity called a will that is distinct from the movement of the arm and causes it, but the volition is the inside, as it were, of the movement, and the physical movement is the outside, not trying to deny that there is some inside. And if we consider that, and as you say, the unconscious motivation that lies behind a good deal of our actions, we can, at any rate, get the idea of a reality as a kind of infraconscious, below-conscious drive that Schopenhauer called will, and that perhaps some better name can be given to as force or energy, something of that kind. But that we have that hint as to the nature of the ultimate reality as an unconscious striving, a striving for existence, for life, for self-assertion, whatever you can describe it in various ways, of course.
Yes, he thought, didn't he, that if we analyze this world of experience, the world of science, if you like, the world of common sense, which does consist, for the most part, of matter in motion, and most of it is matter in colossal amounts. I mean, galaxies and solar systems and so on, travelling through the cosmos at gigantic speeds approaching that of light. So the whole material universe consists of matter in motion to a degree that, so to speak, defies our imagination to really conceptualize it. And he argued, I mean, there were steps in the argument that we haven't time to go through, but he argued, following on from Kant, that what is ultimate in all this must be energy. He argued that matter is, as it were, instantiated energy, that a physical object is a space filled with force, that ultimately all matter must be transmutable into energy. And it's very striking, I think, that that particular doctrine of his has been entirely borne out by 20th century science. When the physicists in our century arrived at this conclusion, they thought they were propounding something revolutionary and incredible, but in fact Kant and Schopenhauer arrived at this conclusion over 100 years before them by pure rational reasoning of it out from ordinary experience.
Yes, when one's talking about theoretical physics, one has to remember that so many physicists are sometimes very loath to say that the terms such as energy and so on denote any reality, aren't they? That they're of use within the framework of theoretical physics, but that it can't be taken that there's some kind of metaphysical reality called energy or so on. But I can quite see the point of substituting energy for Schopenhauer's will in describing.
Well, you're attributing to me a step I don't quite take. I mean,
well, I'm glad.
Yes. No, I mean, what I wanted to say was this. Schopenhauer argues that what is ultimate in this world of phenomena, in this world of experience, is energy.
Yes.
And at the scientific level, in speaking from the standpoint of our own day, he can be said to have been remarkably prevoyant about that, to have been correct. Now, he says that the metaphysical, the underlying noumenon, is whatever manifests itself as this energy. And throughout the cosmos, I mean, in the stars and the solar system, in animals, in trees, in falling stones, in ourselves, in everything. It's the unconscious energy that forms us in the womb, that makes our organs work while we sleep, and so on. And I understand him as saying that the nearest we come to getting any glimmering of what that is in experience is the experience we have inside ourselves of the energy, the go, the force, the will to exist, the will to survive, that somehow ultimate and irreducible push or drive, which is underlying to everything else.
Yes, but then of course Schopenhauer wasn't indifferent to the underlying reality, was he? I mean, he adopted quite definite attitudes and negative attitudes towards it, disvaluing it. And energy is such a neutral word that it, I mean, it's hard to say whether one approves of energy or disapproves of energy, likes energy or doesn't like energy. It's very difficult to say, whereas Schopenhauer, as we're both very well aware, I mean, had a very definite attitude towards the ultimate reality and its manifestations. And,
but I think it would have been better if he'd used the word energy, because he decided to give the name will to this metaphysical reality. And I think that's misled people ever since, because we can't help associating the idea of a personality with a will, or the idea of an aim with a will. When Schopenhauer himself reiterates at different points in his writings that he doesn't mean that in his sense of the word will, everything has a will. A dead star or a stone has as much will as you or I, that it is simply the metaphysical substratum, as it were, in everything, that it's not personal, not alive, not organic, not has no aim, and so on. I think it's misled people. An impersonal word like energy would have been very much better, in my opinion.
Well, I think you're quite right on that particular point. my own point that I was hinting at was that as Schopenhauer looked on the ultimate reality as perfectly revolting and was willing to speak of it on occasion, even in moral terms, as wicked, I mean, one wouldn't naturally be led to think of energy as revolting or as not revolting, at least I wouldn't, and certainly not as wicked. And so that's what I meant, that he has this definite attitude towards the ultimate reality and towards its manifestation, of course, this world, empirical world.
Well, now, perhaps we can, as it were, change our tack a little and confront that head on. Up to this point in our discussion, we've been sketching what Schopenhauer's picture of reality was, what he thought the overall picture was. Now let's talk about his attitude towards it. He thought that the world was an appalling place, a terrible place. He thought it was full of injustice, disease, repression, that the hospitals and prisons of the world were full of people going through the most appalling sufferings and tortures, that nature was red in tooth and claw, that in every hour of every day thousands upon thousands of animals are tearing each other to pieces alive and devouring each other alive, and that the whole thing is a sort of appalling nightmare. It's an incredible vision, and it's expressed in prose of such dramatic power that no one who's ever read it is likely to forget it. But that was his view, wasn't it, of the way things are, and therefore that the underlying metaphysical reality must be such as to express itself in these terms, and must therefore be something terrible, something nightmarish. That's why he is renowned quite rightly for being a pessimist. The pessimist above all philosophers, a bleak, black view of reality.
Of course, he didn't leave it there, did he? I mean, he had suggested some ways out, the temporary way through aesthetic contemplation, through art, through the creation of art and through the appreciation of art, which stills desire and selfishness and longing and hostility and conflict for the time being, at any rate, just as one can go into an art gallery and look at the pictures and without desiring anything, but then of course one comes out and runs into a cafe or a pub and need and desire reassert themselves. But it's a temporary way out. I think it was a mistake for Schopenhauer to bring in the that point, the Platonic ideas, as intermediate between the ultimate reality and the work of art, because I don't see there's much place in his system. But he's quite right in making a distinction between the aesthetic attitude towards things and the attitude of trying to appropriate them and use them for one's own advantage. It's quite true there. There is a temporary way out.
Yes, you're making the point that he thought that the aesthetic attitude was disinterested. That, that normally if I see a plate of food, I think in terms of eating it, this is something for my own sustenance or to satisfy my lusts or desires or greed or just simply hunger or whatever it might be. Whereas if I see a Dutch painting of a plate of food, I don't see it in that light at all. No. I see it as entirely sort of impersonal, disinterested way, and then I'm conscious of its presence or absence of aesthetic qualities, its beauty or lack of beauty it may be, but it's a quite different way of looking at things.
Yes.
One point that I think is worth drawing attention to in Schopenhauer's aesthetic is that he did think that the arts provided us with a special way of knowing things, and by that very token he did not regard them as a means of expression. If I produced a work of art, what I'm doing primarily, according to Schopenhauer, isn't expressing my emotions or giving expression to my feelings, it's expressing insight or knowledge into something about the way things are.
I think one can give meaning to that, as in the idea that was going around when I was undergraduate in the 20s. I mean, they were propagated largely by Clive Bell's significant form. One might put that instead of the Platonic ideas, something like that. I think it's, as to the idea of truth in art, I think it's a very interesting subject and a difficult subject, and I've never really made up my mind about it as to the truth in art. I think one must have though it's rather off the point, an analogical view of truth, in which truth, according to the context, can be understood in different ways, as correspondence in one context, but not, I think, in art. It would be another kind of truth, and that has to be examined. I think it's a perfectly respectable line of thought, certainly, and one well worth pursuing. And certainly, making a critical remark about Schopenhauer's use of the Platonic ideas, I didn't mean to say that I didn't think there was anything in his view of art, because I do. I think it's very well worth considering, certainly.
And it's had an enormous appeal to many great artists.
Oh, yes, certainly.
Who obviously, therefore, thought that it corresponded to their conception of what it was they were doing.
Undoubtedly.
Yes.
Undoubtedly.
I think we must move on now to consideration of Schopenhauer's morals. What would you say was the place for morality or ethics in a world as painted by Schopenhauer?
Well, as you know, Schopenhauer insists that as there's one ultimate reality, and each one of us is identical with that one ultimate reality, therefore, in some sense, we're all one, ultimately. And he uses that for advocating compassion, sympathy, agape, love as distinct from erotic love, I mean, is distinct from eros. Well, all the more power to his elbow. I mean, it's very noble that he should uphold that idea of compassion and so on. It's difficult to see how each one of us is an embodiment of that horrible reality that there's much room for mutual love. I mean, the conflict will be more like it, I should have thought. But at any rate, he certainly undoubtedly values love against hatred and compassion rather than cruelty and so on. I certainly don't want to question those valuations of Schopenhauer, far from it. But ultimately, of course, is where all the one will, and the will is something horrible, the ultimate ideal can only be turning against the ultimate reality.
I'd like to keep these two notions separate for the moment, and before we move on to his idea of turning against reality, I'd like just to say a little more about his view of morals and ethics, because it was, in a sense, applied metaphysics, in a rather unusual sense for a philosopher. He had, as you say, this metaphysical view that we were all ultimately one, and again that is in common with some religions, and therefore that in doing you an injury I am in some significant ultimate sense injuring myself, and that my ultimate oneness with you is really the basis of morality, the basis of compassion, the basis of empathy. It's why I should behave towards you in morally approved ways and not behave towards you in aggressive ways. And you were quite right to say that there's an apparent conflict between regarding the ultimate metaphysical reality as awful and evil and nightmarish in the way we were talking about a few moments ago, and regarding it in this context as the basis of compassion, empathy, and morality in general. I would like at this point to say that the famous fact-value distinction applies as much to Schopenhauer, in my opinion, as it does to anyone else. That is to say that you can accept his view, or a great deal of his view, about how things are, about what reality is, without accepting his evaluation of it, or taking up his stance towards it. And I say that with feeling because, in fact, I'm an example, I think, of this. I mean, I do regard very large parts of Schopenhauer's philosophy, by no means all of it, but large parts of it I regard as being valid and as having enormously rare and important and genuinely deep insights. And I think it casts great illumination. But I'm not a pessimist in Schopenhauer's sense at all. In other words, I accept his picture of the way things are to an important degree, but I don't at all take up his view of it all as being a nightmare or whatever it may be. So I would go along with the ethics of Schopenhauer. In fact, I think his ethics is very well founded, and wouldn't want to, as it were, keep that part of his philosophy with which it's in conflict.
As you know, a good many philosophers now question the fact-value distinction. I wouldn't wish to. I think it has indispensable use myself, because one must distinguish, for example, between the way in which people behave and the way in which they ought or not to behave. The two propositions are different types. That's perfectly obvious. On the other hand, I don't think myself that one can have any interpretation of the world that doesn't contain value judgments. Value judgments of importance, of significance, and so on. And any more than you can have a history that goes beyond mere chronology and that really tells a significant, coherent story. You can't have a history without value judgments. I don't believe in value-free history or value-free metaphysics. So I would be, although I'm willing to accept some distinction, I'd be very careful about applying it myself and simply saying, well, we can have this interpretation of the world on the one hand, which is value-free, and then the set of valuations on the other, because I don't think things work out in quite that way, you know.
No, I don't think they work out in quite that way either. I was merely making the point that you could have a lot of Schopenhauer, and I was always careful not to say all, but only a lot of Schopenhauer's view of the way things are, without sharing his value judgments. I would have other value judgments, and I would entirely agree with you that you can't have a view with no value judgments. I think that's absolutely correct. But now let us move on, as it were, to the final stage of Schopenhauer's philosophy, when he, taking his value judgment, seeing that reality in all its or in most of its manifestations is an evil, a frightening, a nightmarish thing, the final step in his philosophy, which some have embraced and others have found impossible even to understand sometimes, is he says we must reject this. Ultimately, we must reject reality. We must deny reality, the famous denial of the will. Can you perhaps try and explain a little more about what's involved in that concept?
Well, I'd say that if you turn, well, of course, he entirely approved of the asceticism, self-mortification, and so on that one can find in several of the world religions, advocated at any rate and practiced in the past, and that he thought that was constituted a stage on the way towards a kind of final rejection of the will. I don't quite know what form that would take, but it would take I suppose, the form of an entry into a Buddhist nirvana interpreted as nothingness. Well, Schopenhauer would say that it may possibly have qualities of which we know nothing and can know nothing, but as far as we're concerned, to turn against the ultimate reality as we form a conception of it is to turn to nothingness, to non-existence. That's why I would say that in spite of all the real resemblances between, say, Christianity, Buddhism, and Schopenhauer's philosophy, there is a fundamental difference between his attitude and, say, that of the Christian, the Muslim, and the Orthodox Jew, because as they believe in God, they certainly wouldn't regard it as desirable that one should chuck God overboard or deny the ultimate reality in that sense. So there it seems to me there is a gulf. But more important, because people might sweep that aside and say, well, I'm neither a Christian nor a Muslim nor a Jew. But even in terms of Schopenhauer's own philosophy, I don't see how it's possible to turn against the will, because it's the will that has to deny itself. I am the will, and if this ultimate reality is going to deny it, how can it deny itself? In and through me. It can't produce nothingness exactly. I don't see how I find it the more I think about it, the more difficult I find to envisage that ultimate rejection of the will as taking place when the will itself has got to do it.
Let us, before we finish this discussion, I'd like us to say a word or two about Schopenhauer's influence on other people. He's had enormous influence on creative artists, and I referred to that. I didn't name any, but one might name Wagner, an enormous influence, Turgenev, an enormous influence. In fact, lots of major novelists of the last 100 years, Conrad, Thomas Hardy, Proust, Thomas Mann. But perhaps in a discussion which is about philosophy, what we ought to concentrate on is not that so much as his influence on other major thinkers. And I think three stand out in importance: Nietzsche, Freud, and Wittgenstein, as having, in chronological order, as having been very obviously and strikingly influenced by Schopenhauer between his day and ours. Could you perhaps say something about his influence on Nietzsche?
Well, as you know, Nietzsche regarded Schopenhauer as an educator, and his early work, Schopenhauer as educator, indicates, I think, that he thought of Schopenhauer as a man who wasn't content with the superficial view of things, but looked underneath and wasn't afraid to look the world and history in the face, and didn't try and gloss over everything as Leibniz did with talk about the best of all possible worlds, but really looked the world in the face, and was therefore a man of mental integrity. He also entirely agreed with Schopenhauer's subordination of intellect to will, in its first instance a servant of the will, and also I think he regarded Schopenhauer as a man of great independence of character, who didn't allow himself to be, his views to be dictated by society, but thought them out, or by his predecessors for the matter of that, or other philosophers, but thought them out for himself. I think, but he came, of course, to criticize, as you know, Schopenhauer in the course of time for his turning away from life. And although it's been said of Nietzsche by Professor Crane Brinton that the great Yesayer spent most of his life saying no, Nietzsche did officially uphold the affirming of the world as it is. And in a way, I sympathize with Nietzsche, because I think if the world is as Schopenhauer said it is, then the best thing is to try and alter it for the better. I don't say that Nietzsche, well, he thought, I mean, I wouldn't agree with Nietzsche's idea of what would be for the better, but I do agree with Nietzsche. But on the other hand, he never ceased to admire Schopenhauer and revere him as a man who set him on the right path, away from convention. It was a great questioner, I think.
Well, I think we must now turn finally to the latest of the great thinkers who was directly influenced by Schopenhauer, namely Wittgenstein. And perhaps you'd like to conclude this discussion by saying a little about Schopenhauer's influence on Wittgenstein.
Thank you. Yes, well, of course, that's quite clear, isn't it? I mean, from the preparatory, the material preparatory to the Tractatus in the notebooks and in the other manuscripts, the debt of Wittgenstein to Schopenhauer is made quite clear. And in the Tractatus itself, this idea to which you referred earlier in our conversation of the correlation between the subject and my world, that is strong in Wittgenstein, that there's I and my world, and that the I, the epistemological subject, is as it were the boundary of my world. It's not an object in my world, and because if I try to think of myself, then there's the I that's trying to think of myself. But it's on the borderline, as it were, of the world. That comes straight out of Schopenhauer. Then the famous saying in the Tractatus that if all the problems of science were answered, the problems of life wouldn't have been touched. That also really comes from Schopenhauer, I think. And it's also noteworthy that in the Tractatus, Wittgenstein makes a distinction between the will as the bearer of ethics, of which he says nothing can really be said. That's the metaphenomenal will. And the will as a phenomenon, which is really forms part of the subject matter of psychology rather than of philosophy for the author of the Tractatus. And therefore, there is that distinction between the metaphysical will, I think, the metaphenomenal will and the phenomenal will, which also can be traced, I think, to Schopenhauer. I should say that Wittgenstein, in the course of time, became less and less Schopenhauerian, in the sense that he became less and less addicted to forming a system, whereas, as you said much earlier, Schopenhauer was certainly a system builder. There is a kind of embryo system in the Tractatus, but there's very little, as we all know, in the later writings of Wittgenstein. And but still, he undoubtedly was strongly influenced by Schopenhauer. In fact, he's about the only major philosopher of the past, it was in no sense contemporary, that Wittgenstein had really read and studied and digested at all, I think. It shows that the influence of Schopenhauer by no means ended with the 19th century, but as you said earlier, it slipped on into the 20th century and is embodied in one of the most famous philosophers of our century and time.
Thank you very much, Professor Copleston. There can be little doubt, I think, that the two 19th century philosophers who have had the widest influence outside philosophy are Marx and Nietzsche. In continental Europe especially, the influence of Nietzsche on philosophers since his day has been prodigious. But he's also influenced creative writers, including some of the most eminent in the English language. For instance, Bernard Shaw, W.B. Yeats, and D.H. Lawrence. The quality of his own prose is simply dazzling and is second to nobody's. Friedrich Nietzsche was born in Saxony in 1844. He had an academic career of extraordinary brilliance as a classic scholar and became a full professor in his mid-20s, an almost unheard of thing. But then he threw over his university career, went into isolation and became a philosopher. For 16 years he poured out his writings, mostly either short books or books of essays and aphorisms. Some of the best-known titles are The Birth of Tragedy, Human All Too Human, The Gay Science, Beyond Good and Evil, and most famous of all, Thus Spoke Zarathustra. At first he was deeply influenced by the ideas of Schopenhauer and Wagner, but he rebelled against both and went on to produce some notorious anti-Wagner polemics. Until the last 4 years of his creative life, he made no attempt to build a system of any kind. But then he began to think of drawing all his main themes together into one single comprehensive work, first to be called The Will to Power, then The Revaluation of All Values. But it was not to be. Always plagued by ill health, in January 1889 he collapsed into mental illness, a condition almost certainly caused by tertiary syphilis, and he was helplessly insane until his death in 1900. With me to discuss his work is J.P. Stern, Professor of German in the University of London and author of one of the best known of the many books on Nietzsche. Professor Stern, I think one can say that Nietzsche was the first philosopher really to face up to Western man's loss of faith in religion, loss of belief in God or in the existence of any world outside this one. And if there's no God and no transcendental world, then all values, all truth, rationality, standards of any kind are not given to man from some agency outside himself, but are created by man, presumably for his own needs. We choose our values, or at least we create our values. Now, this is an extraordinarily disruptive and disturbing thing to confront, and Nietzsche knew that. Can we start the story from there?
Yes, I think that this is a perfectly fair way of starting. In addition to what you said about his life, I think one might mention that he was a son of the man's, that he himself had, his father was a minister of the Lutheran Church, and therefore his attack on Christianity is not a neutral, not a disinterested, not a pacific thing at all, but is violent, dramatic, melodramatic in many ways. It's an attack on Christianity rather than on Christ. And I think the point that you made, that he envisages 19th century man to have to stand on his own feet without the support of faith or dogma of any kind, is central, is a central kind of starting point to his philosophy. I think we want to see him as somebody who does not simply profess a flat kind of atheism, but who is personally, intimately involved in the denial of divine justice and divine mercy and all that.
But this Nietzschean starting point did launch him, didn't it, into a revaluation of all values,
yes.
to use the title of his book. I mean,
yes.
One thing he was saying was that in a way we are basing our lives on false premises because we adopt attitudes and values and standards which, when we actually examine the premises of them, we reject those premises,
That
the
is
old
right.
traditional
That is right.
premises.
What he believed in, what he tried to show, was that the whole edifice, both of Christian values and of idealism, which he saw derivative from those values, was false, had to be thrown over, and something else to be put in its stead. The question as to what was to be put in its stead is not quite so simple, but that was the basic premise from which he began. Yes. And that, I think, makes for the melodrama, the extraordinary melodrama of the person, of the style, of the whole phenomenon of Nietzsche.
Now, this revaluation of all values is, of course, a colossal task, and I think it'll make our discussion of it clearer if we divide our consideration of it up a little bit.
Yes.
There are four main traditions within Western civilization to which Nietzsche addressed himself and which he attacked. The tradition of Christian morality, the tradition of secular morality, the herd values, as he called them, the ordinary morality of the mass of mankind, and some, at least, of the traditions deriving from ancient Greece, particularly from Socrates. Now, let's have a look at each of those four in turn. Can you say a little bit more about his fundamental criticism of Christian values?
Well, I think to say, to start with, on the Christian, I think the attack is a very simple one, a very straightforward one. All the positive values of Christianity, turning the other cheek, loving your neighbor as you love yourself, having compassion for those suffering, all these are ruled out of court. Now, not absolutely, because as we shall see later, I think, I want to make that point very clearly, Nietzsche is constantly making special rules for special people, and he is very much against the notion of generalizing simply rules in the way in which Kant had done in the categorical imperative. So, yes, the first thing then is the attack on, not on Christ, but on Christianity as really furthering the underdog, furthering the person who cannot stand on his own feet and requires compassion, requires pity, illicitly requires sympathy from the outside.
But why was he against compassion and against pity? Why did he despise those so much?
He's not against them, he does not despise them when they come from the strong person. What he despises is the support of the weak person from outside himself. Whatever that source is, the outside source may be, whether it's another person, his compassion, or rules or regulations, laws, or whatever.
And the reason for being against this was what?
The reason for being against it was his fundamental appeal is to authenticity, to selfhood, to the élan vital, to the life within the person lived to the full.
Yeah. Now, what about his criticism of secular morality? I mean, the great moral philosophers like Kant, or in his own day, the utilitarians and so on, that wasn't Christian morality quite, but he was against that too. Now, why?
I think the main reason there is this, that all systems of secular moralities are based on an abstraction from the individual case. They're based on an appeal to a generality. For Nietzsche, the word general is the same as common, and by common he means common in the nasty sense of the word. And therefore, in a sense, all rules and regulations, one might almost go as far as saying all laws, are for him matters for the common herd and no more. And now we're, of course, already on the third point that you made, the point about the common herd.
Yeah.
He's most emphatically not a democratic philosopher. He's a philosopher of the great and the noble people, the heroic kind of philosophy, and therefore for him the appeal of democratic ideology is very, very low indeed.
He thought that the noble man, the great man, the hero, should be a law unto himself and shouldn't be hamstrung by the petty rules and regulations and so on.
That's the best phrase you can use, a law unto himself. It's not the sentence he used, but it's very, very precise what he meant.
Now, what about the last of the four traditions that I mentioned, that of ancient Greece? It's worth remembering in this context that he did start adult life as a classic scholar, a professor of classics. He knew about ancient Greece and became deeply critical, didn't he, of the whole tradition deriving from Socrates?
Yes, but his classical work, and I think it's one of the most remarkable works ever written on the whole problem of tragedy, is concerned with pre-Socratic Greece, with pre-Socratic tragedy, which for him is a kind of golden age. And the whole thing goes flat at the point when Euripides, Aristophanes, and Socrates come on the scene. What happens there is that strength and goodwill and warmth and beauty are replaced by reason, are replaced by rationalizing things, by the Socratic argy-bargy. He never forgave Plato, so to speak, for bringing up a hero whose main qualities are those of talking everybody else into the ground.
Now, this concern with the origins of culture, which he displayed in such a rich way, one has to say, was all bound up with his notion that we make our values.
Yes.
Because if human values and human culture are made by us and not given to us by God or authority outside ourselves, then the whole question of how we get them, where they come from, becomes a fundamental one for him, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it's also a fundamental 19th century concern, the whole concern with origins.
Yes.
One thinks of the origin of species, Darwinism and so on. Was Nietzsche influenced by Darwin?
Yes, well, he certainly was anti-Darwinian, and I think the idea is that he didn't really understand very clearly what the whole theory of the origin of the species came to. Like so many 19th century figures, he was always going to study physiology, going to study chemistry, going to study physics, but never got round to it. So I don't think that there's an awful lot of interesting things to be said about his attitude to that. But I think the main point about origins is that, again, like some philosophers, like Marx, for instance, he believes that you can determine the quality of the product by the nature and quality of the origin. This, after all, is very much what Freud did, and I suspect that Freud got it very largely from Nietzsche, although he isn't very ready to acknowledge it. Now, what that means is really that the background, the genealogy of morals, for instance, you quoted one of the titles, is in fact indicative of the quality of morals. Now let me say I don't believe this is true, but I mean that is very much the 19th century view over and over again, that you can determine the quality of a mental product by the nature, by the origin that is at the back of it.
Yes, and we are now inclined sometimes to call that the genetic fallacy.
That's
but
right.
I don't want to go into that.
Yes, I think this is very close, yes.
Your mention of Freud prompts another question that I wanted to put to you. This program of re-evaluating values and seeing values as something that we create to meet our needs led Nietzsche to a psychological analysis of values in terms of both individual and social needs, didn't it?
That is perfectly true.
It becomes an essentially psychological
It is
inquiry.
a way of psychologizing a lot of phenomena. This is perfectly correct. And indeed, I think he was a very remarkable psychologist in many ways, and he puts, he does not produce a system either in psychology or in anything else, and in that sense he's different from Freud, but he's very, very similar, in fact very much of an antecedent to Freud, because he places a very great deal of emphasis upon the unconscious. There is a myth about to the effect that Freud invented the unconscious. Nothing could be further from the truth. The unconscious has been about since the end of the 18th century, and Nietzsche is one of those who used the term and put tremendous emphasis on it. But he does not have a layer theory of the self the way that Freud did. As I say, he is very, very much less systematic. He distrusts systems. He thinks there's something indecent about trying to encapsulate a human being, a human psyche, within a systematic account.
Another aspect of that is his notion that different moralities are different are appropriate for different people.
Yes.
Which he certainly had, didn't he? I mean, wouldn't it be true to say, well, in fact, you have said it, I think, that he distrusted rules. He thought they hamstrung the strong, they limited the creative.
Yes, yes. He does believe that individual people are entitled to individual kinds of behavior and to individual bits of knowledge. This is the most astonishing thing, and also I think in many ways very prophetic kind of thing, that he believed that knowledge was not absolute, that the acquisition, the pursuit of knowledge was not to be taken absolutely, but that a given civilization had its own particular entitlement to the kind of knowledge that it could bear. You see, the emphasis is on it could bear it, he did envisage situations where knowledge would destroy the knower.
Our knowledge of nuclear fission,
Yes,
for example,
precisely.
has become a lethal threat to us.
Precisely.
And that is something that Nietzsche would very
Yes.
easily and very well have understood.
Yes, and he did in fact say so. He did, I mean, not about nuclear physics, of course, but about knowledge generally. You see, we only have really one other theory of knowledge apart from our own. Our own is that all knowledge is worth pursuing regardless, isn't it?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
the other one is the Soviet idea, which goes on and which simply creates a system by which knowledge is socially useful and then pursued and not pursued if it's not socially useful. Nietzsche's view is somewhat similar to this. He does believe that given civilizations can destroy themselves, and the ground on which all this is erected is in fact, we're coming back now to Socrates, the Socratic yen for knowledge, this endless this driving force which pushes us on.
Up to this point in our discussion, we've talked about Nietzsche's critical enterprise.
Yes.
This basic view that up to this point in our history, the morals and values and standards of Western man have all been historically based on belief in a god or in gods who gave us these values, gave us these moral standards and so on, and would judge us by our failure to live up to them or success in living up to them and so on. Now, he comes along and he says, we've lost belief in God, we've lost belief in religion. That means we've lost belief in the whole foundation of our value system. And if we're to have a valid value system, we've got to re-evaluate it and refound it from the bottom up. And we've talked of some of the various critiques, individual critiques, into which this led him. I now want us to move on from this to the next stage of the discussion, and in a sense it's the obvious question to ask. What were his positive values, having as it were swept everything away on a colossal scale? What is he now advocating that we put in its place?
Well, the answer to that is a very simple and a very complicated one both at the same time. The simple answer is be yourself at the top of everything that you are, to the hilt. Live your life fully, live it adventurously, and all the other things which later on come under the heading of élan vital, that in the human sphere, I mean, that essentially the be thou thyself is the major premise from which he begins, and it's also the goal towards which ethics ought to the goal towards which ethics ought to be directed. Now, you may ask, of course, if everybody is himself and himself alone, how is this to be done in a wider sphere? How is this to be done in a political system, and so on? The answers to that question are, I'm afraid, very unsatisfactory as far as he's concerned, as indeed his whole attitude towards social questions never does get very far. Now, I said also that this is very, very complicated precisely for this reason, because it makes living together in some kind of harmony extremely difficult if you add to this the view that laws are after all there simply to make things easy for the weak person. You can see there's not very much purchase to be got out of that either. So it is on the face of it a simple system, but basically I think there is a great deal of difficulty facing anyone who's going to put this forward. In a sense, I think we can say that some of the fascist politics of the early part of the century is based, to some extent, among the intellectuals at any rate, on this view that you must create your own values. Well, it hasn't got us very far, as you can see.
But this notion that you must say, as he put it, say yes to life, affirm life, be untrammeled, to the top of your bent, uninhibited, also led him to the view that of course this is going to lead you into conflict with other people, but you must simply sweep them aside. You must sweep away the weak and the unable and all those who, as it were, get in your way. That, of course, is absolutely flat head-on in conflict with Christian morality, isn't it?
Yes, it has, but then you see you've only mentioned one half of it. The other part of it is you must also conquer all that is comfortable, all that is cowardly, all that is less than adventurous within yourself. And if you've done that, that is the view that he puts forward in Zarathustra, for instance, if you've done that, you won't really want to be so very aggressive towards the others. You will have some understanding of their weaknesses, though the understanding of the positive, the tolerant understanding of weaknesses is not precisely Nietzsche's very strong point.
Not what he's most famous for.
Yes.
I mean, people, of course, have always been shocked by his saying this, and they've thought that what he was advocating was contrary to moral standards and so on.
Yes.
But his point, of course, was that in fact moral standards ought to be derived from life, ought to be subordinate to life, that our notions of truth and rationality and all the rest ought to derive from life assertion. And
or from the great man.
Yes.
From the great man, and by the great man he meant, as I already mentioned, Goethe would be one, Napoleon would be another, sometimes Luther, sometimes even some of the great Borgia popes would figure as that, and sometimes even Socrates would, because he had the strength of mind to carry through his own project.
But this supremacy of life assertion and self-assertion means that even truth itself must be subjugated to this.
Absolutely.
If there are truths that would damage us, that in other words would damage our lives, then we don't want to know them.
You see, we're back again at the question of the entitlement to truth, or at what he once called the hygiene of knowledge. There ought to be some kind of hygiene that would tell us what kind of knowledge we may face and what kind of knowledge we should reject. And you're quite right, that truth itself, in that way, is subjected to this kind of embargo, to this kind of sanction that he puts forward.
Well, one sees absolutely how this is flat contrary to all moralities that have actually existed. Would it be true to say that Nietzsche's defence, if he deigned to defend himself against criticism, would have been to say something like this? But look, the whole of civilization, humanity itself, if you like, the whole evolutionary process, has consisted of the strong eliminating the weak, the able eliminating the unable, the intelligent eliminating the stupid. And it's only because these processes have gone on perpetually over millions of years that we have any civilization at all, that we have any humanity at all. These things have created value.
Yes, I think that is precisely what he says, and what he would say on a number of occasions, different contexts, and his worry about the future is precisely that this kind of thing will not go on, that the democratic spirit, the spirit of the plebs, of the rabblement will take over and will annihilate all these values.
That it will put into reverse the very process that has actually created civilization out of barbarism.
But in addition to that, I think we have to bear in mind that he has a view of history which is rather different from the view on which your analysis was based. He sees history as repeating itself. Now, what that means, we shall talk about that a little later, but what it essentially means is this, that any historical situation can create and absorb and make use of the highest that man is capable of creating. There aren't any privileged situations, there are no privileged eras, and therefore any era that sees itself as capable of fully understanding, of fully creating these values, should be allowed to do that. And the trouble is that the late 19th century, the early 20th century may very well be what he calls eras of decadence, in which this strength cannot be fully realized.
Now, your mention of his doctrine that history repeats itself brings me to what I would like to think of as the next stage in our discussion. When one comes to regard Nietzsche's later work, there are four big themes in it, and again, I think for clarity's sake, it will help if we take them one at a time. One is what you might summarize under the phrase, the will to power, a phrase which he has popularized. One is the Übermensch, or translated as the Superman, again, an invention of his that's entered our language. One is this doctrine you mentioned of the eternal recurrence of time. And the fourth, I would say, is his notion of the aesthetic understanding of life.
Yes.
Now, let's deal with those in order. Let's talk first about the will to power, which at one time he was going to give as a title to the summation of his life's work.
Yes.
What was this notion of his,
Yes.
of the will to power?
Well, he takes the notion of the will from your own special philosopher Schopenhauer, of course, and he reverses the evaluation of that, where Schopenhauer regarded the will as the source of all evil in the world and as the source of man's unhappiness. He regards it as the strength of man's strength, the source of man's strength, and the cultivation, the permission to the will to enact what it can enact is part of a healthy culture. Now, the difficulty there, I think, is that this obviously brings you in conflict with other people, and therefore at this stage the will to power becomes a will to self-assertion, a will to usurpation of the other. But that's not all there is to the will. I think it's to be emphasized, not overemphasized, as some critics have done, but to be emphasized, that the will to power also turns itself inward, that is to say, it destroys within the self all that is weak, all that is comfortable, all that is simply, yes, part of a man's self-indulgence.
A kind of drastic bringing of oneself up to the mark,
up to the mark, which one has created oneself, and this is the difficult
one's
thing
created
about
the mark. Yes,
the mark
yes.
oneself. That's right. Yes, yes.
Well, now let's move on
Yes.
then to the next of the four main themes of his later work,
Yes.
the Superman. Now,
Yes.
everybody knows the word
Yes.
Superman, and it was in fact Nietzsche who
Yes.
invented it.
Yes.
It's been a very much misunderstood concept. People have
Yes.
associated it with the blonde beast of Hitlerian mythology
Yes.
and Nazi caricature.
Yes.
But of course, that's not what he meant at all,
No,
was it?
I think that is not what he meant at all. I think the Superman is the man, the production, I mean, who can be produced by any civilization. You remember I said that any era is capable of bringing forth the maximum values that men are capable of. Superman is the man who lives all that the will to power will secure for him, lives it to the full, is capable of repeating his own willing ad infinitum. We're already arriving at the doctrine, at that most controversial of all the things, the most bizarre, if you like, of these views, the eternal recurrence.
Yes, let's get there quite yet, because I want to unpack this notion of the Superman, which has played such an enormous role in the thought in the last 100 years, and been so abused and misused by the Nazis, for example. Wouldn't it be truer to say that what Nietzsche was actually trying to get at was the notion of an unrepressed man, in, if you like, the Freudian sense, a man who has re-evaluated his values, who is not living his life according to false values, who is being to the top of his bench in an uninhibited, untrammeled, free spirit way? Isn't that rather
Yes,
the
I think that is so. And but it would be a man who, without, as it were, restricting himself, would naturally, instinctively not do any of the things that Nietzsche regards as evil. For instance, the one category that he comes out unequivocally in his system is grudgingness, is what he calls ressentiment, is the grudgingness, the grudging admission of warmth, the grudging admission of success, and all these kind of things. Now, the Superman is one who naturally does not feel any of these things. You know the story.
It's the generous spirit.
It is a generous spirit. Yes, and there again you see the whole notion of the Christian generous spirit is not all that far from Nietzsche's purview.
Now let us move on to the third of our four main themes, and you've touched on it already, this notion of the eternal recurrence. Now, I would say that, if anything, of all the doctrines of Nietzsche, this is the hardest, not just for people to understand, but even to take seriously. I mean, on the face of it, he appears to be saying that the whole of history moves in epicycles, vast epicycles, so that everything comes round again and again and again forever. So that you and I have actually sat in this studio having this conversation unnumberable times before and will do so unnumberable times again. Now, is he really saying that?
Well, he's really saying that, and he is trying out what might happen if you took that view seriously. And I think we want to say altogether in our whole discussion that a great deal of his thinking is of this experimental kind. And by that I don't mean that it's not serious, I don't mean that it is not responsible, I don't mean that it is trivial, but I do mean that here's somebody who's facing the whole of human thought and is trying to make some sort of shift with almost any area in it, and is trying out again and again different views. There's a saying of his, I think a very tragic saying of his, in a letter where he writes, I feel as though I were a pen, a new pen, a quill presumably, being tried out by some superior power on a bit of paper. It's a very strange thing to be feeling for somebody who's advocating the will to power and the Superman, and yet I think he did genuinely feel that. Now, he does then try out this thought. And it seems to me not so much a theory of being, not so much a theory of the cosmos, it seems to me a moral theory. That is to say, our actions, our willing, our intentions, our thoughts should be of such a superior kind, of such a grand kind, have such generosity and grandness about them, that we should not flinch to and be able to be willing to repeat them over and over again, ad nauseam, ad infinitum.
So in other words, you're really only saying yes to life, embracing life, as he always says we should, if you would be willing to do
that kind of
over and
consequence.
over again what you're doing now, and only ever this.
Yes. I think to go on very much further than that and try to produce geometrical or mathematical equations in order to prove either the possibility or the impossibility of these views, which has been tried, has been done, doesn't seem to me to be terribly sensible.
Doesn't beat the point. In other words, it's a huge metaphor. Really.
It is a huge metaphor, and of course a great deal must be said about Nietzsche's uses of metaphors.
Well, say just something about it, because it's very relevant at this point.
I think I think we are in the habit of taking things literally in a way in which doesn't make sense as far as a great many of his statements are concerned. You spoke to begin with about his grand style, and I think it is an extraordinarily powerful, effective style. If I ask myself where it derives from, I think it derives from a strange invention, a strange discovery he seems to have made of placing his discourse, his language, somewhere halfway between metaphor and literal meaning. And this is something which very, very few people, certainly very few German writers, have done before him. He stands entirely on his own as far as thinking is concerned. You have mentioned that, and we've seen how he attacks every tradition in the West. Where he does find his precursors is in the style, and Montaigne and Pascal and La Rochefoucauld are his favorite authors, and that whole aphoristic style, I think, derives a tremendous lot from them, and it's not only me saying it, it's himself saying it. And this style, which is pitched halfway between metaphor and literal statement, is something quite extraordinary, and I think unless we understand it for what it is, we are going to misread him. I have a quotation which I think gives an example of what I have in mind. When he talked about the terrible deprivation that he felt 19th century people experienced through what he called luridly the death of God, he wrote as follows. He says, "Rather than cope with the unbearable loneliness of their condition, men will continue to seek their shattered God, and for his sake they will love the very serpents that dwell among his ruins." is. Now you see this mixture of, on the one hand, conceptual thinking, I mean loneliness and condition, are abstract terms belonging to conceptual thought. On the other hand, you've got the serpents glistening somewhere through the ruins of the shattered God. Well, that, and the refusal, I think, to go beyond that, in other words, to write out the theory behind the metaphors, I think essentially constitutes what he's about.
And it does give us, the readers, a problem. This fusion of poetry and metaphor on the one hand with concepts, hard concepts on the other, gives us a problem about how to take him. And that's really implicit in what you've just been saying. This leads to the fourth of the four themes of the later philosophy. We've talked now briefly about the will to power, about the Superman, and about his doctrine of the eternal recurrence of time. What you've just been saying about his use of metaphor leads us to the fourth of the four main themes in the later work, which is his notion that life is to be understood aesthetically. And I suppose the point here is that if there's nothing outside this world, no God, no transcendent realm or anything, then any meaning or justification that life has must be meaning derived from inside itself. So that, like a work of art, I mean, the only meaning a work of art has is what it, so to speak, gives itself. I mean, it doesn't derive its meaning from outside. Is that
well, that certainly is a very fair way of coming close to what he's after. In the very first of his books, The Birth of the Birth of Tragedy, he uses this phrase 3 times. It's only as an aesthetic phenomenon that the being of man and the world are eternally justified. It's a very complicated sentence, and I don't think I want to go into all the details of it, but what he's saying essentially is this: the greatness of the early Greeks, of the pre-Socratics, lay in their tragedy. Their tragedy was a way of facing the worst aspects of human life, that is, its transitoriness, its impermanence, its corruptness, its dependence upon forces greater than yourself, and to make of these a major tale, a story, a wonderful tragedy. And this he applies in the largest, in the most cosmic possible sense. And he's asking, as indeed I think Shakespeare did occasionally, he's asking, is the whole world really to be taken seriously, or is it not a great game, a great play, some kind of drama played out by we do not know who, and if there is to be a justification, mind you, justification is the phrase he uses, which is a very dicey word to use in this context, because of course it's a judicial phrase, isn't it? But if there is a justification for man being here and being what he is, maybe it is simply as part of this huge cosmic drama. And a great deal of his thought, and I think of some of his most interesting and greatest thought, goes precisely into rehearsing and trying to make sense of this aesthetic justification of man.
Now, you're talking about the way metaphor and aesthetic considerations are fused into the very substance of the thought itself. And you spoke very interestingly a moment or two ago about his actual style and the tradition to which it related. It in its turn has had immense influence, hasn't it? I instance some of the great creative writers that he has influenced in my introduction to this programme. Now, your particular field of expertise, if I may say so, is known to be comparative literature. It would be extremely interesting, I think, to end this discussion with just a word or two from you about the way Nietzsche and his writing and his philosophy have influenced creative writers since him.
Well, simply to take the 3 names that you yourself mentioned, W.B. Yeats is the first one. Yeats read Nietzsche for the first time in a very brief little excerpts, translated by a man called John Common, of all things. It seems to me a most inappropriate name for a translator of Nietzsche. And from 1902 onwards, when he read him, I think there is a very clear change in the general tenor and in the attitude of Yeats's poetry, and that slightly sultry, slightly sentimental Yellow Roses kind of poetry of fin de siècle Yeats changes very much. And the great poetry, which is the poetry, as Yeats himself calls it, the poetry of blood and mire, I think is very strongly influenced by his reading of Nietzsche, by his attempts to grasp some of the problems that we discussed earlier on. With Shaw, the influence is a very, very different one. It is very much in the biological sphere. It is in the sphere of that élan vital which I mentioned. It is in the sphere of the ruthless life, the life that justifies itself. With D.H. Lawrence, I think, again, it is the question of authenticity. Now, the authenticity as Lawrence conceives it is a very different kind of authenticity from the one that Nietzsche had in mind. In other words, it's social and sexual, and of course both of these are really rather minor factors in Nietzsche, but it is certainly from Nietzsche through his wife, Frida Lawrence, that he acquired some knowledge of Nietzsche and that he was deeply influenced by it. And a very late and I think rather dreadful Christ story of Lawrence's seems to me to derive straight out of Nietzsche's psychologizing of the Christ figure. If we look on the continent, of course, Pirandello, Thomas Mann, André Malraux, all these people not only have been very strongly under his influence, but they acknowledge the influence throughout. Strindberg had a long correspondence through a common friend with Nietzsche, and so on. I think that there are immensely powerful influences, but we have to bear in mind that the aphoristic style, the tremendous attractiveness of the metaphors, the brevity of the message, and literary persons don't like to read heavy books, they like to read aphorisms. All these play very much into Nietzsche's hand.
One last question, Professor Stern. I don't think we can finish our discussion without touching on it. If you say the name Nietzsche to most educated people in the West nowadays, what they immediately think of is the Nazis. And the Nazis seem to have appropriated Nietzsche as their philosopher in the same sort of way as they appropriated Wagner as their composer. And that's had the effect ever since of contaminating the reputation of those two geniuses in the minds of large numbers of people. Now, is it fair or is it unfair to associate Nietzsche with fascism?
I think he must be associated with it to some extent, and fascism rather than National Socialism. It was Mussolini who read him extensively, who received a copy of the collected works from the Führer on the Brenner in 1938 as a present. Hitler himself, I think, probably knew phrases, I mean certainly knew phrases like the will to power, but hadn't read anything of his. I think in some ways this is a justifiable charge, and I would put it this way, that to the extent that these parties depended upon their intellectuals, and to the extent that the intellectuals depended upon some sort of more or less ill-assorted ideology, Nietzsche was part of it. But of course at the same time I think it's to be emphasized very strongly that there are lots of things in him, much more important things in him, which are absolute anathema to these people, to these gangsters, let's put it quite plainly, and self-control and the inward struggle of the self and the attainment of valid, of generosity, for instance, and greatness of the kind that we have described, have nothing whatever to do with the kind of murderous ideologies that came into being in the Third Reich and among the early on among the Italians.
And it's quite plain from the fact that you yourself have devoted so much of your life to studying Nietzsche and writing about him, that you think this is a hugely valuable undertaking, nevertheless.
Yes, I certainly think it is an immensely valuable undertaking, providing we do not go to it with some expectation of getting a panacea on how to live right, but provided we go to it with a view to finding out what human beings can do, what the human possibility is, what the being of man is capable of understanding and creating from within itself.
Thank you very much, Professor Stern.
Thank you. I enjoyed myself very much.
One philosopher active earlier in this century who was much more important than his reputation outside the subject might suggest was the German Husserl, Edmund Husserl, who was born in 1859 and died in 1938. His acknowledged masterpiece is a book called Logical Investigations, published in 2 volumes in 1900 and 1901. And perhaps I might also mention a book called Ideas, published in 1913. Husserl's basic approach went something like this. For each one of us, there is one thing that is indubitably certain, and that is our own conscious awareness. Therefore, if we want to build our knowledge of reality on rock-solid foundations, that is the place from which to start. But as soon as we analyze it, we find that awareness has to be awareness of something. Consciousness must be consciousness of something. And we are never able to distinguish in experience between states of consciousness and objects of consciousness. In actual experience, however careful the analysis, they seem to be the same thing. Now, skeptics down the ages have argued that we can never know whether the objects of our consciousness have a separate existence from us, independent of our experience of them. Husserl conceded that, but insisted that they do indubitably exist as objects of consciousness for us, whatever other status they may have or lack, and therefore that we have direct access to them as objects of consciousness and can investigate them as such, without making any assumptions about their independent existence. Thus, he launched a school of philosophy devoted to the systematic analysis of consciousness and its objects. This school is known as phenomenology, and one use of that word phenomenology continues to this day to refer to whatever is given in direct experience, regardless of any question of independent existence. And our direct experience, of course, encompasses not only material objects, but all sorts of abstract things, such as music, mathematics, not to mention our own thoughts, pains, emotions, memories, and so on. One of Husserl's followers, Heidegger, struck out on his own with a book called Being and Time, published in 1927 and dedicated to Husserl. This book became the fountainhead of modern existentialism, though Heidegger never actually liked having the label existentialist attached to him. He went on to produce a great deal more philosophical work in the course of a long life. He died in 1976 at the age of 86, and much of that work was influential, but Being and Time remains his masterpiece. Later existentialist thinkers, especially Jean-Paul Sartre, became better known to the general public and did more to propagate existentialist ideas outside the confines of academic philosophy, but Heidegger remained very much their master. The very title of Sartre's main philosophical work, Being and Nothingness, published in 1943, is a direct allusion to Heidegger's Being and Time. So here we have a clear-cut line of philosophical development, which we're going to discuss in this program, from Husserl to Heidegger and Heidegger to Sartre. And perhaps we might mention one other figure, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, who published an important book in 1945 called The Phenomenology of Perception. He and Sartre were great friends at one time. Together they founded and edited the journal Les Temps Modernes. But Merleau-Ponty died early at the age of only 53 in 1961. Here to discuss this major tradition within modern philosophy is Professor Hubert Dreyfus of the University of California at Berkeley. Professor Dreyfus, I said at the beginning of that introduction to our discussion that Husserl is probably not well known outside academic philosophy. How does it come about? Can you explain this for us, how somebody so little known generally is of such enormous importance inside philosophy?
Well, it was Husserl's own idea that he was important that helped, and he was important in a reactionary kind of way. That is, he culminated a whole philosophical tradition, the Cartesian tradition that thinks of man's relationship to the world in terms of subjects knowing objects. In fact, Husserl thought he culminated the whole philosophical tradition from Plato on, because he had discovered the indubitable basis on which one could ground an understanding of everything. Setting himself up like that, he's similar to the way Hegel set himself up as the culmination of idealism, so that Kierkegaard could rebel against Hegel in the name of the beginning of existentialism, and Marx in the name of materialism. So Husserl sets himself up as the culmination of Cartesianism. His last book is called Cartesian Meditations. And then other thinkers like Heidegger, like Merleau-Ponty, can understand what the tradition really comes to, and then they can rebel against it.
Now, I tried to give a sort of lightning sketch in my opening words of Husserl's basic approach, but I think we need something a bit more substantial than that to get our teeth into. Can you fill that out a bit?
Yes, Husserl's basic idea was that the mind is always directed toward objects under some aspect. So I am perceiving that table roughly, I'm perceiving that as a table, and from the top, I can remember it, I have beliefs about it, I could have desires about it. All my mental content is directed. And Husserl thought that was, in fact, what the essence of the mind. The mind and nothing else in the universe has this kind of directedness toward something outside of it, other than it.
And there is a mystery here, isn't there? How, for example, if I think about astronomical questions, how events inside my head can relate to distant galaxies.
Right. Husserl thought that was a wunderbar phenomenon, and he was ready to devote his life to trying to understand it. And his way of understanding it was to say there must be some kind of content in the mind that accounted for this aboutness or directedness. The aboutness or directedness is called technically intentionality in the tradition, and not because it has to do with our intentions, but because it has to do with this directedness. And he said there was something which he called intentional content in the mind, which was sort of like a description of reality. And it was by virtue of that description that I could perceive or remember this table under some aspect.
Now, you said earlier that thinkers like Heidegger reacted against this. How did they react?
Well, at first we should say what Husserl thought he got out of this. He got out of it an amazing finished edifice that is so impressive that one would naturally want to react against it. He thought, and quite rightly, that it didn't matter whether there was a table there or not. That is, it didn't matter to his philosophy. He could just bracket the table. In fact, he could bracket the whole world. All he needed to study was the fact that he took it that there was a table there. He performed what he called the phenomenological reduction. He reflected on his own intentional content. And what was special about that, according to him, was he had an indubitable basis to start from. It wasn't just that he had some kind of evidence that he took that to be a table. As he put it, he had indubitable evidence that he had himself produced. Taking it to be a table was just taking it to be a table. He couldn't be wrong about that. Secondly, he had absolute grounding, because I couldn't experience anything. Music, other people, tables, galaxies, as you mentioned. I couldn't experience anything at all except by virtue of my directed mental content. So he thought he had discovered the indubitable foundation, which is the condition of the possibility of our being able to encounter anything. And he found it in this relation of subjects directed toward objects.
Now, that is, as you say, the culmination of a whole tradition of philosophy, stemming at least from Descartes, if not from before, of seeing man's situation as that of a subject confronted by objects. Now, it's that really Heidegger reacted against.
That's right. That Cartesian tradition became so clear, and in a certain way so persuasive in Husserl, that Heidegger was driven to see whether that really was the true description of the phenomena, because Husserl kept saying we must go to the things themselves and let them show themselves as they are in themselves. And when Heidegger actually looked at the way human beings are related to the world, he found that it wasn't as subjects related to objects at all, that awareness and consciousness didn't play any role. Now that seems very strange. How could it be? Well, he took as his example, and he was good at going to simple examples, hammering. When an expert carpenter is simply hammering, if the hammer is working well and he's a master at what he's doing, the hammer becomes transparent for him. It isn't as if he's a subject contemplating the hammer. Maybe he's paying attention to the nails, but if the nails are going in well and he's really good and he's been doing it all day, he doesn't even have to pay attention to that. He can think about lunch, or he can talk to some fellow carpenter, and everything is going on with what I would call transparent coping. Heidegger calls that the ready to hand. When you look at our ready-to-hand relation to things, you just don't find subjects contemplating objects.
this is such a contrast with the traditional approach to philosophy that I think it's worth going over it again, perhaps in slightly different terms, that from Descartes onwards, philosophers had thought of the human being as a subject relating to objects, and therefore, because of that, the central philosophical problems were seen to be how do we as subject have knowledge of these objects? And the central problems to which philosophers addressed themselves were about perception, about whether we have any certain knowledge at all, if so, how we got it, how we knew we had it, and so on. Now, Heidegger isn't saying that these problems don't exist, but what he's saying is that this is not what is central to the human situation. We aren't, as it were, separate subjects looking through some invisible plate glass window at an objective reality which is out there and to which we try to relate or of which we try to get knowledge. We are, from the beginning, in amongst it all. We are in there in the world, so to speak, coping with it, so that we are not primarily observing or knowing beings at all in the way that traditional philosophers have treated us as being. We're coping beings, or he might have been inclined to say, we're being beings. And it's from there that we start.
That's right. It's a relationship of, for instance, as Gilbert Ryle put it when he reviewed Being in Time. He reviewed both Being in Time and Husserl's logical investigations. He thought they were both good, but he thought Heidegger was really onto something interesting. Ryle distinguished knowing that, which is what the tradition had always been interested in, from knowing how, which is what he took Heidegger to be interested in. And that isn't just to claim the primacy of practical activity, though that's radical enough. The pragmatists have claimed that too. It was to have an analysis of practical activity that didn't need to bring in mental content, like desiring, believing, following a rule. You could try to explain hammering as in more mental activity. But Heidegger said if you really observe it, or to take another of his favorite examples, he said to his students, when you come into the classroom, you must turn the doorknob. But you don't observe the doorknob, believe that you have to turn the doorknob to get in, try to turn the doorknob. All we know is here you are in the classroom and you couldn't have got here without turning the doorknob. You have no memory of it because the whole activity was so transparent it didn't even pass through consciousness. A driver has the same experience shifting from first to second. They do a lot of fancy footwork with the clutch, but they can be carrying on a deep philosophical conversation. It doesn't even have to be conscious.
Although these examples are mundane and trivial, what they actually illustrate is of enormous importance, isn't it? Because what they show is that our conscious act, or even that is begging the question, that our activity is not characteristically determined by conscious choices and aware states of mind at all. And that is of great significance.
That's right. Now, Heidegger didn't want to deny that there was a place for that. He said in his language, first and foremost, we are coping beings already involved in the world. But if something should go wrong, for instance, in the hammer case, if the hammer is too heavy, then I will notice this aspect too heavy, and I'll become a problem solver like the tradition thought human beings were. I'll become a rational animal, and I will say, for this task it's too heavy. If I take another hammer, then it might work better. The kind of Aristotelian practical syllogism. All of that has its place. The same if the doorknob sticks. Then I have to try to turn the doorknob. Heidegger calls that the unready to hand, and he thinks that's the level, I presume that he thinks that's the level at which Husserl came into the story, one crucial step too late. And there is another level while we're at it, which Heidegger calls the present at hand, which is important too. We can get in a stance of just staring at the object. If the head flies off the hammer, for instance, or if the nails are missing, or if we're just feeling in a relaxed attitude of wonder, we can see the hammer as a wooden shank with an iron blob on the end. Then we see it as an object with properties. It weighs, say, 1 pound. That's the level, too, that philosophers have always studied. There's a whole logic of subjects and predicates discussed in what's called the predicate calculus. That has its place, Heidegger would say. But that's a third level down the line, after you've left out the everyday coping and even left out the practical situation in which things can break down, because that hammer isn't even a broken down hammer. It's just a piece of wood with metal on the end. But that's important too, Heidegger would say, because it's by relating those kinds of predicates with laws that we get science and theory. And Heidegger thought science and theory was very important. He has what he calls an existential account of science in being and time. But what's important to him is to realize that to get to these predicates and laws of science, you have to leave out the whole level of practical coping in the world. So you shouldn't have the idea that scientific theory that can explain causal things very well could ever explain the everyday, meaningful world of significance that Heidegger wants to talk about.
Because what he's saying, in effect, is that we only become conscious of things, in most cases, when something goes wrong, when there's a specific problem. But that for most of the time, we're kind of moving in a medium, we're swimming in a medium that we take utterly for granted and are not conscious of and don't direct our attention to at all. And one consequence of that is that, unlike traditional philosophers, he sees the world as being, not as being something that's inferred. I mean, the traditional philosopher talks as if what I have access to is my mind with its contents, and from these contents I infer the existence of a world external to myself. And Heidegger is saying, no, that is not actually what the situation is at all. The world is not something I infer. I start with it and in it. Is that
That's
not so?
right. The way he put it was that philosophers since Descartes had been trying to prove the existence of the external world, and Kant said that it was a scandal that no one had successfully proved the existence of the external world. Heidegger says in Being and Time, it's a scandal that people are trying to prove the existence of the external world, as if we were stuck with this internal world and couldn't get out, whereas we are, as he puts it, being in the world. I think I should explain that a little bit further, because we've only talked so far about the directedness being not the kind of mental directedness that Husserl was interested in. But any particular directedness of my mind toward the hammer I'm using, of me, not my mind, toward the hammer, using this hammer, takes place on a whole background which he calls the world. The hammer only makes sense in terms of nails and wood and houses and a totality of equipment, which he calls significance. And my skill of hammering only makes sense in a whole background of other skills, of standing and moving and wearing my clothes and talking and so forth. So it's on the background of the world and my capacities for being in that world, or really being of that world, you might say, that anything gets encountered at all. Yeah. So, as you say, you can't call that into question.
No. And this launches him into forming a view of human beings which is radically different from the traditional philosopher's view of human beings, isn't it? Can you begin to tell us what that is?
Well, certainly he can't talk about subjects or persons or minds, or and he needs a completely new word to even talk about this ongoing activity on a background. And he chooses brilliantly to as a word, Dasein. In German, Dasein means simply existence. Like you earn your daily bread, you would earn your daily Dasein. But it also means, if you take it apart, being the there. And so he thinks that this activity of human being, which he sees as an activity, is an activity of being the there, which for him is being the situation in which this coping is going on. So when I'm driving, there is, if we're looking at that aspect of me which is coping, not at my body, it's just identical with the driving situation. So that being the there is actively being a situation in which directed activity is going on. And that's a completely new understanding of what it is to be a human being. And Dasein also gives him the possibility, as we have with the word human being, of either talking about that activity, human being, or to talk about a human being, an instance of that activity. And he does both.
And he actually offers us an analysis, doesn't he, of this particular kind of being or way of being that we are, which relates it directly to time, and hence the title of his most famous book. Can you explain what that relationship is?
Yes, we better spell that out. The relationship of, another word that's handy here, this relationship of opening a clearing, because another word for the situation is a clearing. And there is this activity of clearing this clearing, which we are. And he says this activity has a threefold structure. First, he says, that is Dasein has what he calls disposition, the best example of which is moods. That is, thanks to a basic characteristic of us, things show up for us as mattering, as threatening or attractive or stubborn or useful and so forth.
Or just important in some way.
Or important in some way. And the tradition has generally overlooked that, he thinks, because it doesn't easily fall into these knowing interests. But he says, of course, rightly, that it's very important that things show up for us as mattering. And they do, because we have this basic characteristic called disposition. And we're always already in a situation, and it always already matters some way. We don't ever get behind our moods and start from no mood and then step into one. The second structure he calls discourse, which is a little bit misleading, but it grows out of a kind of interesting pun. That is, he says, the world is always articulated. That is, right now, everything is already laid out in this, what he calls context of significance, all pieces of equipment fitting together so that we can use any particular one. And I'm always articulating the world, that is, breaking it up at its joints by using a piece of equipment. If I take out of this total, which he calls a referential or a totality of significance, a hammer, I can articulate it by hammering with it as a hammer, or I can articulate it as a nail puller under different aspects. And then, of course, I can talk about what I'm doing. I can say, this nail is hard to pull. Then I will be articulating even further what I had already articulated. And that's constantly going on. That's called discourse. And the third aspect, which has been implicit in what we've been saying, is that Dasein is always pressing into the future. If I'm hammering with a nail, it's in order to, say, repair a house, in order to do my job as homemaker, say, or carpenter. Dasein, in Heidegger talk, is using equipment in order to pursue some goal, which he calls towards which, for the sake of some ultimate, let's say, life plan, which he calls a for the sake of. Now, it's important not to speak about goals and life plans. His funny language is necessary, because a goal is what you have in your mind, or a life plan. Whereas he just says Dasein is always oriented toward the future, doing something now in order to get to do something later, and that all of this makes sense as oriented toward something which is what that person is up to. And that threefold structure, which is being already in, amidst things, and always ahead of itself, pressing into the future, is, as you let the cat out of the bag, the structure of time. In the second half of being in time, lo and behold, the threefold structure of being in the world, or being in a situation, turns out to be mappable on past, present, and future.
And he ends up saying almost that being is time, doesn't
That's right.
it?
Well, Dasein, anyway.
We are embodied time.
That's right.
In some way.
Dasein, in his language, is care, and the structure of care is temporality.
Yeah. Now, we've talked up to this point as, just about the individual human being, what Heidegger calls Dasein, and its position in the world and all these various aspects of it that you've been spelling out. But of course, Heidegger doesn't suppose that he's the only being that exists, and you and I, when we talk about this, don't suppose that you or I are the only beings that exist. The world is full of people. How do all the other people or the other Daseins come into this picture?
Well, it's very important that they come in from the very start. In fact, it's a big problem for Cartesians like Descartes and Husserl. They have the same problem about other minds that they have about the external world, because they start with an individual, autonomous, isolated subject. Heidegger starts in an entirely different way, closer to the phenomena and saving him from this problem. He says we all already do what anyone does. I hammer with a hammer because one hammers with hammers in our culture. I eat the way one eats. I pronounce words the way one pronounces words in our country.
And you have to, or you wouldn't be understood.
That's right. And in fact, people subtly, constantly, people can't stand distance, Heidegger says, meaning people subtly lead other people to correct their pronunciation or whatever. And they don't have to be coerced into it. People are eager not to deviate from the norm. It's just a basic fact about human beings. So we grow up, Heidegger doesn't talk genetically, but we could say it helpfully. A baby gets socialized into a bunch of shared public practices and starts doing what one does and saying what one says. And at that point, this baby has Dasein in it to talk like Heidegger. And of course, this one doesn't mean just the masses. As Heidegger says in one point, we flee from the crowd the way one flees from the crowd. But even when we flee from the crowd, we do it the way one does it. So finally, Heidegger says about Dasein that normally Dasein is what it does, or one is what one does, or Dasein self is a one self.
If one takes together various aspects of what you've said up to this point, they could be rather disquieting. I mean, you've just said that one does what one does and lives the way one does because that is how we are socially conditioned and we have to do it for the most part. You were saying much earlier that Heidegger rejected the idea that most of our activity is directed by conscious choices and decisions and mentally aware reflection. If you take these things together, doesn't that rather reduce the human agent to a sort of zombie? I mean, somebody who is merely responding to pressures on him from outside in an unreflecting way.
That's quite right. This anyone, this self that just does what one does in an unreflective way sounds pretty much like a very zombie-like character. But Heidegger is trying to do things the other way around. He now will show you how we can get free individuals to crystallize out of this rather amorphous public us. And that's the subject of Division 2 of Being and Time, the subject of authenticity, what the part of Heidegger which is really existentialist. So far we haven't said anything very existentialist. But in Division 2, Heidegger talks about guilt and about death, which I don't have time to go into here. But guilt and death all turn out to be versions of anxiety, which we better talk about for a minute. A Dasein, according to Heidegger, any Dasein, anywhere, is always dimly aware that the way the world is ungrounded. By that I mean there's no reason why one has to do things this way. It isn't because it's rational to do things this way. It isn't because God ordered us to do things this way. It isn't because human nature requires we do them this way. Heidegger is, as an existentialist says at one point, that the essence of Dasein is its existence, meaning there is no human nature. We are what we take ourselves to be, how we interpret ourselves in our practices. But that is rather unsettling, and that's exactly his word for it. Anxiety is the experience, is the disposition that is our response to the fundamentally unsettling character of being Dasein. And the question then is, what do you do about it? Well, what you have to do about it is you can either flee it, in which case one goes back to the kind of conformity which is required just to be intelligible. I have to do what one does and talk like one talks. But you become a conformist. You try even more to shape up to the norms, to pronounce things the right way and dress the right way and everything. That's how you could flee into inauthenticity. Literally, that would mean something like disowning what it is to be Dasein. Or you can own up to what it is to be Dasein. To own up means, for Heidegger, to hold on to anxiety and not flee it. And if you do that, you will be catapulted into an entirely different way of being human. Now, what you do needn't change, because you only can do what one does, or you just be kooky and insane. So you go on doing probably the same thing you did, but how you do it changes completely. You no longer expect to get any deep, final meaning out of anything. So you don't embrace projects with the conviction that now at last this is going to make sense of your life. So, and you also don't then drop all your projects because they fail to make the ultimate meaning you're looking for. As one of my students once said, you are able to stick with things without getting stuck with them. In this authentic activity, Heidegger says, you no longer have to respond to what he calls the general situation. You can respond to what he calls the unique situation. He doesn't give any examples, but I take it to be something like this. Take his carpenter that he's always talking about with his hammer. When he puts his hammer down for lunch, he could just have his sausages and sauerkraut. But if there's beautiful flowers blooming outdoors and he's authentic, he doesn't have to do what a respectable carpenter does. He can go out and wander in the flowers. But it's important that he can do only what one does. He can't take off all his clothes and roll in the flowers. One doesn't do that. But there's a little space for authenticity, namely, doing the sort of thing that one does enables you to respond to the unique situation without concern for respectability and conformity. And that kind of life, not trying to get absolute meaning and responding to the current situation, makes you an individual, Heidegger says, makes you flexible, alive, gay, froh in German, and that is his idea of how one should live.
Put that way, you make it sound like a sort of philosophy of personal liberation. One hears this phrase, philosophy of liberation, used about a lot of political philosophies, but this is, as it were, an individual liberation philosophy, is it not?
But it's an existentialist liberation philosophy, which makes it the sort of last and strangest liberation philosophy. We don't liberate, say, our sexual drives or our repressed classes. The liberation comes from realizing that there's no deep truth to liberate, no deep meaning in Dasein. Accepting the ungrounded and unsettledness is itself liberating.
Yeah. Now, in the whole of this discussion, you've been forced to use some very strange terms like Dasein, and to use ordinary words in some unusual ways. And when one reads Being and Time, because everything we've talked about so far is what's contained in Being and Time, the early Heidegger, when one reads this book, this vocabulary really does become very difficult to cope with. In fact, I think it's one of the most difficult books to read and understand that I ever have read. But you've actually, in spite of that difficulty, succeeded in making a lot of these ideas clear. Why didn't Heidegger do that? Why did he have to be so obscure?
Well, it's implied in what I did. If he could have done what I was just doing, namely using the wrong word and then backing off and using the right word, that probably would have been the best thing to do. For instance, I talked about goals and then said, but of course they're not really goals because that's too mental. And life plans, but they're not really plans. And then I introduced his funny language, the towards which and the for the sake of. And I said we had to use Dasein because we're a way of being, but not a mind directed toward things. In general, he would say, the whole philosophical tradition has passed over the world and our usual kind of involved coping with the world, not only because it's something you don't notice if everything is going well, but also because we have no language for it, since we don't need any language for it. We need language for how to repair the doorknob and how to get a lighter hammer if the hammer is too heavy. But we don't need language to describe the way everything is when it's going transparently well, and the kind of being we are when everything's going transparently well. So Heidegger would say he has to make up a whole new vocabulary for this, and once you get in it, it does seem to be the right economical vocabulary, and he uses it rigorously, so that when he's taken up a new word like ready to hand, unready to hand, or present at hand, he sticks to it. So once you get in this language, it's really a very elegant and simple language.
Being and Time was published, was presented when it was published as being the first volume of what was to be a two-volume work. But Volume 2 never came out, did it? Because Heidegger, in fact, changed his views, and that made him unable to finish the project. And this change is itself very frequently referred to in the literature about Heidegger. It's called the turn, die Kehre, the German word. Now, in what way does the later Heidegger differ from the earlier Heidegger? What are the real grounds of the difference?
There are a lot of different views of this, and it's not a settled question in Heidegger scholarship. People say he went from a resolute sort of grasping of things to a kind of openness and so forth. That's probably true, but I don't think that's the essence of it. There's, at one point, I think he says it clearly, where he says that he has changed to thinking being historically, and that's what he wasn't doing before. You can see that he wasn't doing it before, because everything I've explained so far was supposed to be about the structure of all human beings anywhere, anytime. Even anxiety was supposed to be what any human being experienced and fled from or faced up to. But now Heidegger gets the idea that there's something special about each epoch of our understanding of being, and that he had been talking only about the modern epoch without realizing it. And he begins to try to describe these various epochs. For the Greeks, they felt rooted, they weren't unsettled, and things showed up for them as natural, and they appreciated them. And for the Christians, they felt that they were created, and that all the things they dealt with were creatures, and that they could read God's plan out of the world. And for us, we have another understanding of being, an understanding of being where everything is objects for us to control and use, and we're subjects with desires to satisfy. So that these are all different understandings of what it is to be a thing, what it is to be a person, what it is to be an institution. Heidegger would say different understandings of what it is to be. And if you have a different understanding of what it is to be, then different sort of things show up. For the Greeks, heroes showed up and beautiful things in Homer. For the Christians, saints and sinners showed up. You can't have any saints and sinners in Greece. They would just be poor people that everybody walked all over. You can't have any heroes in the Middle Ages. They would be proud people who were damned. So different sorts of peoples and things show up. And Heidegger now thinks he should talk about the kind of peoples and things that show up in our understanding of being. Now, one of the ways you can point out this change, just for an example, is he thinks anxiety isn't a universal structure. When he gets to later, Heidegger thinks this. Anxiety, the Greeks didn't have it, Christians didn't have it. He thinks we have it because we have what he calls a technological nihilistic understanding of being, and that is a distressing, rootless, anxious-making understanding of being.
If he's moving from something which is perennial, or at least which he regards as being a perennial, universal in human experience, to considering something which he regards as being, as it were, topical to our age, and for that reason ephemeral, so that in 200 years' time, when we're all dead, this will all be past history and something else will be the case. Isn't his philosophy ceasing to be concern itself with the permanent and just concerning itself with the superficial?
Well, if this were any old culture, or even any old stage of our culture, he would say yes, and what he was doing would then be soon passé, as you're saying. But he thinks that this is a very special culture and that we're in a very special stage of this very special culture. It's a special culture for him because we're the only culture that has history. I mean, in any culture, events follow one after another. But only in ours does the understanding of being change from the Greek to the Christian to the modern. And that's historicity in Heidegger language. And we happen to stand in a special place in our culture. An understanding of being that started with Plato 2,000 years ago has gone through all sorts of philosophical and practical transformations until it is now finished in Heidegger terms. That means all the philosophical moves have been tried and played out, completed, and now it's done for. It's a sort of pun on finished. He gets this idea from Nietzsche, who influenced him a lot. We have reached a stage of planetary technology where we are now taking over the whole planet. Our understanding of being is dominating every understanding of being. And our understanding of being has come to a dead end, which Heidegger calls nihilism.
One aspect of the late Heidegger, which we haven't touched on, and we must, I think, before we move on to the thinkers after Heidegger, is his concern with language. The later Heidegger is not just concerned with language, he's almost obsessed by language, isn't he? Why is that?
Well, we're in a way set to see that, because since there's no way the world is in itself, language isn't there to correspond to reality, nor is language there just to be made up arbitrarily. For Heidegger, a vocabulary, or the kind of metaphors one uses, name things into being. When in California somebody said that everybody was laid back, there were already people with hot tubs taking it easy and taking drugs, but now they discovered that that all fitted together and they were laid back, so there was more of it. So language is a marvelously powerful way to change the practices, focus them, and add new practices to Dasein's way of life. So it's the poets, not the philosophers or the priests or the scientists, who are the vanguard of humanity and the hope of some new understanding of being.
Now, I think we've been quite right to devote almost the whole of this discussion to Heidegger, because he is far and away the most important 20th century existentialist philosopher. But I did say in the introduction to this discussion that we would touch on others, and I think we must do so now before we bring the discussion to a close. What I mentioned specifically Sartre and Merleau-Ponty. Let's take them in that order, the chronological order. How would you characterize Sartre's relationship as a philosopher to Heidegger?
Well, Sartre starts out as a Husserlian and becomes a phenomenologist, writes a good novel called Nausea, which is a phenomenological description of a world breaking down. But then he read Heidegger and he was converted to what he thought was Heidegger. But he felt he had to fix up Heidegger as a Frenchman and make it Cartesian. So he starts with the individual subject and tries to get and to talk about death and guilt and all the things that Heidegger talks about. But that's a disaster, because if this story that we've been telling is right, that's what Heidegger was trying to free us from. In fact, when I went to visit Heidegger, he had Being and Nothingness on his desk in German translation, and I said, "Oh, you're reading Sartre?" And he said, "How can I even begin to read this muck?" His word was Dreck. And that's pretty strong, and I think that's accurate, because what happens if you treat Heidegger as if he were talking about subjects is you really push him back to Husserl.
It's difficult to believe, actually, that Sartre will survive as a philosopher at all, though he might survive as a novelist and a playwright. What's your view of Merleau-Ponty?
I'm very much more impressed with Merleau-Ponty. I think he's a great philosopher and will survive. His great contribution was to bring in the body as our way of being in the world. There are two big gaps in Being in Time. One of them is that Heidegger never talks about the body, or even about skills or practices. I put all that in to explain the ready to hand and the understanding of being. Now, Merleau-Ponty, because he does talk about the body, and it's the body that acquires skills, he answers Sartre for one thing. He says we're not free. We're restricted by having the same sort of bodies everyone has, and by the fact that what we do becoming habits in our bodies and skills in our bodies, which we're not arbitrarily free to change. And this both answers Sartre, and in a way, oddly enough, Merleau-Ponty, answering Sartre, who was like Husserl, reinvents Heidegger, but filling in the gaps. The other gap is perception. Heidegger talks about perception as if it was just staring at things. And that is unfortunate, because it does seem as if we spend a lot of time not only using things, but seeing things. But Merleau-Ponty has an analysis of perception as a embodied activity in which we move to get an optimal grip on things, which makes it more of the ready to hand, thereby completing the Heidegger picture.
Now, all of the four named philosophers that we've been discussing, Husserl, Heidegger, Jean-Paul Sartre, and Merleau-Ponty, they're all dead. Sartre only recently dead. Do you regard this whole tradition of philosophy that we've been talking about as something that's now closed, or do you regard it as very much an alive and ongoing enterprise?
I think it's very much alive. Even the phenomenology, the Husserl side, which Heidegger was trying to kill off, is very much alive. The Husserl is alive in two ways. One is that if you want to describe the phenomena, what it's like to listen to music, what it's like to have sexual desire, any phenomenon, Husserl gives you a license to do it and a method for doing it.
And we have young philosophers in Britain who are doing precisely that sort of thing now.
And in the United States, too.
Yes.
The other side of Husserl is, if anything, even more alive and active. Namely, he was interested in the structure of the intentional content of that in the mind that enables us to refer to things. Now there's something called cognitive science, actually trying to investigate empirically the structure of our mental representations, as they would say. And Husserl has laid down the general guidelines that anybody doing that investigation will follow. Or if you're trying to build a mind, as people using computers and artificial intelligence are doing, Husserl is also the father of artificial intelligence. Many of his ideas that the mind follows hierarchies of strict rules are now being cashed out into computer programs. So Husserl's doing fine. Heidegger's doing fine too. Early Heidegger, Being in Time, is not perhaps as much followed now as it should be. I'm using it, the way I use it is as I've been using it here. If you actually get back to the phenomena of our engaged everyday activity, you can criticize the linguistic analysts who either trust their intuitions or trust our linguistic categories. Heidegger would say, and I think a description of skills shows it, that if you trust our intuitions, you talk always about beliefs, desires, and so forth, and that's not an adequate description of what's normally going on. It's only a breakdown description. And likewise, we talked about how our language mirrors not the everyday coping, but the breakdown. So there, Heidegger phenomenology, it gives us a good point for criticizing some unquestioned assumptions of contemporary Anglo-American philosophy. And finally, in Europe now, particularly in France, later Heidegger is the great father of those who want to, as he already put it, deconstruct the tradition. For instance, Michel Foucault and Jacques Derrida are trying to follow out the Heidegger project of defining exactly what our understanding of being is in order to help us get over it. So I would say that there is hardly any area of intellectual activity these days in which the concerns of these thinkers don't play a large role.
Well, thank you very much for that, Professor Dreyfus. In philosophy, as in so many other respects, it's now the United States rather than Britain that is the chief centre of activity in the English-speaking world. But there's been American philosophy of international importance for 100 years now. In fact, Bertrand Russell, in his autobiography, describes the Harvard School of Philosophy as having been the best in the world during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. American philosophy of that period is represented above all by three figures who have since attained classic status: C.S. Peirce, William James, and John Dewey. They are sometimes given a group label, the American pragmatists, but in fact they're more different from each other than that might suggest. C.S. Peirce was born in 1839, the son of a professor of mathematics at Harvard. He was trained from the beginning as a mathematician and scientist, and his paid jobs were as astronomer and physicist. Philosophy was something he did in his spare time, until at the age of 48 he retired to devote himself to it entirely. But this, I'm afraid, led to his being sunk in poverty and debt by the time he died in 1914 at the age of 74. He never wrote a book, and a great deal of his work came out only posthumously, when his collected papers were published in 8 volumes. A near contemporary of Peirce was William James, born in 1842 and also educated at Harvard, from which he graduated in medicine. James became a Harvard lecturer in anatomy and physiology, then after that professor of philosophy, and then after that professor of psychology. Among his best-known books are The Principles of Psychology, published in 1890, The Varieties of Religious Experience, published in 1902, and Pragmatism, published in 1907. He died in 1910. Unlike Peirce, he received international recognition during his lifetime. In this context, it's interesting to mention that the novelist Henry James was one of his brothers, and Henry, for part, if not most of his life, felt himself under the shadow of world-famous elder brother William. The third and most recent of our 3 classical American philosophers was John Dewey, who was born in 1859 and lived until 1952. He spent the whole of his career as a university teacher, first at the University of Michigan, then in Chicago, and finally at Columbia, New York. Few philosophers of any place or time have had such widespread influence on practical and public affairs. His philosophy of education alone can be said to have had worldwide impact, and he was influential in other fields as well. It's difficult to pick a few books from so copious an output, but perhaps I might mention Democracy and Education, published in 1916, Human Nature and Conduct, published in 1922, Experience and Nature, published in 1925, and The Quest for Certainty, published in 1929. To discuss the work of Dewey, James and Peirce, I've invited Sidney Morgenbesser, Professor of Philosophy at Columbia University in New York. Now let's start right at the beginning of the story. The first of these people in time was Peirce, and it was him who introduced the term pragmatism as a philosophical term. And he introduced it first of all as a maxim for meaning, didn't he? Can you explain exactly what that meant?
Well, it was a maxim for clarification of certain kinds of terms, which are called intellectual terms.
Yes.
It was not necessarily a theory of meaning for all terms or how to analyze all terms. That he also dealt with in a later book, but in this essay, it was primarily a theory of how one analyzes specific terms or specific ideas, or if you wish, sentences in which these terms are embedded. He was motivated to try to tell someone how he can be clear of his ideas, sort of an approach to give rules for clarification, so that if an agent acts, he at least knows the beliefs clearly upon which he acts. That's the motivation in the background.
Now, what was the pragmatic criterion of meaning? What was that?
Well, I can give it by illustration. You consider the practical effects of the concept, as it were. But let me sort of begin with an example and then see whether we can build up from examples.
Right.
Let's say if I asked you what you meant when you said something, sugar is soluble in water, I presume you would mean that if I or anyone put the sugar in water, it dissolved. Here, to get clearly in mind what you mean, you would specify, if you wish, some conditional as to what would happen, or what kind of consequences would happen, or what actions or habits the particular entity has that you could activate, as it were, by your action.
It relates the meaning of the concept to an actual or possible action, or
well,
event, or
yes,
occurrence. Yes.
The meaning would be specified in this conditional.
Right.
So that, now if you take a particular sentence in the indicative, like this particular hammer is hard, or whatever we will attribute the predicate hard, here's in the indicative, and the Peircean view is, well, you should be able to translate the indicative into these kinds of conditionals. If it were not possible for you, you really wouldn't have a clear concept of mind. Well, it's just hard, hard, hard. And you would then suggest, or he would suggest, to try to clarify the specific kinds of things that if the particular entity was acted upon, some particular observable consequence would happen in terms of scratching or what would...
So to bring it down to ordinary speech, what Peirce is saying is that for certain kinds of concept to be meaningful, then their application in reality must make an observable difference to something. If they don't make an observable difference to anything, then they don't have real content.
Yes, but these are conditionals. They would be.
That's right.
Now,
yes.
This would be is not necessarily a statement that it has carried out.
No. It's about meaning. It's not about occurrence. If
and
I placed it in water, it would
This
dissolve.
is only for the clarification of certain terms.
Right. I want to push the discussion a little further along because although Peirce made this a very substantial contribution to theory of meaning, he wasn't concerned with theory of meaning in a sort of scholastic way, was he? He wasn't concerned with it in isolation. For him, it was all part of a much more general concern with science. I emphasized in my introduction to this discussion how Peirce the man was all his life a working scientist. That's what he was, and he was a logician, and he was concerned to clarify concepts, clarify statements, clarify beliefs as part of a much wider scientific enterprise whose aim was to understand the world and to acquire new knowledge, wasn't it?
Yes.
Can you put it in that context for us?
Well, first I'll amplify some of the remarks about the meaning, as you suggested. He said he learned these habits in the laboratory. That's how a scientist gets clear about his terms. And
yes.
In the 20th century, some people thought that one clarifies terms in that way, which is called operational definitions. You know when to apply. If certain things are done by you, then these and these would be the observational consequences. But that's the background, and we now go to the other topic you've introduced, the notion of inquiry.
Right.
And I think we could begin first with Peirce.
And by inquiry, of course, you simply mean finding out about the world, both in common sense terms and more organizedly in scientific terms.
Right.
Yes.
And sort of testing the hypothesis in a suitable way, collecting the hypothesis in a suitable way, having certain rules to tell you when the hypothesis or the inference is a well-formed inference, that when the conclusion follows.
It's the whole nuts and bolts substructure of science that we're talking about.
But now I think one could begin first with sort of a theorist of ordinary beliefs, or the ordinary believer, and taking the notion of belief now for granted, Peirce frequently gives the following picture. I say picture because this isn't quite a full presentation, and suggests this picture to a lot of people, that normally we can sort of go along and rely on our beliefs, and then when we run into a problematic situation, one has to have a strategy for how to revise one's beliefs. And there he begins with possible strategies that one could follow. The method of tenacity, you pick some beliefs and just stick to it. The method of authority, you go to an authority, tell you what to believe. And he gives some reasons why one shouldn't rely on those methods. They're self-defeating. But now the better method is to engage in inquiry and to try to find out by inquiry which particular kind of belief, which is under test, is better than its competitors by actual testing in accord with certain principles. And now, when he does this particular view, he presents another theory, this of how one justifies the beliefs. Thus far, we've talked about the motivation. We engage in inquiry in order to fix our beliefs, and we have to come to a rational decision that we have a right to accept this belief rather than as competitor.
In order to act on it and
Yes,
base further work on it.
Well,
and
to have some particular rules in the background, to form well-formulated beliefs about the nature of the world, and then given utilities you act. He's not telling you what you should act for. That's part of the ethics and the aesthetics. But
right.
Now, if by hypothesis one goes a little further, the following picture, once again, is frequently presented as being relevant to Peirce. While we test some beliefs, we're holding some beliefs constant. And then while we're holding some belief constants in one context, we can subject them to check in another context. And the sort of the rationality behind it is this sort of self-correcting process. And we don't have to begin with premises which are certain and indubitable upon which we sort of build our knowledge.
Like mathematics, in fact, you can always start an argument by assuming something, and then the conclusions follow by valid argument from the assumptions.
We're talking about
right.
sort of inductive reasoning or empirical justification.
Yes.
Now, the point behind all of this is not to say that, I mean, part of the point is not merely to say this is the way one should view knowledge if one wants knowledge for a basis for action. Other philosophers might agree, but they would want more for knowledge. Knowledge would have to be a stronger view than that. And to counter that strong view, he sometimes talks that we can't get certainty, and the Cartesian arguments for getting certainty don't actually support the conclusion that some philosophers thought it does. So it was a picture of how knowledge could and justification could go on. It was a claim that other pictures not merely are not needed, but they can't be, for a variety of reasons, maintained, and therefore it turned out that very people identify Peirce with some theory of fallibilism. Everything is revisable, there's nothing fixed, etc.
Now this introduction of the term fallibilism is very important. And indeed, Peirce was a pioneer of the whole idea, and it was a revolutionary idea in its day. Until and including, I think, virtually the whole of the 19th century, Western man regarded science as a secure and copper-bottomed and safe and sure and unchanging body of knowledge. The scientific knowledge was certain knowledge, and it was, for that reason, incorrigible, unchanging. Peirce introduced, and was one of the very first people, if not the first person, to introduce the notion that this is not so, that all science is corrigible, all science is fallible, that we use scientific theories for as long as they work, but we must be prepared to replace them if we come up against difficulties with them. Now that's an orthodoxy in the 20th century. All scientists take that view in our time, but they certainly didn't in Peirce's.
Currently, lots of people take this view of fallibilism sort of as an aim of science, that science shouldn't aim as a complete theory, that one should never say, I've got it now, I've just got it, that science, by definition, is open to perpetual revolution. Now, that is a thesis which sometimes is associated with fallibilism, which I'm not sure quite what to say about, but it's a different...
Well, let's not go into that now. Let's not go into that.
But when it comes to science, one gets a different picture from Peirce. The picture is a scientist entering into a community. He's part of a community of investigators. Truth, if you wish, is a sort of a property of the community in a sense which I'll try to specify. The actual scientist is not there as an individual. He's sort of understood primarily as a member of the group. And then we can talk about inquiry in general. And there,
as a group activity and as an institutionalized
right, you enter into an institution which is rational and reasonable.
Yes.
And then one engages in inquiry. And Peirce has lots of things to say about the stages of inquiry, as for example, the inductive phase, when hypotheses are put up to test, and the reasons for accepting them as testable. Deductive phase, when the consequences are noted, and the inductive phase, when the actual results are assessed. And he has a great deal to say about all of these things, for which he may be credited as a forerunner of diverse kinds of people, like Nagel or Popper, who have differences among them, but would all claim that this is along the lines that he has suggested. So we have this picture of science, and part of Peirce's later motivation is to try to see what justification he can give for someone entering into this kind of a community. But now, given this view of science, and also the view that if one wants to say that science captures the real, or what's out there, one has to sort of take it this way, because whatever the real is, whatever we think is out there independently of us, one can't actually think that it's only accessible to an individual person. The real should be accessible to the community. It's independent of any particular agent. And now the agent and the inquiry, well, what's its goal? And here one has two aspects of Peirce. One aspect is, well, what sense could we give for truth in this particular context? After all, we very frequently think of each individual belief may be wrong, even though I think it's true, it may be wrong, and this way, what sort of guarantee, if you like the word, of truth is there? What concept can we give to truth? And he tries to develop the notion that when we say a given belief is true, what we have in mind is that this opinion actually will survive and be embedded into the final body of science, if that is a correct way of talking.
Now, up to this point, we've been talking almost entirely about Peirce, and I want to bring James more centrally into the picture now. It was William James, although it was Peirce who coined the philosophical term pragmatism, it was actually James who made the term generally known among educated people at large, and this was done primarily by his book, indeed the title of his book, Pragmatism, which was published in 1907, wasn't it? Now, what were some of the main themes of this book?
Well, the book is a very rich book, and it contains a number of diverse and interconnected theses. First, it's a critique of certain kinds of philosophical positions on the ground that they were not really relevant to the problems of their generation, of his generation, primarily the conflict between science and religion, which was one of the things he and his contemporaries wrestled with for a long time. Secondly, he criticizes some, but not all, of the philosophical theses, are not being sort of pragmatically different. I don't think he ever proves the case, but he sort of tries to...
When you say pragmatically different, what you mean is that there were a number of apparently alternative philosophies which were only apparently alternative, because when you actually examined them, you found that there was no specific evidence or even possible experience which could differentiate between them, and therefore, cognitively, they were equivalent.
One of the things, yes, as he said that way. And secondly, he frequently also thought that they were not really different as far as basing a particular kind of decision as to how to live. They
made no difference for purposes of action.
In that particular sense. Now, this, whether or not he proves this is an interesting thing, but I'm not sure he does, but this is the kind of theme that he tries to introduce. The second kind of theme that he tries to introduce is that one looks at a lot of these traditional metaphysical pictures, one should sort of look at them as pictures, and that his own view is, of a lot of the metaphysics, even his own, is sort of one which is based not merely on the evidence, but in terms of sort of bias for looking for certain kinds of things, certain personal preferences, and he gives his own, and he asks his other colleagues to do so as well. Well, the whole notion of a picture and how one justifies or looks a philosophical thing, once again, just some. The reason I'm hesitating is because the book is dedicated to John Stuart Mill, and he's not sort of saying pragmatism comes in and it's completely novel. As a matter of fact,
and all other philosophy goes out of the window. He's not saying that. He's saying it's a continuation of some already familiar modes of thinking.
Now, the other theme that he introduces, for which he's been actually both criticized and lauded, is his approach to knowledge, conceptual schemes, and truth, and he also deals with them in other books, but this is central things in this particular book.
Now, I'd like us to take up the last of those, because only a moment ago you were giving us quite a long but very interesting exposition of Peirce's theories of meaning and of truth. How did James's conception of meaning and of truth differ from Peirce's?
Well, he starts with how our knowledge evolves and how conceptual schemes evolve, and emphasizes that very often we have evolving conceptual schemes, and one really can't ask whether this conceptual scheme or that conceptual scheme is actually better or worse. One has to judge between conceptual schemes in terms of the particular use to which they're put. Now that's one particular thing, this sort of pragmatic justification, not of the notion of truth, but the notion of conceptual scheme. There's also a deeper thing as to whether or not he actually wants to say, and he does want to say, that we can't give an account of our conceptual schemes as sort of merely statements about how the world is independent of us. The way we classify the world is actually constitutive of what we think the world is. We're sort of always thinking from within with our conceptual scheme. But now let's assume we have a conceptual scheme. All these problems about...
We've got a view of the world.
Well,
framework,
I say I'm not sure
framework.
one has to do it in terms of a total conceptual scheme, but particular things. There is a lot of work going on by people influenced by James on this as to whether one looks at one description as incompatible with another, and one looks at sort of descriptions, and that descriptions, whether or not they're contraries. All of these things are being worked on. But now let's assume that we have some notion of a local conceptual scheme rather than a whole total scheme, because it may be pointless.
You don't necessarily have to be talking about a view of the world in general,
it's
but of some particular area of inquiry.
Yeah, it's very difficult to know whether a clear notion can be given to a total...
Yes, yes.
All right, now, then let's say we fix our language, and then the question of truth can arise. Then partly he seems to be asking himself the following question: what actually is the difference between saying that a particular sentence like this table is brown and adding this table is brown is true? And often maybe he can be interpreted as saying, well, prima facie it's puzzling, nothing seems to be added. And
to say that a sentence is true is to do no more than a certain sentence.
Yeah, well, in a way, I mean, this may be a misleading way of putting it, but it's sort of like you can take a theory that way and then ask, well, what is added? And James seems to be suggesting that what is added is some sort of commendatory use or evaluative use, that to talk about its truth is to sort of say about the sentence that actually it's worthy of belief or it's good to believe, and these kind of evaluative predicates. And then he tries to work it out, and he tries to work it out either in terms of verification or in terms of satisfaction. So sometimes he gives some view that the truth can be identified with the verifiable, or the exhaustively verified, and verified by an action. One has a belief, one acts on it, and then it leads to satisfactory results. So this actual criticism of James on this point is his use of satisfaction is misleading. It has really nothing to do with truth. It may have something to do with the rationality of action. A person may be rational in believing something, even if it isn't true, but that's a different, maybe agreed to talk about the rationality of action, and for that one doesn't need certainty. But the particular issue under consideration, whether this is an illuminating notion of truth, and to many people, James is misleading how he works it out, but this general approach could be, at least in part, suggested for truth. The picture very often James once again gives is that or should give, is that in certain contexts, on certain kind of canonical conditions, if a sentence is verified, then the question of truth may actually disappear. The gap between truth and verification might disappear or be identified. Now,
now I wanted to interrupt you there because I want to move our discussion on to Dewey. We spent a period on Peirce, a period on James, and we must leave some time for Dewey. Before we leave James, what I wanted to do was to put in a word of commendation for his writing, his prose style. I think that James is, and it needs to be said in this program about him and others, that he is one of the great writers of philosophy in the history of philosophy. Some wag once said that when you read William James's books and you read Henry James's books, you realize that Brother William was the natural novelist and Brother Henry was the natural philosopher. And the point of that joke is that William James's writing actually contains all the qualities of great creative writing. It's imaginative, it's full of surprise, it's ingenious, it's full of striking metaphor, simile, imagery, and so on. And I do want to say before we leave him that anyone who is stimulated by our discussion to go away and read James is in for a serious pleasure.
Well, may I add to your remarks?
Yes,
yeah.
do.
I mean, all these three men seem to me, but in some sense remarkable, in some sense worthy of respect. But I'd like to fill out some of the things about Percy. Sort of an awesome figure. The tremendous issues and the variety of issues that he dealt with: logic, inquiry, a certain kind of metaphysics. He's been called by some people the Leibniz of America.
Well, when I looked him up in the current issue of the Encyclopedia Britannica for this program to check a date, I saw that it says about him that he's the greatest intellect yet produced by the Americas. Now that's an astounding claim to make for an individual.
Well, I merely also...
I'm not asking you to underwrite it, but it is an extraordinary claim.
He seems to me an awesome figure.
Yes.
James is one of the great, lovely, admirable figures in the history of philosophy. He's a person, he's warm, outgoing. His writings range over so many topics. The Principles of Psychology itself is a classic. It's still being read and reread by a great number of people, even when they disagree with James on his specific views about psychological matters. They find him very interesting and very insightful. The other thing is also his approach to mind. He started sort of giving sort of a biological particular approach to the life of the mind as to how one understands mental action. And Dewey, of course, was a man who was a man true to his word. He didn't merely preach that philosophers should be engaged in public life. He did, and also he didn't merely say they should be naturalists. He tried to work out the details. And his attack on all sorts of dualisms, which presumably I suppose is partly to be understood in terms of his Galilean background, he also applied this to a variety of issues, the analysis of social issues and political issues. He has this great range. He was a liberal and a kind man. It's interesting, when Russell wrote The History of Philosophy, he sort of said he has so much admiration for Dewey, he's just sorry he has to disagree with him.
Another point worth making about Bertrand Russell's History of Western Philosophy is that the only philosopher living at the time when that book was written and published who had a chapter devoted to him in it was John Dewey. Well, let's now move to Dewey. We've talked about Peirce and James and their attempts to improve the methods by which human beings can acquire new knowledge and increase their understanding of their environment, both in an ordinary life context and in an organized way through science. And we've talked about how this involved them in, among many other things, clarifying exactly what it is we mean by the concept of meaning, clarifying exactly what we mean by the concept of truth, and finding what the proper functioning of these concepts is within an overall conception of inquiry, whether in ordinary life or scientific inquiry. Now, that's the position up to which we've taken the discussion now. Now, Dewey, the real starting point for Dewey was enormous impressedness with the success of science. He saw that this science that we've been talking about over the last 300 or 400 years has supplied mankind with far and away its most reliable knowledge, far and away its quantitatively biggest amount of reliable knowledge. It's a huge success story, almost unprecedented in the cognitive history of mankind. Well, in fact, unprecedented. Now, thought Dewey, what is it about science that gives it this fantastic success? And is it something that we can apply to other areas of life, notably the social sciences, political life, social problems, and so on, with the same rich success? That was really his starting point, wasn't it? Can you take it up?
He gave some reasons, if you wish, for the success of science, at least in the sense that science couldn't have been successful unless there was some possibility of continuation, and there's certain science being institutionalized, its habits being institutionalized, and men and women engaged in cooperative research. So,
Ah, yes, but what really struck Dewey about the successfulness of science wasn't due to its institutionalization, was it? It was due to its method.
Yeah, but the method is institutionalized. How
You think the institutionalization is
well,
part
in
of
a
the
way,
method?
okay.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
no, part of the notion, no, I should be clear. Part of the method is the method of drawing inference, but also the method of cooperative research and how one engages in kinds of decisions about cooperative research. So he gave some particular explanation of the social support and some particular explanation in terms of this method. Scientists could engage in cooperative research were it not this agreement on how one can adjudicate conflicting alternatives. The scientific community would not remain stable. Now, obviously, the Dewey picture or some picture like that is at best the first approximation, and one has to work out all sorts of arguments as to whether or not this always can hold or whether it holds only in certain cases, and there's discussion about that. But now one can push, okay, granted, but how do we know it will continue in the future? Maybe tomorrow, suddenly, all the attempts to accept a theory on the basis of evidence, etc., will lead to failure. How do we know the world isn't chaotic and ultimately, or it won't change? And now, it's these kinds of questions that get puzzling, and possibly one might think of this as deeply enough as sort of a request, if one wants to talk this way, as a sort of justification of induction, relying on certain kinds of observable outcomes to project. And for this, Dewey doesn't really want to engage in this kind of a question. He avoids that kind of a question. But granted that in some sense we accept induction, in some sense of induction, because as you know how difficult it is to formulate that phrase without begging lots of issues about science. If we do, then we can rely on the past history of science to indicate we're rationally entitled to rely on its method. It has over time proven better than its competitors, as you've pointed out, but that's internal justification. Now, whether or not this actually is the truth, once again, as some people think that this is sort of rigged. They've been better than competitors because the competitors haven't given a fair chance of competing. But anyway, this is sort of talking about the justification of our acceptance of science, the pragmatic justification on continuation of reliance in science. But now, as you point out, this is one question about the justification of science. The other issue is justification from within. What kind of procedures one could use to come to some particular desirable or reasonable, or what he would say warranted outcome of inquiry. This interconnection with formal rules, contextual factors.
In his formulation of a view of scientific method, he rejected what he saw as being the most common of all the predecessor theories, and on at least one occasion he designated that as the spectator view of knowledge. He said that Western man had made one fundamental error for hundreds of years in his philosophy by thinking of man as a spectator on the world. The world is something that we look at, that we observe, and through our observations we acquire knowledge of it. That whole model, said Dewey, is entirely misleading because we are not spectators, we're agents. We are biological organisms living in an environment in which we've got to survive. Knowledge is just about the most important and useful single tool for survival that we have in this situation, because it confers understanding of our environment, and that confers a certain degree of mastery of the environment. So we're not spectators at all. We're in amongst it, having to act all the time on the basis of beliefs right or wrong, or imperfect or inadequate as they may be. And it's in that situation that we're trying to acquire understanding and knowledge and proceeding with our inquiries. So his whole view of scientific method and of the acquisition of knowledge and the growth of knowledge was seen from the standpoint not of a spectator, an observing subject, as previous philosophers had so frequently said, but from the standpoint of an agent, wasn't it?
Well, a great number of themes in Dewey are captured by your analysis, but a lot of these themes are not merely theses about knowledge. It's also theses of how one understands a particular, as I say, a human being naturalistically. It's to avoid certain kind of dualisms, that one could sort of think there's a mind and a body, and one looks for their interconnections. And he turns out actually to be very, very naturalistic. Humans are organisms. One learns about human organisms in terms of how they act and interact with the world. And he's always given this action and transaction. That's part of Dewey's general philosophical anthropology, if one wants to look in terms of part of his quasi-behavioral analysis of mental concepts, and also part of the notion is one has to look for institutional factors, or the culture in which one lives, to explain certain kinds of judgments and to explain why certain kinds of perceptual judgments are made. Also, in relationship to the theory of knowledge, he wants to get away from another kind of picture that's frequently been associated with the pragmatist, namely that men are primarily acting and reacting on the world and trying to improve it. And he wants to say no, and he gives lots of theories, lots of theses, to show how knowledge is sort of comes under special circumstances, where the demand of inquiry comes about. It's not that we're always inquiring. To use a loose phrase, we're in the world in all sorts of ways, and Dewey tries to specify it. When it comes to actual knowledge, Dewey isn't interested in a general analysis of knowledge. He says the word knowledge is used in all sorts of ways. But what he's interested in is the specific sense of knowledge, what he thinks is the reasonable one, namely how one acquires warranted beliefs as a result of inquiry. And he thought that's the aim of knowledge, to get warranted beliefs and to get warranted beliefs as a result of inquiry, especially when there's a need for revision of beliefs. Now, secondly, he wants to get away from this view which you call the spectator theory of knowledge, in another sense of the spectator theory of knowledge, namely that belief has certain kinds of objects, knowledge has other kinds of objects, and that if we can get certainty, we can sort of have certainty about these specific objects which are sort of transitory, and if we're going to get knowledge which is certain, we have to get it knowledge by being sort of suitably cognitively related to a certain kind of entity. So this is, he thinks this is sort of an approach that lots of people had, which he's debating against. He's also debating against the view that somehow one can jump out of our particular conceptual scheme, and to judge our conceptual scheme is to see whether it sort of matches an independent reality.
A moment ago, when you were talking about Deweyan science, you had something to say about his view of the importance of the institutionalization of science and the institutionalization of inquiry. And in fact, Dewey, one striking characteristic of Dewey as a philosopher was that he attached very special importance to institutions generally, because he regarded all pursuit of knowledge as really essentially a species activity, an almost biologically based species activity. And he also thought, in the special case of science, that one reason for the great success of science was its institutionalization of criticism. So he had a lot to say about institutions in general and their role in society. Now, his philosophy had a great impact on institutions, didn't it? And in particular, I mentioned right at the beginning of this program, he had a special impact on educational institutions throughout the world, not only in the United States. Can you draw our discussion to a close by just telling us something of what Dewey's impact was on education in his own time and subsequently?
Well, he approached his approach to institutions, as you pointed out, was sort of multi-layered, and he frequently thought that given institutions are frequently justified by certain kinds of, let's say, ideologies, and they're frequently justified by certain assumptions about what humans are, and he thought that a lot of the actual justifications could not actually be warranted. The pictures they give of man are actually pictures of man as they are under those current situations, and not as a picture of what man could be. Secondly, they're frequently in the justification.
You mean the picture of man that certain institutions provide are in a sense circular, because they are pictures of man as he is living within those institutions.
Right.
Yes.
Secondly, that a lot of people believe that you can only justify claims for institutional arrangements by actually seeing whether or not these things ultimately rest on sort of value questions, and one has to prove that these particular value judgments are ultimate, and etc. He tries to, well, this is part of his general theory of ethics, in which he wants to show the continuity between justification and ethics and justification and morals. He was always against the view that there was a dualism between fact and value. And then the role of the philosopher is to criticize some of these particular kinds of doctrines, and secondly, try to have something to say about the concrete institutional arrangements that were made at that time. And so what he does in this book, a number of his books, is take for granted—
Which book? You haven't named
Democracy
the
and
book.
Education,
Yep.
and previous writings, that's the classic,
Yes.
is to take for granted that a theory of education should be contextually relevant, that though there are invariant features of human life, there's no unique best way of organizing them, and the problem is to rationally discuss what institutional requirements are necessary under these specific conditions. Now, so part of the criticism of traditional philosophies of education was that they're frequently justified on dubious psychological assumptions, they're frequently justified on dubious meta-ethical things of how things could be justified, and he then shows, at least to his particular kind of satisfaction, that those are previously used to justify certain claims about education. Also, they're based on dubious psychological theories about effort, about emotion, about discipline, and doing those, he introduces his own positive theories as to how discipline comes from being involved in the activity rather than necessarily the reverse.
He was a pioneer opponent, wasn't he, of the old-fashioned idea of education that saw it as something imposed on the child by discipline, by almost force majeure from without, and saw the essence of education as being something that had to go along with the growth and development of the child, had to be from within, had to have the child's interests and energies, so to speak, flowing with it and working for it. Thank you very much, Professor Morgenbesser.
Thank you.
A great deal of the philosophy that's going on today in the English-speaking world, in fact probably most of it, can be traced back through intermediate developments to the work of two men, Gottlob Frege and Bertrand Russell. Working for the most part independently of each other, they laid the foundations of modern logic. But more than that, although the work on which they began concerned chiefly the principles of mathematics and the relationship between mathematics and logic, its implications went so wide that in the course of time it came to have a profound influence on philosophy in general. Exactly the same happened with the philosopher who most obviously and directly followed on from them, namely Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein started by developing Russell's and Frege's work in mathematical logic, but he ended up acquiring an influence at large on 20th century philosophy which is second to nobody's. In this program, without going into any of the technicalities of mathematics or logic, I want to give some indication of how Frege and Russell came to have this enormous influence on 20th century thought, and to say a little about some of the more recent individuals and groups who've come under that influence. But first, a word about the individuals themselves. Frege, a German, was born in 1848 and spent his entire working life in comparative obscurity in the mathematics department of the University of Jena. Not until after his death did his name become known at all widely, even among philosophers. His first major work, published in 1879, was called Begriffsschrift, and I'm afraid even the English translation keeps the German title because there's no satisfactory English for it. It means something like the putting of concepts into notation, and we'll begin to see later what that's about. His next major work, published in 1884, is called in English The Foundations of Arithmetic. He went on producing important and original work, most notably in 1893 and 1903, 2 volumes of a projected larger work called in English The Basic Laws of Arithmetic. But it was all of such depth and difficulty that his work in general remained very largely unknown until Bertrand Russell drew attention to it in 1903. Russell was a totally different sort of person, grandson of a British Prime Minister, from whom he was later, via his elder brother, to inherit an earldom. He was always prominent on the political and social scene as well as in philosophy, in fact a famous public figure all his life. He did a tremendous amount of popular writing and journalism and broadcasting, which influenced social attitudes among successive generations of British people. I think this has obscured for many the fact that the true foundations of his fame as a philosopher lie in contributions to mathematical logic of a highly professional and technical character. He was born in 1872 and lived till 1970 and was politically active almost to the end, though the great bulk of his philosophical work was done by the 1920s. Here to discuss the work of these two men and some of its influences down to our own day is one of the most famous philosophers of our time, A.J. Ayer, who has written a great deal about Russell, including the best short introductory book on Russell's work. Professor Ayer, let's start with Frege as being the earlier figure. When he began, what was it he was trying to do?
Well, he was trying to make up what he thought were the deficiencies in arithmetic. He thought that mathematical statements, as they were expressed in his day, were not sufficiently precise, and that mathematical proofs were not sufficiently rigorous. And so he began by trying to develop a notation, the Begriffsschrift you referred to, in which this would be remedied. And the notation was to show exactly what mathematical statements stated and exactly what their proofs consisted in. It was supposed to make it obvious how one step in a proof succeeded another. And this was a deficiency in mathematics in his time, applying even to Euclid, where there were assumptions not made explicit which were required for the proofs to be valid.
Wasn't one of the points involved that every argument, including a mathematical proof, has to have premises, and what those premises are often creates problems, and he tried to show that all mathematics was ultimately derived from pure principles of logic.
Exactly. Both he and Russell did this, and this involved two enterprises. First of all, defining mathematical concepts in purely logical one, and secondly, showing that mathematics, arithmetic anyhow, not all mathematics, but arithmetic was deducible from purely logical premises. And this was achieved, the first part was achieved fairly simply. I think a fairly simple illustration will show how it was done. If you take, let's say, any couple, let's take Tom and Jerry, then you can define them as a couple by saying that they are both members of the set, and anything which is a member of the set is identical with one or other of them. Then you define the number 2 as a set of such sets, a set of couples. And you do this for all numbers. And there are certain complications about infinity, but in this way you can define a cardinal number in purely logical terms, is what he did. And then also, by generalizing logic, which hadn't hitherto been done, Aristotelian logic, which had prevailed from ancient times until the 19th century, was not wholly general. He was able to state premises from which most arithmetic was deducible. It was shown later by somebody, by another logician, the Austrian Gödel, that in fact this couldn't be completely done, that arithmetic couldn't be completed, but that insofar as it could be completed, Frege showed a method of doing it.
Wouldn't it also be true to say that before Frege, the laws of logic had been regarded as laws of thought, that's to say, as something to do with human mental processes, but Frege realized that this couldn't be so, that the validity of a proof couldn't depend on our psychology.
Oh yes, this was very important. This was one of the most important things that Frege did, and he began by one of his early works was an attack on a book on arithmetic by a German philosopher called Husserl, in which logic was represented as a theory of judgment. And this was how it was viewed by the German idealists, and Frege insisted it was entirely objective, had nothing to do with psychological processes, but that the sets in which you reduced numbers were entirely objective things, and that logic was quite independent wasn't about psychology at all, that these were objective truths, which of course the mind was capable of grasping. They didn't depend upon features of thinking.
Yeah. So the search then becomes, in a mathematical proof, for what it is that the proof conveys from step to step.
That's right.
That impersonally validates the conclusion,
That's perfectly right.
regardless of how we think.
And this, in a way, accounts for Frege having a philosophical interest beyond his purely mathematical work, because he also developed a theory of meaning, a theory of meaning which would show how mathematics could be objectively valid. And he talked of the, he tied up the meaning of mathematical statements, but this could be extended to statements in general, with truth conditions, with the features in them that made them candidates for truth or falsehood.
I suppose the most historically influential distinction that he introduced was the distinction between sense and reference, which has to do with his theory of meaning, and one still hears people constantly referring to this. Can you explain it?
Yes, it's fairly complicated. The two German expressions are Sinn, which is generally translated sense, and Bedeutung, which is translated, well, it is in fact the German word for meaning, but is by philosophers usually translated as either reference or denotation. And the denotation of a name is the object to which it names. I mean, the denotation of Bryan Magee is you, the actual person. Yes. Whereas the sense of the name is the contribution that it makes to the meaning. Say, if I just say Tom, you have to say to me, who's Tom? And then I say, well, Tom is so-and-so's brother, or the person who invented such and such, or the first person that climbed a mountain. And in this way, I give you a sense, and in this way, I enable you to identify him. Now, this distinction becomes important in certain contexts. Generally, what you care about in the case of a name is what the name stands for. But there are certain cases where it's important to make a distinction between sense and denotation. And one good example would be statements of identity. Frege's own favorite example was that of the evening star and the morning star, both of which, as you know, are
in fact,
Venus.
the same star.
Same
Yes.
star, Venus.
Yes.
And, but if someone says the evening star is identical with the morning star, and one takes the reference of these two expressions to be the denotation, then he's simply saying Venus is Venus, which is a tautology and of no interest, whereas in fact the morning star and the evening star is a mathematical discovery. And therefore, in this usage, what the expressions refer to is not their denotation, not the object, but their senses.
So in other words, he analysed meaning into two different components.
That's right.
Sense and reference.
Yes.
And a statement may have a sense, but not have a reference.
No, well, this happens in two ways. And there could be names or nominal expressions, like present King of France, for example, which has a sense but no reference because nobody corresponds to it. And also there is the complicated case of expressions which have a function in a sentence as contributing to its making it capable of being true or false, but don't denote anything, like predicates. Is good, is bad, is so on and so on, which themselves are what he called incomplete expressions, namely don't themselves have a reference, but contribute to giving the sentence a sense, and through its sense a reference.
And these distinctions that he introduced and his theory of meaning have in fact had a very widespread influence in philosophy, haven't they?
They've become very fashionable in recent years, that's to say, and there's been a change in anyhow in England, and perhaps well, England and the United States to some extent, and a change in sort of main concern of philosophy. For a very, very long time, the theory of knowledge was dominant. Ever since Descartes in his successors in the 17th century, the main concern has been the theory of knowledge, what we can know and how we can know it and how we are justified in holding the beliefs we do. And in recent years, this has given way to what's sometimes called the philosophy of logic, which is mainly concerned with questions about meaning, and here Frege has come into great prominence. And for instance, my successor as Professor of Logic at Oxford, Michael Dummett, has devoted nearly, certainly 2 large books to Frege's work, and is concerned with exploring the implications of Frege's distinctions for a theory of meaning.
Well, Michael Dummett, who I suppose must be called the leading living commentator on Frege, makes enormously large claims for him, doesn't he? He says that he's introduced a whole new era in philosophy, that he has de-psychologized philosophy, that in the way you just explained, he dethroned the theory of knowledge from the center of philosophy and replaced it with logic. And this has changed 300 years of philosophical development.
Well, I think there has been a difference of emphasis, but I think that Michael exaggerates in 2 ways. First of all, philosophers have always been concerned with meaning ever since Socrates, who went about saying what is knowledge, what is goodness, and so on, which is a way of asking what the Greek equivalents of these terms meant. So there's always been an interest in meaning in philosophy. And secondly, I don't think interest in the theory of knowledge has totally disappeared. I think that there are still people who are connected with concerned with this. And insofar as even in Michael Dummett's own work, the theory of meaning is very much bound up with questions about truth and falsehood, this also doesn't entirely take us away from the theory of knowledge, because after all, the theory of knowledge is concerned with what reason we have to suppose that certain statements, propositions, are true or false. So I think that there has been a shift of emphasis, but not the great break that Dummett insists on.
Before we continue with the more recent applications of Frege's work, I want to turn to Russell for a moment. When I introduced this discussion, I emphasized the fact that Frege worked in isolation throughout almost the whole of his life. And this becomes very important when one starts to consider Russell, because poor Russell spent the first several years of his life reinventing work that Frege had already done without realizing that he'd done it, didn't he? So that should make it rather easy for you to explain to us something about the importance of Russell's very early work.
Well, I don't quite know why you say poor Russell, because it is quite true that Russell did a lot of work that Frege had done before him, but Russell also exposed a fatal deficiency in Frege's system. He showed that Frege's system of logic actually contained a paradox. It's like the famous old contradiction of Epimenides the Cretan, who said that all Cretans were liars. It follows it comes into the category of self-defeating propositions.
And although on the surface it seems to be trivial, it's not trivial,
it's
because
not trivial.
It shows that the underlying argumentation has something wrong with it.
It does. It shows that one of Frege's essential assumptions led to contradiction.
Yeah.
And Russell in I think it was in 1903, conveyed this in a letter to Frege, and Frege's first reaction was not, "Oh, I'm wrong." He was sufficiently arrogant to reply, "The whole of mathematics has been shown to be worthless." Then he thought this was going too far, and he then managed to put together some sort of answer to Russell's objection, but then it was shown only after Frege's death, in fact, by a Polish edition, that Frege's answer also was untenable, led to contradiction. And Frege himself never recovered from this blow. After he received, after the publication of the Begriffsschrift, the Grundgesetze, you yourself said earlier he never wrote the third volume, and he simply gave up. From 1903 to 1925, his death, he never did anything, and this was the result.
He thought his life's work had been demolished.
Had been demolished.
Yes, yes.
So that in fact, it's a very sad story.
Yes, a tragic story.
And a tragic story. And Russell then went on to meet this paradox in his own way, some complicated thing called the theory of types.
It remains true, I don't want to press this point, that an enormous amount of the work that Russell had done and spent years over, Frege had already done, and Russell didn't know.
Yes, that is true.
But it's also true that although Frege did it first, and some experts today think that Frege did most of it better, it was through Russell that the ideas actually became famous in philosophy and influential in philosophy.
That is true. I don't know why it was that Frege's work was so neglected, partly because, for an absurd reason, that interest in the new developments of logic was very much an English thing. So therefore, Frege's work wasn't taken up in Germany, because in Germany the mistaken psychological view of logic still prevailed, and wasn't taken up in England simply because of English insularity and incompetence in foreign languages. And it was left.
But Russell, who'd been brought up by German governesses and German nurses, did know German.
Did know German. But even Russell only got it indirectly. What happened was that Russell and his collaborator Whitehead went to a congress in Paris in 1903 and met an Italian logician called Peano. And it was through Peano, whose work enormously impressed them, and who was working in the same direction, though with a less efficient system than Frege's, that they got to hear of Frege. And then Russell read Frege and at once realized important that it was.
And the result of all this was that the science of logic, which had remained virtually static for
Yes.
over 2,000 years since Aristotle, suddenly exploded into a whole new and enormous
Enormously.
development.
Mainly through Russell and Whitehead's Principia Mathematica, which it took them together about 10 years to write. Well, Russell wrote the Principles of Mathematics in 1903, where he does make acknowledgement to Frege, I think, in the preface and in the appendix.
Yes, he does, yes.
And then he went on with his tutor at Trinity Cambridge, Whitehead, to write a 3-volume work called Principia Mathematica, in which he actually tried to do the work of deducing mathematics from logic, and it's full of formulae, and it is a stupendous work, although, as you rightly said, it doesn't quite achieve the standards of logical rigor that Frege had achieved before it. But this was the one that really popularized the subject. Then all sorts of people took it up, and it took, from then on, it has proceeded by leaps and bounds.
And it's now, so to speak, a major field of intellectual endeavour throughout the Western
Yes.
world, in every university.
But it's interesting, I think also should be mentioned, that one of the effects has been not so much to subdue mathematics to logic, which is what Frege and Russell wanted, but to subdue logic to mathematics.
Yeah.
And that in recent years, mathematical logic has become more and more mathematical,
Yes.
and has had less and less to do with philosophy in general. And even a disciple of Frege, like Michael Dummett, is more interested in the semantic side of it, the theory of meaning, than he has hitherto shown himself to be in the purely mathematical side.
Well, unlike Frege, Russell actually made the explicit step after he'd done all this work to general philosophy,
Yes.
didn't he? Not until he was 40 years old, but then he did. And he started producing general works of philosophy. Can you give us some indication of what position
Well,
he
it's very odd
took up?
how little the two are connected. The one place where I suppose they are connected is something that Russell called the theory of descriptions. There was a puzzle about the meaning of statements like the present King of France, which didn't denote anything.
Well, if you say the present King of France is bald,
exactly.
there is no King of France.
Yeah, and therefore didn't know anything, and therefore there was a question how it could be meaningful. And there had been philosophers. A notable example is a German called Meinong, who then thought that these things denoted what he called subsistent entities, and Russell thought this was rubbish, and he showed a way of translating out such expressions by showing that they in fact contained covert existence claims. Getting past his board was translated into there is one thing that now rules over France, and whatever it is that rules over France is bald, roughly. And this got rid of the apparent paradox. And so in that way, his logical work had a philosophical implication. But in the main, he simply went off on another tack. His first purely philosophical book came out in 1912. It's called The Problems of Philosophy. It's a home university library book. And in my view, still the best introduction to philosophy that there is, because Russell was such a marvelous writer, though it's a little bit old-fashioned. And there, he really takes no account of his logical work at all. He simply continues the British empiricist tradition. This is a book that follows straight on from Locke, Berkeley, and Hume, and it starts off with the theory of perception. It's very like Berkeley there. It says that what we perceive are not tables and chairs and things, but what Locke called simple ideas, what Russell, following his friend Moore, called sense data, and then deals with the old traditional philosophical question, how on the basis of being presented with these sense impressions do we arrive at physical objects? And then he deals with a set of traditional philosophical problems in that sort of way. And he more or less gave up logic after Principia Mathematica. He himself said that this wore him out. He collaborated on the book with Whitehead, but Whitehead was teaching mathematics at Cambridge and mainly occupied with that. Russell at that time was living independently. Well, he had a lectureship at Cambridge from 1910 to 1915, but in the first decade of this century he was living on his independent income, and so he had the actual work of writing out all these proofs. And he said that this really incapacitated him for ever doing any detailed work in future. And this is to some extent true. All his later work is full of brilliant ideas that he never fully works out. At a certain point he gets bored. He says, oh yes, it goes on like this. He doesn't bother to dot the I's and cross the T's. And this is true of all his later work.
I think that I see one very important continuing concern in the later work. I'd be interested to know if you agree with this or not. You've just said, I'm sure rightly, that Russell was a radical empiricist in the direct tradition of Locke and Hume. It seems to me that Russell was always concerned to validate the natural sciences in terms of sense data, that he always wanted to show that the whole corpus of our scientific knowledge could be derived from, and was derived from, nothing but observations and our reflections on our observations.
Well, not always. I think you make one very important point here, and one, in fact, that I overlooked when I was talking a few moments ago, and that is that from the very beginning, Russell's approach to philosophy was an interest in justification. There's quite an amusing story that when he was about 12, his elder brother, who was sent to school, Russell was taught at home, the elder brother Frank was sent to school, taught Russell geometry, and Russell refused to accept the axioms. He wanted to have them proved, and his brother said that they couldn't get on unless Russell accepted the axioms, so he agreed to provisionally. But he always wanted to have everything justified. And this was common both in his approach to logic and mathematics and in his approach to other branches of knowledge, and as you say, also in his approach to science. He wanted to have a basis for our belief in science. But here his views varied. In the book I mentioned, Problems of Philosophy, it's quite true that he wanted to start with sense data, but he didn't think that all scientific or even all common sense statements like that of the table, could be reduced to sensory statements. He adopted a causal theory that you could assume the existence of the physical world as the best explanation for our sensory experiences. Then he changed his view, and in the next important book that he published on the theory of knowledge, which was Our Knowledge of the External World, which came out in 1914, he did take the view you just referred to, namely he thought you could actually reduce not only every common sense statement, but every scientific statement to statements about our actual and possible hypothetical sense experiences. And this view, which is technically known as phenomenalism, and was the view of Berkeley, if you rob Berkeley of God, and also the view of John Stuart Mill, who was incidentally Russell's godfather, lay godfather, because Russell's parents and John Stuart Mill didn't believe in God, but he's lay godfather. This phenomenalistic view was developed in Our Knowledge of the External World, and also in some important essays that Russell wrote in a book called Mysticism and Logic, which he produced during the First World War, and an essay called something like Sense Data and Physics is the most important one there. And he continued this in another important book called The Analysis of Mind, which came out, I think, in 1921, and he adopted a theory which had been advanced before him by the pragmatist William James, Henry James's elder brother, in which both mind and matter were composed of what James called neutral stuff, and which were in fact sense data and images, and they differed only in being different arrangements of this fundamental data. But then Russell gave this up, and in 1925, well, 1925 is a curious book, Analysis of Matter, where there are traces of this view still remaining, but he mainly went back to the causal theory that he'd held in 1912. And when he revived his interest in philosophy in the 1940s, and in his final, or his next to last, philosophical book, Human Knowledge, Its Scope and Limits, he goes back to a causal theory. He always thought that the basis of our knowledge lay in sense experience, but he varied in the next step. I mean, it was only during one period of his work that he thought that the whole thing could be reduced to sensory terms. More often, and certainly at the end of his life very vehemently, he adhered to the causal theory, which put the physical world beyond the veil of observation.
One thing that is constant with Russell is the attempt to bring a wholly new rigour to bear in philosophy, not only of a logical kind, but one's tempted to say of a scientific kind. He was always very concerned, for example, that our beliefs should relate to the evidence for them. This is something he reiterated over and over again, isn't it? And it's something which, if taken seriously, sweeps aside a great deal of traditional philosophizing and traditional thinking.
Oh yes, that I think is true. And I think that this, you already mentioned that Russell had influence on Wittgenstein. Indeed, Wittgenstein was Russell's pupil. And as you know, Wittgenstein and also that group of philosophers in Vienna called the Vienna Circle condemned what they call metaphysics. And metaphysics, in their view, was consisted, at least partly, in any attempt to describe the world in non-scientific terms. They thought that this was the only world there is, and that science was a matter of forming theories about it, which were verified by observation, and any assumption that there was a superior world, a world inhabited by gods or anything of that sort, was nonsensical. And Russell certainly all the time held this, and was always concerned to justify science, and was always worried by the fact he thought the justification for science was extremely problematic.
Yes,
I mean,
and it remained problematic to the end.
To the end, I mean, and it's very interesting, in the last book that he wrote, Human Knowledge, the one I referred to, he then sets out what he thinks are the set of assumptions that require to be made if belief in scientific theories is to be justified, and makes it quite clear. Do you think these assumptions must, as it were, be taken on faith?
Yes.
And he tried to work out what we call a theory of induction, but was never entirely satisfied with it, and more or less said, well, I remember what he said. He said that we really can't be sure that science is true, but it has a greater chance of being true than anything else that can be set up as its rival.
Yes, though he still couldn't validate it in the way he would
couldn't
have
validate it in the way he would like to have done.
Let's just talk now in an orderly way about the influence of Russell, because he and Wittgenstein, I suppose, must be the two most influential philosophers in the 20th century, at least in the English-speaking world. Now, I suppose Russell's first great influence was on his immediate contemporaries, and indeed older contemporaries like Whitehead and Moore in the Cambridge of his young day.
Let us put it this way. In the purely logical work, in which Russell and Whitehead collaborated, it was, I think, Russell who had the more interesting ideas. I mean, I think the theory of types, the theory of descriptions came from Russell. But when it came to trying to apply that sort of technique to philosophy, which to a certain extent Russell did in Our Knowledge of the External World, for example, in trying to reduce abstract concepts like concepts of points and instants to observational terms, then it was Whitehead who took the lead, and Russell got his ideas from Whitehead, and indeed they quarrelled over this because Russell didn't pay Whitehead sufficient acknowledgement. You'll find the theory developed in two books of Whitehead that came out after the war, The Principles of Natural Knowledge and The Concept of Nature. And Russell at one time was influenced by MacTaggart, who was a disciple of Hegel, and got Russell to be, both Russell and Moore, to be idealists. And Moore, first of all, rebelled against this in the interest of common sense. Moore was a great defender of common sense, and influenced Russell to the extent that he cured Russell of any belief in idealism. So their influence went that way. Also, with respect to ethics, which Russell was never greatly interested, he accepted, like all Bloomsbury, he accepted Moore's Principia Ethica. He believed that good was a non-natural, indefinable concept, and so on. But then Russell had a very big influence on the later, or my generation of philosophers, inasmuch as he convinced us that since science was sovereign in the description of the world, all that philosophy could do was elucidate and analyze. And so Russell can be regarded, I think, as the father of analysis. But here he differs profoundly from Wittgenstein. I don't want to go too deeply into Wittgenstein, but...
Well, I'd rather you didn't, because we're going to devote the whole of the next programme to Wittgenstein.
But one thing that will come out in our next programme is that Wittgenstein thought that philosophy was largely a matter of people getting into a muddle, and that the business of people like Wittgenstein was to, as in his own famous phrase, show the fly the way out of the fly bottle, to cure people of these muddles. Whereas Russell always thought that philosophical problems had a solution. And that was why he was so very hostile to the purely linguistic philosophy that developed, for example, at Oxford after the war under the leadership of Austin, because he thought the mere exploration of language for its own sake, the exploration of the implications of English usage, was trivial. And Russell really thought that there were questions about justification of our beliefs that it was the business of philosophy to answer, and that these questions were answerable. He thought that the answers could be discovered if you worked at it hard enough. Otherwise, he didn't think philosophy was worth doing. And here I agree with him.
Yes, I was going to say, I want to put a personal question to you, because all your life you have acknowledged that you yourself have been enormously influenced by Russell, and you make that very clear, and always have. So you can tell us what it's like from the inside, as it were, to have been influenced by Russell. What has its influence been on you?
On me, it's been, first of all, that unlike most of my contemporaries, I still think one should start with what Russell called sense data, what I now prefer to call sense qualia. That is a technical difference, whether you begin with particulars or something more general. But for our present purposes, it comes to the same thing. So that on the whole, I share his certainly the starting point of his views on perception. I also agree with the importance, the primacy he attaches to the theory of knowledge. I am, and I've always been, a thoroughgoing empiricist. I agree with the view that Russell derived from Hume, that there's no necessity other than logical necessity, so that there's no such thing as causal necessity. Causal is just a matter what Hume originally said it was, namely constant conjunction and something purely contingent. I agree with Russell in rejecting any form of theology, or anyhow transcendent theology, and in rejecting metaphysics. And I also, and most importantly, agree with Russell that philosophy wouldn't be worth doing unless it posed questions to which we could find the answers. Perhaps not he, perhaps not I, but cleverer persons than I will eventually find the answers.
And all these are examples not just of your agreeing with him, but of him having influenced
you,
yes. Are they? All of them, quite directly.
Yes, quite directly, quite directly.
And I think you've even been influenced by him in the way you write, haven't you? That appears
to
me
to be the case. Well, I do regard him as a master of English prose, and I think I'm not in the same class as Russell as a philosopher, but I do think that I do write English reasonably well. And I do think,
and again, partly under his influence.
And again, partly under his influence. Yes, I think there is affiliation there, both of ideas and of style, from Hume through Mill to Russell, and coming down a stage to me.
Yes. Now, the philosophers that we're discussing here, Frege and Russell, have enormous effect on the living, yourself included. And I now want to talk about the revival of interest in Frege after the Second World War, so that the interest in Frege and the interest in Russell, for the first time, proceed side by side into the age that, that we now live in.
It's very difficult to account for historical events, particularly in such short perspective. And I think there certainly was, immediately after the war, a decline in Russell's influence, anyhow, in England. And this was, I think, not due to a revival of interest in Frege, but to an increased importance attached to the work of Wittgenstein and Moore. In Moore's case, though I enormously liked and respected him as a man, I think philosophically it was excessive. And I think this was, two people responsible for this were partly not so much Ryle, who respected Russell, but mainly Austin, who was the linguistic philosopher in the narrowest possible sense, and had a great respect for Moore as someone who attached great importance to ordinary English usage and to common sense and so on. Common sense was said by Russell, incidentally, to be the metaphysics of savages. And I think it was the upgrading of Moore that was responsible for that time for the downgrading of Russell. And this is a trend that's now been reversed, I'm glad to say.
I think you go a bit too far in saying Russell was downgraded, because if one thinks back to those post-war years and thinks now who were the major philosophers in the English-speaking world, the shortest of short lists would have to include, apart from Russell himself, Wittgenstein, Karl Popper, Quine, Gilbert Ryle, yourself, and all of you were massively influenced by Russell.
Yes. Perhaps yes, so you would know better than I, because you, after all, were up at Oxford in the 50s when I had already departed for London. But certainly the impression reaching us in London was that Russell was being undervalued.
That means you're taking an Oxford-based view, and I think that's what's mistaken about the view.
That's possibly
I think
true,
there were
yes.
other people around then who disparaged Russell. It's perfectly true.
Yes.
But their work and their influence hasn't lasted.
I'm very glad to hear this. Yeah. And certainly Russell has recovered. Yes. He himself, perhaps I'm influenced by the fact that he himself thought this. Because I was seeing a great deal of him at the time. I organised a little group in London that he attended, and he was certainly miffed is perhaps too mild a word, but he thought that he wasn't getting his due, and all philosophers are slightly vain, and this certainly caused him pain.
But we agree in any case that he's come back.
He's come back, certainly. Yes. Now, the revival of Frege is something that I really, I think can't explain. I don't even know exactly how it happened. Probably it started in America with the development of a school of logicians led by a man called Alonzo Church, who insisted on very great rigor in logical mathematics and found it in Frege and didn't find it in Russell and Whitehead, though of course they did find it elsewhere. They found it, for example, in Hilbert, though they disagree with Hilbert for other reasons. And in England, it seems to have been the first evidence I can find of it is in a book published fairly late, about 1960, I think, by William and Martha Neal, which is a very impressive history of logic, in which very great importance is given to Frege. He's put on a level with Aristotle. These are the two great names. And
I've jumped over
one thing. You suddenly remind me, there was a translation in the early 50s.
1950 itself.
1950 itself, was it? Made by Austin of Frege's Grundlagen, wasn't it? And then there was also a translation made 2 or 3 years later by Max Black, an Englishman working in America, and by Peter Geach, of two of Frege's very obscure but important semantic essays, one of them called Sense and Reference and the other called Function and Concept. And so there was in the early 50s this sudden interest in Frege, but I'm not quite certain what led to it, or indeed what consequences it had.
Well, a lot of very bright younger people took it up, didn't they, and were influenced by it. Whether that'll last or not, I don't know, but it certainly seems to me to have been going on recently.
I find very little influence of Frege in current philosophical work, apart from the work of Dummett. If you look at, for example, I think now perhaps some of the most interesting work being done is being done in America, and if you look at the work of people like Quine and Putnam and Thomas Nagel and Donald Davidson in particular, you don't find so strong an influence of Frege, except perhaps in Davidson's case indirectly through the work of the Polish tradition Tarski on truth, which in a sense links up with Frege, as much as Frege himself linked meaning and truth.
Are you confident that the influence of Russell will last?
Yes.
You are. Why? Why so?
Because I think because that is the view I take of philosophy. I think that the questions he asked are the important philosophical questions, and I think that his answers to them, whether right or wrong, will always need to be taken into consideration.
And if I'm right about you too, you also think that his approach, his conception of what philosophy is the right conception.
Yes.
That it consists of clarification, therefore analysis, and justification, therefore argument, of our important beliefs.
Written in straightforward English prose. Oh, well, not necessarily English, but written in...
in straightforward prose.
In straightforward prose.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Ayer. In philosophy, as in most other fields of human activity, the merits of the living are much more controversial than those of the dead. If you took a worldwide poll today among professors of philosophy on the question, who is the best living philosopher, I'm pretty sure no candidate would get an overall majority. So any list of the so-called great philosophers can only end with the latest of the generally acknowledged dead. And today, for us, that is Wittgenstein. Ludwig Wittgenstein was born in Vienna in 1889. His father, from whom he was to inherit a fortune, was the biggest steel magnate in Austria. Wittgenstein was fascinated by machinery from boyhood, and his education was strongly weighted in the direction of mathematics, physics, and engineering. After studying mechanical engineering in Berlin, he spent 3 years at Manchester University as a postgraduate student in aeronautics. During this period, he became absorbed in fundamental questions about the nature of mathematics. Bertrand Russell's book, Principles of Mathematics, inspired him to give up engineering and go to Cambridge to study the philosophy of mathematics under Russell himself. He soon learned all that Russell had to teach and went on to do the original research that was to produce his first book, the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, published in 1921 and usually referred to just as the Tractatus. Wittgenstein genuinely believed that in this book he had solved the fundamental problems of philosophy, so he turned away from philosophy and did other things. Meanwhile, the Tractatus acquired enormous influence, stimulating further developments in logic at Cambridge, and on the continent becoming the most admired text among the famous group of logical positivists known as the Vienna Circle. But Wittgenstein himself came to feel that it was fundamentally in error, so he went back to doing philosophy after all. In 1929 he returned to Cambridge, where in 1939 he became Professor of Philosophy. During this second period at Cambridge, he developed a completely new approach, quite different from his earlier one. During the rest of his life, its influence spread only through personal contact, since, apart from one very brief article, he published nothing more before his death in 1951. However, in 1953, his book, Philosophical Investigations, came out posthumously and proved to be the most influential work of philosophy that's appeared since the Second World War, at least in the English-speaking world. So here we have a most remarkable phenomenon, a philosopher of genius producing two incompatible philosophies at different stages of his life, each of which influenced a whole generation. These two philosophies, although incompatible, do have some basic features in common. Both are focused on the role of language in human thinking and human life, and both are centrally concerned to demarcate between valid and invalid uses of language, or as someone once put it, to draw the lines at which sense ends and nonsense begins. For me, the earlier of Wittgenstein's two main books, the Tractatus, remains hauntingly readable. But it has to be said that it's the later one, the Philosophical Investigations, that has made him a cultural figure of international significance during the period since his death. Here to discuss Wittgenstein's work with me is John Searle, Professor of Philosophy at the University of California in Berkeley. Professor Searle, since Wittgenstein himself repudiated his early philosophy, and since in any case it's now the later philosophy that's far and away the more influential, I don't think we ought to spend too much of our discussion on the early work. What is it about that that we really need to know?
Well, I think the key to understanding the Tractatus is the picture theory of meaning. Wittgenstein felt that if language was to represent reality, if sentences were to represent states of affairs, then there had to be something in common between the sentence and the state of affairs. And he saw the way to describe that on the analogy with the way that pictures represent states of affairs. He thought there had to be some structural similarity, that just as the sentence was made of a sequence of words that stood for things, names, so the arrangement of words in the sentence pictured or mirrored the arrangements of objects in the fact. Now, this gave him a remarkable sort of lever of a metaphysical kind, where he could then read off, he thought, the structure of reality from the structure of language, because he thought that the structure of reality had to determine the structure of language. Unless language mirrored reality in some way, it would be impossible for sentences to mean.
So the crucial point here is that we are able to talk about reality not just because we use words that stand for things, but because those words have a relationship to each other within the sentence that corresponds to the relationship that things have to each other in the world.
Right. No.
So that's what he called the logical structure.
Right.
And the world and sentences have that structure in common.
Right, but it's important to emphasize now that we're not talking about ordinary language of the sort that you and I are discussing, which he thought concealed a logical structure. He thought if we took ordinary sentences and did an analysis of how they mean, we would get down to the ground floor sentences, what he called the elementary sentences, and there would be this strict picturing relation between the structure of the sentence and the structure of the fact. Now, he inherits from Frege the idea that the fundamental unit of meaning isn't the word, but the word only functions, the name only means in the context of the sentence. And as you said, it's the concatenation of the words in the sentence that is itself a fact that enables the sentence to picture the structure of facts in the world.
Now, I think people will see quite easily how that can be the case when a sentence is picturing a true fact. I mean, if I say there's a cat on the mat, and there is a cat on the mat, I think that relationship is easily understandable. But suppose I say there is no cat on the mat. How can that sort of sentence be said to be picturing something?
Well, Wittgenstein thought that words like not, and or, and if, the so-called logical constants, that they actually didn't picture. They were not part of the picturing relationship. As he says, my fundamental idea is that these logical constants don't themselves represent. They're ways we have of stringing pictures together. And it's not so unrealistic if you think about it. For example, across the street from my house in Berkeley, there's a little park, and there's a picture of a dog with a line through it. Now, I take it that's not supposed to pick dogs that have stripes painted on them. The line is the negation sign, and it's a Wittgensteinian sort of picture. That is, the not symbol there is a way of operating on the picture, but it isn't itself part of the picture.
So he thought that what we say about the world can be analyzed down into basic sentence structures, basic sentences, which picture the world and are linked together or negated by particular operators.
By the so-called logical constants.
By the logical constants,
yes,
which have this function.
Right.
Now, in my introduction to this discussion, I said that throughout his career, Wittgenstein was concerned to demarcate talk that made sense from talk that didn't make sense. How was that demarcation done in the early philosophy?
Right. Well, in the early philosophy, in the Tractatus, Wittgenstein thought that the only language which, strictly speaking, made sense was this fact-stating language. Now, unlike the positivists, he didn't relish that. He didn't think that was wonderful. He thought that the really important things were unsayable, were unstatable. He thought that ethics, religion, aesthetics were in the realm of the unsayable. And he once said about the Tractatus that the really important part of the Tractatus is the part that's left out, the part that's not there at all. So he made a strict demarcation of meaningful language as fact-stating language. Yeah. And the other parts of language, those parts of language that are not used to state facts, he thought were, strictly speaking, nonsense, and we couldn't really say anything.
So although ethics, religion, the arts and so on are of fundamental significance in life, we can't actually ever do them justice in language.
They are, as far as the Tractatus is concerned, they are even, it isn't that we can't do them justice. Our attempt to do them justice is meaningless. We can't say anything meaningful about them.
Now, you've made the point very clearly that the central to the early Wittgenstein is this picture theory of meaning. How did the later Wittgenstein depart from that?
Well, again, though Wittgenstein's ideas are very complex, there's a rather simple answer to that question. He moved away from the picture metaphor of the nature of meaning to the tool or use metaphor as the correct conception of meaning. He says, think of words as tools, and the way to understand language, the way to get a correct conception of how language functions is to look at how words are used. He says for most cases, not all, but for nearly all cases, the meaning of a word is just its use in the language. Now this, just as the Tractatus gave him a certain metaphysical conception of the world derived from language, so by changing from the picture metaphor to the tool metaphor, he turns that metaphysics upside down. Now, instead of saying that the structure of reality determines the structure of the language, now what he says is that the structure of the language determines what we think of as reality. We can't think of the world, we can't discuss the world, we can't have a conception of the world independent of the conceptual apparatus that we use for that purpose.
Now, you've raised a lot of very fundamental concepts here, and I think we ought to take them one at a time for the sake of clarity. Let's begin where you began, with the distinction between a picture theory of meaning and a tool theory of meaning. The later Wittgenstein is no longer saying that that words or sentences picture what they're about. He's saying that a word or a sentence is like a tool, and what it means is what you can do with it, so that, in fact, the meaning of a term is the sum total of its possible uses. Now, it's in the nature of a picture that it does, in fact, picture only one thing. Pictures an object or a state of affairs, where it's in the nature of a tool that it has many uses, perhaps an indefinite number of uses. Now that applies to his view of language, doesn't it?
Yes, precisely. Yes. Yes, let me say a little bit more about that. Wittgenstein is anxious to insist in the investigations that language is indefinitely extendable and that there isn't any single thing that binds all uses of language together, that there isn't any single essence that runs through all of language. And indeed, for particular words, there needn't be any particular essence that marks the definition of that word. That he says words have a family resemblance of their uses, so that, I mean, he gives the example of game. He says, if you ask yourself, what is it that all games have in common? And he keeps insisting, don't think what they all have in common, but look and see if you can find anything. And then he says, if you consider board games, Olympic games, gambling games, games played with balls on fields and so on, what you find is that there isn't any single essence. There isn't any single thing that all games have in common. There's
not even the fact that they're pastimes or diversions,
no,
because some people play them professionally.
Pretty grim, right?
Do them for a living and a career.
If you've been to Las Vegas, it isn't that those people are just amusing themselves. It's a pretty grim business to watch them at the gaming, as they're called, tables. But the idea he has is that the strength of the words derives not from some underlying essence, but from the fact that there's a series of crisscrossing relationships, similarities, and he compares that to the way that the various members of a family resemble each other. And he calls this a family resemblance relation. Now, it might seem like Wittgenstein was just saying sort of obvious points here, but remember, he is militating against a very powerful philosophical tradition. He's militating first against the idea of his own, that words get their meanings by standing for objects, and then secondly, an even older tradition that says words get their meanings by being associated with ideas in the head, and he's militating against a tradition that says, and this goes back to Plato, that in order for a word to have a meaning, there must be some essence, there must be some essential trait that the word marks. So the interest of his remarks about language derives a lot from their revolutionary or radical attack on a pre-existing tradition.
He uses the term family resemblance so often that I think it's worth saying just a word or two about that. When we talk of a family, the different members of a family having a marked family resemblance to each other, it need not be the case that there's one single feature that they all have in common. It need not be the case that they all have the same nose or all have the same chin, but that there's no single feature that they all have in common, just an overlapping and crisscrossing a set of features from which they all draw, as it were. Now, Wittgenstein is saying that this is true of language and meaning, that if we look at a term or a word, it's a great mistake to look for the one thing that it means, because there is no one thing that it means. The meaning of a word is like family resemblance in that case. Namely, a word has several different meanings, like the several different members of a family. There may be a crisscrossing and overlapping set of relationships between those different meanings, but there's no one thing that the meanings all have in common, which is, as it were, the essence of that word. That's right. That's what he's saying.
Now, he doesn't say that this is true for every word in the language. No doubt there are words that have strict definitions, but he thought that this was crucial for philosophers to see, because a lot of the words that trouble us, especially in philosophy, I mean, in ethics and aesthetics, words like good and beautiful, which he was very suspicious of these words, but he thought that part of our failure was we were looking for some essence of beauty or essence of goodness, whereas he insists just look at the various resembling, crisscrossing similarities in the use of these words.
So he's saying, for example, that we have all sorts of different kinds of talk. There's scientific talk, religious talk, music talk, everyday talk, philosophical talk, such as you and I are now having. And in each of these areas of discourse, language is characteristically used in different ways. And the same words will be used in different ways. So don't ask yourself, you know, what is the specific meaning of this term? Ask yourself, how is this term being used in that particular area of discourse?
That was one of his slogans. Don't ask for the meaning, ask for the use. And at this point, he introduces another metaphor. Indeed, it's one of his few technical terms. He introduces the notion of a language game. And the idea he has is that we should see speaking a language on analogy with playing a game, in that characteristically it's rule governed. We aren't ourselves entitled to lay down the rules. Not everything is determined by the rules, so there is a great deal of slack, room for interpretation. But nonetheless, we're engaged in rule governed forms of activity. Now, this again is a disconcerting idea for a lot of philosophers, because he wants to insist that there isn't any foundation for the language games, any more than there's a foundation for football or baseball. These are just human activities. And so he wants to get out of the idea that these language games, where the word has its home, where words get their meaning from their role in the language games, he wants to get out of the idea that there must be some transcendental justification or foundation for the language game. No, the language game has to look after itself. We play a language game of ethical discourse, of aesthetic discourse, of fact-stating discourse, a language game with the word cause, a language game of identifying spatial and temporal relations. So he's anxious to insist that there are these sequences and series of human activities where the use of words is tied up with the rest of our lives in a regular, ordered, but not in any way predetermined fashion. And that's really the task of the philosopher, is to describe, not to justify or give a foundation for, but to give just a description of how the language game is played.
I must say I think it's something of a disaster that he fastened on this term language game, because it sounds as if what he's talking about is something frivolous. And in fact, it even feeds a certain prejudice against philosophers that exists outside philosophy, that they're all just playing with words, or that they're somehow superficially concerned with language. This isn't so at all, is it? I mean, to use the word game for serious intellectual reasons.
Right, and let me just hammer home the reasons for the analogy. First of all, it's an activity. It isn't something sublime that just goes on in our heads. And it isn't an abstract set of relationships. It's an ongoing human activity. And secondly, it's conventional. It's regular. There are rules involved. And those are the features that he wanted to get, that we should look at language in action, and we should see it as part of regular, rule-governed behavior. But I mean, and that sounds, I think, pretty uncontroversial, at least to us. But there is a more radical aspect to this that I want to bring out, and that is, Wittgenstein thought that there isn't any point of view outside of language where we can, so to speak, stand back and appraise the language game from a non-linguistic point of view. He thought there wasn't any Archimedean point from which we could get away from operating inside a language game, stand back and appraise the success or failure of language in representing reality. He thought that was impossible. We're always operating within the language game. We're always operating within some language game or other. There's no conception that we have of appraisal or of getting at the world apart from operating within a language game.
Part of what he's saying is that for me to be able to see this as a hand or that as a table, I must be in possession of the concepts hand and a table. And therefore what I see reality as being is constituted by a whole conceptual structure that I have, which can be articulated in language.
That is a great deal of it, but I think in a way it goes even deeper than that for Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein really thinks, Wittgenstein is part of the movement in the past 100 years. It is part of, it's a characteristic feature of the 20th century that we no longer can take language for granted. Language has become immensely problematic to us, and it has moved into the center of philosophy, and Wittgenstein is one of the great leaders in that movement. So he would certainly agree with what you just said, namely that reality divides up the way we divide it, that because we can only think of this as a hand or that as a table because we've got the relevant concepts, the relevant words. But the point is deeper than that. The point he wants to make is there isn't any such thing as thinking. There isn't even any such thing as experience as human beings have, adult, full-grown human being experiences. That cannot exist apart from language. Language permeates that at every point.
Now, a moment ago, you were saying that every language game has to be understood from the inside. One consequence of this is as follows, isn't it? Whereas the old logical positivists who'd been influenced by Wittgenstein's early philosophy were extremely dismissive of all religious talk, for example, and they thought that if I said something like God exists, that was just meaningless noise, exhaust. The later Wittgenstein would have not been intolerant in the same way. He would not have dismissed religious talk as being empty of meaning. What he would have said is, well, let's first of all examine how words are used in a religious context, how they function. Let's look at their use. Let's, as it were, get inside the religious language game, as he would have put it, and see how these terms are being used, and then we can judge whether they're being used legitimately, not legitimately, or whatever it might be.
Well, you have to be very careful about that last bit. You see, because what Wittgenstein would say is it's not our task as philosophy to appraise the success or failure of the religious language game. All we can do is describe how it's played. And the important thing is to see that it isn't played like the scientific language game. It's ridiculous, he thinks, that we should take religious utterances as if they were sort of second-rate scientific utterances for which there was inadequate evidence. And he was always anxious to insist, well, we ought to look at the role that religion and religious utterances play in people's lives. That's the meaning of these utterances, to see what sort of a role they actually play in people's lives. And he disliked the idea that we should over-intellectualize this and make it into some kind of a theoretical enterprise where what we were concerned to was to criticize this and see if the evidence for the existence of God was up to snuff by scientific standards. He didn't like that. W.G. Grace once jumped on a chair in a meeting and said something Wittgenstein really approved of. He thought this was wonderful. Grace said something like this. He said, God doesn't want a head. Any old cabbage will do for a head. What God wants is a heart. Now, Wittgenstein liked that because he thought that was the language game in action. That was not trying to get outside it and do some sort of pseudo-scientific appraisal of it.
But it is important, I think, for us to make the point that he didn't take a sort of anything goes attitude. I mean, he did think that philosophical puzzlement is characteristically caused by our using the terms from one language game as if they belong to another, by, for example, trying to judge, as I think you just said, trying to judge, say, moral talk or religious talk as if it were scientific talk. And that having got ourselves into these puzzles and problems, the way to get ourselves out of them was to pay very strict attention to the way the words that we were using normally functioned in
I think that's right.
In actual human discourse.
And he does have various ways that he summarizes this. He says philosophical problems characteristically arise when we take the word out of the language game where it's at home and then try to think of it as something sublime. We want to inquire into the nature of the good, the true, or the beautiful instead of just looking at how these words are actually used in the language game where they get their meaning.
A few minutes ago we were talking about this analogy that Wittgenstein makes between games and the use of language. There was one important aspect of it that we didn't take up because we can't talk about everything at once. A game is a rule-governed activity, And language is a rule-governed activity and has to be, because if I didn't follow certain linguistic rules, what I said would be unintelligible and wouldn't communicate or perform any of the functions I want it to perform. So I have to follow certain rules. Now, Wittgenstein argued that because that was so, there could be no such thing, even in theory, as a private language. And his argument to this effect has become one of the most controversial aspects of his philosophy. Can you say a word about it?
Yeah, it sure has. Well, I would be glad to. In a way, I'm reluctant to get into this hassle because there's so much junk written about the private language argument. But just let me say a little bit about it. First of all, you got to say something about rules. We've been talking as if the notion of a rule for Wittgenstein was unproblematic, but it wasn't. His notion of a rule is itself one of his important contributions to philosophy. What he thought was, first of all, that rules don't block off all eventualities, that language isn't everywhere bounded by rules. Nothing is everywhere bounded by rules. There are always lots of gaps left open by any system of rules. He gives the example of throwing a tennis ball when you serve. There's no rule how high you have to throw it. But I suppose if somebody could throw the thing 5 miles high and we had to wait all day, they'd make a rule. I mean, the rules are never final. Now, another thing he said about rules is that rules are always subject to different interpretations. And if you've ever been through the income tax laws, you know this. I mean, the American history of it is a series of different interpretations. So it looks to Wittgenstein as if there's a kind of skepticism that arises here, because if anything can be made to conform to the rule by some fancy interpretation, then anything can be made to conflict with it, and you wouldn't get either accord nor conflict. The rule would then seem to drop out as irrelevant. Now, his solution to that is to say, obeying the rule is a social practice. It's something we learn in society. Society just has ways of making people and training people to conform to rules. Now, he applies that to this whole private language problem. The problem of the private language is, could there be a language where I just named my own private sensations in a way that no one else could understand it? Now, the reason for all the fuss is that a lot of people in the history of philosophy have thought that must be the basic use of language. In the whole Cartesian
language must name inner experiences.
That we get to the real world, the external world, by starting from our inner experiences, by starting from inside and working outward. Now, Wittgenstein wants to say two things about that. First of all, that isn't how the words for our inner experiences actually function. They don't name private objects. Rather, they're used in conjunction with public criteria, behavior, situations. So we're not, in fact, speaking a private language when we use sensation language. But secondly, and more controversially, he says we couldn't, in fact, speak a private language. We couldn't give a private ostensive definition where we just sort of point inwardly to some private experience and name that experience. Because, he said, unless we can appeal to some larger social gathering, there won't be any difference between my thinking I'm using the word right and I'm actually using it right. So his discussion of the rules and the social character of rules is really what underlies his rejection of the idea of a private language.
And it's important for him to reject the idea of a private language, as you say, because he's reacting against a whole tradition of philosophy that goes back to, I suppose, Descartes, but certainly includes Locke, Berkeley, Hume, the empiricist philosophers who say that we start by cognition of essentially private states of mind and infer the world or build up a conception of the world from that. Now, the later Wittgenstein seems to me to be saying this, that because the sum total of a word's possible uses constitute its meaning, in the end, what language means and what words mean depend on forms of life, on the social contexts within which they're used. And in fact, he uses that phrase, forms of life, a great deal. So that all the ultimate criteria of meaning are not personal, are not private at all. They are essentially social, are they not?
That's right. And it's important to emphasize that the notion of use is itself a social notion. It's something that I do in conjunction with other members of a society. And it's only because I'm trained to respond in certain ways that we avoid this skepticism that says, well, anything I do can be made to seem to be in accord with some rule or other, or I could always interpret the rule in such a way that would come out in accord with it. And he does emphasize the idea that a language is a form of life, that we can't sort of carve off the language and look at it apart from the human activities where it actually has its meaning.
When people pick up Wittgenstein's books to read them, I think they're often struck and surprised straight away by what they find, because these books are not written in the way that ordinary books are. They're not written in continuous prose. They're written in separate paragraphs, and each paragraph is given a number. And very often it's not clear what the relationship is between a paragraph and the other two on either side of it. And usually there isn't much in the way of connected argument either. You get these brilliant metaphors, brilliant examples, brilliant similes, so that the writing is wonderful, and yet it's difficult usually to see what it is he's saying. Now, why did he write like that?
Well, several reasons. But first of all, I do want to say I entirely agree with you about the character of the prose, and it is both entrancing and exasperating. I know I felt that when I was preparing for this program. I went and reread acres of Wittgenstein, and there just is a huge amount, and it is enthralling. You begin to start thinking that way yourself. You begin to address your wife in Wittgensteinian aphorisms, which can be very exasperating. But you have this feeling that when you take up one of these books and read it, it's a bit like getting a kit for a model airplane with no instructions as to how you're supposed to put all these pieces together. And that can be extremely frustrating. It's a sort of do-it-yourself book. But why did he write like that? Well, first of all, I think it was the only way he found natural. I mean, he often says what a torture it is for him to try even to put these paragraphs together consecutively, much less to write conventional prose of articles and books. But secondly, I think there is an element almost of arrogance in this. Wittgenstein wanted it to be different from the standard ways of doing philosophy. He hated the sort of standard articles that appear in journals and standard books that are written to be read by undergraduates in philosophy. By the way, he would have hated the kind of thing you and I are now doing, two professional philosophers discussing his views on television. But he did want to be deliberately different from other people. And then there's a third aspect of this, is that he honestly and sincerely was struggling to say something new and different. And he always had the feeling that he hadn't said what he really meant, that he was struggling to find a mode of expression, and that he never really succeeded. And then lastly, I think we need to say for English-speaking viewers that this, though it looks strange to the English eye to see this books written in this way, it's not all that unusual in German. There is a tradition in German philosophy of writing aphoristically. You see it in Nietzsche, it's in Schopenhauer, in Lichtenberg, just to mention a few.
And the writing is at its best wonderful. I think we ought to do him the justice of
he's a great stylist.
He's a great stylist, and some of the sentences stay in your mind for the rest of your life after you've read them. Yes. In my introduction to this discussion, I mentioned the fact that in the last, I don't know how long one ought to say, 10 years, 15 years, probably not much more than that, he has become an international figure of importance quite outside philosophy. When one reads books and articles and journalism that have nothing to do with philosophy, one is beginning now over and over again to come across Wittgenstein's name. Can you say just a little about the fields outside philosophy in which he is important, and indicate at least what kind of an influence he appears to be having?
Well, at present, I think it's a kind of name-dropping. It's an okay name, and he's certainly mentioned in a lot of fields, but I think he would feel himself that he has not been adequately understood, and indeed has not been adequately understood in philosophy. But some of these fields are literary criticism and aesthetics generally. Wittgenstein is now often referred to, and I think will become more influential. There is a great deal of mention of Wittgenstein in social sciences, particularly anthropology, because he thought of himself as doing a kind of anthropology. There is books written about the importance of Wittgenstein for political theory. So it's what the French would call the sciences of man that Wittgenstein has been most influential. Paradoxical in a way, because he wrote so much about the philosophy of mathematics. But most of his influences now are outside of philosophy, are in the social sciences.
And it seems that the structuralists who are so fashionable or have been fashionable for so long, seem to be claiming Wittgenstein for their own, do they
Well,
not?
it's the post-structuralists, I think, that probably misunderstood him the worst.
Post-structuralists,
but that's
is it?
another
Yes,
program.
Yes, yes. Well, right. But then we won't get into that. But I think the point is worth making that, for example, if you read serious literary criticism now, you are going to come across constant reference to Wittgenstein. What is your personal evaluation of all this, of Wittgenstein as a philosopher?
Well, actually, I feel so strongly about this as I've been restraining myself all along, just trying to say what the guy meant and not what I actually think about it. But let me start out negatively, and then I get to end on the more cheerful note. There is a kind of exasperating feature of Wittgenstein that I want to highlight, I want to emphasize, and that is the anti-theoretical bent in Wittgenstein, the idea that we mustn't have a theory, that we can't have a theory of language, we can't have a general theory of language or of the mind. Now, when somebody says to me, when some guy says you can't have a general theory of speech acts, or you can't have a general theory of intentionality, of how words, or how thoughts relate to reality, my natural instinct is to go out and write a general theory. We'll just see if we can't have a general theory. And in fact, I have tried to make general statements in both of these fields. I think it's premature of Wittgenstein to say we can't have general theories of language of a philosophical sort or general theories of how the mind functions. We won't know if we don't try. And the sheer diversity of the phenomena should not by themselves discourage us. I mean, think of physics. If you think of Niagara Falls and a pot of water boiling and an ice skating rink, it looks like very diverse phenomena, and we could go on with the diverse forms that water takes. But in fact, we've now got a pretty good general theory that can account for all of that, and I don't see why we shouldn't seek general theories in philosophy, particularly in the philosophy of language and the philosophy of mind. I almost think sometimes that Wittgenstein thought since he had failed to get a general theory, since the Tractatus failed, then any general theory must be impossible. Roughly speaking, if I can't do it, nobody can. And a lot of people...
Probably what he actually believed.
A lot of his disciples have said to me, oh, well, since you reject this anti-theoretical bent of the investigation, you must believe in the Tractatus, as if those were the only two options. And I want to suggest there are lots of other options. Now, tied in with this aversion to theory is a kind of waffling that goes on in certain crucial areas. Let's take religious discourse just as an example of this. We were mentioning this earlier. See, Wittgenstein himself obviously had a deep religious hunger. I mean, it wasn't this sort of a middle-class English attitude about religion that it's just something for Sunday mornings. No, he really had a religious hunger. There are these constant references to God and getting himself right with God, and yet I think most people would say that he was an atheist. Now, in a way, you feel almost that he wants to have it both ways, that he wants to be able to say things like, well, we just need to know the role that religious discourse plays in people's lives. But of course, you won't understand that role unless you see that religious discourse refers beyond, that the only reason that people pray is because they think there's a God up there listening. And that's not, whether or not God is listening is not part of the language game. The language game of religion can only be played the way it is because people think there's something outside the language game that gives it sense. Okay, now that's for the bad part. Let me say what I think is really terrific in Wittgenstein. Well, first of all, I think most philosophers, what I'm going to say right now is kind of contemporary orthodoxy. Most philosophers would agree with this. He has made terrific contributions in the philosophy of language and in the philosophy of mind. His contribution in the philosophy of language is that he really mounted devastating attacks on the idea that words get their meaning by standing for things or by being associated with some introspective process, by standing for some mental thing in the mind. And he does knock those views pretty effectively. And also, he is pretty good, one, I think, of the most powerful, not the only one, but certainly one of the most powerful expressions of the view that speaking a language ought to be seen as a form of human activity, that words are also acts. Words are deeds, and that is an important line of investigations. Now, in a way, his discussion in the philosophy of mind is just as important as his work in the philosophy of language, and it's a very effective attack on the Cartesian tradition, on the idea that we really live in two worlds, a mental world and a physical world. But his attack on Cartesianism is so powerful precisely because he doesn't make the mistake of most anti-Cartesians of thinking, yeah, you just have to reject the mind. Just say there isn't any such thing as mental phenomena. What he does is a painstaking analysis of a whole lot of psychological concepts, belief and fear and hope and expecting. And he goes through these, and what he shows you is that the deep grammar of these expressions is quite different from what you would think just looking at the surface, where we have nouns like mind and body, and where it looks like there are these two different things, minds and bodies. What he does is, by carefully describing these language games, he gets you to see that things like hope and fear and expectation and belief are grounded in situations, that we actually use these words in such a way where we're not inclined to think there must be some deep Cartesian divide. We say things like, he's been groaning and in pain for the past 2 hours. And we don't feel there, oh my gosh, he's mixed categories, the physical groaning and the mental pain. It's just a perfectly natural way of talking. And he shows us that our natural way of talking does not lead to any kind of Cartesianism. However, the most powerful part of Wittgenstein, from my own personal point of view, is not his work in the philosophy of language and mind, but it's an idea that really begins to acquire momentum in his last work. It also appears in his earlier work, but in his very last work that he wrote when he was dying, On Certainty. And it's a rather subtle idea, but it's this. We have, in the Western intellectual tradition, going back to Plato, we have the idea that any meaningful human behavior must somehow be the expression of a theory, an implicit theory that we hold. That if you understand me and I understand you, it can only because we each have a theory of the other.
Or, as you say, an implicit theory.
An implicit theory.
Yes,
Chomsky
yes,
thinks this, that there's an unconscious
yes,
theory of language.
yes.
And artificial intelligence is based on this presupposition that there are these unconscious theories. Now, there's some truth in that, but Wittgenstein is anxious to emphasize that a great deal of what we do is both socially and biologically primitive. It's a way of responding. It's a way of acting. We just act. We don't need to appeal to the idea that there's some implicit theoretical structure that enables us to act. And as usual, he gives very good similes. He says, look, think of squirrels storing nuts for the winter. Now, do they do that because they think Hume's problem of induction has been solved and we now know that the future resembles the past? No, they just do it. Now he says, think of yourself and putting your hand in the fire. Is the reason you don't put your hand in the fire, is it because you think you've refuted Hume? Or you think you've got very good inductive evidence? No, you just don't do it. You couldn't be dragged into that fire. And he says a great deal of our human activity has to be seen like that. We're just responding in ways that are both biologically and culturally conditioned. But his ground floor statement, he keeps repeating this, is we just act. That's the way we do it. And this goes against a whole tradition where we try to think, well, we can only do what we do because we've got an implicit theory.
Do you think there's still a lot of juice in this, or do you think that Wittgenstein himself has made all of the really importantly creative and constructive use of these ideas that can be made?
Oh, no, I think there's a great deal more to be said on this. To put it very bluntly, I think Wittgenstein only scratched the surface.
Thank you very much, Professor Searle.